Chapter 1. The chilling electronic voice echoed within her mind. Strange memories surged into her consciousness, and after a brief bout of headache, Qiqi finally grasped the situation. Had she transmigrated once more? In her previous life, as the protagonist in a post, she had nearly lost her sanity. Every day was spent either evading the relentless pursuit of men or attempting to navigate the treacherous path of intimacy with them. What was the current predicament? Had she been endowed with a system this time? What system was this? Childbearing system at your service, please designate a name for the system. Qiqi. What sins had she committed? Just as she escaped one torment, she plunged headlong into another. Is it possible for me to refuse this binding? You initiated it without my consent. I do not acquiesce. Host, should you choose to sever the binding, you will immediately cease to exist. Do you wish to proceed with the unbinding? The system remained unperturbed, its mechanical voice steady and devoid of emotion. Yet Qiqi hesitated. What will my tasks entail post-binding? Is it merely childbearing? On the beastman continent, females were scarce. The host's primary task was to bear children. The higher the innate talents of the offspring, the greater the rewards. Forming a union with powerful beastmen would yield even more exceptional progeny. After all, it was a chance for survival. Qiqi latched onto the system's mention of the scarcity of females. In other words, on the beastman continent, a system of one female to multiple males could be enacted. However, she was utterly oblivious to her current circumstances. Qiqi delved into her memories. After a moment, she began to comprehend the general information about this world. The beastman continent operated under a unfamiliar multiples system, granting females the right to choose their partners, while males could not coerce females. Females were not required to venture out to hunt. They were the protected ones within the tribe. Thus, here, Qiqi need not worry about males harassing her. On the contrary, they would treat her with utmost respect. So, perhaps bearing children was not entirely unfeasible. No matter how uncomfortable it might be, there would be someone to attend to her. It couldn't possibly be worse than her previous life, could it? Very well, considering you've provided a novice gift pack, I begrudgingly agree. Please, host, hasten to find a partner. Today marks your coming of age, and forming a union may awaken your latent abilities. The current energy supply is insufficient to keep this system activated for an extended period. It is about to enter a dormant state. Beep. With the final electronic tone fading, Qiqi's world fell into utter silence. She was now alone in the wilderness. The original host had deemed the tribe too dull and, without finding a male companion, had sneaked out, only to be fatally bitten by a venomous snake. Fortunately, Qiqi's body had been repaired by the system, so she was unscathed. Yet outside in the wilderness, dangers lurked at every turn. What was she to do now? The novice gift pack. Qiqi hastily opened the novice gift pack within the system's inventory. Gained. Strengthening pill X1, consuming it will enhance physical strength. Gained. Childbearing pill X1 guarantees successful conception upon consumption. Gained. Pain relief pill X1, consuming it during childbirth will exempt one from suffering. Gained. Recovery pill X1, consuming it post-childbirth will restore the body to its original state. Gained. Portable space X1, a 3 cubic meter space for storing inanimate objects only. After perusing the novice gift pack, Qiqi fell silent. As expected of a childbearing system, everything revolved around the act of procreation. How troublesome. What was she to do now? Surrounded by wild grass and trees, and recalling that the original host had perished from a snake bite, Qiqi felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of the slippery creature. As night began to fall, she dared not remain in one spot, swallowing the strengthening pill and grabbing a stick to probe the underbrush. She had to make her way back to the tribe on foot. Staying put until darkness descended without anyone coming to find her would surely spell her doom. Perhaps returning now might afford her a sliver of hope. After only a few steps, the male beastmen from the tribe began to search for her. Qiqi, can you hear me? If so, respond. The voices were a cacophony, and Qiqi felt tears of joy welling up. I am here, she quickly called out. Phew, I'm relieved you're unharmed. Upon seeing Qiqi safe and sound, the male beastman let out a heavy sigh of relief. The little female was willful and headstrong. The tribe had nearly been thrown into a panic upon discovering her absence. After all, today was her coming-of-age day, the very moment to select a mate, and she had vanished at such a critical time. The day of a female's coming of age was of utmost significance. Had it not been for this special occasion, she would undoubtedly have been confined to a small dark room by the shaman upon her return. "Who didn't mean to? It's terrifying out here, wah?" Qiqi lamented from the depths of her heart. What had the original host been thinking? How could she find this adventure enjoyable? "Quickly, come aboard. It'll take you back to the tribe to select your beast husband." Without time for reprimands, the towering male beastman transformed into a majestic white tiger, standing over 2 meters tall. He slightly bent down, allowing Qiqi to grasp his fur and climb onto his back. Qiqi was momentarily entranced. What a fantastical beginning. After a brief daze, she quickly regained her composure. It was nothing. She had already transmigrated twice. What more could she not accept? Grasping the fur at the nape of the white tiger's neck, Qiqi mounted its back. "Little female, hold on tight, we're about to begin." "All right," Qiqi replied, feeling a twinge of nervousness as she laid flat against its back, clenching its fur tightly, fearful of being thrown off. She had just come to terms with binding to the childbearing system. She couldn't allow herself to fall off and perish. While the original host had toiled for half a day, the white tiger traversed the distance in under 10 minutes. To describe it as a whirlwind would not be an exaggeration. "Chief, we found Qiqi," the white tiger exclaimed joyfully, while the males trailing behind shot him hostile glances. How infuriating! He had arrived first. Otherwise, Qiqi might have chosen one of them as her mate today. In the beastman world, once a female mounted a male's back, it signified an implicit acceptance of partnership. And today was Qiqi's coming-of-age day. When Qiqi realized what was happening, she felt no aversion, for the white tiger was rather handsome, both in beast and human form. "Qiqi, we will speak later. For now, you must select your beast husbands. You cannot choose fewer than 3. The chief's deep voice brooked no dissent. Qiqi was placed upon a high platform, overlooking the males below. The males in the front row were all formidable warriors of the tribe, leaving Qiqi in a quandary. The original host's memories were hazy. She had no idea who was the strongest and was unfamiliar with the tribe's rules. After scanning the crowd, she recalled the white tiger from earlier and decided to call him forward. "Chief, may the male beastman who carry me back come up first?" Qiqi sought the chief's approval, which softened his demeanor slightly. "Baijian, you may step forward." The chief gestured. "Baijian, I wish to inquire which beastman down there is the strongest." Qiqi looked at him with wide doe eyes, feeling somewhat flustered. Baijian felt a flicker of annoyance. Was he not the strongest in the tribe? Had the little female not noticed him before? "The front row consists of the tribe's warriors. You may choose freely." Baijian initially intended to say anyone, but the words stuck in his throat, and he settled for freely instead, fearing the little female's displeasure. "Then, he'll choose this one, and this one, and this one." Qiqi selected 3 handsome males before finally ceasing her choices. Help! This felt akin to an emperor selecting concubines. It was quite exhilarating. Once Qiqi finished her selections, the 3 chosen males lined up behind Baijian in order. "Your partners have been selected. You will all proceed to the shaman's cave to receive your markings. The union ceremony must take place tonight." The chief's tone was imperious. Qiqi searched her mind for what the union ceremony entailed and discovered it was a rather intimate affair. No way. Was she really to engage in such thrilling activities on her first day here? She felt overwhelmed. Qiqi panicked, but recalling that she had already bound herself to the childbearing system, regretting it now would be futile. No amount of regret would change her fate. Steeling herself, she thought, well, she could still live. Despite telling herself not to panic, her heart raced uncontrollably at the thought of such excitement on the very first day. "Shall we go? Are you unwilling?" Baijian observed Qiqi, who stood frozen in place, feeling somewhat displeased. Did she believe him insufficiently strong? Otherwise, why would she inquire about the strongest among those below? In an instant, Baijian felt a twinge of hurt. The marking was merely a way to signify that the males had become Qiqi's beast husbands, while the union ceremony awaited its turn. Bai Yin was the first to be chosen, thus becoming the premier beast husband, while the remaining three followed in the order they were selected. Qiqi was pulled along by Yin to take the first step. Her mind was a complete jumble, leaving her utterly uncertain about what to do. I have no objections, it's just that today I feel a bit dazed, as if I don't quite grasp what I'm doing, she hastily clarified, fearing that Bai Yin might misinterpret her words. Are you unhappy about becoming my partner? A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Bai Yin's eyes. No, not at all. It's just that, having become your partner, I find it a bit overwhelming. I can hardly believe I'm actually with you. Qiqi admitted, still grappling with the reality of suddenly having 4 men in her life. As long as you don't regret it, that's what matters, Bai Yin replied, his lips curving into an involuntary smile upon hearing her explanation. In this tribe, his beast form was the most formidable, and no female dared to become his partner, fearing the risks of bearing young. Bai Yin's intention in seeking out Qiqi today was quite deliberate. Hand in hand, Bai Yin and Qiqi entered the shaman's cave, with the others trailing behind. The shaman glanced at Qiqi a few times, but said nothing, proceeding to inscribe their beast forms onto each of them. On Qiqi's left forearm, 4 distinct Kversion beast forms were etched: a white Kversion tiger, a white Kversion eagle, a Kversion bear, and a Kversion fox. They were inscribed in order, and the 4 males instinctively formed a queue. While Qiqi marveled at the enchanting world around her, the remaining 4 males stood in formation behind her, their forms completed. The shaman's technique is remarkably swift. It doesn't hurt at all, she exclaimed, recalling that in the original memories, the process had been quite painful. Today, however, she felt nothing, prompting her praise. Enough chatter. Today is a significant day for you. Quickly proceed with the bonding ceremony with the premier beast husband. Delays would diminish its significance, the shaman stated matter-of-factly. After Qiqi expressed her gratitude once more, she stepped out of the shaman's cave. She gazed up at Bai Yin, who stood over 2 meters tall, along with the others following him, feeling a sudden sense of helplessness. I was bitten by a snake while out today. Am not poisoned, but I have forgotten some memories. I apologize. Qiqi decided to be forthright, believing that honesty would elicit more concern from the males. What? You were bitten by a snake? Bai Yin's expression darkened as he hurriedly examined her body. As he reached to lift Qiqi's bee-skin skirt, she panicked. Everyone is watching. This isn't appropriate, she said, glancing around to find all eyes upon them, feeling quite embarrassed. Let's go inside and have a shaman check you out. What if something happens to you? Bai Yin's concern was palpable and sincere. After a moment of hesitation, Qiqi agreed. Shaman, my partner says she was bitten by a snake today. Could you please take a look at her? In his urgency, Bai Yin lifted Qiqi, allowing her to perch on his forearm. With her entire being leaning against him, she noticed details she hadn't before. Her gaze fell upon Bai Yin's well-defined chest muscles, causing her to swallow hard. His silver-white hair cascaded over his sun-kissed chest, creating a striking contrast, while his arms were muscular without being overly exaggerated. The harmony between his features and physique was compelling. Bai Yin's facial contours were smooth, with a high crown and ample blank space on his visage. His nose was full, his eye bags prominent, and paired with his dog-like eyes, he undeniably resembled a charming young pup. At this moment, he wore a tense expression, and as he turned his head, Qiqi caught sight of his chiseled jawline and prominent nose. This sensation of being struck by both the frontal and lateral aspects of his allure pierced her heart. Ah, Qiqi internally screamed. Who is this exquisite being? She felt fortunate indeed. So charming and yet so fierce. Qiqi found it impossible to restrain the corners of her mouth from curling upwards. While she remained lost in admiration for Bai Yin's striking visage, the shaman had already begun to examine her. Thankfully, there was nothing serious. The wound showed no signs of infection or poison, likely a result of her fright. It would be best to soothe her upon returning. The shaman lifted Qiqi's animal skin skirt, relieved to see that her ankle injury had not darkened. That is good to hear. Thank you, Shaman. Yin expressed gratitude before scooping up the still-dazed Qiqi and exiting the shaman's cave. The other beastmen trail behind, their cheeks flushed with urgency, lamenting their misfortune in being outpaced by Yin. After forming a bond, the first beastman would enjoy his partner for a month before the second could take their turn. Consequently, the fourth beastman would have to wait 3 months for the bonding ceremony. Upon leaving the shaman's cave, Yin carried Qiqi to the brook, as it was customary for females to cleanse themselves by the water before the bonding ceremony. Males, too, would face disdain from the females if they failed to wash. Thus, they often suggested going to the riverbank to create a favorable impression. This act was deemed quite significant in their lives as beast folk, which Yin took very seriously. From the thicket by the river, some indescribable sounds emerged, causing Qiqi's face to flush crimson. Were they not going to shy away at all? This is all perfectly normal. Qiqi, have you truly forgotten? Yin observed the rosy-cheeked female with a sense of novelty. I don't remember. My memories have become quite hazy, Qiqi mumbled, casting her gaze upon the clear surface of the river, her heartbeat quickening like thunder. Tonight, she would bond with the man before her. And with this unexpected turn of events, she feared Yin might be like the others and take advantage of her by the river. After all, beastmen merely wore animal skin skirts that provided minimal coverage, with nothing underneath. Rest assured, I will respect you, Yin whispered gently in her ear. Sensing her tension, Qiqi felt her heart race even faster at his tender words. Well then, let us hasten, or it will be dark soon. She trailed off, wondering if she appeared too eager. All right, Yin replied, leaping gracefully to the center of the brook, the water barely reaching his chest as he stood firmly in the stream. The female's initiative seemed to indicate she truly did not mind him. Yin felt elated, the previous concerns lifting from his mind. Qiqi surveyed her surroundings, and upon confirming there was no one else present, she finally loosened her animal skin skirt and stepped into the cool stream. Though it was summer, the chill of the water sent shivers down her spine. She pondered the form her original self took. Her memories were too blurred for clarity. Yet, it appeared that the inhabitants of this tribe were predominantly canine in nature, suggesting her own form might also be that of a dog. Qiqi attempted to transform into her beast form, but found herself unable to do so. Resigned, she began to wash her body. After a long day of wandering, she felt sticky and uncomfortable, scrubbing herself thoroughly before hastily emerging from the water. Wrapping herself in her animal skin skirt at last, she felt a semblance of security. Yin had already completed his washing and was seated on the bank. Seeing Qiqi was done, he approached her. Let us return to the beast den, he stated, using his forearm to support her as she settled before lifting her into his arms and carrying her back to the den. The beast den had just been assigned to them by the tribe today. Every female would receive a new den upon reaching maturity, situated adjacent to the existing ones, with their names carved into the entrance for added intimacy. This was a unique custom within the tribe, and Yin led Qiqi confidently back to their newly established dwelling. The earthy scent lingered within, yet it was clean and inviting. There's nothing here yet. I'll fetch some animal skins and find a stone bed. You rest for a bit and eat something, Yin said thoughtfully, showing no inclination for Qiqi to lift a finger. Then I must trouble you, she replied, still unaccustomed to such attentiveness. Watching Yin conjure a bloody piece of meat, as if by magic left Qiqi feeling a bit queasy. Are we eating it raw? She asked uncertainly. I will borrow some fire from the chieftain shortly. You should rest for now, Yin replied, placing the meat on a leaf before heading outside. Qiqi was left to wait for his return. However, she was soon joined by the other 3 beastmen. Qiqi, we brought some animal skins and cooked meat. It's your first day here, and Yin surely cannot manage alone. The trio, each strikingly handsome yet distinct in appearance, chimed in unison, leaving Qiqi at a loss for where to direct her gaze. Thank you for your trouble, she stammered, regretting her inability to fully appreciate such fine offerings, since Qiqi has chosen us. We shall be family from now on. Family does not need to say thank you, one of them remarked. Qiqi turned to the speaker, a bare beast man with chestnut hair and deep brown eyes. His gaze clear and sincere, long lashes resting gently upon his cheeks, with a strong nose and full lips that somehow suited his face perfectly, adding to his charm. I still don't know your names. Could you tell me? She inquired directly. I am Ning Shuang, and my beast form is that of a bear, he replied. I am Ruyu, with the form of a fox, another introduced himself, his delicate features and high cheekbones giving him soft, approachable appearance. I am Luyu. My beast form is that of an eagle, the last one stated, his sharp features and slender frame exuding a certain intensity that why Qiqi's heart had not settled since this day began. All these handsome figures were hers. Hers? Oh, how fortunate she felt to finally enjoy such fine company, far removed from the dull, rotund men of her previous office life. She even mused that had the men from her past been this exceptional, she might have lost all restraint. What absurd thoughts filled her mind. She felt as if her head might burst. Just as Qiqi grappled with her flustered emotions, the three men, seeing her speechless, busied themselves with their tasks. Yu took on the duty of feeding her, meticulously placing the meat on a leaf and transforming his paw to tear it apart before gently offering it to her. Have a bite. You've been out all day and must be hungry, he urged, his voice as soothing as the babbling brook. Qiqi replied softly, her cheeks aflame. Open your mouth, he prompted, noticing her hesitation to reach for the food, and delicately raised a piece of meat to her lips, perfectly sized for a single bite. Qiqi instinctively opened her mouth, inadvertently taking the meat from his fingers and brushing her tongue against them. Realizing what had happened, her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. I can manage, she stammered, flustered as she attempted to take the leaf from him. No need. I'll handle it. You still have the bonding ceremony with Bai Yin later. No need to dirty your hands, Ruyu replied, eyeing the bashful female with a hint of desire. The sight of her cheeks puffing as she ate made her appear utterly delectable. The thought of being the fourth beastman, waiting for 3 months, made him feel a pang of disappointment. Suppressing his own restlessness, he helped Qiqi finish the meat before hastily departing. He feared that remaining in her presence any longer might drive him to madness. Just then, the other 2 beastmen finished preparing the den and also planned to take their leave, adhering to the customs. Are you frightened to be here alone? Let us wait for Bai Yin to return with you, Ning Shuang and Luyu suggested as they noticed Qiqi lost in thought, gazing towards the entrance of the den. That sounds fine. Qiqi truly felt a sense of discomfort while waiting alone, a twinge of anxiety gnawing at her. She hoped Bai Yin would return swiftly. She was feeling somewhat fatigued and feared that the evening might impede their plans. Is it difficult to find a stone bed? Qiqi inquired softly, aware that all present were orange-tear beastmen, their keen hearing easily picking up her faint murmur. A stone bed simply requires retrieving a flat stone. It should not be hard to find. I believe Bai Yin will be back shortly, so rest assured, Luyu gently reassured her, mindful of the shaman's word from earlier in the day. It was entirely natural for the little female to feel anxious after being frightened. Indeed, there are plenty of large stones on the mountainside. It will suffice to bring one back, Ning Shuang chimed in from behind. With this, Qiqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Feeling a bit weary, she leaned against Luyu, allowing herself to relax. The moment her weight pressed against him, Luyu's body stiffened with an intensity he could hardly contain. Did the little female truly trust him? In contrast to Luyu's rigidity, Ning Shuang felt a pang of envy, pondering why the little female did not lean against her instead. However, this moment of contemplation did not last long, for Bai Yin soon returned. Qiqi was genuinely astonished to see him lift a stone with one hand. Such strength. One punch from him could easily be fatal. A sudden, inexplicable fear surged within her. It seemed that her fate tonight was precarious. The other 2, upon seeing Bai Yin's return, discreetly withdrew, leaving Qiqi seated upon the furs laid on the ground. After Bai Yin arranged the stone bed, he spread some hay atop it, followed by a clean pelt, thus completing the makeshift Qiqi's heart, which had just begun to calm, now raced once more. She understood that what was meant to happen was indeed approaching. Gazing upon Bai Yin's handsome visage, she mused that perhaps it was not such a loss after all. He, too, was facing a little female for the first time, and now, in this genuine encounter, he found himself somewhat at a loss. Yet Qiqi, driven by the system's reminders, embraced by Yan's neck and kissed him boldly. However, once the kiss was initiated, she found herself at a loss for what to do next, her eyes wide as they locked onto by Yan's light brown gaze. In his eyes, she could see the reflection of her flushed cheeks and the misty allure of her gaze that, how utterly embarrassing. Qiqi screamed internally. Bai Yin quickly regained his composure, lifting her onto the stone bed he had just prepared. Deepening the kiss, the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, a warning of a little black room. Until dawn broke, Bai Yin, entranced by Qiqi's delicate features, could not restrain himself and placed a gentle kiss upon her luscious lips. Satisfied, he rose to adjust his pelt skirt and headed to the shaman's cave to borrow fire to prepare a meal for the little female, but a look of contentment adorned Bai Yan's face. His little female was truly a fatal temptation. Recalling the events of the previous night, a blush crept across his cheeks that, truly, experiencing such matters for the first time, he found it hard to control himself. He hurriedly exited the stone cave, feeling the need to escape. Upon leaving the beast den, Bai Yin made his way to the shaman's cave, seeking to borrow fire. The shaman, noticing Bai Yan's rosy complexion, surmised that the previous night's events had indeed transpired. Bai Yin, Qiqi's beast form is that of a rabbit. If she becomes pregnant, you must inform me promptly so I can assist in her physical conditioning to prevent complications during childbirth. The shaman took every female's health to heart, especially those of the rabbit hunting tribe, whose beast forms were most prone to conception and multiple births, that Qiqi had been procured at great cost from the rabbit tribe. And thus, her well-being must not be jeopardized. Yes, I understand, Bai Yin acknowledged, his heart momentarily gripped with concern. Was her beast form truly that of a rabbit? He had not noticed during the marking, and oh wonder she was so petite. Even standing, she barely reached his chest. The females of the hunting dog tribe were significantly taller than her. It became clear she was not a native female. Hence, it made sense that no one had been particularly attentive to her yesterday. Ding! The system detected that the host had formed a bond and urged the immediate consumption of a fertility pill. Upon successfully bonding with Bai Yin, the system emerged from its dormant state that Qiqi had bonded, and the system rewarded her with initial points. Detected that the host has successfully bonded with an orange tier male. Reward: 1,000 points, space expansion scroll X1, in her dazed state. Qiqi heard the system's notification and was forcibly awakened. Raising her sore arms, she fished out the vial containing the fertility pill from the space granted by the system. After consuming it, she miraculously felt her body ease somewhat. Eagerly, she glanced at her right wrist, hoping to discover whether she had awakened any unique abilities. On the beastman continent, every female had the opportunity to awaken a special ability upon bonding. This ability determined whether the female could successfully bear offspring in the future. While males bonding also had a chance to awaken their own abilities, Qiqi had a nagging feeling that it could not be as simple as that. She longed to know what her ability might be. A green leaf was wrapped around her wrist, the specific attribute indiscernible. System, do you know what ability I have awakened? Qiqi decided to forego contemplation and directly inquire. The host's physical constitution has transferred over. During estrus, your body will emit a fragrant aroma. Regardless of the intensity of your physical exertions, your body shall remain in pristine condition. Qiqi. Is this really my awakened ability? How utterly trivial. Could it not be something like a spatial pocket? As she pondered this, her vision blurred, and she found herself within a fragrant realm of birds and blossoms. Ding! This is the ability the host has awakened. The system's tone transformed from mechanical to one imbued with joy. Qiqi had awakened a personal space, and it seemed even more excited than she was. How expansive. This must require a great deal of energy. No wonder I felt so lethargic last night, and I still feel somewhat hungry. That a colossal hunger overtook Qiqi, yet she persevered in surveying her surroundings. The space appeared to span hundreds of acres, its end almost invisible at a glance. Divided into plots of land seemingly suited for cultivation, that Qiqi's innate desire to cultivate was stirred, but lacking seeds, she could only gaze longingly. There was also a small spring, roughly 50 centimeters wide. As for its depth, she suspected it was quite substantial. The water appeared green, Yet upon closer inspection, it was transparent, unable to find a rope or similar tool to measure the depth. She reluctantly set aside the exploration of the spring's depths. If only she had seeds, the offspring could thrive here, enabling self-sufficiency. After surveying the space, which consisted of barren land, a spring, and a small hut, with a mysterious black area behind the hut yet to be explored, Qiqi decided it was time to exit and discuss her findings with Bai upon his return. Once the bonding ceremony was completed, their fates would intertwine. Bai could not betray her without facing divine retribution. Thus, she felt secure sharing her newfound space with him. Just as Qiqi stepped out, Bai arrived, in his left hand. He carried a bamboo tube and a piece of meat, while his right hand held a specially crafted item for preserving fire. Striding towards her, he appeared flustered upon noticing Qiqi had risen. Why not rest a little longer? Are you feeling unwell from getting up so soon? Bai, aware of the intensity of their previous night, felt a twinge of guilt. I'm hungry. The moment Qiqi spoke, she startled herself with the raspy quality of her voice, a testament to the night's fervor. Had she not been in the midst of awakening her abilities, she would have been mortified. Here, have some water. It's clean bamboo water, though it might taste a bit bitter. Bai felt a pang of sympathy, realizing he had perhaps overstepped the boundaries last night. It was his first experience indulging in flesh, and he had lost control, especially since the little female had not objected. He had succumbed to the fervor. Qiqi accepted the bamboo tube and began to drink heartily, feeling some relief in her throat and a slight abatement of her hunger. I'll prepare some roasted meat for you. Bai hurriedly moved to the cave entrance, starting a fire to roast the meat. He had ventured out that morning and hunted a duck beast, noting that it posed little threat. However, the abundance of meat was a fortunate advantage today. As luck would have it, they encountered it outside, saving him a considerable amount of time. The process was not cumbersome at all. He simply removed the skin, retaining the meat to take back. While he had no intention of collecting the feathers, Qiqi stood by, observing him diligently, seamlessly adapting to her role. Yet before Bai could busy himself for long, the remaining 3 beastmen arrived. We are here. Is there anything we can assist you with? They chorused in unison. Indeed, Qiqi remarked, watching Bai grill the meat without any seasoning, pondering whether she could persuade the 3 to take her for a stroll in the nearby forest to see if she could find some familiar plants. Eating meat every day made her anxious about her comfort. Constipation was an unpleasant ordeal. You can entrust us with anything. Just rest well in the stone cave, they reassured her. Qiqi was quite fond of their eager demeanor, her mind conjuring some rather peculiar images, prompting her to cover her face. She could not dwell on such thoughts. There were more pressing matters at hand. In our rabbit hunting clan, there are indeed those who consume a vegetarian diet. And I would like you to take me out to find some plants to nibble on when boredom strikes. Qiqi spoke with her eyes wide open, having completely unlocked her memories today, realizing that the original owner did not belong to this tribe. Thus, some things became easier to explain. The rabbit hunting clan was indeed carnivorous. Nevertheless, these details seemed trivial now. She could assert whatever she wished. The distance between the rabbit hunting clan and the dog hunting clan was significant, and it was true that there were herbivorous beastmen among the rabbit hunters. Thus, her words were not entirely deceitful. Perhaps she had exaggerated a bit regarding foraging for wild vegetables. That was slightly absurd. Then I shall accompany you. Let Bai prepare the stone pot at home, and tonight he can boil hot water for you. Ryu volunteered. Strangely, Qiqi recalled the scene from yesterday when he had fed her, feeling an inexplicable blush rise to her cheeks. This was exasperating. When would she be able to overcome her tendency to blush? Yes, you all accompany her outside, Bai declared, feeling content. For the next month, the little female belonged to him at night, while the other beastmen could take her out during the day. Otherwise, he would earn the reputation of being overly jealous, which would not bode well for familial harmony. Bai pondered silently. The remaining 2 exchanged glances, but said nothing. That Ryu would be the last to bond with the little female, so they would not compete with him. I might not manage everything alone, so you all go together, Ryu expressed, fearing that he might not be able to protect Qiqi alone in the jungle, especially with the recent surge of rogue beastmen becoming increasingly daring. Ryu did not dare to take chances. Then I shall stay and assist by Yin, Liu offered, being the second beastman. Two of them going out with the little female should suffice. Right? Ning Shuang did not decline. Why should he step back when he could be close to the little female? This was not his style, since the remaining 3 beastmen were not vying for affection. Life could be more peaceful, he was willing to cooperate. With these 4 strong individuals gathered, it was inherently improbable. The little females would prefer their beastmen not to be so powerful, fearing they could not withstand it. Qiqi had survived last night and was still so spirited this morning. This was something no one had anticipated, and they wondered if Bai Yin had exercised restraint, if he had not. Then the entire night would have been. This little female was indeed rather formidable. Ning Shuang's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Qiqi. The fur skirt she wore was relatively loose, revealing ambiguous traces of her body when she made certain movements, igniting a fire within Ning Shuang's heart. The thought that he would have to wait another 2 months to touch the little female filled him with regret. Male beastmen, deprived of the comfort of females for too long, could become volatile, risking expulsion from a tribe. Hence, they would not refuse to be Qiqi's beastmen at worst. They would just need to exercise some restraint. It was better than having nothing at all. Ning Shuang contemplated these matters quietly, following closely behind Ryu. The little female seemed to favor Ryu a bit more, as he was more handsome than himself, and his beast form was more graceful. Ning Shuang suddenly felt a pang of inferiority at why Qiqi was being carried by Ryu. Most females were treated this way, as males were reluctant to let their females walk on the ground, always carrying them wherever they went. Initially, Qiqi was not accustomed to this, but after witnessing the same scenario repeatedly today, she felt reassured. Since she was here, she might as well settle in and refrain from making any untimely gestures. Sometimes, being overly unconventional could be detrimental. Let us head to the back mountain first. There are more plants there, Ryu said thoughtfully, knowing precisely what Qiqi desired as they made their way to the destination. Great, let's take a look. If I do not find any familiar plants, we can come back another day, Qiqi replied joyfully. While her belly had not yet begun to show, she aimed to find as many edible plants as possible. When her belly eventually rounded, making movement difficult, her beastmen would know to forage for her. It would be even better if she could directly transplant them into her space. Why Qiqi had her own plans. Thus hardly paying attention to Ning Shuang trailing behind her, it was only upon entering the forest that she realized Ning Shuang had vanished. Are you? Where's Ning Shuang? No worries, he is not far behind. He might have misinterpreted something. His thoughts are rather sensitive, so do not take it to heart, Ryu explained. Oh. Then call him to join us. Let us identify some wild vegetables together, Qiqi exclaimed. Having spotted the shepherd's purse in the distance, illustration of shepherd's purse, the author's level is insufficient to insert it here. Although there were no eggs, frying it would still be delightful, and the shepherd's purse appeared to be freshly sprouted. Looking tender and vibrant. You see this patch of shepherd's purse? Pull it out for me. Hehe, I want to take some roots to plant at the entrance of the cave, so I won't have to venture so far to pick it in the future. Qiqi waved her hand grandly, prompting Ryu to spring into action. By the time Ning Shuang arrived, Ryu was already enthusiastically uprooting the plants. Seeing Ryu working so diligently, Ning Shuang felt compelled to join the effort. However, Qiqi stopped him. Ning Shuang, do you know how to weave a basket? I can, Ning Shuang exclaimed, eager to mention that he could craft one immediately. Then weave one to carry the wild vegetables back. We currently have nothing and must trouble you. Qiqi smiled, and there was no reason for Ning Shuang to refuse. Whatever the little female requested, he would promptly comply, especially with something as simple as weaving a basket. Spotting some vines nearby, Ning Shuang promptly tore them down to begin weaving, while Qiqi joined the ranks of those uprooting shepherd's purse. You worked efficiently, and in no time, he had gathered a substantial amount, nearly exhausting the patch of shepherd's purse. You? That's enough. Leave some here. If we uproot it all, we won't be able to eat it all at once, and it would be a waste. Qiqi hurriedly interjected, insisting they leave some seeds behind for future harvesting. She wanted to plant them directly into her space, but without having bonded with them yet, she felt a bit shy. planning to keep it a secret for the time being. And no worries. There are plenty of these vegetables. We do not even know if they are edible, Ryu said somewhat awkwardly. Standing still, he had not even begun to put in much effort, and this patch was nearly depleted, and oh more picking. Let us see if Ning Shuang has finished weaving the basket, and then we will explore elsewhere, Qiqi suggested, hoping to find more alternatives, as eating the same dish repeatedly could become tiresome. All right, Ryu agreed, guiding her hand as they sought out Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang's fingers danced nimbly, and the shape of the basket was beginning to take form. Wow, you're amazing. You've woven it so quickly, Qiqi exclaimed, having grasped Ning Shuang's somewhat introverted nature, and she was generous with her compliments. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang's eyes sparkled with delight, his spirits lifted, and the gloominess from before dissipated entirely. Almost done. Are we changing locations? Ning Shuang guessed when he saw the two approaching. Indeed, that why Qiqi sat down beside them. With nimble hands and feet, Liu quickly packed the shepherd's purse into the woven basket. Ning Shuang, you are in charge of protecting Qiqi, while I will carry the basket. Liu proactively made room, hoping to ease Ning Shuang's discomfort. All right, Ning Shuang replied, a smile gracing her face as she felt the concern of the little female. Let's go, Qiqi's cheerful voice echoed through the forest, and the two companions couldn't help but feel uplifted by her joy. Not long after they set off, Liu spotted a bird's nest perched in a tree. Knowing that the females in the tribe enjoyed bird eggs, he swiftly climbed up, retrieved the nest, and placed the eggs into the basket before leaping down. His movements were fluid, and just as Qiqi began to process what had happened, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the spectacle beneath Liu's animal skin skirt. Before she could lament why it wasn't in slow motion, he was already moving ahead. Liu is so amazing. Qiqi was never one to hold back her praise, especially since he was her beast husband. It was essential to cultivate a good rapport with him, as she would rely on their goodwill in the future. Isn't that so? A hint of pride illuminated Liu's cool expression. If he had a tail at that moment, it would be wagging uncontrollably. After a short distance, Qiqi's eyes widened at the sight of vibrant red waxberries. A large wild waxberry tree stood before her, its fruits at least the size of her fist. Having just seen the shepherd's purse, the sheer size of the waxberries was astonishing. Many had fallen to the ground, emitting a slightly rotten odor. Qiqi, what are you looking at? Ning Shuang, perceptive as ever, noticed Qiqi's gaze lingering on the dark fruits and halted. Quick, pick that one. I want to eat it, Qiqi commanded, reveling in the luxury of free labor. However, the berries appeared ominously toxic, causing both Ning Shuang and Liu to hesitate. The shaman had warned them against touching brightly colored or dark-colored fruits in the wild, as they were often poisonous. The thought of the little female wanting to eat them raised alarm bells. Oh, please, where's the poison? Look over there, even the little birds are pecking at them. If they were toxic, would the birds dare to eat them? The rabbit clan considers these edible, Qiqi declared confidently, for she could never misidentify a waxberry. They were her favorite treat. Exchanging glances, Liu and Ning Shuang deemed her reasoning sound and, using a nearby leaf, began to collect the waxberries for her. What are these called? Liu asked, still cautious. He adopted an expression that suggested he wouldn't allow her to eat them unless she could name them. After all, this little female had dared to venture out of the tribe alone. What if she were deceiving him and ended up poisoned? Better to be cautious. If necessary, they could have one of them taste it first before letting her eat. This is called waxberry. It's sweet and tangy, with a pit inside. It has no skin and can be eaten raw after washing it. Why Qiqi's words seemed genuine. Liu squeezed a waxberry, and its juice dripped down his long fingers. In that moment, Qiqi found herself torn between her desire for the fruit and an inexplicable urge to lick Liu's fingers. Feeling increasingly peculiar, she swiftly reined in her thoughts, fearing that she might act on her impulses and embarrass herself. Once Liu confirmed that the fruit was indeed as she described, he felt reassured. He then plucked several more berries to add to the basket, which was approximately a meter deep, fitting perfectly on his back. Qiqi attempted to gather a few waxberries herself, feeling their substantial weight in her hands. How delightful! The plants in this beastly world seemed to be generally larger. Even the waxberries, she mused, were impressively big. However, after only a few, She began to feel fatigued. Having been carried before, she hadn't noticed the strain, but now, after walking just a short distance, her legs felt weak. Let's go back. I'm a bit tired. Why Qiqi chastised herself for a lack of strength. If only she could obtain some fitness elixirs after giving birth to bolster her stamina. That way, she could thrive in any situation. Lost in her thoughts, she was unexpectedly lifted and securely placed on Ning Shuang's arm. Startled, she let out a small gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her face flushing once more at why Qiqi pondered when she would cease to blush so often. Spending an entire day clinging to her beast husband left her feeling drained. Would this lack of activity lead to complications during childbirth? Anxiety crept in as she considered the dangers of giving birth in a time of scarce medical resources. However, with the system in place, she trusted it would prevent any mishaps. Lost in her worries, she nestled quietly in Ning Shuang's embrace on their way back. Are you tired? Ning Shuang noticed her unusual demeanor. She replied softly, her voice brushing against his ear, inexplicably quickening his heartbeat. The little female was fragrant, her voice gentle, and her disposition so amiable. Ning Shuang had never felt such affection for a female before, previously indifferent to the presence of a female. He now understood his mother's insistence on finding a partner for security in the future. He realized that a lack of female presence could alter his very essence. This was why he had attended Qiqi's coming-of-age ceremony. The odds of being chosen among 200 beastmen were slim. Although he stood at the front, a female typically wouldn't select 2 orange-tier warriors, fearing their bodies might not withstand the strain. Furthermore, orange-tier beast forms were relatively large, with the shortest being 3 meters tall, while some formidable beasts exceeded 5 meters. Yet, Ning Shuang had not anticipated Qiqi's boldness in selecting 4 orange-tier warriors right off the bat. His heart raced, but the thought that he would have to wait 2 more months to be with her left him feeling a bit disheartened. Fortunately, once a male and female bonded, they could enjoy a month of exclusivity together. In the beastman continent, most females found it difficult to conceive, so Ning Shuang had not considered that Qiqi might become pregnant so soon. Upon returning to the tribe, Qiqi had already drifted off to sleep. Ning Shuang gently laid her on the bed and noticed a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead, so he sought out a leaf to fan her. Clearly, Qiqi had become his cherished one. When Lu Yu returned, he recalled Qiqi's words about planting the wild vegetables in the clearing before the cave. Would she be pleased to see them flourishing when she awoke? As Lu Yu contemplated this, he began to take action. Having never farmed before, his planting was rather haphazard, yielding a somewhat comical sight. It was midday, and the sun blazed down upon the wild vegetables, causing them to wilt almost immediately. After planting 2 rows, he turned to see this unfortunate scene and hastily ceased his efforts. Fearful of disappointing the little female, he hurriedly returned to the cave, his heart racing. Upon entering, he found Ning Shuang fanning Qiqi. Lu Yu cursed his own foolishness for not thinking of that sooner. He resolved that if the little female were to cultivate the land, he would be right there beside her, learning diligently. Satisfied that there was nothing amiss, Lu Yu planned to wash the waxberries in the creek and prepare a hunt, ensuring that by the time Qiqi awoke, she would have a feast awaiting her. As the moonlit hour approached, she meticulously charted her course and set forth why Qiqi, enveloped in a haze of slumber, remained oblivious to whether her abilities had fully awakened, yet she felt an inexplicable lack of control over her own body. Perpetually weary, amidst her drowsiness, she heard faint sounds and endeavored to open her eyes. Though her efforts proved futile, that a refreshing breeze caressed her, an utterly delightful sensation that lulled her into a deeper sleep. Eventually, it was the tantalizing aroma of food that roused her from her dreams. As she sat up and made her way to the entrance of the cave, she was greeted by a sky ablaze with crimson clouds. Truly, this realm of beasts was magnificent. The fiery sunset was a sight to behold, while Qiqi gazed in awe at the expansive scarlet hues, momentarily entranced. She had never before witnessed such a spectacle. "What's going on?" Bai Yin, noticing Qiqi's emergence, quickly rose from beside the fire and stood at her side. "Just woke up, feeling a bit disoriented. I saw you all were absent, so I came out to see," she replied, regaining her composure as she observed Bai Yin, his back turned to the radiant sky, exuding an allure all his own. "Bai Yin, you look exceptionally handsome," she thought to herself, warmth flooding her cheeks as memories of the previous evening resurfaced. Qiqi felt as though she were unwell. "Our Yu's gone to the river to wash the fruits. If you're hungry, feel free to eat first. The meat is ready," Bai Yin advised earnestly. Finding the small female's compliments quite novel, he resolved to ensure Qiqi was well fed before addressing the matter of her praise later that evening. Unaware of the intentions brewing in Bai Yan's mind for that night, Qiqi plucked a wild bayberry and eagerly bit into it, her eyes squinting at the tartness. "Ah, this wild bayberry is truly sour. If only there were some pepper and salt," clutching a fruit the size of her fist. She hesitated, uncertain whether to continue indulging. Bai Yin, catching sight of her expression, was instantly captivated. Watching the juice from the bayberry inadvertently smudge her lips, he felt an inexplicable urge to discern its flavor. It was not merely about the fruit. He yearned to taste what her lips held. With that thought in mind, he acted on impulse, and before he realized it, his lips brushed against Qiqi's cheek. "Bai Yin, what are you doing?" Qiqi exclaimed, genuinely frightened. After a night filled with intimate encounters, he seemed to possess an inexhaustible energy. "Qiqi, you smell delightful," Bai Yin murmured, licking the juice from her lips, his voice husky as his fingers teased her. Qiqi felt her body betraying her will, her desires ignited. Indeed, she possessed the traits of a protagonist from a romantic tale, and Qiqi sensed that this was untenable. She would inevitably succumb one day. She yearned to venture outside the cave and cultivate something in her space. Perhaps she could strengthen her body in her free time. Otherwise, her frailty left her restless. "Stop it. I can't take it anymore. You need to restrain yourself," Qiqi quickly interjected, aiming to halt his fervor. "Tonight, I shall not touch you," Bai Yin promised, taking her hand and placing it against his heated cheek, striving to control his desires lest he frighten her. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, Qiqi's face flushed. "How long have you been holding that in?" "What on earth? I'm hungry. Please don't distract me," she whined, playfully evading the moment. "Let us eat first, then," Bai Yin suggested, noticing her genuine frustration, and hurried to bring over the freshly roasted meat, meticulously sliced. He wished to avoid alarming the timid female, especially since she had not previously interacted with other beastmen, and he aimed to proceed with caution after their bonding. Qiqi took her time, savoring her meal. Once they finished eating, the radiant clouds had dispersed, leaving behind a gentle twilight. "I have something to discuss with you," she suddenly recalled, her awakening abilities and the existence of her space flooding her mind. She was eager to see if she could bring Bai Yin into her realm. If successful, she would gain a free laborer. "What is it?" Bai Yin inquired, perking up his ears at her serious demeanor. "I awakened my powers last night," Qiqi expressed, feeling a tinge of guilt for only now sharing this news. She wondered if the shepherd's purse she had gathered earlier had wilted. Earlier, she had also noticed the uneven patch of ground outside the cave, where the chaotic growth of shepherd's purse thrived. That moment, she was at a loss for words. She had intended to stir-fry the shepherd's purse tonight. But after indulging in roasted meat, she felt too fatigued to bother. All she wished for was to rest and recuperate. "Really? What kind of ability is it?" Bai Yin asked, his heart swelling with joy at the revelation of her powers. "Promise me you won't tell anyone. Otherwise, we might face many complications," Qiqi insisted, seeking his assurance. After bonding, the male beastmen were entirely at the female's service, which was why she felt comfortable revealing this to him. "I promise, Qiqi will always be my most important person. I will never do anything to harm you," Bai Yin vowed, kneeling before her. Startled by his sudden action, Qiqi gasped. "What are you doing? Don't just kneel like that. It is the most loyal gesture. Qiqi, please don't be upset," Bai Yin replied. Flustered as he stood back up, his head bowed, he was confused as to why his cherished female was displeased. Surely, this was the highest form of etiquette. Did she feel he was insufficient? Observing Qiqi's expression, Bai Yin felt a pang of anxiety. He feared that he might upset her and be cast out, which would invite ridicule from the tribe. "I dislike this. Please refrain from doing so in the future. We can communicate openly about anything. Qiqi firmly stated, unable to accept the notion of kneeling at every turn. It felt as though it would shorten her life. The entire situation struck her as odd. All right, Yin sighed in relief. Glad she was not angry. My awakened ability is space. Qiqi whispered in Yin's ear, her breath warm against his skin, the subtle fragrance lingering in the air causing him to involuntarily swallow. Well, that's quite good, Yin replied, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of her rather than the nature of her abilities. Aren't you curious about how it works? Qiqi asked, her eyes widening at his disinterest. Then, what is your space like? Yin inquired, following her lead. I'll see if I can bring you in, Qiqi said, scanning the cave for the woven basket that Ning Shuang had crafted that morning. She intended to gather the shepherdess purse and take it with her to see if it could propagate within her space. Suddenly recalling that Ruyu had mentioned her desire to cultivate the shepherdess purse earlier that afternoon, Yin swiftly retrieved the basket from the corner, still filled with bird eggs and shepherdess purse. Is this what you were looking for? Yes, indeed. But what are those eggs? Qiqi exclaimed, astonished at the sight of 2 eggs the size of her fists nestled within the basket. Perhaps Ryu found them? Yin speculated uncertainly. His words triggered memories of fleeting glimpses beneath the bee skins, and Qiqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh dear, I seem to have become quite strange, thinking about such things. Let us try, she suggested hastily, not giving Yin a chance to respond before pulling him into her space. Yin was momentarily blinded, finding himself in an unfamiliar realm. This is your space. He gasped in astonishment. He had assumed that a female space could only house inanimate objects, as he had witnessed before with another female who awakened space abilities. Yet, it seemed his beloved female was anything but ordinary. No wonder she had been so responsive last night, igniting a fervent yearning within him that he struggled to restrain. Yin, come quickly. Help me dig the ground. Qiqi resolved to assign Yin some tasks to expend his excess energy, thus preventing him from pestering her later in the evening. Although Yin initially intended to voice his thoughts, upon hearing Qiqi's words, he swallowed them back. Very well, it appeared that his little female had found her voice and was capable of giving orders. Days where one need not rely on their own guesses were indeed quite pleasant. Without further ado, Yin transformed into his beast form and began to help Qiqi till the soil. In a certain sense, this could be considered as utilizing resources to their fullest. There had been a small wooden cabin within the space, containing several stone hoes. Qiqi was unsure whether this was related to the system, but it felt rather considerate. However, it seemed that they were of no use at present. Watching the most formidable tiger toil in the earth for her, Qiqi felt an indescribable emotion swell within her heart. Yin quickly prepared a small patch of land, rendering the hoe somewhat superfluous. As he was about to finish, Qiqi hurried over, eager to plant shepherd's purse. Regardless of the circumstances, success could only be achieved through practice. If this planting did not yield results, she would simply adopt a different method next time. After all, every endeavor begins with difficulty. Should she succeed even once, future endeavors would surely follow suit. With her right hand wielding the hoe and her left clutching a handful of shepherd's purse, she resolved to plant this much for now, with plans to make shepherd's purse scrambled eggs for breakfast the following morning. Observing her spirited determination, a smile crept onto Yin's lips. What are you laughing at? Though your smile is quite charming, it is not appropriate to mock me. Qiqi admonished him, pointing her finger in a mock warning. Unable to contain himself, Yin found her utterly adorable. All right, let me take over. You rest. He took the items from her hands, ready to commence work. Wait a moment. Do you know how to plant? Don't mess it up. Allow me to demonstrate first. Qiqi thought of the dreadful patch of land she had seen in the evening. Could anything truly thrive there? She was uncertain. What if it was better to show Yin how it was done first, ensuring his efforts would not be in vain? Okay, Yin replied obediently, standing by to watch Qiqi in action. Qiqi used the hoe to dig a pit in the loosened soil, placed a piece of shepherd's purse into the freshly dug hole, and then covered it with soil, ensuring the plant stood upright. Do you understand? Qiqi felt somewhat foolish for being so meticulous over such a simple task, especially as she observed Yin nodding vacantly in response. This was rather embarrassing for her. Now, leave the rest to me. You can take a break. Yin took the hoe from Qiqi's hands and began to work diligently. Qiqi was uncertain whether time and the space flowed as it did outside. It was night outside, yet the space was still in a state of daylight. Was there no night within this realm? She pondered. Aside from the small wooden cabin and a spring, the rest of the land was barren. Behind the cabin stood a dark object resembling a storage rack, though its purpose remained unexplored by Qiqi. Yin, do we have any hunted beast meat? Qiqi decided to experiment with the possibility of the dark object being a storage space. If it were, they would not need to worry about winter provisions. Yes, I placed it inside the cave earlier this evening, hoping no insects have crawled on it. During the summer, preserving meat proved challenging. Yin typically hunted and consumed what he caught on the same day, bringing back tender cuts for Qiqi to enjoy while discarding the remnants in the wilderness. However, today was special. Thinking of Qiqi, he had brought back an entire head of game. Once we finish here, let us see if we can store it inside. I want to test whether the space can preserve items and if they will spoil. Qiqi was filled with excitement. All right, Yin replied, quickening his pace that he endeavored to maintain the same consistency as the shepherd's purse Qiqi had planted. As Qiqi observed Yin working, she noted the muscles beneath his skin as he swung the hoe, a few strands of hair clinging to his forehead, prompting her to feel the urge to brush them aside. Not only did she think this, but she acted on it as well. When they both realized what had transpired, they froze momentarily. Qiqi, Yin could hardly withstand such an intimate gesture from his little female that he enveloped her in his embrace and kissed her deeply. Qiqi felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. What was happening? She was utterly entranced by his beauty. Who could save her now? Fortunately, Yin managed to control himself, refraining from proceeding further. All right, I will go wash up by the river. Yin exerted great effort to release Qiqi from his grasp, retrieving the hoe that had fallen to the ground to continue working. Just a little more effort was needed. If he did not complete it, surely the little female would be unable to sleep soundly beside him. Yin thought to himself, why Qiqi, feeling dazed from the kiss, sighed at her own weakness and went to the spring to splash water on her face, attempting to cool the heat rising within her. This was truly unbearable. Once she tasted the richness of flesh, her restraint seemed to vanish entirely. The desire overwhelmed her bodily control. What was she to do? The system must be reveling in her predicament. Qiqi contemplated the peculiarities of rabbits having two uteruses. Should she exchange for a fertility pill from the system tonight? No, she had resolved to rest well this evening. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel her muddled thoughts. Qiqi, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Yin, having finished his work, noticed her squatting by the pond, shaking her head, and rushed over with concern. It's nothing. I'm just... Oh, keep your distance. Qiqi quickly pushed Yin away, feeling her composure slipping. That cursed constitution. If this continued, would she perish in bed the following day? The thought of Yin's vigorous demeanor from the previous night filled her with trepidation. Is something wrong? Yin observed Qiqi's sudden irritation and felt uncertain. Why was his little female suddenly angry? Was it because he had paused mid-action? It's nothing. Are you finished planting? I'm done, Yin replied obediently. Let us go outside. Qiqi took Yin's hand and exited the space. The sudden transition into the pitch-black cave disoriented her. Qiqi, please don't be upset. I didn't mean to stop. I just needed to clean myself. Yin, fearing Qiqi's anger, hurried to explain that it's not your fault. Mind, I haven't fully adjusted yet. Previously, I was confined in a dark cave and hardly interacted with anyone. Qiqi did not blame anyone and did not wish to affect Yin's mood due to her own issues. Casually sharing the original host's experiences. It's all right. We will protect you well. You won't have to toil anymore. Yin gently embraced Qiqi, softly soothing her. I will adapt as soon as possible. Qiqi's voice trembled slightly, carrying an inexplicable allure. In her form, she was considered petite among the hunting dog clan. The original host had been kept in a specially designed cave, raised until she was ready to mature before being released. Once freed, she could only roam within restricted areas. There were no males around her. Only the clan leader delivered provisions, effectively stifling the original host's aspirations to convince the males of her clan to assist her in returning to the rabbit hunting tribe. This explained why, on the day of her coming of age, curiosity drove her to escape the tribe alone, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of a snake. The males of the tribe were merely aware that a female was maturing that day. Unaware, it was Qiqi. Thus, the original host's plight was rather pitiable. If the clan leader had not sought Bai Yan's help, he would have remained oblivious to Qiqi's name. Understanding Qiqi's circumstances, Bai Yan refrained from pressing her further. The little female had already endured much, having been sold by her family and imprisoned for years, only to be bitten by a snake upon her return. Then coerced into choosing from unfamiliar beast husbands. Her sense of security must have been severely compromised. Did she fear he could not protect her? Was that why she had inquired about the strongest among them? She had never seen herself before, which was why she had asked that way. Now, Bai Yan completely understood why Qiqi had posed that question yesterday. She was utterly unaware of certain fundamental knowledge, which led her to impulsively select 4 orange-tier beast husbands that it seemed that in the future she would need to exercise some restraint. Bai Yan mused silently. This moment. The little female trembled in his embrace, expressing her discomfort with the situation, and Bai Yan felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Had he perhaps gone too far last night? You should go take a shower. I harbor no resentment towards you. He suggested that why Qiqi resolved to suppress her physiological desires. These were mere involuntary reactions of her body, which she could not control. Yet, the agency over her actions remained in her hands, and she could choose to restrain herself. All right, you should sleep, Bai Yan remarked, not wishing to take advantage of her, especially considering the wildness of the previous night. He gently ruffled Qiqi's hair before turning to leave, watching Bai Yan's retreating figure. Qiqi felt an emptiness within her that it was as though a fire burned within her, her chest ablaze with heat. She wondered if there were any pills in the system that could suppress her desires, as she felt they would be necessary for the long term. Otherwise, at this rate, she might find it impossible to control herself even during pregnancy, which would be perilous. Hastily, Qiqi rummaged through the system's marketplace, hoping to find a desire-suppressing pill. Her ears remained attuned to any sounds from the cave entrance. Once her attention was diverted, she found the discomfort lessened. However, the marketplace was filled with items that were not for sale. With only a few items available, birthing pills, recovery pills, pain relief pills, strength-enhancing pills, and beauty pills. The rest were grayed out, marked as unavailable. Todo. System. When will these grayed out items be available for purchase? Qiqi was eager to know. The desire-reducing pill was precisely what she needed. The host must earn 6,000 points before unlocking access. But what if I can't control myself while pregnant? Qiqi found it difficult to voice her concerns. Rest assured, this system will not allow you to miscarry. Damn, from now on, your name is Todo, she exclaimed in frustration. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me. Please refer to me as Todo from now on. The system replied, devoid of any sentiment to survive. Qiqi had to endure these trials and learn to accept the peculiarities of her body. After all, misfortune had befallen her. With no other options, she chose to live in discomfort rather than succumb to despair or lash out at the system. Qiqi, I'm back. Bai Yan's voice drew Qiqi's attention. In the cave's entrance, illuminated by the moonlight. She could barely make out his figure as he approached swiftly, still carrying the scent of moisture. Water droplets clung to his hair. And when the cool droplets touched Qiqi's heated skin, she instinctively recoiled. Sensing her reaction, Bai Yan pulled her closer into his arms. Qiqi, I'm back. Why are you silent? Only then did Bai Yan realize that the little female had mentioned wanting to sleep. Is it that I didn't want to talk? I told you I was going to sleep. Qiqi retorted, biting Bai Yan's lip as a form of punishment. Initially, it was nothing significant, but upon hearing Bai Yan's hoarse voice, Qiqi felt like a ravenous wolf encountering fresh meat, consuming it greedily. I couldn't control myself. Damn it! Bai Yan was somewhat taken aback by her sudden assertiveness, gradually losing control over his own desires. Get off me! Qiqi exclaimed, but by midnight, she could no longer bear it. Feeling utterly weak and exhausted, she could only feebly kick Bai Yan off the bed. Bai Yan, lacking any sense of restraint, only grew more insistent after tasting blood. Qiqi promptly sought to justify her action of kicking him off. Aware of his own fault, Bai Yan complied and lay obediently at the edge of the bed. knowing he had overstepped the previous night. Nevertheless, he chose to continue holding Qiqi close. "Don't push me away. I will behave," he murmured hoarsely, clutching her tightly. "Sleep, but keep your distance. It's too hot." Qiqi gently nudged his chest, trying to prevent any further inappropriate advances. Upon hearing this, Bai quickly got up and fanned her with a leaf. "Then you should sleep." As dawn broke, a gentle breeze wafted in, and with Bai cooling fan, Qiqi fell into a deep slumber. Observing her steady breathing, Bai found himself unable to resist his own fatigue. After 2 exhausting days without rest, he laid down at the edge of the stone bed, falling asleep almost immediately. They continued to sleep until the sun was high in the sky, only to be roused by the heat. When the other 3 beast husbands returned from hunting, they were met with the sight of Bai and Qiqi lazily sprawled together on the bed. Igniting their ire, Bai, "How could you neglect the little female like this and still be asleep?" Ru, unable to tolerate any perceived injustice towards Qiqi, rushed to the stone bed and yanked at Bai's clothing. Discovering that he was burning with fever, Ru fell silent, realizing the implications. Could he be awakening? Understanding this, Ru decided to remain quiet. "Never mind. I will prepare something for the little female to eat." Ru had to quell his own frustrations and went outside to roast some meat. Why Qiqi awoke from the heat, acutely aware of the presence beside her. When her eyes opened, she was startled by Bai's warmth. Quickly, she summoned spring water from her space to moisten his lips, noticing his mouth was parched and cracked. "Serves him right for bullying me for so long last night." After a moment of internal grumbling, she felt urgency. This handsome man won't be burnt to a crisp, will he? Rushing to her feet, she staggered toward the cave entrance, where she spotted Ru and felt a sense of relief. "Ru, quickly find a shaman. Bai has a fever." Observing the concern on the little female's face, Ru felt a pang in his chest. It was rare for males to awaken their abilities. It required an extreme level of intimacy with a female. However, few males achieved that level of connection. Consequently, there were very few awakened males in the beastman continent. An awakened male could provide maximum protection for the female and procure enough food to survive the winter. It seemed Bai had truly struck luck. This was beneficial. It meant greater safety for Qiqi and alleviated concerns about hunger. Ru patiently explained to Qiqi he has reached a certain point after bonding. If the female awakens her abilities, the male will likely do so as well. This is a beneficial outcome for future bonds. Bai is on the verge of awakening his powers. He should be fine after a couple of days. There's no need for excessive worry, but you're not a shaman. How do you know all this? Qiqi looked at Ru in astonishment. Isn't your knowledge rather extensive? Our tribe has had cases like this before. So we all know. If you're truly worried, I can fetch the shaman to take a look. You ruffled Qiqi's hair, and while other females would be overjoyed to hear such news, Qiqi felt skeptical, fearing for Bai's health. This caring little female was his. The jealousy that had briefly flared in Ru dissipated instantly. He couldn't fathom why his emotions had been so volatile lately. Yet inexplicably, the sight of the little female calmed him. At its best to have the shaman check. What if there are any dangers during the awakening? Qiqi, having been influenced by apocalyptic novels, worried that if the awakening process went poorly, it could be fatal. She was uncertain about how awakenings transpired in this world. Reflecting on her own experience during her awakening, which had left her in a haze, she wondered if Bai's awakening would be similar. Let me get you something to eat," Ru said as he went to retrieve some roasted meat. The aroma of the meat wafted toward Qiqi, greasy and unappealing, causing her to feel slightly nauseous. She had grown weary of the incessant roasted meat, which was merely salty with a hint of fishiness. Despite being the most tender of meats, she now felt a twinge of reluctance. However, the grumbling of her empty stomach compelled her to eat. It seemed that once Bai confirmed that everything was all right, she would have to venture out in search of some staple food alternatives. Meat was still a necessity. It would be splendid if she could find rice or potatoes. Qiqi was particularly fixated on the land within her space. If she could find rice or potatoes, she could cultivate them. Alas, she was currently in a state of utter poverty. Perhaps she could hold onto the hope of her first pregnancy. Oh, by the way, she had forgotten to take the fertility pill last night. Warning from the little black room. The original text has been deleted. Dear ones, please bear with the QAQ. She hurriedly purchased a pill to make up for it. Possessing 2 wombs might just allow her to conceive twins? Seizing the moment while she still remembered, Qiqi quickly bought the fertility pill and discreetly consumed it alongside her meal, only then feeling a sense of reassurance. She wondered what it would be like to carry twins. Would her belly not rupture from the strain? Realizing this, Qiqi felt a flicker of fear. Potatoes, if I were to carry twins, would my belly not split open? She attempted to communicate with the system in her mind. Rest assured, host, the system will safeguard your safety. The cold, electronic voice of the system echoed in Qiqi's mind, providing her with an extraordinary sense of comfort. That is reassuring. With that, Qiqi felt at ease and continued to eat. This was the first time the system learned that rabbits possessed 2 wombs, upon seeing Qiqi consume the fertility pill. It realized such a fact existed. Unexpectedly, the host had provided it with a delightful surprise. IT hastily uploaded the data, hoping that the main system would offer some rewards, benefiting both Qiqi and itself. Unbeknownst to Qiqi, the system was striving to secure a reward for her as she savored the roasted meat. Perhaps due to the significant energy expenditure the previous night, she found the roasted meat to be quite delectable. The earlier nausea seemed to be merely an illusion that why Qiqi exhaled in relief. It appeared she would indeed have to venture out today. However, before doing so, she needed to confirm by Yan's safety. What's wrong? Why are you sighing while eating? Ryu noticed the little female's discontent and inquired. Nothing, I just feel a bit overwhelmed by the roasted meat lately. It's been years since I've had anything vegetarian. And I find it somewhat hard to digest, Qiqi replied candidly. Then once the shaman is checked on by Yin, I'll accompany you outside. Ryu promptly decided, understanding the little female's sentiments. I hope Yin is all right. Qiqi nodded, continuing to nibble on the roasted meat. She hoped that today they would encounter some food suitable as a staple, like kudzu root or the like, in her previous life, despite being harassed by the opposite sex. She had gained a modicum of fame as a food blogger and had taken the time to learn about various plants. After all, having been reincarnated once, it wouldn't hurt to acquire more knowledge. Who knows when she might be transported again? If not to the modern world, perhaps to the ADS, ancient times, or another era. Knowing more about plants would provide her with greater security. Currently, her assumptions about reincarnation had not materialized. Yet she found herself in a primal, beastly world where the forests were untouched. The plants here were considerably larger, and without careful observation, they were challenging to identify. Thus, a sense of unease lingered within Qiqi. Although she had a system, it did not instill much confidence. The beastmen, while courteous to her, lacked knowledge of edible plants. Through conversations with Ryu, Qiqi learned that they primarily consumed meat and berries, with the females being the only ones fond of vegetables. Therefore, when they ventured out, they only recognized certain yellow berries, as those were favored by the females of their tribe, but it was not currently the season for them. Thus, Qiqi would have to search for food on her own. She was utterly tired of meat and felt unsatisfied, why Qiqi grabbed the bayberries she had picked the day before and began to munch on them. The sweet and sour flavor spread across her palate, providing her with some relief. After alleviating her nausea, she returned to nibbling on the roasted meat. While Qiqi was eating, Ryu went to summon the shaman. Still feeling a bit uneasy if Yin truly fell ill, the little female might bear the stigma of being a husband killer, which would be untenable. Just as Qiqi finished her meal, she saw the shaman hurriedly approaching with Ryu. This was a significant matter for the tribe and warranted proper attention that, if true, it would mean the tribe gained a substantial asset. The shaman placed his hand on Yan's forehead, and a green light flickered over Yan's body. Moments later, when the shaman withdrew his hand, he appeared weary. He is awakening. There is no danger, merely a longer sleep ahead. Rest assured, the shaman said, his face a blend of exhaustion and joy. Qiqi felt a great sense of relief. Thank you, shaman. She expressed her gratitude. No, we owe our thanks to you, little female. Were it not for you, the tribe would not have gained another strong warrior. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, the shaman said. Regarding Qiqi with evident satisfaction, it seemed the female of the rabbit tribe was indeed as remarkable as the legend suggested. However, this female should not have excessive contact with others, lest she catch the attention of wandering beastmen. Nevertheless, she could possess several strong beast husbands. The orange tier was still insufficient for her. Note: tier ranking is as follows: white, purple, blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, red, silver, gold, rainbow. The shaman contemplated this and decided to discuss it with the tribe leader. Once agreed upon, he would seek the little female's opinion. I will keep that request in mind for now. I do not have any wishes at the moment. Qiqi nodded in agreement. Point one should not pass up a good deal. Qiqi realized that the beastmen here were generally straightforward, saying what they meant without pretense, refreshingly honest. This made interactions uncomplicated, with all needs laid bare. Very well, I shall return to the shaman's cave now. The hunting team has returned, and there are many injured. The shaman bid farewell. After Qiqi expressed her gratitude again, she returned to the beast cave and sat beside Bai Yin. Noticing his cracked lips, she offered him a bit of the spring water before heading outside to find Yu was watering the shepherd's purse he had planted the day before. Qiqi watched with satisfaction. It seemed Yu was a nurturing male, attentive and capable, yet not one to seek praise. Moreover, he was indeed quite handsome. Qiqi propped her chin up, admiring his striking features, sighing to herself that it was a pity he was last in line. Yu sensed the intense gaze and turned back to find the little female staring at him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The little female seemed to enjoy watching him, which was a good sign. He only hoped Ning Shuang would return from the hunt soon so that they could take the little female out together. Since she wished to eat vegetables, they would accompany her to search for them. As long as they recognized the edible plants, the little female would not have to endure the fatigue of foraging. They needed to quickly adapt to their roles. Ning Shuang did not keep Yu waiting long. Almost as soon as he had mentioned it, Ning Shuang appeared right before him. "Is the little female going out today?" Ning Shuang tossed the freshly hunted beast onto the ground. It was hot, and fearing the meat would spoil, he had captured it alive. The beast was still making a ruckus. Yes, last night Bai Yin awakened, and the little female became anxious, fearing he had fallen ill. Yu informed Ning Shuang about the day's events, hoping to prepare him for any potential surprises. However, Ning Shuang appeared unusually calm. "Aren't you jealous?" Yu asked tentatively. "There is nothing to be jealous of. Being able to be the little female's beast husband is already enough for me," Ning Shuang replied, genuinely devoid of jealousy. Bai Yan's awakening was a sign of his fortune. Otherwise, it was evidence of the little female's prowess. Perhaps when his turn came, he might awaken as well. "Is that so?" Yu murmured to himself, seemingly coming to a realization, and ultimately, the two walked side by side into the beast cave. Watching Qiqi tending to Bai Yin, Yu felt a pang of bitterness. He had never seen a female serve a male in such a way. Could it be that Bai Yan's status holds such paramount importance in her heart? Ning Shuang has returned. Upon seeing Ning Shuang, Qiqi discarded the damp beast skin she had been holding. "What were you just doing?" Ning Shuang inquired, observing the little female carefully tending to Bai Yan's body. Feeling a twinge of discomfort within herself. "Nothing much. I just noticed Bai Yin was a bit dirty, so I helped him clean up a little to avoid soiling the beast skin. The skins are difficult to wash, and many have a lot of fur that if they get smeared with that sticky secretion, they'll surely be impossible to clean, rendering the skin practically useless. Therefore, Qiqi would rather do a bit more work. As obtaining a usable beast skin is no easy feat, let us handle it. You needn't concern yourself with such tasks in the future," Yu said, picking up the beast skin still lying beside the stone bed. Upon seeing the murky water in the wooden tub, she momentarily felt that the little female was quite admirable. She could endure such filthy water to assist Bai Yin. "Oh, it's nothing. You all work so hard hunting. I don't mind doing this." Qiqi usually washed her own clothes, and her obsessive cleanliness was sporadic, largely dependent on her mood. When she felt good, everything seemed unsatisfactory, prompting her to clean. When she felt down, she preferred to remain quiet and inactive. Be careful. If other males see you like this, won't they mock us for being incapable, that we need you to do such menial tasks? Yu's words prompted Ning Shuang to lay down a layer of leaves, then gently moved Bai Yin from the stone bed. He was currently feverish, so it was best to let him rest on the ground. When he awoke, he could wash himself by the river. Ning Shuang had provided a straightforward solution. His intention was clear. The plan need not be perfect, just enough to reassure the little female that Qiqi found herself at a loss for words. The shaman had mentioned Bai Yin would remain in a deep slumber for quite some time. Thus, she wouldn't face any close-range temptation for the next few days. That was rather nice. Indeed, she could return to a normal routine and spend her days searching for edible plants. Let's set out now to find some plants. And we can check on Bai Yan's condition upon our return. Qiqi resolved to venture out in search of sustenance to enhance their living conditions. As for Bai Yan, the shaman assured them he would be fine. So there should be no cause for concern, right? Yes, we will accompany you. You will return from the hunting party soon, and we'll keep an eye on him. Liu picked up the woven basket from yesterday and began to empty its contents. Seeing Liu tidying up, Ning Shuang effortlessly lifted Qiqi. Having experienced the events of the past few days, Qiqi had adapted well. Her face was no longer as flushed. Could this be considered a step toward success? In the past, 2 orange-tier beastmen would protect a single female on their outings. This was truly a first for the hunting dog tribe. Many curious female gazes flitted towards Qiqi, and upon realizing she was a stranger, their curiosity intensified. Most females from the hunting dog group would gather together to forage for berries or share experiences, but Qiqi was someone they had never encountered before. Thus, all curious eyes were drawn to her. What is that female's name? Why have I never seen her before? Indeed, she is remarkably fair. Her eyes are so large. Are both of her beast husbands orange tier? Did you not attend her coming-of-age ceremony? She chose 4 orange-tier beast husbands. What? Is she courting death? Who knows? I spent that day at home fooling around with my orange-tier beast husband. My waist still aches. Could she truly manage with 4 orange-tier husbands? I wouldn't dare choose an orange-tier husband. Though they are exceptional hunters, even selecting a yellow-tier husband is pushing my limits. The younger females huddled together, discussing fervently, their voices not hushed enough for Qiqi to ignore. Unable to restrain her gaze any longer, she ached for conversation. It felt rather dull without anyone to engage with, and she longed to integrate into their group. What are you looking at? Liu and Ning Shuang, walking side by side ahead, keenly noticed the little female's sudden drop in spirits. They were conversing so merrily. When would she be able to join them? Qiqi glanced at the clustered females, feeling a pang of envy. Cough, cough. You needn't force yourself to integrate. There's nothing worthwhile to discuss with them. Li was a bit apprehensive that the younger females might share tales of the ferocity of orange-tier beastmen, potentially frightening their little female away. As long as they remained bonded, there was always the risk of abandonment. If abandoned, finding another female in the future would be nearly impossible. After all, the beast shape inscribed on Qiqi's body was indelible. Should she wish to seek another female later, it would be exceedingly challenging, if not entirely improbable, to win their affection. Yet, being alone at night was so dreary that Qiqi mused that Bai Yin might be asleep for a long duration, perhaps a day, or even half a month, as the shaman had not specified an exact time frame. Most other younger females typically stayed indoors at night, accompanied by their beast husbands. Ning Shuang, lacking in guile, quickly dispelled Qiqi's thoughts of seeking out other females in the evening. Qiqi suddenly flushed crimson, her thoughts taking an unexpected turn that if you find it tedious to be alone with Bai Yin asleep, the 3 of you can take turns keeping you company at night. So you need not fear the darkness without a fire, right? Liu viewed this as an excellent opportunity. This way, they could advance their bonding ceremony with the little female. Having a title would suffice. Liu did not seek anything extravagant that might not be appropriate. Qiqi found herself at a loss. Initially, she thought she could enjoy a few restful nights, perhaps strolling about in the evening. But now she felt she had inadvertently dug her own grave. It's nothing. We are more than willing to assist. Ning Shuang's tone carried a hint of expectation. His thoughts were quite similar to Liu's. They merely hoped that Bai Yin would remain in his slumber a bit longer, so that all 3 of them could take turns. Qiqi had intended to decline, yet considering that the beast den would be completely dark at night, she ultimately fell silent. Ning Shuang and Lu Yu moved quickly, and soon they arrived at the back mountain. That Qiqi's eyes gleamed upon spotting what appeared to be something resembling rice. Could it be what she was hoping for? Yet those stalks were rather tall, almost indistinguishable from trees. Qiqi directed Ning Shuang to proceed in that direction. Qiqi, that's food meant for birds. We cannot consume it. The shells are too hard. Previously, a beastman tried eating it and ended up breaking a tooth. Is it that severe? Qiqi's initial enthusiasm plummeted. Good news. She recognized a familiar staple. Bad news. They might struggle to break the rice husks. Goodness, can your claws crack the shells? Qiqi asked cautiously. I'll give it a try. Ning Shuang, seeing Qiqi's persistence, stepped forward, plucking a grain of rice the size of 2 fingers. Transforming his hand into a sharp claw, he cracked it, and the shell shattered instantly. Is this what you meant by the shell being very hard? Qiqi was left astounded. We hadn't realized we could consume the contents this way. Ning Shuang felt his face heat up. He only knew that birds consumed this, but had not considered that they would crack the shells to eat the rice inside. Now, it seemed as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. This vast area must attract many birds, right? Qiqi was curious about this. Indeed. That's why we thought if birds could eat it, then beastmen should be able to as well. The tribe leader even sent someone to investigate. But without any leads, we grew disinterested and continued consuming meat. We experienced snowfall here in winter. Qiqi was particularly concerned about this. Yes, it does snow, that we must stockpile meat in advance during winter. Otherwise, it becomes challenging to hunt. Qiqi nodded, deep in thought. It appeared that their ignorance of these edible plants was the reason they relied solely on meat. I am giving you all a task. When you have the time, come here to gather rice grains and dry them in the clearing in front of the beast den. I have a use for them. Discovering the rice grains brought Qiqi immense joy. These grains were substantial, each roughly the size of 2 fingers. This meant that cooking a bowl of rice could be measured by the grain. She planned to save some for planting, hoping to see if they could thrive in her space. If they could grow, then she would no longer have to worry about a lack of staples in the future. All right. Ning Shuang and Ru Yu exchanged a glance, both recognizing that the little female was no ordinary being. Perhaps she harbored knowledge far beyond their own. Had the rabbit hunting clan's tribe grown this formidable? It was no wonder they thrived. By the way, how long does it typically take for females in the hound clan to confirm pregnancy? Qiqi felt a flicker of curiosity. Generally, one could consult a shaman for a test after 10 days of conception. Why do you ask? Ru Yu eyed Qiqi warily, specifically scrutinizing her abdomen. Only 2 days had passed. Surely that couldn't be the case? No, I was merely inquiring to discern the differences with the rabbit hunting clan. Qiqi replied nonchalantly. Is there a difference? Ning Shuang pressed. Indeed, in our clan, we can confirm a pregnancy within 7 days. However, females typically only realize they are pregnant after a month. Qiqi began to spin a tale. Is it true that females in the rabbit hunting clan bear young every 3 months? Ning Shuang asked while harvesting rice. Yes, some females with multiple births even deliver before 3 months have elapsed. Qiqi continued her fabrications. Giving birth to offspring must not be perilous, right? Ru Yu expressed concern. Especially given the diminutive size of rabbits, particularly for females lacking innate gifts. They were more fragile. The hound's physique was colossal, a stark contrast to their own, and all 4 of them were of the orange tier. Well, with a shaman present, it is generally not dangerous. Can we refrain from having offspring? I fear for your safety. The mere thought of losing this delicate little female filled Ru Yu with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Let nature take its course. Females inherently struggle to conceive. That Qiqi sought to divert the topic, not wishing to dwell on it. Yes, you needn't worry for now. Ning Shuang continued diligently harvesting the rice. In the brief time they spoke, their baskets were nearly full. Fortunately, Ning Shuang had woven the baskets tightly, allowing them to hold the rice. Otherwise, it would be uncertain how much they could carry back. Observing the carefree demeanor of the two, Ru Yu ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. What am I worrying about when there's nothing to fret over? Ru Yu chuckled to herself, realizing her irrationality. As Qiqi noted the baskets nearing completion, she recalled the spatial storage provided by the system and promptly placed the freshly harvested rice into it. After all, They were all prospective beast husbands, each possessing their own space, so Qiqi saw no need to hide it. Ning Shuang and Ru Yu exchanged a glance, saying nothing, yet secretly speculating that this might be the manifestation of the little female's awakened powers. The two continued their work, hastily gathering more. The sky grew dark, the pleasant weather having vanished, and it seemed likely that rain would soon fall. Ru Yu and Ning Shuang, not daring to take chances. Each grabbed a basket, with one carrying Qiqi as they hurried toward the beast cave. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, everyone rushed into their respective beast caves. Typically, Ning Shuang and Ru Yu would not engage in a mating ceremony with Qiqi, instead finding a corner of the tribe to rest. However, with the impending rain, the situation felt rather awkward. They could only huddle together for the time being. As they entered the beast cave, the rain began to pour down, resembling a torrential downpour. Qiqi sighed inwardly, relieved that the two had quickened their pace. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly emerged soaked to the skin. Lu, could you step out for a moment? Ru Yu, noticing that Bai Yin was still in a deep slumber, felt it was time to discuss the rotation of responsibilities. What is it? Lu Yu had been arranging some animal hides inside the cave, using thinner hides to shield the damp walls. But upon seeing Ru Yu's serious demeanor, he paused his tasks. That it's like this. Bai Yin has awakened and fallen into a comatose state. The little female will be alone at night, so the three of us should discuss the rotation of watch duty. Ru Yu's intentions were quite clear, primarily out of concern that the little female might feel abandoned. The distinction between undergoing a mating ceremony and not was significant. What about Ning Shuang? What are your thoughts? Lu Yu is uncertain. If Bai Yin were to remain in a coma for more than 3 days, it would be one thing, but being comatose for merely 2 days raised complications. Bai Yin would likely be furious, as the month that belonged to him would now be shared among the three of them. Here's my thought. If Bai Yin awakens, we can be honest with him and offer to relinquish 2 days of the month to him, since none of us have undergone a mating ceremony. Ning Shuang suggested, her mind racing. If Bai Yin desires a harmonious family and wishes to spare the little female from distress, he should agree, right? Let us proceed in the order of our markings and then seek the little female's opinion. If she disagrees, we will simply watch over her. Ru Yu concluded. As the other two had no objections, the matter was settled for the time being. The three of them entered with a sense of trepidation. Qiqi could likely surmise the reason for their visit. Qiqi, we wish to seek your opinion on a matter. You may speak freely. Qiqi replied, not wishing to beat around the bush. Well, as Bai Yin is currently in a coma and unable to care for you both day and night, the three of us propose to take turns looking after you until he awakens. Ning Shuang took the lead in conveying this. You both agree? Yes, we have our selfish motives. Qiqi, you are free to refuse. We want to put you in a difficult position, Lu Yu added, feeling somewhat guilty and not wanting to complicate matters for Qiqi. After all, next month would be his turn, and he was not particularly anxious. Ning Shuang, however, was growing impatient. Lu Yu was being troublesome. As long as you all agree, when Bai Yin awakens, you can explain it to him yourselves. Qiqi had no desire to dwell on the matter. Whoever caused the situation should resolve it. And at this moment, she held the upper hand. No problem. Qiqi, leave it to us. The three spoke in unison, their resolve united. All right, as long as you are all fine with it. Qiqi was no longer inclined to overthink the situation. After all, these were her prospective beast husbands, and there was no harm in them becoming her intended mates ahead of time. This way, she would have more security for the future, living for oneself. She had come to terms with it. In her previous life, she had resisted interspecies relationships because all she saw were exquisite specimens. Now, she had realized that her 4 beast husbands were all chosen according to her preferences. Thus, she found it easy to accept. Although she felt somewhat guilty for her choices, it was not entirely her fault. Surrounded by so many handsome suitors who always thought of her, she had little to do but enjoy the benefits. To lie back, indulge, and live comfortably was her aim. That if she were to remain stubbornly resistant, it would only lead to her own discomfort and create anxiety for those around her. Therefore, Qiqi accepted her body and current circumstances with grace. As for how the three of them decided matters, She would simply follow along. Qiqi did not believe she could resist having a male beside her at night. First, the beast world's caves were shrouded in darkness at night, with only herself. Demia. Second, she lacked confidence in her own physique. Third, males who had not undergone a mating ceremony often felt insecure and would surely find ways to entice her. Her body could hardly withstand such a lure. Qiqi resolved to let things unfold naturally, in no entanglements, no self-pity. Just go with the flow. Having already fallen to the point of working for the system, what was there left to be uncomfortable about? Qiqi, are we having roasted meat tonight? Ryu inquired kindly. No. Has the stone pot been prepared? Qiqi asked. It's ready. What do you intend to use it for? Ryu speculated that it might relate to what they had found earlier that day. Let us just cook rice tonight. Upon mentioning this, Qiqi felt troubled. Eating rice alone was satisfying, and just having roasted meat was insufficient. Combining them without spicy seasoning would be bland as well. Oh, she felt so distressed. Thinking of the shepherdess purse, the stone pot lacked oil, making it likely difficult to stir-fry. Her culinary journey was fraught with obstacles. How she longed for spices and a large iron pot. She truly needed them. The few bird eggs from yesterday, would roasting them be too dry? Without oil and unable to fry, they would have to be set aside for now. Alas, it was quite difficult. Qiqi let out a sigh. Bai Yin and the others returned from the hunt, always selecting the most tender, lean cuts devoid of fat, leaving her unable to extract any oil. Not difficult at all. We shall help you peel. Ryu assumed Qiqi was referring to husking rice. All right, Qiqi replied, and after instructing Ryu on how to cook rice, she observed him as he roasted meat. By the way, next time you go hunting, remember to bring back some fatty cuts for me to render oil. Sure, he responded. The fire starter had been borrowed from the chieftain's home that morning, fortunate that there were many people at home, stockpiling firewood. Otherwise, Qiqi would have had to resort to eating raw meat. After swiftly preparing dinner, Qiqi fetched a waxberry from her space to snack on. The sweet and tangy flavor alleviated her nausea. It's going to rain tonight, so we'll all be spending the night in the beast den together. You need not worry. We won't disturb you, Ning Shuang specifically reminded, causing Qiqi to blush profusely. Upon reflection, the notion became increasingly stimulating. Noticing Qiqi's silence, Ning Shuang directly took Ryu away, leaving Lu Yu and Qiqi exchanging glances. After Lu Yu could not hear Ryu and the others anymore, he picked up Qiqi and gently placed her on the stone bed. Would you like to bathe? I made a large stone pot today, especially for you. Lu asked with consideration. Qiqi recalled that over the past 2 days, she had only managed to wash herself with a bit of spiritual spring water and felt slightly uncomfortable. Yes, I haven't had the time to go to the river these past couple of days. Qiqi nodded firmly, and Lu Yu hurried off to collect rainwater in the stone pot outside the cave. Once it was nearly filled, he brought it back to heat while waiting for Qiqi to tidy herself. The beast den comprised 4 rooms and a hall, modest in size, around 50 square meters. Qiqi chose the innermost room as her bedroom, which was somewhat dimmer. The outermost room served as the kitchen, allowing her to bathe there. The rain poured heavily, droplets splattering against the ground and soaking the outermost part of the beast den. With limited space, they would have to wait until the beastmen were free to expand it. After a refreshing wash, Qiqi felt considerably relaxed. Accidentally wetting her hair, she sat by the still-burning fire to warm herself. She pondered where the others had gone off to, reassured that as long as they remained quiet, she felt safe. That moment, Lu Yu emerged, his upper body bare, while Qiqi felt her cheeks flush. Lu Yu possessed an androgynous beauty, and in the firelight, Qiqi could hardly discern his outline, which added an air of mystery to his appearance. Swallowing hard, she noted that his physique was not overly muscular, but rather lean, with subtle muscles that accentuated a perfect curve when he exerted himself. Qiqi's attention was captivated by his form. Among her 4 beastmen, only Ning Shuang had the most pronounced muscles, yet they were not exaggerated like those of seasoned bodybuilders. Qiqi, may we perform the bonding ceremony tonight? Lu Yu asked candidly, but nervously. He feared rejection from the petite female before him, and thus sought to entice her. Capitalizing on the warmth of the fire, he displayed his physique, aware that she enjoyed watching his muscles. Well, it seems possible? Qiqi's gaze shifted upward, and in the flickering light, Lu Yu's sharp features softened as he looked at her with anticipation. Qiqi admitted she was captivated by Lu Yu's looks. Observing her hesitation, Lu Yu felt a twinge of disappointment and took the empty stone pot outside to collect rainwater. The rain fell heavily, and he quickly filled it. Oh, you need more water? Lu Yu asked considerately. Yes, heat it up first. You should wash up too, Qiqi replied, unable to voice her thoughts directly. She struggled to overcome her own barriers. All right, Lu Yu complied obediently, bathing in the rainwater outside the cave. Won't you catch a cold? Qiqi expressed her concern. Do not worry. We orange-tier beastmen are not easily afflicted by illness. Lu Yu reassured her, as he added firewood to the stone stove to continue heating water for her. Come here, Qiqi said, noticing his bare upper body. What is it? Lu Yu stood before her, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor. Even after washing in the rain, he radiated warmth. I agree, Qiqi said awkwardly. Falling silent afterward, Lu initially did not grasp her meaning, but after a moment, he realized what she had just confirmed. He swiftly picked up Qiqi, and despite being prepared, she was caught off guard. Feeling Lu Yu's scorching body heat, her heart raced once more. Lu moved with the speed of a flash, reaching the stone den where Qiqi rested in just a few strides. Fearing he might startle her, he gently placed her on the stone bed and stood still. Tilting his head, he sought her confirmation again. Why are you just standing there? Qiqi felt her body losing control. Her eyes clouded with a pink haze, and she succumbed to the moment. Forget it. Let us sleep. Qiqi surrendered, closing her eyes to force herself into slumber, leaving the bonding ceremony for another time. Why should she, a woman, take the initiative when a male was not? Sighing inwardly, she felt a wave of resignation. Lu, experiencing this for the first time, was at a loss for how to proceed. Which was understandable. He had never before coaxed a female, and now found himself unsure of what to do. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Yu's eyes as he lowered his head and tentatively kissed Qiqi's lips. As expected, they were as soft and fragrant as he had imagined. His long fingers threaded through her hair. Qiqi, who am I? Lu Yu asked cautiously, fearing she might forget his name. Why Qiqi, dazed from a kiss, unconsciously called out Lu Yu's name. Everything unfolded naturally. Some rejoiced while others were troubled, particularly Lu Yu, who felt a sharp pang in his heart upon hearing Qiqi call Lu Yu's name. As if a certain desire had been stirred within him that he would have to endure another night. Desperate for a solution, his heart increasingly restless as he dashed into the rain. Hearing Qiqi's soft call, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The bonding ceremony continued until dawn, and the two drifted into a hazy sleep. Qiqi felt her body turn to jelly, as soft as noodles. If this continued for another couple of days, she wondered if she could endure it. In her drowsy state, she seemed to hear the system's voice, but was too fatigued to pay attention. Sinking into a deep slumber, Lu felt utterly relaxed for the first time, experiencing a soothing sensation as energy slowly gathered within him. Suddenly, exhaustion washed over him, and he too fell asleep, lost in a haze. Ning Shuang spent the entire night awake, burdened with thoughts for his little female. He arose with a heavy heart to start a fire for breakfast. Following the method Qiqi had taught him, he husked the rice, ground it, and added an appropriate amount of water to cook porridge. However, porridge alone would not suffice. He needed to roast some meat for the little female. Drenched from the rain he had endured the previous night. Had not slept either, and upon hearing movement from the hall, he stepped out to check if Ning Shuang was cooking. The two exchanged glances, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, neither looking particularly well-rested. Today, hunting was not an option, so they remained in the beast den. Lu Yu seemed poised to say something but hesitated, remembering that Ning Shuang was on duty tonight. The little female has meat in her space. The meat Bai Yin hunted a few days ago is still there. Qiqi had not concealed the existence of her space from them, so Ning Shuang had an inkling. Outside the beast den lay several piles of bones stripped of their meat, indicating the quantity. I hunted a beast last night, and it's still outside in the rain. If all else fails, I'll just have to say something later. As the moon waned, Ryu let out a sigh. Despite the dangers that lurked outside the tribe at night, there were still beasts that roamed the perimeter, and he felt confident that he could return unscathed. Last night, when Ryu ventured out, he encountered the clan leader and his companions who were clearing the surrounding area of wild beasts to prevent any disturbances to the females within the tribe. He assisted in the endeavor and returned only in the early hours of dawn. Male orcs possessed exceptional night vision. Even in the rain, they navigated their surroundings as effortlessly as during the day. You went out last night. Ning Shuang regarded Ryu with a mix of admiration and incredulity. The clan leader organized a team to deal with the beasts. Why didn't you come back to summon me? It's unbearable waiting here. Or you had not considered such matters at the time. He had simply been unable to endure the confinement and had stepped out for a breath of fresh air. Initially, he sought to calm his racing thoughts, but the rain only intensified the heat coursing through his skin, compelling him to unleash his pent-up frustration on the wild creatures. Noticing Ryu's silence, Ning Shuang inferred that he too had endured a night of torment. Even after venturing outside, it seemed he had found no respite. When our turn comes, let us show some understanding towards the little female. After all, she expressed her reluctance all night long. Ning Shuang suggested tentatively. Glancing at Ryu, why you remained silent. Such matters were best kept to oneself. Discussing them would only spoil the intrigue. He privately acknowledged that empathizing with the little female was commendable, though he feared that he might become too enamored and surpass even Ryu in his affections. Just knowing is enough. He finally responded slowly after some time. I knew you were a good one. Ning Shuang beamed, revealing a broad smile. I'll go check on Bai Yin, Ryu declared as he rose to head towards the cave where Bai Yin resided. Bai Yin was already enshrouded in a dark, viscous secretion, indicating that he was indeed awakening. Ryu procured a piece of animal hide to wipe Bai Yin's face, noting that his skin was no longer as feverish as it had been the previous day. It seemed he was on the verge of awakening. Whether he would be fortunate enough to be next in line was an entirely different matter, and Ryu felt a knot of anxiety in his chest. What if the little female did not desire him? He was not adept at charming her or making her smile, as he observed Bai Yan's skin transition from a sun-kissed hue to a fair complexion. A sense of urgency welled within him. What should he do? Perhaps he could slip in when Ning Shuang was with the little female tonight. No, that would likely leave the little female with an even poorer impression of him. Never mind, he would wait. She did not strike him as one to forget past kindnesses. Setting aside his thoughts, Ryu diligently cleaned Bai Yan's body before exiting the cave. The rain continued to fall, rendering hunting impossible. Instead, he set about husking rice. The little female would require it, and he wished to prepare it so that she could cook whenever she desired. Restlessness plagued him. The previous night's events replayed in his mind. When will this end? He lamented, gazing at the gentle patter of rain. Overwhelmed by melancholy, Qiqi slept until the afternoon, only to be awakened by the pangs of hunger, feeling the heat radiating from her back. She realized that Ryu's body temperature was unusually high. As she rose, she discovered that he too had developed a fever. After sharing some spiritual spring water with him, she wrapped herself in an animal hide. Ryu, come lend a hand. We need to move Ryu to join Bai Yin, as he seems to be awakening as well. Qiqi said, feeling a touch bashful as she spoke. Ryu and Ning Shuang exchanged astonished glances. Good heavens! Is this a jest? Our little female possesses such remarkable abilities. One is awakening and another is on the verge. All right, let's go, Ning Shuang exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Come eat something first. Ning Shuang can handle it, Ryu suggested as he turned to fetch a wooden bowl of porridge he had prepared for Qiqi. Starved, Qiqi eagerly accepted the bowl and began to eat. The temperature was just right, not too hot, nor too cold. Even plain porridge was delectable when one was hungry. Ryu stood nearby with another bowl filled with roasted meat, and Qiqi, seeing it, took a wooden spoon to dig in. After satisfying her hunger, Qiqi felt more composed. She had initially intended to lure Ryu into the fields today, but it seemed that plan had gone awry. Her gaze fell upon Ryu. I'll try to see if I can bring you into the space later, she mused, uncertain if Ryu could enter without a bond. If not, it can wait. A couple of days is fine, Ryu replied, content with her words. All right, he agreed, sensing that Qiqi had no intention of elaborating further. Actually, I was hoping to bring you in as a laborer. Wouldn't that upset you? Qiqi tested Ruyu's reaction, concerned that he might take offense. Not at all. It's my duty, he replied, his temperament remarkably gentle. He was now a little female's beast. After all, whatever she said was his command. Then shall we go? Qiqi did not call for Ning Shuang, as she wished to experiment. If it worked, she would first take Ruyu in, then return for Ning Shuang, allowing him to work outside in the meantime. Let us go, Ruyu agreed, though he was uncertain what Qiqi meant by go. Give me your hand, she instructed, that our Yu extended as long. Elegant fingers towards her. Why Qiqi was momentarily taken aback by the beauty of his hands, so pale and delicate. However, she quickly regained her composure and grasped Ruyu's hand, intending to enter the space. Unfortunately, only she managed to pass through, leaving Ruyu behind. As Ruyu watched Qiqi vanish before him, he was momentarily at a loss. Where did she go? She was right here. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. Had he not felt the emptiness of her hand slipping from his grasp, he would have doubted that she had truly entered the space. Realizing Ruyu had not followed, Qiqi emerged with a hint of regret. That I'm fine. Don't worry, she reassured him. That was my awakening ability. I only took Bai Yin in for now. That I'm unsure if I can bring you in once we bond. Ruyu listened intently, absorbing her words. Well then, it seems I cannot assist you today, he remarked, his mood darkening. Without a bond, could he not even enter her space? What of Luyu, who had yet to have a chance to enter before falling unconscious? Don't fret. We will bond tomorrow. Cheer up, Qiqi encouraged, playfully ruffling Ruyu's hair. Just as she had imagined, it was soft and delightful, akin to petting a large dog, or Yu could not help but let his ears perk up under her gentle touch. Upon noticing his ears, Qiqi's eyes widened in surprise, and she impulsively reached out to pinch them. Ru, feeling a rush of sensation, pulled Qiqi into his embrace and kissed her. After what felt like an eternity, as Qiqi sensed that the situation was spiraling beyond control, Ruyu finally released her. Little female, our ears are rather sensitive. You must take responsibility next time you touch them, he said, his voice gravelly and breath warm against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. I didn't know, Qiqi stammered, flustered, recalling her reckless behavior from the previous night. Now you do. Remember to take responsibility next time. Ruyu coaxed, as if he had uncovered her weakness. The little female had a fondness for furry ears. What about a furry body, then? Ruyu felt he had grasped her preferences and planned to test them tomorrow to see if it were true. Responsibility? Of course. Qiqi's heart raced. Her true affection lay with Ruyu. He was attentive, considerate of others' feelings, and most importantly, he was exceptionally handsome. She felt a thrill of anticipation for the night to come. Enough. If I keep thinking, I might lose control, she chastised herself, taking a deep breath. She intended to check on Luyu next. If all was well, she would take a bath and catch up on sleep. After all, a fierce battle awaited her that night. Cough. The beast husband has suddenly gained too much, which may not be a good thing. However, now that the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. I can only brace myself and move forward. Rue released Qiqi, concerned that she might falter, and kindly offered her support. Why Qiqi, still dazed from the kiss, regained her composure and requested Rue to boil water for her bath. Rue diligently suppressed the restlessness within him and obediently went to prepare the water. The water he had boiled last night had already cooled. Now, it merely needed to be heated again. Could you fetch some more water later? It might be needed tonight. Qiqi did not plan to indulge for too long this evening. A brief encounter would suffice. After 3 consecutive nights, she truly lacked the energy for another 2 days. Losing control was another matter entirely. After a comfortable bath, Qiqi asked Rue to massage her shoulders. She harbored a bit of selfishness. She preferred Rue and desired to be closer to him. Rue was also pleased. Although it was challenging to suppress his feelings, he relished the opportunity to gain favor in front of the little female. Does this hurt? Rue, with claws that had slain countless beasts, transformed them into slender hands, gently massaging Qiqi's shoulders. The pressure was just right, and she nearly drifted into slumber. "Shall we rest?" Ryue inquired softly, and Dasham, why Qiqi nodded, leaning back against her. He gently lifted her and placed her on the stone bed, covering her with a thin layer of bee skin before stepping away. That moment, Ning Shuang emerged, having just finished tidying up after Lu Yu. To be honest, it was a bit unpleasant. He wondered how Ryue had managed to endure cleaning by Yin. Would he awaken tonight as well? If so, would it mean that in the end, only Ryue remained? Ning Shuang felt a pang of anxiety. He was uncertain whether he should bond with Qiqi. Perhaps it would be best to form a bond after all, exercising a bit of restraint. Ning Shuang was reluctant to miss such an excellent opportunity. Furthermore, he had been secretly observing the little female for several days. Giving up now would leave him unsatisfied. After all, wasn't Ryue there to support him? Who wouldn't desire to grow stronger? However, if that were the case, no one would care for the little female for a moment. Ning Shuang felt quite conflicted. "It's all right. You go ahead, but I can take care of the little female." Ryue was already prepared. Regardless, he would watch over the little female. Enduring hardship was a small price to pay to ensure her comfort. "Huh? Oh, all right." Ning Shuang looked at Ryue with gratitude, only to realize that Ryue had overheard his earlier musings. He felt a bit embarrassed. The afternoon dragged on, primarily because the two males had little to discuss and nothing to do. Merely staring blankly at the campfire. The rice had already been husked that morning. Ning Shuang and Ryue both dozed off by the fire. Qiqi awoke again, noticing that the light outside seemed to brighten slightly. However, it was still dim. The sound of the rain had faded, leaving only the faint croaking of frogs. She stepped out of the cooking area and spotted Ning Shuang and Ryue asleep, reluctant to disturb them. Instead, she decided to prepare her own meal. Just as her hand touched the pot, it was seized by Ryue. "Ta-da!" Qiqi jumped in surprise. "It's me. Are you hungry?" She nodded in response. "Yes, I saw you both resting. So I thought I would cook for myself." Qiqi sheepishly withdrew her hand. "No worries. Just call us directly next time. It's perfectly fine." Ryue skillfully washed the rice, stoked the fire, and set the stone pot to cook the meal. "Good." Qiqi felt at ease, settling in to enjoy the daily spectacle of Ryue at work. Ning Shuang also awakened, assisting Ryue with the tasks at hand. The two worked together with remarkable synergy. Qiqi found the sight delightful. This feeling is truly wonderful. I have a bit more to eat. After dinner, Qiqi, adhering to the notion of starting early to finish early, sent Ning Shuang off to bathe. She felt a hint of anticipation. After all, he was a different handsome male. Hearing this, Ning Shuang quickened his pace. By the time he returned to the cave, it had already grown dark inside. Ryue, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly stepped out to find a place to rest. He had no intention of remaining here to face torment. Ning Shuang climbed into bed, seizing Qiqi and showering her with fervent kisses. His eagerness evident. Qiqi felt a surge of laughter. Ning Shuang, inexplicably, always seemed to find her most sensitive spots. It was peculiar. She wanted to laugh, yet felt a bit overwhelmed. This experience, while not entirely unpleasant, paled in comparison to the previous 2 nights, leaving Qiqi feeling fatigued. "I'm sorry, Qiqi, I didn't mean to." Ning Shuang was a bit flustered, realizing that he might have upset the little female. "It's all right. I'm just tired and not in the best state." After their encounter, Qiqi went to freshen up, listening to the sound of water dripping onto the ground outside. Ning Shuang had not anticipated such an ending. It was his first time, and he felt a bit anxious. As Qiqi slept soundly, someone else tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Did he really make the little female unhappy? Would she hold it against him in the future? Ning Shuang felt utterly defeated, enduring another sleepless night. After 2 consecutive nights of insomnia, he felt a pang of pain in his heart, frustrated with himself. Ryue returned only after midnight. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sounds of deep breathing and restless shifting. Could it be that Ning Shuang had been rejected? This thought flickered in Ryue's mind. Nonetheless, tomorrow it would be his turn to attend to the little female. Ning Shuang had squandered his opportunity, leaving it for him. In an unusually good mood, leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Tonight, his sleep quality was exceptionally good. Why Qiqi's first thought upon waking was this. Yesterday, she had been overly fatigued, and Ning Shuang's roughness had left her feeling unsatisfied, prompting her to fall asleep immediately. Seeing Ning Shuang's dejected expression, Qiqi felt a twinge of sympathy. Next time there was an opportunity, they would try again. After all, the first time was usually awkward. She gently patted Ning Shuang's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Really? Ning Shuang's eyes sparkled at her words. Indeed, I'm not lying to you. Why Qiqi could only offer reassurance. As for everything else, that would have to wait for the next time. The next time will be a long way off. She thought, that's wonderful. Ning Shuang kissed Qiqi, his gloom lifting entirely. Come, eat porridge. Ryue brought over a wooden bowl, which Qiqi accepted, savoring it in small bites. The weather was clear today, and Ning Shuang planned to go hunting, leaving the time alone for the two of them. After finishing her porridge, Qiqi went to check on Bai Yin and Liu Yu. Bai Yin had completely recovered from his fever, but he had yet to awaken. Liu Yu still had a slight fever. Mirroring Bai Yan's condition, why Qiqi provided both of them with some spirit spring water before stepping away. Liu Yu still bore some darkness on his skin, which Ryue took upon himself to cleanse. Bai Yin had expelled all impurities, so it seemed likely that he would awaken today without difficulty. Tonight, it would be our time. Ryue looked at Qiqi with anticipation. Are you nervous? Qiqi playfully poked his nose. It felt somewhat novel, not nervous. I'm Qiqi, I'm happy. Ryue replied earnestly. Why Qiqi felt a bit shy. Oh dear, the little fox's serious demeanor was simply too charming. She longed to conquer him. Qiqi spent the entire day in eager anticipation. Ryue was her favorite beast husband. Speaking of which, it had been a while since she had heard the system's voice. She wondered if it was asleep or something else. Host? I'm here. The system connected to Qiqi's mind, responding whenever she mentioned it. I was away for the past 2 days to secure benefits for the host. Why Qiqi sensed that the system's voice seemed less mechanical than before, though she could not tell if it was merely her imagination. Securing benefits? Qiqi was bewildered. Indeed, it was the first time she discovered that the rabbit beastman possessed 2 wombs. Thus, she reported this to the main system, which stated that it would reward both her and the system. The system had completed its upgrade and returned, now capable of fundamentally understanding the joys and sorrows of humanity. Yes, that's so. What reward did it grant me? Qiqi inquired with curiosity. It was only upon the system's mention that she recalled the 2 little ones nestled within her womb. Both were Bai Yan's. Had she known, she would have left an opportunity for Ryue. Alas, now it was too late. The system, adhering to the host's fervent wishes, requested seeds, a pot, a spatula, and seasonings. How delightful. I adore you, potato. Qiqi was elated. With seasonings, her meals would no longer be bland. I want seeds for scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, and cilantro. Thank you. Bring me 10 packets of each. Absolutely, no problem. I'll take care of it right away. The system shared in Qiqi's exuberance. She began to feel joyous, yet she pondered how to explain the origins of these items to her beastmen husbands. Should she claim they were produced by space? No, that would be implausible. Perhaps she could say they were gifts from the beast god. They revered the beast god, so using it as a shield might suffice. She silently hoped the beast god would not hold her accountable. Qiqi, it's time for lunch. Ryue observed the little female sitting to the side, grinning foolishly, feeling somewhat perplexed. I'm coming, Qiqi replied. Approaching the stone stove, she found today's meal exceptionally fragrant. Alas, the system only applied for these items and did not distribute them. She still had to consume the unseasoned roasted meat and rice. After 2 days of such fare, she had grown wearied at why Qiqi considered her own delicacy unnecessary. However, if life could be improved, why not strive for a better existence? She was no masochist. Why Qiqi was the type to make the best of her circumstances. She could endure hardship, but what was the point of perpetual suffering? The weather was lovely today. Should they venture outside? Ryue, tidying up the cave, noticed Qiqi's distracted demeanor and inquired about her wishes. Perhaps not, feeling somewhat fatigued, why Qiqi was not inclined to go out. She wished to see if the system would grant rewards today, that if rewards were issued, she could prepare food at home. These past 2 days, She had been craving spicy and sour flavors, but due to limited conditions, she could only gnaw on bayberries. She wondered if the bayberries had ripened over the past few days. They no longer tasted sour, but rather sweet. After finishing her meal, Qiqi took a bayberry from her space and bit into it. It was indeed sweet. Could it be pregnancy cravings? Qiqi mused silently, her gaze brightening as it fell upon Ryue. Try one. See if it's sour or sweet. Qiqi offered Ryue a bayberry. Huh. Although Ryue did not comprehend Qiqi's intentions, he accepted the bayberry from her hand. After biting into it, his face wrinkled instantly. Saliva pooling. Sour, stated candidly. Qiqi. Let me try. Believing the one she had just eaten was sweet, she took a bite from the one Ryue had tasted. While not as sweet, it did not seem sour at all. Not sour. Ryue looked at Qiqi in confusion. Not sour at all. I think it's a bit sweet. Qiqi shook her head and continued eating. Ryue's face flushed. No, that was the one he had bitten. Did the little female not mind? Qiqi. I just remembered the shaman said that pregnant females crave sour foods. You wouldn't be. Ryue hesitated, feeling uncertain. After all, in the hound tribe, it was notoriously difficult for females to conceive. If the little female became pregnant so soon, it would inevitably draw attention from others. This was not a good situation. Ryue pondered frantically. How could he protect the little female if the news accidentally leaked? Would the four of them be able to safeguard her? The wandering beastmen weren't limited to just the orange tier. Above there were the red and silver tiers. Though 2 beastmen had awakened their abilities, those above the red tier could awaken them independently. What to do? Ryue was anxious, while Qiqi mused that she still had over 2 months before giving birth. When would this end? How many points must the system accumulate before it would cease urging her to bear children? Qiqi felt a wave of melancholy. Host, childbirth is a spontaneous act. I am merely a system responsible for data collection that if you lack a preferred male, you may refrain from bearing children for the time being. However, should my energy deplete, you will perish. Qiqi thought the system's words were as good as meaningless. Wasn't she bound to the system out of fear of death if she did not give birth? Who knew when the system would dissipate? Nevertheless, with so many handsome men in the beast world, Qiqi believed she was not a loss. Well, as long as she remained happy. Qiqi, why not recruit a couple more beastmen? I fear that the 4 of us cannot adequately protect you. Slowly suggested after much deliberation. Why the sudden proposition? Qiqi, look, of our 4 beastmen, 3 have undergone the bonding ceremony, and 2 have awakened their abilities. You have become pregnant within these 3 days. Therefore, I am afraid of what the tribe might learn and how it could spread, attracting wandering beastmen. Ryue's voice trembled slightly. Qiqi realized the gravity of the situation. According to the original host's memories, wandering beastmen were those who had committed wrongs and were expelled from the tribe. They either killed members of their tribe or were those whose mental instability led to the accidental death of their partners. These individuals often engaged in heinous acts while wandering and were among the most dangerous. Now that Ryue expressed his concerns, Qiqi also felt her predicament was precarious. Should she take in another beastman? But within their tribe, wasn't Yin the strongest? Suddenly, Qiqi recalled something. She grasped Ryue's arm, looking at him helplessly. The chieftain mentioned discussing a marriage alliance, yet no decision had been made. Now, it seemed a decision must be reached. Ryue gently stroked Qiqi's head, his eyes betraying his worry. Qiqi gazed at the man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. He was considering her welfare, showing no regard for himself. If she were to take in a new beast man, would he not fear losing her favor? Would he not worry that she might disdain him for lacking strength and cast him aside? Were the beastmen of this world truly so innocent? Qiqi felt a twinge of emotion. How fortunate she was to have encountered such a wonderful male beastman. But don't you fear that I might abandon you? Qiqi sought to tease him that I'm not afraid. If Qiqi were to abandon me, I could still thrive on my own. Ryue looked at her, his usually expressionless face now revealing a look of hurt. His eyes glistened, making him seem quite vulnerable. That I was only hypothesizing. Don't be upset. Qiqi felt a bit guilty. Wouldn't he take her jest seriously? Would he? If he did, her transgression would be grave. Not upset at all. Upon hearing this, Ryue's lips curled upward. It seemed that his little female was quite mischievous. Coughed out a faint sound of coughing echoed within the stone cave. Ryue reacted swiftly, heading inside to ascertain the situation. Qiqi felt a surge of excitement. What was happening? Could it be that Bai Yin had awakened? The two hurried into Lu Yu and Bai Yan's cave. Bai Yin, are you all right? Ryue's heart, which had been in suspense, finally eased. It appeared that tonight was not their turn to bond with the little female. I'm fine. Bai Yan's voice was hoarse. That why Qiqi quickly retrieved some spring water from her space for him to drink. Bai Yin, disregarding everything else, felt as though he had been revitalized after a single cup of water. This water is so sweet. Where did it come from? After drinking, Bai Yin felt as though he had come back to life. I drew it from the spring in my space, Qiqi replied, feeling a twinge of guilt for giving him plain water. Would it be all right? What has happened to me? It feels like so much time has passed. Bai Yin gazed at Qiqi, words lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet he refrained from speaking due to the presence of Ryu. You have awakened. Don't you feel it? Qiqi was genuinely curious about the nature of their male awakenings. I have awakened to a fire-type ability, Bai Yin declared, raising his hand to reveal a flickering flame at his fingertips. The small flame radiated warmth within the damp beast den. Wow, no more borrowing fire from the shaman's house, was Qiqi's immediate thought. Bai Yin gently patted Qiqi's head. You shall take care of the little female tonight. Although Bai Yin had been unconscious, he retained some awareness. He had overheard the plans of the other three. The news of the little female's pregnancy had sparked an overwhelming joy that shattered the barriers of his slumber, bringing him back to consciousness. Now, faced with the adorable little female, Bai Yin felt a profound sense of contentment. This month is yours. No need for further discussion. Rules can be bent. I am not one to hold grudges. Bai Yin understood the circumstances and was not overly pedantic. The fact that he could awaken and grow stronger was already a blessing, although he yearned to monopolize the little female for another month. With 3 of the 4 beast husbands having undergone the bonding ceremony, only one remained. While Ryu did not outwardly express dissatisfaction, Bai Yin was determined to eliminate any potential dangers at their inception. Ryu was fully aware. If he had to wait another 4 months for his turn, unforeseen complications could arise in the interim. Losing the little female for just one night was a minor issue. After all, should anything happen to her, spending an extra night by her side would not remedy the situation. Bai Yin recognized the gravity of the situation. Then, I will return her to you in my month. Ryu did not refuse. Seizing the opportunity, Qiqi watched their discussion unfold, secretly enthusiastic about bonding with Ryu. She was eager to witness the sight of Ryu's reddened eyes for being bullied. However, given her petite stature, she knew she would ultimately be the one at a disadvantage. What do you think, Qiqi? Both men inquired simultaneously. Qiqi snapped back to reality and replied. Then it settled. The 3 reached a consensus. Qiqi, do you want to visit the shaman? Bai Yin asked with a hint of concern in his eyes. If I am truly pregnant, will the bonding ceremony pose any danger? No need. I'm fine. Qiqi waved her hand dismissively. It's only been a few days. Since the first day, it has only been 4 days. In this short time, it cannot be determined. It takes 10 days to ascertain. And perhaps I am not even pregnant, she mused, resting her chin on her hand and enjoying their worried expressions, feeling a warm glow in her heart. In this life, she was no longer the unloved little cabbage, but rather the center of attention for 4 beast husbands. It felt wonderful. She was relieved that her cautious nature had not led her astray this time. Otherwise, she would have long since faded from existence. How could she have encountered such exceptional beast husbands otherwise? How could that be? Your symptoms align perfectly with what the shaman described, Bai Yin insisted, and ultimately, Qiqi was taken to the shaman's den. She was reluctant to go through the trouble. But their concern was palpable. It was difficult to resist. You will collect your urine in this container and soak this grass in it. If it changes color, then you're pregnant. The shaman, surprised by Ryu's request, mused that no one had come to test on the 4th day. He wondered if it would even yield results. Otherwise, was this not a farce? He had never heard of a female becoming pregnant merely 4 days after bonding. And even if it were so, it should not be detectable so soon. The shaman mentally prepared to scold the two ignorant males. However, he would soon find himself disappointed. Shaman, has it changed color? The shaman's internal chastisement evaporated in an instant. No, this is truly absurd. Are rabbit beastmen and their tribe's canine females different? Indeed, there is nothing to be cautious about in the early stages if you experience abdominal pain or bleeding after a month. Come to me immediately, the shaman instructed before being called away to attend to other matters, leaving behind two astonished males and a relieved Qiqi. Does that mean tonight we can boldly bond with Ryu? Qiqi felt a delightful flutter of nerves. With four handsome men surrounding her, it would be more concerning if she could resist. She constantly reassured herself, avoiding undue pressure. Let's head back. Tonight, you two shall bond. The shaman has given his approval, so I am at ease. Bai Yin couldn't help but pat Qiqi's head affectionately. You two should return first. I have matters to discuss with the clan leader. Bai Yin intended to speak with the leader about the union to expedite the decision, allowing him to feel more at ease. All right. Ryu, without asking, could roughly guess Bai Yin's intentions. Come back soon. Qiqi added as a token of concern. All right, Bai Yin smiled at Qiqi, watching her, and Ryu depart with laughter before turning to seek out the clan leader. Previously, the leader had broached similar topics, and now he aimed to urge for a swift resolution to avoid complications from delays. Upon returning to the beast den, Ryu and Qiqi were greeted by the system's voice. Congratulations, host, on successfully conceiving your second child. Rewards include 10 packets each of scallion, ginger, garlic, chili, and cilantro seeds, 1 iron pot, 1 spatula, and a full set of seasonings, all placed into the system's backpack for your retrieval. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qiqi was overwhelmed with joy. She hurriedly checked her system backpack for the contents. Seasonings were a breeze for the system, but were invaluable to Qiqi. Potato, I adore you. If the system had a physical form, Qiqi would have eagerly hugged and kissed it. After dispensing the rewards, the system vanished once more, its presence remarkably low-key. Qiqi, what are you grinning about? Ryu approached, observing her lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing. I just noticed some new items in the space. Qiqi replied, not hesitating to reveal the system's recent gifts. These are seeds. We can plant them in the space later. This seems to be a pot. We can use it for cooking. And what is this? She feigned ignorance, pointing to something that looked dark and unrecognizable. Is this salt? Ryu remarked, noticing a ceramic jar filled with white granules. Sampling a pinch, it's salty, and there's no bitter taste. Where did the little female procure this? These items suddenly appeared in my space. I have no idea how Qiqi decided to play the part of the innocent. Thinking it best not to reveal too much. Your space is quite extraordinary, Ryu mused, secretly admiring the little female's fortune in possessing such valuable items. Salt was a commodity only obtainable during the tribal exchange gatherings, and their distant tribe could hardly carry much back, resulting in very limited exchanges, often acquiring only coarse salt with a faint bitter taste. The jar in the little female's possession would be nearly impossible to obtain at the exchange fair, typically reserved for coastal tribes trading for females. Although females were seldom traded, some tribes, weakened by circumstance, might seek refuge, offering females for marriage. The hunting dog tribe lacks strong fighters of the red or silver tier, with the highest being orange tier. While numerous orange tier warriors could barely contend with the red tier, a true conflict would result in devastating casualties. No tribe would willingly suffer significant losses by provoking a wandering red-tier beastman. Ryu's greatest concern was that news of the little female's fortune would circulate, attracting wandering beastmen to haha. Yes, I don't quite understand either. Qiqi laughed, astonished by their gullibility. Once we undergo the bonding ceremony, we shall explore together. Ryu's curiosity was piqued. What could be inside? Was it truly so miraculous? How could these items appear out of the blue? I have no idea. Qiqi felt a twinge of guilt, but reassured herself that they were her beast husbands. If she kept everything hidden, she would have no means to utilize them. It was best to be forthright, and as long as they did not inquire, she would remain unbothered. Are you hungry? As Ryu observed Qiqi's reluctance to speak further, she refrained from probing and instead seized a large iron pot, preparing to cook for Qiqi. The kitchen, a modest 10 square meter space, contained a stone-hewn large water tank, a sizable stone pot, and a smaller one. While it appeared adequate, it was rather cumbersome. Furthermore, the stone pots had poor heat conduction, necessitating prolonged cooking times. With the introduction of the iron pot, frying eggs and stir-frying vegetables was certainly feasible. Feeling hungry, Qiqi proclaimed, "I no longer wish to eat roasted meat tonight. I will cook instead. Please do not refuse, for I truly cannot stomach any more roasted meat." Upon finishing her statement, she swiftly vanished into her space. The rapeseed greens left outside a couple of days prior had wilted beyond recovery, so she decided to check on the plants she had previously cultivated. To her delight, she discovered that the patch of rapeseed greens she had sown had flourished, now vibrant and self-propagating into the surrounding soil. Heavens, has it truly only been a few days for such rapid growth in this space? She marveled, quickly gathering a handful before exiting stir-fried rapeseed with eggs. Let's get to it. Ryu stood there momentarily dumbfounded. Before long, Qiqi emerged, cradling the vegetables. "Tonight, I will make scrambled eggs. Hehe, you assist me by washing these. Why?" Qiqi lamented the absence of a proper knife, finding the bone knife cumbersome to wield. Observing the young female's eager attempts with the bone knife, Ryu felt a momentary jolt of fear for her safety. "Just tell me how to proceed, and I will help you chop," he quickly offered, taking the bone knife from her to prevent any potential mishaps. Upon hearing of this fortunate arrangement, Qiqi promptly set the knife down and waited for Ryu to wash the vegetables. Once Ryu had finished washing the rapeseed, she then heated the pot for oil. The oil was a reward from the system, contained within a small jar, approximately 500 grams. Qiqi instructed Ryu to ignite the flame until the pot was red hot, at which point she added a spoonful of oil, allowing it to coat the pan before pouring in water to rinse it. After cleaning the pot, she boiled water and added the washed rapeseed. Once it turned vibrant green, she directed Ryu to scoop it out and soak it in the spring water they had just retrieved. After it cooled, she asked Ryu to drain it. Chop it finely, place it in a wooden bowl, crack in some bird eggs, and sprinkle a bit of salt to mix. Once more, she heated the oil in the pot, pouring the contents of the bowl into it. Qiqi stood by, directing, without needing to lift a finger, as Ryu executed her commands with remarkable efficiency. They worked in harmony, one guiding and the other performing. "Flip it," Qiqi continued to direct. Ryu complied. As the dish was turned, a rich aroma filled the small space, and Ryu acknowledged that this was the most delightful scent of food he had ever encountered. Previously, he had lived quite coarsely, unaware that bird eggs could be prepared in such a manner. It was truly wondrous that bird eggs could be fried alongside greens. While Ryu marveled at the culinary magic, Qiqi called out, "Ryu, quickly, scoop it out before it burns." Ryu snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving the food from the pot. "Clean the pot," she commanded, and he obediently complied. "Oh, it smells divine. I have longed for this taste." Qiqi inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the aroma. Now, they awaited the rice. "I should have started cooking the rice earlier," she mused. "Let us prepare something different tonight." Qiqi instructed Ryu to marinate the meat and wash the rice. Once everything was ready, she instructed him to start steaming the rice, adding the meat when the water was nearly gone. It was their first attempt, and she felt a twinge of nervousness about how it would turn out. As the evening glow painted the sky, the rice was ready, its savory scent wafting far and wide. Previously, the entrance to the beast den had been devoid of visitors, but today a few curious souls approached, drawn by the tantalizing aroma. Which family's young female is this? How could the beast husband, this roasted meat smell so delectable? They speculated outside, eager to investigate, but were chased off by the returning Bai Yin, who was also enticed by the fragrance. Upon entering, he saw the young female happily enjoying her meal. Bai Yin is back. Would you care for a bite? Qiqi welcomed him warmly. I prepared a substantial pot. Enough for everyone. Certainly, Bai Yin replied, not one to decline, as he fetched a wooden bowl to serve himself. The three of them gathered around, lost in their meal, when Ning Shuang returned and beheld the scene. She was astonished to see the two males dining on cooked food alongside the young female. However, the aroma was irresistible. Perhaps a taste wouldn't hurt. "Come, eat." Qiqi encouraged. This was the finest meal she had enjoyed since arriving in the beast realm. Vegetables and meat. A rare delight indeed. She was grateful for the system's bounty. The four of them sat around the small wooden table, feasting heartily. Qiqi did not eat much, while the three males had larger appetites. And the sizable pot of rice barely sufficed. This is so delicious. I've never tasted anything this good, Ning Shuang exclaimed after finishing her portion, thoroughly satisfied. I feel the same, Bai Yin echoed, with no hunting having taken place in the past few days. He planned to venture out while it was still light to look for game. Having not eaten for days, this meal with Qiqi was merely an appetizer. After Bai Yin departed, Ning Shuang discreetly left as well, allowing the space for Ruyu and Qiqi. Ruyu took it upon himself to tidy up, also preparing warm water for Qiqi. She watched him busily, her gaze never straying from his figure. Ruyu felt a stirring within. Was the young female eagerly anticipating his swift completion of chores? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he hastened his pace even more. Eventually, when Qiqi picked him up, he wore a bewildered expression. Wait, did it all come together in the blink of an eye? She was still processing the moment when he gently laid her upon the stone bed. Shall we bathe tonight? Ruyu's voice dropped to a magnetic whisper, sending shivers through Qiqi's heart. No, let us discuss that after everything is done. Why Qiqi now only wished to tease the little fox before her. Previously, she had not taken the time to truly admire his appearance. But with him so close, she was struck by a beauty that felt like a sudden blow. Ruyu had high cheekbones, enchanting peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture, prominent under-eye bags, a delicate, high nose, rosy lips revealing pearly teeth, and an elongated face with a firm jawline. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as a beauty that could lead to ruin. He is truly stunning, yet not at all effeminate, making him seem quite easy to tease. While Qiqi playfully pushed him on the stone bed, her fingers delicately tracing the contours of his face. Traveling down to his throat, chest, and abdominal muscles, Ruyu felt the light caresses of a young female's fingertips igniting chaos within him, his breath becoming uneven. Yet she said nothing, and he bore the sensation in silence. Is this amusing? Ruyu's voice turned husky, his eyes filled with warmth and a hint of possessiveness, making Qiqi's heart race. Delightful. I adore you, Ruyu, she earnestly replied, mischievously lifting his chin to compel him to look up at her. In his eyes, a glimmer of moisture appeared, tinged with a hint of daze, causing Qiqi's heartbeat to quicken. Unable to resist, she pressed her lips against his exquisite collarbone, eliciting a series of broken sounds from him. Ruyu struggled to maintain his composure, his eyes suffused with a shade of pink. Observing the blush at the corners of his eyes, Qiqi felt a thrill. The little fox was undeniably alluring. Yet she found greater pleasure in teasing him. After the bonding ceremony concluded, Qiqi pulled Ruyu into her space. Outside, it was too dark to discern Ruyu's expression, diminishing the sense of conquest. The beast husbands were exceptional, and Qiqi felt that failing to indulge in the moment would be a disservice to their striking appearances. This grand feast left both parties thoroughly satisfied. As Ruyu finally achieved his long-desired goal of becoming Qiqi's prospective beast husband, he also came to understand why Bai Yin awakened after bonding with her. Ruyu felt a peculiar force spreading within his lower abdomen, as if some mysterious energy was being infused into his body. Drowsily, he lay beside Qiqi and drifted off to sleep. Qiqi propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Ruyu's exquisite features as he slept, her eyes tracing the contours of his face time and again, her heart swelling with uncontainable contentment. The little fox was hers, indeed. Unable to resist, she placed a tender kiss on the slightly swollen corner of Ruyu's lips, wrapping her arms around his and falling asleep. Utterly satisfied, Qiqi was awakened by hunger. Upon regaining consciousness and feeling the searing warmth behind her, she realized Ruyu had also awakened. Then she remembered they were in a spatial realm, and hurriedly took him outside to prevent the other beast husbands from growing anxious due to their absence. However, upon emerging, it was still dark. Yet, inexplicably, the time they spent fooling around mirrored that of Bai Yan's previous escapades. Could the flow of time in this space be so swift? Qiqi seemed to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. And no wonder. In just a few days, the shepherd's purse had proliferated immensely within the space. The passage of time here was drastically faster than she had imagined. Upon this realization, Qiqi pondered whether entering the space while pregnant would also accelerate her gestation, or was it solely capable of hastening plant growth. Driven by curiosity, she resolved to conduct an experiment the following day. If it truly could expedite her pregnancy, she would soon give birth to her first child, thereby discovering the reward associated with childbirth. Ideally, it would be a potion to enhance her strength, enabling her to venture out and seek plants with greater ease. With her thoughts set, Qiqi prepared to embark on her experiment. "Is anyone there?" she tentatively called out. "What is it?" Bayan had returned from hunting some time ago, but hearing no commotion, he wondered if they had concluded their activities. "Oh, you remember my spatial realm? I believe the flow of time inside is faster than outside, that I was thinking of checking it out. How long does one day inside equate to outside?" Qiqi expressed her thoughts. Bayan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by how his little female had made such a discovery. Could it be that she entered the space with Ruyu? The mere thought made him feel a twinge of frustration, as he had yet to explore the space with her, only to have that young rascal beat him to it. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a smile for Qiqi. "Little female, I shall remember this. How do you plan to test it?" he inquired, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "Well, I plan to keep track of the time while planting these seeds. Once they sprout and mature, I will return to see what transpired. Qiqi decided to use the growth cycle of cilantro as a reference. It takes 40 days from planting to harvest. If cilantro matures after 4 days outside, that would indicate a 10-fold acceleration. If it takes 8 days, then a 5-fold increase. With her calculations in mind, without waiting for Bayan's approval, she swiftly entered the space to begin her work. But then she realized, why not take advantage of the free labor? While Bayan was still bewildered by her sudden departure, Qiqi reemerged to bring him inside. "Come, help me dig. Hehe, I want to plant cilantro and green onions." Qiqi grinned mischievously, and Bayan, still processing the situation, found himself inexplicably compelled to comply. Why Qiqi busily searched for seeds as she saw Bayan nearing completion of the digging. She hurried over to scatter the vegetable seeds that a little of each was sown, as there were plenty of seeds to spare. After sowing, she had Bayan fetch water to irrigate the area, and only then did she feel satisfied. Leading him back outside, "Qiqi, tell me honestly, did you and Ruyu do something inappropriate in the space?" Bayan couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Although he had no authority over her choices, he felt he should be the one receiving special treatment as her first partner. Yet, why was he the one left behind? "Ah, I was just worried about disturbing your rest." "Mua, please don't be angry." Qiqi, sensing Bayan's jealousy, quickly offered him a kiss through the best. Bayan, so generous and capable. Hehe. She playfully tugged at his hand, hoping to soothe his mood, not wanting to face his ire again. "Humph," Bayan huffed, feigning indifference to her coyness. "Oh dear, one kiss is insufficient. How about another?" Qiqi leaned in again. This time, Bayan did not let her escape, firmly holding her in place. Realizing she had crossed the line, Qiqi felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. It wasn't until dawn that Bayan finally released her to rest. Why Qiqi found herself in a state where her mind was asleep. Yet her body remained active. The endurance of her body was truly remarkable. Regardless of the time, she maintained her peak physical condition. Though it did drain her energy, she no longer detested these occurrences. But as they became more frequent, they began to feel somewhat monotonous. For several consecutive days, Bayan's possessiveness showed no signs of waning. He monopolized Qiqi, as this was his designated month. He catered to her every need, leaving no room for the other three to interfere. Bayan finally understood why beastmen who had bonded with females seldom ventured out to hunt. Who would want to leave the sanctuary of such tenderness? One day, upon awakening to find Bayan still beside her, Qiqi couldn't help but blush. The moment she stirred, Bayan instinctively wrapped his arms around her, causing her to freeze in place. Hesitant to move, Bayan, stirred from his slumber, held her waist and leaned in for a kiss. "Bayan, If you continue like this, I'll be angry. Qiqi pinched his cheek, not daring to pinch anywhere else, as his muscles were too firm to grasp. How can Qiqi be angry? I find you even cuter when you're upset. Bai Yin took advantage, kissing her once more, reveling in her honest reactions. You, Bai Yin, Qiqi's protest was silenced as he captured her lips again. Oh, you like it? Bai Yin murmured, lost in her scent as it lay over her. I absolutely loathe it. Qiqi covered her face. Feeling utterly helpless against his advances, she vowed to make him pay for this someday. After wasting more than half a month in this manner, she felt utterly useless. She had intended to seek out plants and conduct experiments in the spatial realm. Yet Bai Yin had left her no room for negotiation. How infuriating! It felt as though she was being punished for that night she had brought Ruyu into the space, when other beast husbands arrived. Most of the time, they were nowhere to be seen outside, instead occupied within the space, either planting or being dragged into clandestine activities by Bai Yin. Qiqi felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Yet she could not truly despair. Who would rescue her? After a lengthy period of indulgence, Bai Yin finally relented. He discovered that with the comfort of his little female, his temper had significantly mellowed. Upon regaining her freedom, Qiqi eagerly summoned the other 3 beast husbands to join her outside. That Yu had long since awakened but struggled to find an opportunity to converse with the little female. He felt guilty for allowing her to tease him that night, yet the secret pleasure remained in his thoughts. As Qiqi emerged with the others, Bai Yin too ventured out to hunt. With the rainy season approaching, he needed to devise a strategy for food storage. Thus, the 5 of them split into 2 groups, Bai Yin alone, and Qiqi with the other 3. Qiqi, you finally decided to come out today. Ning Shuang expressed her dissatisfaction, appearing quite forlorn. Qiqi was at a loss for how to explain her silence, so she chose to remain mute, while Koyu supported her without uttering a word. Among the 3 beastmen, only Ning Shuang had not had his fill, which was quite unfortunate. Over the past few days, he had been circulating within the tribe, seeking to learn from the experiences of those beastmen with female counterparts. Koyu and the others would not divulge this to him, as they were all in a competitive relationship. Today, they ventured out and encountered the tribe's hunting activities. Ning Shuang and Lu Yu were summoned by the clan leader, leaving only Koyu by Qiqi's side. Wow, you're truly beautiful. Shall we go out and gather some herbs together? My beastmen have all been called out to hunt today. A female with an exotic appearance approached Qiqi and earnestly invited her. Upon seeing such a lovely female, Qiqi found herself at a loss for words and readily agreed that my name is Anren, from the dog clan, and you? I am Qiqi, from the rabbit clan. After the 2 introduced themselves, they walked side by side, their beastmen trailing behind. Formidable beastmen have all been called out by the clan leader. I hope they remain safe, Anren said, her face reflecting concern, causing her excitement about gathering to dwindle. Usually, she felt elated to participate in such activities, as it was a rare opportunity to enjoy some fresh air. But the thought of the males hunting today dampened her spirits. The males served as the pillars of their households. If they encountered any danger, it would not only cause distress among the females, but also provoke conflicts with other males who would have to provide for them. Anren was genuinely worried. Losing a beastman meant losing a sense of security, and finding another in a short span of time, with whom she might not mesh well, would invite discontent. She had already experienced such a loss before. Hence her anxiety during hunting seasons. Oh, there's no need to overthink. We must have faith in them, Qiqi said, blinking her eyes as she grasped Anren's hand and quickened her pace. If we believe in their strength, they will gain confidence. If we worry, they will also be concerned about us, which is counterproductive to their hunting. Why Qiqi offered this casual reassurance, understanding that a prolonged state of gloom would affect everyone. Is it really that simple? Anren gazed at Qiqi, desperately seeking a sense of security. Of course. If you continuously praise your males, they will become even more confident. But if you constantly doubt them, it will only lead to their loss of self-assurance. Qiqi's words were also a response to the unease she perceived in Anren's beastman when she expressed her fears regarding the males. It was only natural for her to find ways to comfort her. Qiqi had been feeling stifled, having had no contact with anyone except Bai Yin for over half a month. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of having someone come to talk to her. "I'll give it a try next time," Anne mused to herself, realizing that her beastmen seemed to dislike her worried demeanor. Her first beastman had met an untimely death due to his lack of strength, being the lowest rank in the tribe, white tier. The ranks of beastmen were classified as white, purple, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, silver, and gold, with gold being the stuff of legends. Currently, the most common high-ranking beastmen were of the orange tier, yet their numbers have been dwindling sharply in recent years. Females were increasingly reluctant to choose orange-tier beastmen, as some females could not withstand the physical prowess of orange-tier males, leading to fatalities. Consequently, when it came time for females to select a mate, they became exceedingly cautious. Qiqi, however, was blissfully unaware of the underlying issues, and thus had chosen 4 orange-tier males without hesitation. Orange-tier beastmen were prone to violent outbursts. They required the soothing presence of females, yet each time a female attempted to calm them, they would inadvertently injure her. Many females, upon hearing such tales, became too frightened to approach orange-tier beastmen. This year, as a result, those who could not control their fury were driven out of the tribe, leading to a decline in their population. Nevertheless, due to her unique constitution, Qiqi could handle 4 orange-tier males without issue. After all, as long as she maintained a positive mental state, she would not encounter significant obstacles. The spirit spring water seemed to possess restorative properties. After drinking it for several days, Qiqi expelled many dark impurities from her body, leaving her skin notably fairer and more delicate. However, the lingering traces of last night's intimate encounters still clung to her skin, concealed beneath the animal hide. The two, accompanied by their beastmen, joined a group of females heading to the areas cleared by the males the previous day for gathering. Their primary task was to collect berries and mushrooms. Upon hearing they would be gathering mushrooms, Qiqi's excitement bubbled forth. This is something I adore." Upon entering the evidently cleared dense forest, Qiqi and Anren naturally paired up to gather. The first thing Qiqi spotted was not just any mushroom, but a gigantic chicken mushroom. It was truly enormous, towering up to her calves, though its cap had yet to unfurl, suggesting it had only just emerged. At its freshest, "Koyu, come quickly. Help me dig this up. But be careful not to break it." Qiqi's exuberance piqued Koyu's interest in the mushroom. It seemed that whatever the little female desired to eat was worth trying. Although he had only tasted it once before, he felt inexplicably that the flavors of the food she liked could not be subpar. Thus, he executed his tasks with remarkable diligence. Before long, the chicken mushroom, as tall as Qiqi's calves, was unearthed. "Qiqi, are you certain this is edible?" Anren inquired, for every time she had come across this fungus, she had been too afraid of its potential toxicity to gather it. "Absolutely. I enjoy eating it. We have it back at Rabbit Clan." Qiqi quickly countered, bringing up her tribe to bolster her argument. The chicken mushroom was unmistakable. If it were toxic, it would merely be due to improper cooking. Its inherent toxicity was minimal, and she gleefully declared, "I'll stir-fry it tonight. If only I could find a few more, I could dry them out and savor them slowly. With the sun so bright now, I could dry them out for later. However, if there's one, there may be others nearby." Qiqi urged Koyu to part the underbrush and search. Koyu complied. Sure enough, not far away, they discovered another cluster. Koyu promptly extended his claws and began to dig. Anren, unsure of Qiqi's claims, decided to venture elsewhere to gather berries. Qiqi was unperturbed. Berries could be cultivated in her space, but chicken mushrooms could not. She remained focused on the mushrooms, grinning to herself. After gathering a basket full of chicken mushrooms, she reluctantly ceased her foraging. Here, in the Hound clan, the females primarily gathered berries, which meant Qiqi had the upper hand. Chicken mushrooms stir-fried with meat were incredibly fragrant. She planned to have Koyu prepare them upon her return. The remainder would be dried. However, she needed to act swiftly, as the sun would soon set. After putting down her tools, Qiqi called for Koyu to assist her in picking berries. Many females only gathered what was easily accessible, neglecting the higher fruit. Qiqi observed this and felt a twinge of regret. These berries resembled raspberries, their black fruits magnified tenfold. The trees were also exceedingly tall. Qiqi mused that everything in this beastly world seemed enlarged. Not just the beastmen, but animals, trees, and flowers as well. This inadvertently favored her. If only these raspberries had rock candy or white sugar. They would be perfect for brewing wine. For now, she could gather some, and later, when the system's marketplace opened, she could sell white sugar for winemaking. Otherwise, if left on the trees, they would either be eaten by birds or fall to the ground. Wasted, her system space, a generous 3 cubic meters, had yet to be utilized fully. The only items inside were the seasoning gift pack from last time, which barely occupied any space. Everything before her was a treasure. However, she only had one basket, and she wondered how it would fare if she stored items in her personal space without a basket. Are you tired? If so, take a break and I'll gather, Koyu inquired. Having observed Qiqi's silence for quite some time, that I'm not tired. I can still gather. I was just contemplating how to turn these into wine. Qiqi replied, snapping back to reality as she glanced into Koyu's basket, which was already filling up. That it was about 1/3 full, perhaps weighing around 10 pounds, she estimated. Brewing wine? Koyu echoed, intrigued, as he had never heard such a thing before. Indeed, it's such a waste for these fruits to rot on the ground. Don't you think? Qiqi found herself a loss for words, apprehensive that her overt displays might incite suspicion, leading to a sense of urgency. Indeed, there was a slight urgency, but these were merely seasonal offerings that could not be preserved. If not consumed today, they would spoil within a few days. That Yu did not favor foraging for such items, for it was time-consuming and did little to satiate one's hunger. Only the young females exhibited an affinity for them. After all, sweet treats were scarce within the tribe, and these berries represented one of the few delights. However, there existed an alternative method for preservation. Qiqi subtly signaled to Ryu to descend. If only my space could perpetually preserve these berries without decay, we could gather more, she whispered cautiously in Ryu's Ryu was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained composure. The young females often harbored secrets, and sharing one amidst a crowd was not without its risks, particularly with the looming threat of formidable rogue beastmen lurking nearby. Thus, Ryu hurriedly urged the young female to cease her disclosures. I understand, but do exercise caution, Ryu advised cryptically. Qiqi was also aware, for Bai Yin had previously cautioned her not to reveal any of her unique attributes while outside, lest she attract the attention of rogue beastmen. The chief's negotiations for a marriage alliance had yet to solidify. They would only feel assured after witnessing Qiqi safely deliver her offspring. After all, the young female had just conceived, and complications during childbirth were not uncommon. Moreover, this young female's first mate was a white tiger, and as a rabbit beast, her safe delivery remained uncertain. Should they agree to send a powerful red-tier beastman from the Hound tribe for the alliance? It would indeed be a loss. Each tribe had its reservations. The Hound tribe was merely a mid-sized faction and did not warrant risking a red-tier beastman as a gamble, given that red-tier beastmen were now a precious commodity. Without a female to calm them, their ultimate fate would be death. It would be more valuable to contribute within the tribe until death than to be sent away, thereby depleting the tribe of a red-tier beastman. After deliberation among the tribal leaders, they ultimately rejected the Hound tribe's chief, stating they would reconsider after the young female safely delivered her first offspring. The white tiger's beast form was substantial, being orange tier, and it was presumed the offspring would not be diminutive. As the news spread among the tribes, they collectively decided to observe the situation. Only the chief of the Hound tribe returned, plagued with worry. There are no secrets that remain hidden. If word of this reached the higher-ranking rogue beastmen, Qiqi's place within the tribe would be uncertain. The chief began to feel anxious, as this young female had cost him dearly to secure. Now, with nothing to show for it, yet already incurring costs, the chief felt a tinge of sorrow. The shaman intended to examine Qiqi's health in the coming days, to ascertain the condition of her unborn child. However, upon arriving at the stone cave, he discovered she was absent. What nonsense! Why would you venture outside while pregnant? The shaman was incensed and immediately dispatched someone to inform the foraging team to bring Qiqi back. Unbeknownst to her, the beastmen here were not permitted to leave the tribe during pregnancy. When notified, she appeared bewildered, gazing longingly at the raspberries in the trees. pleading with Ryu to take her back. Upon returning to the tribe, she was met with a barrage of reprimands from the shaman. Will you not realize how perilous it is to be outside while pregnant? Furthermore, your beast form is small, and carrying a white tiger's offspring. If the child develops quickly, your belly will swell significantly. What have you been consuming lately? The shaman spoke sharply, his demeanor somewhat intimidating. That I've been eating roasted meat and some vegetables. Qiqi replied honestly, knowing that even if she withheld information, Ryu would disclose everything to it. Would be wiser for her to speak vaguely and obscure the details. Do not move for a moment. Let me check on the condition of your child. After instructing her, the shaman placed his hand atop Qiqi's head. She felt a surge of white light envelop her, and after a moment, the shaman announced, "Your offspring is developing well. It appears to be multiple births. Should you experience any discomfort, come directly to me, or I can come to you." After assessing Qiqi's condition, the shaman's demeanor softened. "But what about when I give birth?" Qiqi inquired, feeling somewhat lost, as this was her first experience with pregnancy. "You will know when the time comes," the shaman replied kindly, giving her head a gentle pat before turning to attend to other matters. "Does this mean we can return now?" Qiqi looked uncertainly at Ryu, who stood behind her. "Yes, let us go," Ryu replied, taking Qiqi's hand and intending to lead her back to the beast den. This was also his first time hearing that females were not allowed outside after becoming pregnant. After all, there had been no pregnancies among the females in the tribe for many years, and Qiqi was the first, which likely made her more precious in the eyes of the shaman. Upon returning to the beast den, Qiqi intended to process the chicken tenders. The chicken tenders she had gathered earlier were laid on the ground, and she had collected nearly a basket of raspberries, all of which she had stored in her system's reward space. Currently, the space measured 4 cubic units. A single space expansion card could only increase it by 1 cubic unit. Nevertheless, 4 cubic units was ample, equivalent to a cube measuring 2x2x2. Storing that basket of raspberries would be more than sufficient. The immediate priority was to handle the chicken tenders and dry them out. Unexpectedly, the chief soon followed behind. "Qiqi, what are you doing?" In truth, the chief's feelings toward Qiqi resembled those of a father toward his daughter. After all, he had raised her for 5 years, and she was not much different from a daughter. Beastmen generally reach maturity at the age of 20, with a lifespan of around 150 years. Females rarely live beyond 100, as childbirth often took a toll on their bodies. "I went out with Ryu to gather mushrooms and raspberries today," Qiqi admitted, feeling a bit apprehensive upon seeing the chief, who had confined her for 5 years. During those 5 years, her every need had been met within a damp, dark room, which had instilled a deep-seated fear of this man in her. While Qiqi was not afraid now, her perception of the chief was not particularly favorable. "Are you aware that there are some plants that can be consumed?" The chief inquired tentatively, as news of Qiqi foraging for chicken tenders had already reached other beastmen. "Yes, it turns out that some females in the tribe are vegetarian. My mother had previously taken me foraging for some plants, so I recognized them," Qiqi replied, not intending to conceal the truth. Should she be able to cultivate crops, it would provide an additional layer of security for the tribe. This way, she would also be safer, wouldn't she? Since Bai Yin and others had warned her about the dangers posed by rogue beastmen and advised her against sneaking out alone, she had begun to feel a sense of crisis. Qiqi believed that the stronger the tribe became, the better, while she herself should remain as inconspicuous as possible. "Chief, did you ensure that the matters you discussed outside remain confidential?" Ryu expressed his concerns. Having lived with Qiqi for nearly a month, he was somewhat aware of her physical condition. He had overheard some males discussing how their partners were not in good health, exhausted after a single mating session. Yet Qiqi was different. She could engage multiple days in succession without any adverse effects. This level of physical resilience was unprecedented in his experience. Perhaps it was due to her being sheltered. Ryu remained uncertain, though he believed the young female would surely deliver her offspring safely. The space she awakened within her, particularly that spring of water, was no ordinary resource. Could it be that the young female possesses the legendary innate abilities? However, females generally did not undergo talent assessments, leaving Ryu unable to ascertain whether Qiqi truly had any innate gifts. Typically, Male beastmen tested their abilities on the day they transformed, while females did not undergo such testing. The shaman handled the talent stones and took young females for assessments that if she truly possessed innate talent, it would introduce yet another risk factor. Perhaps it was best to avoid dwelling on it. Ryu concluded that as long as the young female remained safe, that was what mattered most. They all understood the significance of the situation. If Qiqi safely delivered her child, and it was a multiple birth, there would be a rush to offer assistance, depending on how well Qiqi performed. The chief sighed. "Qiqi, do you truly recognize those wild vegetables?" He asked uncertainly. "That I do. Not only wild vegetables, but also many resources in the river." Qiqi affirmed that Qiqi had never tasted fish since she arrived here. Ryu and others refer to fish as, cautioning that consuming these creatures carelessly could lead to choking and even death. The thought of fish instantly crossed Qiqi's mind. Yes, fish, whether fried or pan-seared, it would be delightful. Conveniently, cilantro and scallions had just been harvested a fortnight ago, and a second batch was now being planted. She could prepare fragrant steamed fish with scallions. Hehe. She would ask Ryu to catch some fish when he had the time, and she would teach him how to cook it. Ginger would soon be ready for use, which was indeed a joyous occasion. Currently, Ryu dared not stray far from Qiqi's side. In a household, it was essential for a male to accompany the female, even if the female was reluctant. She could not leave unaccompanied. Previously, it was because Qiqi had a space to retreat into whenever needed. However, now she had become a protected figure within the tribe, making it even more critical that her space remained unknown to wandering beastmen outside, lest unforeseen troubles arise. "Since you are acquainted, perhaps your beast husband could bring other males to meet them another day." Qiqi replied without hesitation that it was no trouble at all. Her space could sustain and cultivate those things, so it was of no concern. "Then we shall trouble you." The chief, having received confirmation, departed. "Qiqi, why are you so generous in allowing us to teach them?" Ryu was concerned that once everyone knew, there might not be enough for them. "Do not worry. Our space can grow things, and teaching them will not result in loss. We have harvested 2 batches of wild vegetables from the space already, and you hardly consume any. How much can I eat alone?" Qiqi chuckled lightly. However, in the absence of space, Ryu's concerns mirrored Qiqi's own that it's all right. Having more food in the tribe will ease our burdens later. Qiqi was apprehensive that if she remained silent, everyone might turn against her, leading to a greater loss. "All right, I trust your judgment." Ryu pondered for a moment, realizing that the little female was not stingy. Her space was indeed ample. Sigh. "I feel absolutely no sensation in my belly. If it weren't for the shaman confirming my pregnancy, I wouldn't even know why Qiqi began her daily display of bravado. This was merely for show, to dispel doubts. The system had already scanned and confirmed several pregnancies. She was well aware, even without the shaman's examination. Yet, she could not appear too nonchalant, lest she inadvertently signal her partners to harbor doubts about her. Hurry, let us prepare the chicken tenders. We shall have stir-fried meat for dinner tonight." Qiqi urged Ryu. Ryu took out a bone knife and, following Qiqi's instructions, meticulously cleaned the muddy roots, then rinsed them and tore them into thin strips, finding the bone knife cumbersome. He opted to use his claws instead. Such a large chicken tender was truly a delicacy. Qiqi was already looking forward to dinner. After Ryu had processed a basket of chicken tenders, the sky was painted with a brilliant crimson hue. Ning Shuang and the others returned from outside, bringing back neatly divided meat. In truth, the 3 of them could have hunted independently. However, as they had migrated from outside, the tribe required them to participate in a collective hunt every 7 days to assist the elderly and feeble beastmen. That Qiqi found the tribe quite humane. Ryu had begun stir-frying the chicken tenders, and the aroma wafted over a considerable distance. Meanwhile, Qiqi and the others squatted nearby, watching the pot with longing. Observing their reactions brought Ryu a sense of accomplishment. The 4 of them sitting in a row felt akin to feeding cubs. Ryu chuckled at this thought. "How was your hunting today? Did anyone get hurt?" Qiqi, not merely sitting idly, sought to inquire about their day, to express her concern. Otherwise, she might come off as too indifferent. And what if her beast husbands felt discontent? In the end, it would only be herself who would suffer. We weren't hurt. We actually brought back a lot of meat, all saved for you. Ning Shuang replied innocently. How was the foraging today? Were you happy? Bai Yin, not seeking praise for himself, was more concerned for the little female's safety. Happy, but not particularly so, Qiqi replied, her brows furrowing. What do you mean? Bai Yin observed the little female's demeanor darken. Feeling a pang of guilt. It was just that we had to return halfway, because the shaman called us back and scolded us. Qiqi mentioned, not intending to lodge a complaint, but merely to share a jest. You were scolded? Why? Bai Yin asked, slightly anxious. She said pregnant individuals cannot go foraging and such. Qiqi replied with a smile. But I'm still quite happy. We gathered berries and chicken tenders, and tonight we shall taste them together. With a flourish, she produced a basket of raspberries. Come, eat some. You've all worked hard today. Qiqi grabbed a handful and approached the stove to feed. Sriyu wielded the spatula. He sampled the berries offered by the little female. These are delightful. Qiqi, I want some too, Ning Shuang exclaimed, disregarding any notions of masculinity and immediately adopting a cute demeanor. But Qiqi could hardly resist and returned to feed him 2 berries. She soon noticed Bai Yin and Lu Yu staring intently at her. All right, it seems one cannot show favoritism, or else one will be subjected to a barrage of longing glances and the pitiful antics of a bear cub. Can you imagine a person over 2 meters tall sitting down and appearing of similar height to you, while acting cute? Qiqi found it unbearable. Yet, who could blame them for being so handsome? She felt quite diminutive at her height of merely 1.75 meters, in a tribe where the average height exceeded 2 meters. She appeared rather like a small potato. Another day of lamenting her stature. However, her height merely seemed small within the hunting dog tribe. In the rabbit hunting tribe, it would be considered normal. Ready to serve. Ryu's timely announcement broke the awkward tension of the moment. I want to be the first to taste. Qiqi's eyes lit up. It had been a while since she had savored a decent stir-fry, and her excitement was palpable. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Bai Yin remarked helplessly at the overly eager little female. She was evidently oblivious to the fact that she was carrying cubs. It seemed only natural that the shaman had scolded her today. She was simply too careless about her own actions. Bai Yin pondered how he might help the little female feel more secure. However, she had previously been confined by the chief for 5 years without stepping outside, which might explain her paleness. If he were to restrict her movements now, would she be saddened? Bai Yin found himself in a dilemma. Bai Yin, why are you dawdling? Come eat. Qiqi had already buried her face in the wooden bowl, relishing the food. Although she ate quickly, her manner was not at all messy. The food was simply too delicious. After nearly a month of being here, she finally had something to eat other than wild vegetables. Oh, chicken tenders, please grow more so my beast husband can gather more for me. That way I can have them whenever I desire. Qiqi silently prayed in her heart. They're here, Bai Yin snapped back to reality, noticing everyone seated at the table, and hurried over. The little female could hardly wait. It seemed she was utterly unable to resist delicious food. Not only Bai Yin thought this, the others silently noted it as well. After all, the little female would surely attract more beast husbands in the future. Currently, she had only 4, but other households boasted 7 or 8 husbands. The fertile females were even more remarkable, with some having over 10. The little female was merely at the beginning of her journey. The days ahead were still long. Everyone understood this unspoken truth. As the meal concluded, Qiqi urged everyone to join her in the space to help with the farming. The rice grains they had discovered last time had already been soaked and prepared in the space. Surely, the land within her space would harbor no bacteria, right? Qiqi was not entirely certain herself. She merely sought their assistance in plowing and irrigating the fields, feeling justified as she watched them toil. Even if she wished to lend a hand, she would be prevented from doing so. Currently, the shepherd's purse in her space had flourished across an entire acre, an abundance that was impossible to consume entirely. And there were also ample stocks of scallions, ginger, and garlic occupying their own plots. The dark expanse behind the small wooden cabin within Qiqi's self-awakened space had also opened when she harvested the first wave of shepherd's purse. She had experimented with it, discovering that time stood still within that realm. For instance, the porridge placed inside in the morning remained warm upon retrieval, and placing items within relied entirely on her thoughts. Aside from requiring a bit of mental effort, it demanded no physical exertion, making it an essential feature for someone as lazy as Qiqi. This extraordinary ability truly resonated with the core of her being. The four beastmen labored tirelessly, and after tilling the land, they still needed to fetch water from the spring to irrigate the fields. This spring appeared to flow with living water. Its source was unknown to her. Qiqi did not intend to investigate further. She would simply utilize it until it ran dry. The wooden barrels were crafted by Yin and his companions, hollowed out from large logs. Remarkably, they served their purpose well, as they did not leak. Using their claws to manage the barrels proved quite convenient. After the four of them had irrigated the fields, despite their robust physiques, they could not escape the weariness that set in. The little female truly knew how to push them to their limits. The land was exceedingly difficult to cultivate. However, if the harvest proved bountiful, they would not have to worry about food during the winter months when hunting was scarce. It was no wonder the rabbit hunting tribe was so formidable. They discovered alternative sources of prey and successfully cultivated crops, while the four men marveled at the strength of the rabbit hunting tribe. Qiqi took the opportunity to kiss each of them in turn. Yin felt that the little female was playing with fire rather than rewarding their hard work. Had it not been for the presence of the other three males, he would have confined her in his embrace, firmly demonstrating to her what true rewards entailed. You all have worked hard tonight. Hehe. Qiqi was at a loss as to how to respond, feeling flustered despite having gathered the strong men. Although she had rewarded them with kisses, their eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger, causing her heart to race. It's not too difficult. Just reward us a bit more. Qiqi. They all chimed in unison. Qiqi shook her head, saying, "We'll discuss it later." Feeling guilty, Qiqi lowered her gaze, unable to meet their eyes. How could they manage to accomplish so much work? They seemed to possess inexhaustible energy. Ultimately, Qiqi could not escape the fate of being ravaged by Yin. After she led the four of them out, Yin swept her up in his arms. He could not shake off the memories of that night, spent with Qiqi and Ruyu. Qiqi, tell me, what exactly transpired that night? I wish to experience it too. Yin's voice was low, his breath warm against Qiqi's ear. Are you certain? Qiqi widened her eyes in astonishment. She had not anticipated that beneath Yin's fierce exterior lay a curiosity about her experiences with the other beastmen. Qiqi felt a peculiar thrill at the thought. Shall we enter the space? You must follow my lead. Qiqi's playful spirit ignited. Since Yin had requested it, she would not hold back. Internally, she laughed heartily while maintaining a calm facade. That I am certain, Yin vowed, unable to forget that evening when the two of them entered the space. He felt that Qiqi and Ruyu had shared many moments he was unaware of. Yin's curiosity persisted, and as his 1-month deadline loomed closer, he could not help but feel anxious. Then you must listen to me completely, Qiqi declared, her intentions clear. Yes, I certainly will. Yin's curiosity intensified. What tricks was the little female playing at? All right, let us go. Qiqi guided Yin to the space, filling a bucket with water as they each tended to their hygiene before returning to the wooden cabin. Yin felt a twinge of nervousness. Lie down, Qiqi commanded. Taking charge as usual, Yin obediently complied. You must not move. Under no circumstances are you allowed to move, Qiqi emphasized repeatedly. Understood, Yin replied, his voice growing hoarse. Qiqi gazed at him quietly, admiring the contours of his muscular arms. He was truly a sight to behold. Qiqi's gaze seemed to ignite with fire, and Yin could not resist following her gaze to inspect his own body. He froze in shock. Their night with Ru, you had merely involved glances? Yin was taken aback, but it was far from being the only surprise. Her gaze was like fire, igniting everything it touched. So, are you still curious? Qiqi smirked at Yin, who was on the verge of madness. How'd she learn such things? Had Ryu corrupted her? Yin was engulfed in torment, utterly unable to respond to Qiqi's questions. Despite the little female doing nothing at all, not even reaching out to touch him, Yin felt as if a fire had been lit within him, threatening to blaze forth. observing his struggle. Qiqi smiled playfully. All right, Hehe, I won't tease you any longer. Qiqi closed her eyes and lay down to sleep. Bai Yin vowed never to be curious again. In the end, it was he who suffered. I told you not to move. I'm going to sleep now. Qiqi drifted off to slumber with a contented heart. The cycle of fate continues. Who can escape the heaven's judgment? Bai Yin could be as domineering as he wished. But ultimately, there would be a reckoning. He had brought this upon himself. He could not blame her for being heartless. After all, he had consistently bullied her and remained curious about her interactions with the other beastmen. It was time for him to learn a lesson. The more Qiqi thought about it, the more she felt justified. Bai Yin, breathless, looked at Qiqi with resignation. The little female truly held a grudge. He would no longer provoke her. Alas, Bai Yin sighed, his warm breath brushing against Qiqi's face, though she remained oblivious. The reason was simple. Qiqi had activated her passive skill and fallen into a deep sleep. Bai Yin could only contend with the frustration ignited by the little female, stepping outside to the small house's entrance and dousing himself with several buckets of water. When she awoke, Qiqi surprisingly felt refreshed. Taking Bai Yin outside, she discovered the dawn barely breaking, compelling her to once again marvel at how swiftly time passed within the space. Were it not for the shaman preventing her from venturing out and assigning male beastmen to guard her, Qiqi would have certainly sneaked out with her beastmen companions. After all, the outside world was vast and exciting, and remaining cooped up in the beast den was far from enjoyable. Moreover, without food or resources, she could not indulge in any delicious treats. However, she had yet to utilize the spice gift pack received from the system, and some chili peppers remained unused. Perhaps she could have Ruyu prepare spicy meat slices for her today. Qiqi had now comfortably adapted to transitioning among her beastmen companions. They were respectful and never asked her embarrassing questions. In this languid, indulgent existence filled with feasting and merriment. Another half-month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yet, throughout this time, Bai Yin's lingering gaze followed Qiqi. By this point, Qiqi's belly had begun to show, causing Ruyu to refrain from sleeping too close to her at night, fearing he might inadvertently compress the little female's belly. As a result, he maintained a proper distance while sleeping, not daring to embrace her. Qiqi relished this newfound freedom, finally able to rest properly. Feeling a bit bored over the past few days, Qiqi instructed Ruyu and the others to weave fish baskets to catch fish in the river. Even if they did not manage to catch any fish, gathering river shrimp for frying would suffice. A couple of days earlier, Bai Yin had hunted a wild boar, but unfortunately, it had too much fat, leaving everyone disappointed when the portions were distributed, except for Qiqi, who was overjoyed. Now, she would not have to worry about lacking oil for frying in the future. In the beast world, most prey had extremely low fat content, and the sudden availability of such a fatty specimen thrilled Qiqi. She had Ruyu use his claws to dig out a stone jar. Then, a wooden lid was fashioned, and all the refined oil was poured inside, filling up a total of 15 jars. Qiqi lifted the stone jars, estimating that each jar weighed nearly 10 pounds. And the oil refining pot had not ceased its operation for an entire day and night. After all, the iron pot rewarded by the system was not particularly large, with a diameter of about 1 meter. The pig-like beast weighed approximately 400 pounds, with around 200 pounds consisting of fat. The oil residue from the refining process was stored away by Qiqi in her space. There was simply too much to consume. Recently, the most joyous event for Qiqi had been this very matter. Having been cooped up in the tribe, she felt a lack of personal space. As wherever she went, the beastmen accompanied her. This situation annoyed her, yet she also found enjoyment in it, creating a paradox of emotions. She attempted to make friends within the tribe, but the other females had their own little groups, and she struggled to integrate. Thus, she could only wander about the tribe under the escort of the beastmen. What delighted her most at present was the prospect of finally enjoying fish, a craving she had anticipated for a month and a half. As she gazed at the pot filled with spicy, fragrant fish, her mouth watered uncontrollably. The chili peppers had long since ripened, and there was no worry about a lack of food. Seizing the opportunity during sunny days, Qiqi had dried some chili peppers, grinding them into powder for her spicy oil concoction. The sun in this beastly world was quite fierce. After just 3 days of drying, the peppers became thoroughly desiccated, and grinding them into a coarser powder posed no challenge. However, the monotony of her daily life, filled with eating and drinking, left her yearning to escape the tribe. That's why Qiqi longed to wander outside. But unfortunately, they all believed that her enlarged belly rendered her unfit for such excursions. Moreover, they had never seen a female's belly grow to such proportions that in just a month and a half. Her abdomen seemed to have inflated out of thin air, resembling that of someone nearing labor. If this continued into the 3rd month, it would be quite alarming. The 4 beastmen were exceedingly cautious around Qiqi, fearful that something might go awry. Simultaneously, her den had been significantly enlarged by a male sent by the tribe leader, ensuring that when the time came for her to give birth, she would not feel cramped. During moments of boredom, Qiqi would sit on the ground, sketching and explaining the mortise and tenon structure to Yin and the others, hoping they might manage to construct a wooden bed. Sleeping on a stone bed every night left her feeling sore. Despite having laid many animal skins, the stone was still too hard and uneven. Thus, she set her sights on a wooden bed, reasoning that it must be better than a stone one at least. With animal skins atop a wooden bed, it would be more comfortable. The stone bed was both cold and rigid. Although summer sleep was tolerable, one could not expect to endure a stone bed during winter, could they? As for the idea of a clay bed, Qiqi had considered it, but being a native of the south, she had no knowledge of such construction and could only ask the beastmen to explore the method of making a wooden bed. Fortunately, wood was abundant in the tribe, and any failed attempts could simply serve as firewood, ensuring no waste and a maximization of resources. The gathering of firewood and the bed building proceeded simultaneously. Initially, as they began crafting, Ryue struggled to ascertain the dimensions, so she ventured outside to fetch a vine for measurement, thus resolving the issue. With the measurements sorted, the next step was to create the mortise and tenon structure. In the beginning, the joints were either too large or too small, making the process quite challenging. After nearly 10 days of labor, the wooden bed was finally completed, albeit with some difficulty. Nevertheless, it was sturdy. However, the bed could not be used immediately as it was still damp from the fresh wood and lacked any finish, which likely compromised its durability. Yet, as long as they had mastered the technique, they could craft a second bed as long as the forest remained. Qiqi was adept at comforting herself. After all, engaging in any endeavor without succumbing to internal strife was essential, lest one find their troubles multiplying. The bed was left to air outside for several days, and after being scorched by the sun, the wood quickly dried. Thankfully, the wood did not crack, as Yin and the others had chosen particularly sturdy pieces. After 2 months on a stone bed, Qiqi finally lay on a solid wooden bed today, no longer suffering from the back pain inflicted by the hard stone. That evening, she felt a measure of relief while sleeping. The leg cramps and aches from her later pregnancy seemed to ease considerably. However, the expected discomfort remained. Qiqi often awoke at night due to the pain, and Ningxuang would frequently rise to massage her legs. Observing the suffering of the young female, Ningxuang felt averse to the idea of having children. One night, as Qiqi was awakened by a cramp, sweating profusely from the pain, her large belly hindered her mobility, making it impossible for her to alleviate her discomfort. Ningxuang, aware of the commotion, woke up and kindly massaged her legs. Just as Qiqi managed to alleviate some of the tension, she felt a contraction in her abdomen, followed by a sensation of something flowing from beneath her. Could it be that, with 2 babies in her womb, she was about to give birth prematurely? The mere thought of this possibility sent her into a panic. After all, rabbit beasts were supposed to carry their young for a full 3 months. System, what is happening? Am I experiencing premature labor? Qiqi queried frantically in her mind. Host, have you forgotten that you spent several days in space? This is not considered premature. The children are healthy. Reassured by the system's response, Qiqi felt a wave of relief. Qiqi, what's wrong? Ningxuang asked, her brow furrowed with concern as she gazed at the distressed young female. My belly hurts. I think I'm about to give birth. Hurry and find a shaman. Qiqi spoke, her voice trembling with pain. Why does giving birth hurt so much? She felt as though she might faint at any moment. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the other beastmen, who rushed over to check on the suffering female. Seeing her in distress, their hearts ached. Bai Yin transformed into his beast form and dashed off to summon the shaman. Rua, quickly boil some hot water. We need the shaman to assess the situation, Lu Yu urged, feeling flustered as he glanced at the young female cradled in Ning Shuang's arms, unable to move from anxiety. They could only nervously surround her, wiping the perspiration from her forehead. Qiqi, hold on a little longer. The shaman is on the way. Lu Yu and Ning Shuang continually reassured her. You all go prepare something to eat. Qiqi managed to say through her pain. Previously, she had accompanied a relative to give birth, so she had a rough idea of what needed to be prepared. However, with nothing at hand, she could only gather whatever she could. At this moment, her greatest source of comfort was the system. She hoped it would not dispose of her after she gave birth. Remembering the system, Qiqi quickly searched her novice gift pack for a pain relief pill, hoping it would prove useful. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, she covered her mouth, pretending to cough. In reality, she discreetly swallowed the pain relief pill while feigning a cough. The pill dissolved instantly, causing no sensation, but the pain in her abdomen lessened significantly. After completing these preparations, the shaman hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the young female in labor, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Her due date was far too early, and he had not anticipated she would deliver half a month ahead of schedule. The shaman quickly arranged his tools, knowing that she was still in the early stages of labor, and it was impossible for her to give birth so quickly. His presence was primarily to ensure the young female could withstand the ordeal, ready to intervene should she exhaust herself and be unable to continue. Observing the calm demeanor of the young female, he felt reassured. She won't give birth so soon. You all go fetch her some food. We can't let her go hungry, or she won't have the strength to deliver. The shaman instructed, and at last, the others found a sense of direction. Let us not all crowd in here. Just leave one beastman behind. The shaman was irritated by the excessive number of people in the space. Bai Yin, knowing the cub was likely his, volunteered to stay behind, while the other three discreetly exited the yin. Qiqi endured until dawn, finally feeling a strong urge to relieve herself, with a slight push. It felt as if something was being expelled from her body. Host has given birth to the first offspring. Beast form, white tiger. Male, yellow tier, reward points x100, yellow tier potion. Upon hearing the notification, Qiqi realized she had begun to give birth. The pain relief pill was remarkably effective, rendering her almost unaware of the pain. She had given birth. The shaman gently nudged the dazed Bai Yin before methodically assisting Qiqi in the birthing process. With the prospect of multiple offspring, the beast nearly danced with joy. The host welcomed her second child, a genetically mutated black-spotted silver rabbit, in beast form, female, of red tier, earning 150 reward points and a waterbed x1. The host then gave birth to her fourth child, a white tiger, in beast form, male, red tier, also earning 150 reward points, along with a spice gift pack x10 and an orange tier potion x1. Ultimately, the host delivered a total of 10 children, including a white rabbit, in beast form, female, blue tier, earning 30 reward points, along with 10 packs of sanitary tissues and 10 random vegetable seeds. This time, Qiqi had birthed 10 young ones in total, with the white tiger's cub being notably larger compared to the tiny rabbits, a stark contrast akin to heaven and earth. The rewards for childbirth were abundant, and the supplies of spices and salt were momentarily secured. Qiqi felt a sense of relief within, yet she was engulfed in a drowsy haze, feeling utterly drained. Without the opportunity to tally her resources, she succumbed to sleep. After meticulously tending to the little cubs, the shaman examined them for any imperfections that to his astonishment, he found that all 10 cubs were robust and healthy, with not a single weakling among them. Qiqi had given birth smoothly, without any peril throughout the process. The shaman felt convinced that this union must be solidified. Otherwise, the loss of such a female would be in vain. After instructing Bai Yin to care for the cubs, the shaman gathered his belongings and departed. Qiqi was roused from her slumber by the gentle nudges of the cubs. In the throes of labor, she had instinctively transformed into her beast form, now a large white rabbit over a meter tall. Though it seemed small to Bai Yin, Qiqi felt that her beast form was quite substantial. With no other choice, she began nursing the cubs. Fearing her milk supply might be insufficient, she consumed a lactation-enhancing pill. With so many cubs, she enlisted Bai Yan's help, dividing them into 2 groups for feeding. After tending to the young ones and having a meal herself, Qiqi finally found time to check her points. She had birthed 2 blue tier, 2 red tier, 1 yellow tier, and 5 orange tier offspring, totaling 2 females and 8 males, 4 rabbits, and 6 tiger cubs. Bai Yan gazed in disbelief at the multitude of cubs filling the bed, feeling as though he were in a dream. These were his children. The sensation of becoming a father was truly wondrous, stirring immense excitement within him. Yet, amidst the exhilaration, he pondered when these little ones would be able to consume meat. As this exhausting routine was unsustainable for Qiqi, as it was still daylight, Bai Yan carefully placed the well-fed cubs down and urged Qiqi to continue resting. He then sought out the tribe leader to inquire about when the cubs could be weaned. The shaman provided detailed insights, explaining that tiger cubs typically wean around 1.5 months, depending on their growth. He reassured Bai Yan that he could return with any questions he might have later. The shaman had taken a liking to Qiqi, extending his kindness toward her mate as well. Gratefully, Bai Yan thanked the shaman before hastening back to the den to keep watch over Qiqi. Fearing the cubs might disturb her rest, the shaman observed Bai Yan's retreating figure, deep in contemplation. Initially, he had feared that Qiqi's premature birth might lead to infant mortality, yet he had not anticipated that she would safely deliver 10 cubs within a span of 2.5 months. It was noteworthy that the hunting dog tribe had not seen a single offspring in nearly 3 years. The birth of 10 at once was indeed shocking. The shaman mused on whether the other 2 tribes would attempt to seize her or approach with a calm demeanor to negotiate collaboration. Unsure of what might transpire, he decided to confer with the tribe leader. Regardless of the circumstances, Qiqi required the protection of more formidable beastmen. Otherwise, she would be vulnerable to the predation of wandering beastmen. If the tribe failed to provide a pathway for Qiqi, they would ultimately bear the loss. Retaining her within the tribe was paramount for its prosperity. The shaman valued offspring highly. Without females consistently conceiving, the tribe would inevitably face decline. Thus, he needed to strategize early. Unbeknownst to Qiqi, her safe delivery had caused a significant stir among the shaman and posed considerable challenges for the tribe. At present, she focused on nursing the cubs, then handing them over to Bai Yan while venturing out with Hehe to gather plants, returning every 2 hours for feeding. Having consumed a recovery pill, her body had fully healed, rendering the confinement of a postpartum period unnecessary. Furthermore, with her recent childbirth, the beastmen were preoccupied and had little inclination to pursue her, allowing her the freedom to revel in her newfound vitality. Hehe and Ning Shuang remained steadfastly by her side, that while Qiqi excitedly approached the riverside, eager to see if there were any crayfish to catch for a meal. Previously, she had managed to capture 2 in her fish basket, but it was insufficient, so she hadn't asked Hehe to prepare them. She hoped to catch a larger haul this time. Surely, there must be plenty of river shrimp here. Would they be attracted to fishy bait? Qiqi felt a flutter of anticipation. She instructed Hehe and Ning Shuang to weave several small fish baskets on site, intending to catch river shrimp. Dried or stir-fried, river shrimp made for a delightful dish. Once cooked and dried, the shrimp could also serve as a teething aid. She had already planned out their culinary uses. All that remained was to gather the raw materials. Following Qiqi's instructions, Hehe placed fresh entrails into the fish baskets and secured them in the water. Now, all that was left was to engage in a leisurely pursuit of catching crayfish, finding a calm bend in the river as her fishing spot. Qiqi selected a flexible branch and gently lowered the entrails into the water. She settled down to patiently wait for the shrimp to arrive. Truth be told, she was not entirely confident that any would come. She was merely indulging in the pastime. While Hehe remained by her side, Ning Shuang and Luyu had ventured out to hunt. With the rainy season approaching, they aimed to stockpile food before the downpours made hunting difficult. They planned to store their catches within Qiqi's space, thereby ensuring a steady food supply and alleviating concerns about a lack of meat. Indeed, their only worry was the potential shortage of meat. Qiqi's space had already yielded a bountiful harvest of rice, with 1 acre producing an impressive 2 tons. thanks to the lush growth of plants in this beastly realm. She marveled at the yield of the rice, pondering whether it was due to the spring water irrigation. Regardless, her goal of stockpiling provisions had been achieved, providing ample sustenance for their group of 5 for quite some time. Moreover, with continued planting, the yield would only increase. The tribe leader had dispatched individuals to harvest the rice, yet they had not managed to collect it all, as some grains had already fallen to the ground and begun to sprout. The leader remained undeterred, recognizing that more would grow in the future. These resources could not be entirely depleted at once. Some had to be left for sustainable growth. Why Qiqi kept her eyes fixed on the river's surface. But alas, she did not catch sight of a single crayfish, even after sitting by the river until dusk. Could it be that they sensed her presence and were too timid to approach? Qiqi felt a twinge of disappointment. Observing the encroaching darkness, Ryu urged her to return to the den. Reluctantly, Qiqi rose and followed Ryu back. Before they reached the den, Ryu retrieved the fish baskets placed in the water earlier, to prevent them from being washed away or taken by other beastmen by the next day. Such incidents had occurred before, and Ryu was reluctant to return the following day to collect the baskets. As Qiqi beheld the baskets brimming with their catch, her earlier dismay evaporated. The smallest basket, measuring approximately 50 centimeters, was filled to the brim, likely weighing 10 pounds, with no measuring tools at hand. Qiqi could only estimate, seeing the little female's joy. Ryu shared in her happiness. The rainy season was just around the corner, and it was essential to gather as much as possible in the coming days to preserve it properly. Ryu resolved to prepare extra for her, knowing she had a hearty appetite. Why Qiqi bounced ahead, while Ryu carried the heavy fish basket behind her. Watching her exuberance brought Ryu an indescribable sense of contentment. Surely, during her pregnancy, she must have felt confined and unhappy, cooped up in the cave and unable to frolic freely. Now, she was truly herself once more. In a sudden surge of discomfort, Kisaragi felt a sharp pain in her heart. She was apprehensive about the possibility of a young female being pregnant. The last time she had witnessed the pallor of her face in agony, Kisaragi feared she might lose her. She could have chosen not to bear children, and no one would cast blame upon her. Yet, she found herself unable to control the situation. Kisaragi's heart was a tumultuous knot, her mind filled with the image of that lively, cheerful figure. Kisaragi, what's the matter? Hurry up! Qiqi seemed to notice that Kisaragi had fallen behind. Turning back, she saw him lagging and urged him to catch up. Kisaragi stood there, lost in thought. What was this feeling? In the radiant hues of the twilight, the young female's sudden turn brought an overwhelming beauty that struck him like a blow. It dawned on him that he was about to have her all to himself for a month. A wave of warmth surged through Kisaragi's heart. Come on, silly. What are you thinking about? Qiqi, noticing Kisaragi's prolonged silence, came over and tugged at his hand to lead him forward. Kisaragi quickly raised the hand holding the fish basket behind him, to avoid getting her bee-skin skirt wet. The young female was particularly fond of cleanliness. What were you just thinking about? It's almost dark, Qiqi asked, curiosity evident in her tone. The orcs had keen hearing. So how could he have ignored her calls? Surely, he must have something troubling his mind. Qiqi pondered how to cheer Kisaragi up. He appeared dazed, though undeniably handsome. Still, she did not favor this demeanor. I wasn't thinking about much. Really, it was just that moment when you turn around. It was so breathtaking that I lost myself in it, Kisaragi replied with a smile, wishing he could ruffle the young female's hair if his hands weren't so dirty. Is that so? Qiqi's eyes darted, her heart racing to oh my. Had Kisaragi inadvertently flirted with her? Did he realize how charming he was when he spoke those words with that face? Qiqi couldn't help but recall that outrageous night when she had been bold enough to approach a male. Kisaragi possessed an androgynous beauty, with a gentle disposition that made him seem easy to tease. Qiqi cherished him dearly. He lacked any imposing aura and seemed genuinely concerned for her, while Bai Yin was also charming. His strong presence made casual conversations less enjoyable. Qiqi, the chief recently discussed a potential marriage for you. Should Kisaragi express his hesitations, would it make me seem too demanding? Would the young female grow weary of me? We'll deal with the future when it arrives. For now, let us just focus on being happy, Qiqi thought as she gently patted Kisaragi's shoulder, her face beaming with joy. Kisaragi, observing her delighted expression, contemplated the uncertain future. For now, her happiness was what truly mattered. All right, Kisaragi softly responded to Qiqi, matching her pace as they entered the beast cave. The young female was right. Future concerns could wait, and dwelling on sadness would alter nothing. By the time they returned to the cave, dusk had settled in. Yin was increasingly exasperated by the incessant noise of the little cubs. Yet, the thought of Qiqi enduring the hardships of childbirth made him resolve to care for them diligently. He could not bear the thought of them perishing and causing her pain. With that in mind, Yin regained his focus on tending to the young ones. As for Qiqi, she had completely forgotten about the cubs while out playing. Now, upon returning to see the bed covered in little cubs, she remembered it was time to feed them, but a wave of anxiety washed over her as she wondered if the little ones could withstand hunger. Kisaragi, you go prepare the meal that I'll tend to the cubs first. Hehe, I was really pent up those 2 months. The cave felt so stifling that I lost track of time while playing today. Qiqi confessed to Yin, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, she had promised to return every 2 hours to feed them, but had spent nearly an entire afternoon at play. Don't worry. Your happiness is what matters most. Just be aware that the cubs are probably starving. Yin reassured her, gently ruffling Qiqi's hair. In his heart, she was his utmost priority. The cubs were merely a delightful surprise whose arrival had caused her distress, making them less endearing in his eyes. Qiqi adored the newborn white tiger cubs, who were small and fluffy, about the size of 2 hands combined. They were undeniably adorable, though they had yet to open their eyes. I'll feed them first. Qiqi noticed that after giving birth, she could freely shift between beast forms. In her beast form, she lay on her side, nursing the hungry little ones whose mouths seemed to function like sensors, accurately finding their nourishment. After feeding them in 2 batches, Kisaragi had also prepared the meal, waiting for her. Qiqi eagerly took her seat at the table, delighted by the spread. Spicy river shrimp, stir-fried wild meat, and meat porridge. She was utterly enamored with Kisaragi. His culinary skills were exceptional, and with just a little guidance, he could create dishes that surpassed her expectations. She wondered if his abilities had awakened some form of telepathy. To be honest, Qiqi had yet to fully comprehend the unique powers each of her 3 beast husbands had awakened. How is it? Do you like it? Kisaragi asked, his gaze filled with anticipation and nervousness. It's delicious, Kisaragi. You've outdone yourself. Qiqi praised him generously, causing Kisaragi's cheeks to flush. The 3 others were quick to interject. Qiqi, I hunted the wild meat today. Yu felt his presence was lacking and sought to make himself more noticeable in front of the young female. If more beast husbands joined in the future, would she forget about him? Really? Yu, you're amazing. This wild meat is so tasty. You must try it. Qiqi began her daily routine of praising whoever took credit. A surefire way to keep everyone happy. Yu noticed that Qiqi was generous with her compliments, and he found this approach quite agreeable. After their meal, Ning Shuang clung to Qiqi, refusing to leave. Today and tomorrow marked the final days of his month with her, and he had scarcely spent any nights together with the young female, having only helped Yin care for the cubs. Consequently, Ning Shuang felt a hint of resentment, persistently clinging to Qiqi. How had Ning Shuang progressed so quickly? He had once known nothing. Fairy skirmishes? That night, Ning Shuang sensed a strange surge of energy coursing through his body. As if it were about to burst from its confines, he realized he was awakening. Enduring the tumult within him, he unconsciously let out soft sounds, mumbling Qiqi's name, as if it brought him some comfort. Qiqi, feeling the familiar, intense warmth, decided to share a bit of her spiritual water with Ning Shuang. He was the last to awaken, and she wondered what abilities he would develop. Ning Shuang's awakening was more intense than anyone else's. Even from a meter away, Qiqi could feel his searing heat. She worried about whether he would awaken safely. Qiqi, is he awake? Kisaragi, having heard movement inside, but not seeing Ning Shuang emerge, stood at the entrance to inquire. Previously, Qiqi had felt insecure about the lack of privacy in the cave, so she had hung a piece of bee skin as a makeshift curtain in her room. Thus, Kisaragi stood outside to ask. Yes, Ning Shuang has awakened. He's burning up. Should we call for the shaman? Qiqi said as she secured the bee skin before pulling the curtain aside. That I'll take a look. Kisaragi stepped in as soon as he saw Qiqi emerge. Okay. Qiqi watched curiously as Kisaragi approached Ning Shuang, that he placed a hand on Ning Shuang's forehead and furrowed his brow. Indeed, his temperature was alarmingly high. Kisaragi resolved to call for the shaman. You should go eat something. I will fetch the shaman. As the moonlit Kisaragi grasped Qiqi's hand, she guided her out to the hall, urging her to indulge in some nourishment first. Once Qiqi had satisfied her hunger, she would need to tend to the cubs, prompting Kisaragi to seek out the shaman while Qiqi dined. The shaman, upon hearing Kisaragi's account, was filled with palpable excitement. It appeared that this young female was indeed extraordinary. She seemed to possess a mysterious power capable of awakening the male she mated with. Alas, her affections were reserved solely for the aesthetically pleasing. If only she had a taste for the merely handsome. Perhaps he might have secured a place by her side. The shaman sighed inwardly, gathering his supplies to accompany Kisaragi to the beast den. Adding a warrior with extraordinary abilities to the tribe would fortify their community against the harshness of winter. The hunting dog tribe was a modestly sized faction, and an additional strong member would provide an extra layer of security. Whether in the shaman's or the chief's eyes, their aspirations were likely aligned. The prosperity of the tribe was their greatest pride. Who wouldn't desire to witness the flourishing of the community they had nurtured? Upon entering Qiqi's beast den, the shaman was immediately struck by a wave of searing heat. What could be the cause of such intense warmth? His expression shifted as he quickened his pace to keep up with Kisaragi. Please, let there be no calamity, he silently prayed, when he beheld the scene within the den. Disbelief washed over him. Ning Shuang had transformed completely into a clay-like figure, her body nearly engulfed by a foul, black substance that emitted a repugnant odor. Kisaragi's expression shifted, realizing that Qiqi's furs were sullied. And to think that after only a brief absence, such drastic changes had occurred. This signified a potential ancestral return. The shaman's voice trembled with excitement. Ning Shuang's awakening might very well breach the orange tier, propelling her into the red tier. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Ancestral return. Kisaragi was perplexed, having never encountered the term before. Quickly, help her wash up and assess her condition, that if all appears well, she is likely on the verge of an ancestral return. The shaman hastened to instruct the bewildered Kisaragi, who he considered assisting personally. However, upon seeing the dark, viscous substance, he opted to remain silent. Kisaragi, filled with curiosity, wondered if this meant that she would be stronger than them. Would this spare the young female from the necessity of marriage for the time being? With this thought, Kisaragi's gaze towards Ning Shuang softened with newfound warmth, in light of her potential usefulness. He would refrain from disdain. She would undoubtedly repay this favor in due time, Kisaragi mused. Observing Ning Shuang's rosy complexion and steady breathing, the shaman was increasingly confident of her success. You all stay with her. If anything seems amiss, summon me, he instructed, pleased to have a lull in his duties, as there were no females giving birth or major hunting expeditions occurring at that moment. Understood, Kisaragi replied, diligently tending to Ning Shuang to prevent her from soiling the bedding further. After the shaman departed with his belongings, Qiqi emerged from a nearby stone chamber. Is he all right? She asked anxiously, fearing that Ning Shuang's brain might have overheated. The temperature was so intense that it affected the very atmosphere of the den. How scorching could it possibly be? As she watched Kisaragi wiping Ning Shuang down, she noticed wisps of white vapor rising as the towel made contact. Surely, the heat must reach a certain threshold before producing such mist? Qiqi remained apprehensive, planning to offer Ning Shuang some spring water later. It seemed the day was destined for watchfulness rather than frolic, and she resolved to stay by Ning Shuang's side until her condition stabilized. After some time had passed, Qiqi remembered the birthing elixir she had neglected since the previous night, though she had no immediate desire for pregnancy. Winter was fast approaching. Conceiving now would ensure that she could give birth before the harsh season set in, sparing her from the trials of delivering in a cold. Giving birth during winter was arduous, not only due to the chill, but also because the newborns had a high risk of mortality. The den offered little ventilation, with only the entrance providing any semblance of airflow. That it was akin to carving a habitable cave into a sheer cliff face. Merely preventing collapse was a stroke of luck. Life in the beastly realm was decidedly rough, with survival as the primary concern. Yet Qiqi, a native of the modern world and born in the 21st century amidst her nation's prosperity, found herself in stark contrast to this existence. Though conditions had improved slightly, they remained far from ideal. Given the opportunity, she would yearn for a wooden cabin, a refuge above the damp ground. While contemplating how to persuade Bai Yin and the others to assist her in constructing such a dwelling, the chief arrived to seek her out. Is anyone home? He called out loudly from outside the den. Yes. Kisaragi rushed out to see who it was. Kisaragi, is your young female at home? The chief's visit concerned matters of marriage. Yes, she is. What brings you here? Kisaragi did not immediately invite the chief inside. That it was regarding the marriage proposal previously discussed. The chief sighed heavily, his discomfort palpable. Let him in, Qiqi called out from within. Having overheard that in truth, she had only just begun to familiarize herself with her 4 beast husbands. The prospect of 2 more entering her life was daunting. Qiqi was reluctant, but found her resolve wavering at the thought of the wandering beastmen Bai Yin had mentioned. She felt torn, as the thought of an unattractive union was unappealing. After much internal conflict, she recalled the reward she had received for birthing cubs, a vial of orange tear potion. Might it be what she hoped for? If she consumed it, could she ascend to the orange tear directly? She resolved to inquire with the system at a later time. Chief, who is the candidate for this marriage? Kisaragi's concern lay in whether the tribe was weak enough for him to refuse on Qiqi's behalf. The candidates are the distant shark tribe, the bay crocodile tribe, and the snake tribe, who would have sent representatives, but they lack suitable members, the chief explained, leaving Qiqi momentarily stunned. The shark tribe? Could it be as she imagined? The bay crocodile? Were they crocodiles? Qiqi felt a twinge of fear at the mention of the bay crocodile, and the snake tribe only added to her apprehension. Fortunately, there were no candidates from the snake tribe. She had a deep-seated fear of snakes, especially since the original owner of her body had perished due to a venomous snake bite. Snakes, being inherently social creatures, posed a potential threat if one were to become her beast husband. Currently, her 4 mates were all members of her original tribe, familiar with one another and courteous. Adding a snake would likely lead to chaos. Sharks, bay crocodiles, and snakes, were they not all cold-blooded creatures? Qiqi was uncertain. Yet, her memories depicted crocodiles as aggressive and snakes as solitary, as for the shark tribe. They existed only within the realm of legends. This world was becoming increasingly fantastical. Chief, may I refuse? Qiqi sought to assert her rights. They are already aware of your circumstances. Refusal carries its risks. Additionally, the White Wolf tribe wishes to form a union with you. Consider that option as well. The chief presented 3 choices, all non-negotiable. Consider what? Qiqi felt a surge of anger, but for her own safety, she steeled herself to comply. Could they at least be good-looking, not excessively muscular? Qiqi seized the opportunity to negotiate with the chief. Good-looking, the chief was taken aback. Yes, someone even more handsome than Bai Yin, or perhaps even more so than Kisaragi. Qiqi was adamant about not compromising her desires. If given the choice, who would he choose the best? Their red tier mates were all extraordinarily attractive. The chieftain gazed at the small female before him with a complex expression. She exhibited a blend of fear tinged with a hint of anticipation. How should one describe it? She was simultaneously timid and craving. Nevertheless, she would simply comply with the arrangements. After all, there were no orcs above the orange tier who were not aesthetically pleasing. The question lay in whether Qiqi could withstand the demands of the red tier orcs. The chieftain mused silently. As red tier orcs grew increasingly rare, they had become treasured warriors within the tribe. Few females could endure their desires, which only contributed to the dwindling numbers of red tier orcs. If this trend continued, the red tier would face extinction. Once the red tier vanished, the orange tier would take their place. Therefore, red tier orcs held immense value, and females capable of withstanding their demands were equally precious. This was a dilemma many chieftains on the beast god continent sought to resolve. If Qiqi were the only one able to bond with a red tier orc, then her existence would be particularly invaluable. Is she truly that stunning? Qiqi thought, attempting to suppress the involuntary smile that threatened to rise upon her lips. But her efforts were in vain. Did she truly have a penchant for beauty? When Ryue observed Qiqi's radiant smile, a pang of ache shot through his heart. The young female had yet to see the individual in question. Yet merely hearing the word beautiful caused her eyes to sparkle. How could that be permissible? Would she truly abandon him for another in the future? Ryue found himself engulfed in panic. I like them all, Qiqi replied, sensing Ryue's discomfort and feeling a bit intimidated. As she noticed him retracting his head slightly, she understood he was indeed feeling uneasy. Both inexperienced and playful, I assure you, she is extraordinarily beautiful, the chieftain asserted with utmost seriousness. Shall we give it a try? Qiqi directed her words towards the chieftain, though her gaze flickered towards Ryue's face remained inscrutable. The young female needed a more formidable male for protection. Thus, he could not display any expression that might burden her. Seeing him maintain his composure, Qiqi felt a sense of relief. She was indeed drawn to beauty, but only the beauty of appearances. She relished in admiration, not in action. Those newly arrived beastly husbands would merely serve as instruments for her to bear children. Perhaps no one could ever compare to Ryue in terms of emotional depth. Qiqi found herself uncertain, as she had already undergone a transformation, from a pure white radish to a capricious one, merely needing 7 handsome men to— Qiqi, what am I to do? She lamented inwardly. I have just managed to deal with the 4 of you, and now 3 more have arrived. Will I ever have a moment of peace again? Am I destined to remain confined indoors? She clung to Ryue's waist, beginning to sob. This left Ryue utterly flabbergasted. Was the young female truly frightened? Yet as he realized she needed him, the discomfort in his heart dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy at her dependence on him. Qiqi stole a glance at him, and thought to herself, Hehe, my little fox is so easily appeased. Ryue remained unaware that her affections were directed solely towards him, but his mood brightened significantly. What would you like to eat today? I shall prepare it for you, he offered, believing that securing the young female's attention required winning over her appetite. I'm not hungry just yet. We can discuss that later. For now, let us go see Ning Shuang, Qiqi suggested, taking Ryue's hand and leading him towards Ning Shuang's side. She wondered when he would awaken, why Qiqi sensed that Ning Shuang's slumber would surpass that of the 3 of them. The temperature alone suggested as much. Among the trio, Bai Yin had the highest body temperature, sleeping for nearly 3 days. Following him, Liu slept for 2 days, while the little fox awakened after just over a day. As for their awakened abilities, Qiqi only knew that Bai Yin had manifested fire powers. Neither Liu nor Ryue had mentioned theirs. Oh, not worry. The shaman said everything is fine, so it must be, Ryue reassured, tidying up Ning Shuang before turning to exit. Qiqi followed closely behind, her brow furrowed. Ryue, you still haven't told me what ability you awakened last time I asked, she pressed, feeling a sense of discomfort over the unspoken matter. Mine is wood-based. Haven't you noticed how quickly the plants in your space have been growing lately? I expedited their growth, Ryue replied, his eyes darting away, unwilling to meet Qiqi's gaze. Yes, that's so. Qiqi pondered. Indeed, she had harvested a significant batch of cilantro recently. Since she adored it, she consumed it rather rapidly. However, in hindsight, it had indeed grown faster than other plants. Yet, why did Ryue appear so evasive? What are you feeling guilty about? Qiqi inquired directly. She realized that in their beastly world, if one did not ask, they would never divulge anything. That it was a challenge to wait for them to reveal a secret willingly. I'm merely worried that you might think I'm wasting my powers on such trivial matters, Ryue stammered, his heart racing with anxiety. Ryue, are you truly so flustered over this? Qiqi found it somewhat exaggerated. Yet she also recognized her position in Ryue's heart and how he regarded her. The little fox was aware of her fondness for cilantro, so he discreetly used his powers to enhance its growth. Sensitive and apprehensive, he feared she would reproach him for utilizing his abilities on a vegetable patch. How could she ever blame someone so passionately devoted to her, who considered her feelings? Qiqi was utterly smitten. Ryue, you truly understand me best, she declared, wrapping her arms around his neck, pulling him down, and quickly planting a kiss on his lips. Hehe, this is your reward. After the kiss, Qiqi darted away. How embarrassing, she exclaimed, glancing back at the blushing little fox standing in place. Had she perhaps gone too far with her teasing? Yet his flushed face was undeniably charming. Ryue watched the fleeing figure of the young female. A helpless smile gracing his lips, as long as she wasn't angry. He would be content, but he found himself reflecting on a moment when she had so boldly pulled him down and kissed him. He had to admit that she had indeed stirred something within him. How could she be so irresistibly adorable? Having calmed her excited heart, Liu began to tidy up the beast den. The little female had a penchant for cleanliness, so he devoted particular attention to this matter. Although his hunting skills were not exemplary, he relished the opportunity to contribute in this regard. Liu did not eschew hunting altogether. He merely took some time each day to venture out. Relying solely on Bai-Yin and the others was simply not feasible. Male beastmen, upon reaching adulthood, were expected to become independent and no longer depend on their families for sustenance. Otherwise, they would lack the means to support their own females in the future. Survival of the fittest dictated that if they could not withstand the trials of nature, they would return to the embrace of the beast god. The law of nature, where the weak are eliminated, had become the norm on the beastman continent. While Liu was not particularly adept at hunting, he was capable of sustaining himself. Once Qiqi had regained her composure in the outer cave, she intended to explore the space within the present. Her foremost concern lay with the flourishing plants in that realm. Verdant and vibrant, they exuded a lively aura that Qiqi found delightful. These were all edible, and when winter arrived, they would have an abundance of food. The toil of the present would yield rewards in the future. Particularly remarkable was the spring water within the space, an inexhaustible source that was nothing short of miraculous. Qiqi was unsure of its special properties, yet she dared not drink untreated water. In contrast, Liu and Bai-Yin enjoyed it. She herself preferred to boil it first before consumption. The boiled spring water was refreshing, leaving her feeling invigorated, though she wondered if her perception was somewhat biased. With a rare moment of solitude, Qiqi resolved to inquire about the nature of the potion. Why were there distinctions like yellow and orange tears? System, potato, come forth, where have you been? Qiqi called out her mind. Host, I am here. What are your commands? The system responded promptly. The offspring you bear is of commendable quality, and you have accrued substantial energy. The main system has expressed intentions to reward you. What do these potions signify? These are rewards from the system designed to enhance your physical constitution. The reason female beastmen on the continent are frail is due to their lack of constitution above the green tier. If I consume this, will they discover it? Qiqi's concern lingered, as explanations would be difficult. They will not. Only on the day of adulthood is talent assessed, and you have never undergone such testing. They will not perceive it. Upon hearing this, Qiqi felt a significant weight lift from her shoulders. That's good to know. There won't be any side effect from drinking it, right? Rest assured, anything produced by the system is of the finest quality. All right, but if I were to perish, you would be left without a host. Qiqi attempted to threaten. Fear not. You are not the sole soul from another realm. The main system will randomly select a suitable soul to replace you upon your demise. Fine, I find that quite exasperating. The system is indeed just a collection of data, she huffed, choosing not to dwell on it further. You are truly heartless, system. Host, this system is solely responsible for data collection. Please do not trouble me. Qiqi chose to remain silent. It was futile to expect empathy from it. She might as well muster her courage and consume the potion in one go. If she did not perish, she would gain a robust constitution. Should she die, it would be a regrettable loss, especially since she had yet to meet her Merman beast husband. To be frank, she was rather looking forward to that encounter. After all, the Merman was known for his enchanting voice, and she was eager to experience it firsthand. Not just the voice, but also his visage. Qiqi felt increasingly audacious, contemplating how to save her meat that was yet uncooked. After venting her frustrations in her mind, she retrieved the yellow tear potion that the system had rewarded her. Encased in a transparent glass vial, the orange-yellow liquid swayed slightly. It bore an uncanny resemblance to orange juice. Should she drink it? After a moment of contemplation, Qiqi resolved to down it in one swift motion. Out with the head, in with the head, Her body was already clamoring for rest after only a short distance outside. If a calamity were to strike the tribe, and the beastmen were unable to attend to her, her fate would be sealed. Transforming her constitution was of utmost importance. Removing the wooden stopper from the vial, Qiqi swallowed the potion in one go. She felt a surge of energy tumultuously colliding within her, akin to a headless fly. Qiqi experienced discomfort throughout her body. Oh dear, had I known. I would have preferred to drink it in bed, where I could roll about without a care. Now, out here, I feel averse. She could only endure the pain that surged through her. Alright. As long as I persevere, I will become a yellow-tier female. With an enhanced constitution, my safety will be further assured. Liu could distinctly sense the disarray in the little female's aura and hurriedly emerged to find her frowning in agony while seated on a stone stump. Qiqi, what ails you? Liu inquired, puzzled. Are you in distress? But why? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Liu, it's nothing. You carry on with your tasks, Qiqi replied, each word carefully enunciated, her voice trembling with pain. The agony was overwhelming. She could almost vividly feel her body being dismantled and reassembled, torn apart and rebuilt. The searing pain was etched in her memory. Turned his back, yet his ears remained attuned to Qiqi's struggles. If you require anything, just call for me. I am here. With Baiyan out hunting and one other unconscious, he was left to accompany the little female. She must have done something to provoke this discomfort. Without the option of seeking a shaman, he could only stay by her side. Perhaps it would pass with time. Liu trusted Qiqi. She was always forthright about her needs, and all he could do now was wait. All right, at this point, Qiqi felt the pain subsiding significantly. She could distinctly sense the burgeoning power within her. It appeared her transformation had been successful. The intricate discomfort gradually dissipated, and Qiqi finally released a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had contemplated whether she might perish. Now, she was assured that she would not. I'm hungry, she declared, feeling an intense hunger now that the pain had faded, unable to resist calling for Liu to prepare a meal for her. I'll go cook right away. Liu turned, confirming that Qiqi was indeed well, before heading off to prepare the food. Qiqi recalled that the cubs needed to be fed, and she resolved to tend to them first. I truly hope they grow quickly. Feeding them is quite a hassle, she mused. Initially, she had not been particularly fond of children, as they were so fragile and required constant care, which could be quite burdensome. However, now that she had become a mother, everything began to shift. She found herself patiently observing one cub that had yet to eat. The fluffy little creatures were simply adorable, whether they were rabbits or baby tigers. As evening fell, Baiyan returned with his catch. After processing it, he instructed Qiqi to store it away. Yet, she frowned at him. What troubles you? Baiyan asked, perplexed by her expression. Why space is nearly full. It has become almost overflowing with accumulated goods. Qiqi lamented. Stockpiling was a source of joy, especially when her space brimmed with items, providing her with a profound sense of security. After becoming accustomed to gathering provisions daily, being told one day that she could no longer do so left her in a quandary. Should she consume the previously stored goods first, or prioritize the fresh ones? If one hunted only to consume the stored meat, would that not be rather foolish? Then let us make jerky from what we cannot store. We can trade it for salt at the next tribal exchange, Baiyan suggested nonchalantly, as it was merely a fraction of what he would consume in a single meal. Other tribes not hunt. Why would they wish to trade for jerky with us? Qiqi found the rationale baffling. Some tribes, closer to the ocean, are capable of hunting, yet they are not particularly skilled at it, hence they too require these resources. Baiyan has attended the tribal communication meetings several times, thus possessing a greater understanding of the matters at hand. Might that lead to an exchange for sea salt? Qiqi pondered further, concerned that they might not be able to trade back the salt they would require later. Her apprehension is quite reasonable, considering the uncertainty of the salt's value in this region, should it prove to be unexchangeable. Then salt would indeed be an exceedingly precious commodity. Following her last childbirth, the system had granted her a considerable array of items, among which was a water mattress that deeply touched Qiqi's heart. Soft, cool, and comfortable for sleep, She found herself anticipating the moments of intimacy with Ruyu upon a tea. As she envisioned the undulating water patterns within the mattress, she felt a sense of shyness washing over her. Certainly, but it is unlikely we can acquire a substantial quantity. Bai Yin furrowed his brow, musing that if the little female accompanied them, they could bring back a greater bounty. Yet, they needed to exercise some discretion. As the formidable beastmen had yet to arrive, and their current orange rank likely would not suffice to adequately safeguard the little female, as long as we can manage to trade for some. That will suffice. Qiqi dismissed her concerns, confident that they must be aware of how to cure meat. Otherwise, Bai Yin would not have mentioned making jerky. Then I shall be on my way. Bai Yin resolved to prepare a meal for Qiqi first, setting other matters aside for the time, being why Qiqi turned and entered the inner chamber to nurse the young ones. After half a month, the little cubs had grown significantly. Their eyes were now open, and they could move about with some difficulty. Throughout this time, Qiqi was perpetually charmed by these tiny creatures. The little white ones would often paw at her eyes. Still quite small, they appeared to be mere infants. However, the current little tiger cubs instinctively emitted low growls, which occasionally troubled Qiqi with their cries. Nevertheless, she could hold and stroke them endlessly without tiring. As for the little white rabbits, they were far too small for her to handle, always being cared for by Bai Yin or Ruyu. The newborn rabbits, with their rosy bodies, became more pleasing to her eyes once their fur fully grew in over the past few days. Compared to the fluffy white tiger cubs, Qiqi favored the latter. The current size of the white tigers was already 3 times that of the rabbits. They had been considerably larger at birth. The little rabbits were now able to move about clumsily, always attempting to escape their enclosure. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, these little rabbits needed to be nourished with milk for a full month, and they were only halfway through at present. Why Qiqi would daily pry open their mouths for a glance. Once they began teething, she would wean them on a porridge, as she truly wished to avoid the task of nursing. You had also been learning from Qiqi how to prepare meat porridge over the past couple of days. After satisfying her hunger, Qiqi ventured outside the cave to observe Ruyu as he smoked the jerky. The method of smoking meat on the beastman continent differed from what Qiqi was accustomed to. He first sliced the meat into thin strips, cooked it, then strung the pieces together with vines before drying them over an open flame. In such sweltering weather, watching the fire burn so fiercely made Qiqi feel a heat rising in her chest. Perhaps it was due to her changing constitution. She had felt perpetually hungry these past 2 days, as her previous appetite no longer sufficed. Could this be the price of becoming stronger? Ruyu, where is your little female? Boomed a voice from afar. What's the matter? Qiqi inquired curiously, glancing toward the newcomer. Someone outside the tribe is looking for you. The messenger beastman relayed his message before darting away. Qiqi was taken aback. Someone was outside the tribe, rather than coming directly to find her. Could it be that they were not from this tribe? Could it be a beastman seeking a marriage alliance? A flicker of disappointment crossed Ruyu's eyes. This month was originally meant for him to enjoy his time with the little female alone. With a new beastman arriving, would he still have a chance? We shall find out if we go take a look, Qiqi thought, a wave of unease washing over her. As this was a new member, Ruyu composed himself, concealing his emotions, and turned to enter the beast den to join Bai Yin. Upon hearing the news, Bai Yin displayed little emotion. Since a beastman had arrived, it was a matter that should be addressed personally with the tribe leader, and they ought to accept it with equanimity. Yet, why did his heart feel so unsettled? As Qiqi led the 2 of them toward the tribe's entrance, Bai Yin lifted her with his arm. After giving birth, her figure had become more voluptuous, and her previous animal skin skirt now barely concealed her allure, making Qiqi feel somewhat bashful. After all, she felt somewhat out of place here, as she was not quite as extraordinary as the others. The male beastmen often glanced in her direction. Everyone knew that a little female who had recently formed a bond with a mate had awakened 4 beastmen and given birth to 10 cubs in a mere 3 months. Such a valuable little female had been kept under wraps by the tribe leader. Some beastmen expressed their dissatisfaction with the leader, even contemplating rebuke. However, after the leader had dealt swiftly with a few unruly male beastmen, no one dared to voice their grievances again. They could only mutter a few complaints in hushed tones. Who wouldn't he desire to contend for such a precious little female? Yet now, it seemed that outsiders would gain the advantage. While none from their own tribe had been selected, the collective discontent festered within, with many blaming the tribe leader. On the other hand, there was a contradictory sentiment that the tribe lacked strength. Even these orange-ranked beastmen were solitary creatures who only sought refuge in the tribe. Due to the rainy and winter seasons, being alone outside was quite challenging. Those who preferred solitude would seek a tribe for support, hoping to find shelter from the rain during the wet season. The manner of integrating into a tribe varied significantly, as each tribe required different tasks from the male beasts seeking to join. The hunting dog tribe merely needed to assist the tribe members in hunting every 7 days and aid in defending the tribe during the winter beast tide, after Bai Yin and his companions settled into the tribe. The casualties among the warriors during winter had indeed decreased considerably. Thus, they could be considered half-tribal members, at least. However, the newly arrived beastman was both arrogant and disparaging toward their tribe, and the simmering resentment within him found no outlet, landing all the blame on the tribe leader. When Qiqi and her companions arrived at the tribe's entrance, they beheld a striking figure standing there, exuding an air of authority that I am from the mermaid tribe. Here for a marriage alliance. Where's your tribe leader? Why is he not here to greet me? I've stood here for quite some time. The mermaid's impatience was palpable. Hey, are you not going to let me in? Nor take me to find the tribe leader? What do you mean by this? Are you forcing me to barge in? The mermaid's patience seemed to be wearing thin, as he even transformed his tail into a deep blue mermaid's tail, irritably striking the ground, appearing ready to erupt at any moment, which caused Qiqi to feel a twinge of fear. Is this how mermaids typically behave? If he is on the verge of losing control. It seems he might not wait until Ryu has completed a full month before seeking a mate, Bai Yin remarked with a serious tone, his brow furrowed. How old could this mermaid be? A red-ranked individual should not reach a state of losing control so swiftly. Let us assess the situation. If it becomes untenable, perhaps he could compensate Ryu with 2 days over the coming month. Qiqi suggested, though she felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the mermaid was quite handsome. Should he be willing to become her mate, she could accept that. The two whispered to one another, their conversation blending into the surrounding noise without drawing attention. Are you from the mermaid tribe? Qiqi ventured to inquire as she approached the entrance. Yes, where's your tribe leader? Why has a little female come to find me? The mermaid questioned, feeling undervalued despite being on the cusp of advancing to silver rank. Once a sought-after figure in his tribe, he now felt diminished. In recent years, his temper had grown increasingly volatile, and the tribe's shaman had warned him of imminent loss of control. His kin had sought ways to protect him, tirelessly searching for a marriage partner. Regrettably, there were few exceptional females on the beast god continent. He had been suppressing his impulses, yet these last 2 months had seen him on the brink of eruption, with several instances almost resulting in harm to his kin. Fortunately, the tribe leader had managed to find him a female, but after a grueling journey inland, he had finally arrived at the hunting dog tribe, only to be met with such treatment. Greetings, I am Qiqi, the tribe leader's chosen partner for the marriage alliance. If you do not mind, I shall accompany you to find the tribe leader. Her voice was gentle, and she regarded him with a warm smile. Why Qiqi? I am Yi. The mermaid, Yi, was momentarily dazzled by the little female's smile, unsure if this was truly happening. For the first time, a young female smiled at him. Previously, within the tribe, the young females would shy away upon realizing their status as red-tier warriors, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. His father was distressed, pondering what steps to take, especially considering the numerous red-tier individuals in the merfolk tribe, some of whom had even ascended to silver tier on their own. Now, perhaps he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Shall we go? Qiqi inquired. Yes, let us depart, Yi replied, feeling more at ease now that someone had come to escort him, and it was none other than the young female herself. This is my first beast husband, Bai Yin, and this is my 4th beast husband, Ryu. Qiqi introduced simply. Greetings, Yi. If it pleases you, we welcome you to join us, Ryu said courteously. 4th beast husband, Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the young female before him. And what of him? What is his ranking? Fifth, he understood that it was a political marriage, so his position would not be too prominent. Yet fifth place before such a remarkable young female was still a significant advancement. If I were to form a bond with you, would I then be ranked fifth? Qiqi asked eagerly. Indeed, when I came of age, the chieftain required me to select no fewer than 3 beast husbands. Qiqi confessed, somewhat reluctantly. Alas, in a moment of impulse, I ended up choosing 4, leading to a rather chaotic life. Point 4 is rather modest. Qiqi accepted, as it was a known fact that in their tribe, young females who did not select at least 8 partners during their coming-of-age ceremony would not be considered. Merfolk could bear offspring in human form, making reproduction within their kind relatively uncomplicated. Even when mating with beastmen from other tribes, the majority of offspring were predominantly merfolk. Thus, the gender ratio among the merfolk was not severely skewed, primarily due to their preference for selecting partners from outside tribes. Young females often harbor greed, desiring to experience various suitors. Those within their own tribe were chosen less frequently. Additionally, some young females feared that they could not withstand the pressures of partnering with beast husbands of orange tier or higher, thus refraining from pursuing such unions. Consequently, there were at least 10 red tier males in the merfolk tribe still seeking mates. Qiqi being one of them, Qiqi could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue if 10 beast husbands arrived simultaneously. Scheduling would take nearly a year. Gradually accepting the situation, Qiqi felt that it was not as terrifying as it seemed. Observing that the young female had fallen silent, Qiqi tactfully ceased speaking. Upon arriving at the chieftain's dwelling, he stood before the beast den. "Welcome to our tribe," the chieftain greeted with a smile directed at Qiqi. The chieftain had sent the young female to escort Qiqi because the scouts had informed him that the newly arrived merfolk were on the brink of losing control. It was preferable for a young female to approach rather than himself, with a beautiful and kind-hearted young female at the forefront, who wouldn't be moved. Qiqi responded coolly, still irked that the chieftain seemed to overlook him. "Qiqi, why don't you take him home for now? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out," the chieftain suggested, casting a flattering glance at Qiqi. "Actually, I do have a request," Qiqi replied. Blinking her eyes thoughtfully, she resolved to construct a wooden house before the rainy season arrived. "Please inform me of your needs, that we will assist you in any way we can," she declared. "I wish for the beastmen of the tribe to help me build the house." Qiqi believed that to refuse free labor would be foolish. Moreover, with only half a month until the rainy season descended, she had to complete the construction within this time frame. Initially, she had considered building a wooden structure, but upon reflection, she doubted its durability against the incessant rains that would last nearly 2 months, ultimately concluding that a red brick house would provide greater peace of mind. However, constructing a foundation without steel and cement was unfeasible. Erecting a mud house would likely be fraught with difficulties. The mere thought of the dampness that accompanied the rainy season made Qiqi feel uneasy. What was she to do? Materials were scarce. While she had access to clay suitable for firing blue or red bricks, she lacked the resources to create a kiln. How could she possibly build a house for herself in her modern life? Aside from her passion for culinary arts, she had a penchant for exploring the wisdom of ancient peoples. She was intrigued by how ancient civilizations managed to construct the Great Wall without cement or steel. Ensuring its endurance through the ages. One method involved rammed earth construction, a building material created by mixing red clay, coarse sand, and lime, compacted together. Another technique involved using blue bricks, where glutinous rice and lime served as a binding agent. However, Qiqi currently possessed none of these materials. Another option was to create bricks from yellow clay mixed with dried straw, stacking them to form a structure, which was the simplest method of construction. But could it withstand the 2-month rainy season? After some contemplation, if she wished to build a house, she could attempt firing blue or red bricks now and seek additional materials come spring. Yet, how would she endure the frigid winter? This stone cave was clearly not the most suitable place to spend the winter. With only half a month remaining, what could she accomplish, surely, among the 300 beastmen in the tribe? There must be a solution. These were primitive forests, largely untouched, with the tribe situated on a hillside beneath a cliff, where most beastmen burrowed into the cliffside for shelter. However, during winter, the cliffs were often ravaged by wind and snow, leading many females to perish from exposure that if houses could be constructed, it would be ideal. Nevertheless, she was merely an amateur, and the task of building houses was daunting. The most crucial material was limestone, which could be found in abundance on the small hills beneath the cliff. Once the limestone was procured, it would still need to be fired, making it impossible to complete within the next 15 days. After the rainy season comes the windy season. The beastman continent experiences 5 seasons: spring, summer, rainy, windy, and winter. Perhaps you should first venture out with Lu Yu to search for limestone, specifically the whitish or bluish-gray stones. These stones could be fired into quicklime, and the subsequent ratios of clay would require time to adjust. She was unsure of the exact proportions. Yet Qiqi believed that experimentation would lead to truth. Nothing succeeds without effort, a T present. The most pressing need was manpower. The chieftain promised that even if it meant delaying 2 months, it would be acceptable. Building a house. The chieftain seemed puzzled, despite Qiqi's flurry of thoughts. Only a moment had passed. Indeed, the beast den is hewn from the cliff, insufficient for warmth in winter, significantly diminishing the survival odds for females. I have some impractical ideas in mind. I wonder if the chieftain could allocate manpower to assist me. Qiqi stated plainly, the more hands on deck, the better, especially since teaching the tribe these methods would yield only benefits. However, Qiqi needed to devise some excuses. How did she come to know of these things? A reasonable explanation was necessary, for these methods had never been seen on the beastman continent. You understand how to construct houses? The chieftain's eyes sparkled, excitement evident as he gazed at Qiqi. He was well aware that the stone cave was unsuitable for the female's nurturing. Yet he had no means to assist. Rumors on the beast god continent suggested that the long-armed gibbons were adept at building tree houses. However, not everyone could navigate the trees with ease, creating a gap in their ability to learn. They were timid and fearful, reluctant to step beyond their tribal borders, leaving them to gaze longingly without being able to enlist help in building tree houses. I'm uncertain whether it will succeed, as they are made of mud. I fear that it may collapse before the rainy season ends, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. Qiqi tentatively suggested, if that fails, we can first attempt to build a house from rammed earth and see how it goes. The sun in the beast world, I believe, will dry the structure adequately within half a month. We must try. We absolutely must. The chieftain was practically brimming with excitement, envisioning the possibility of a construction method. Even if it could not withstand the rainy season, erecting a house before winter would allow the young females to pass through safely. In the stifling summer, the cave was unventilated, and in winter, it faced the wind. Even the chieftain found it torturous, let alone the frail females that Qiqi had provided him with an abundance of surprises. The chieftain, elated, began to consider gathering people to commence the work. Qiqi mentally organized the necessary provisions, preparing to request the chieftain to send out a search party. For now, she would take Qiqi home. As a newcomer, it was only fitting that he accompany her home first. However, upon encountering the clan leader, certain thoughts inevitably surfaced in her mind, prompting her to speak. She had not anticipated the clan leader's remarkable execution ability. You understand these matters as well? She said, astonished as she gazed at the petite female before her, who barely reached her chest. How could such a small creature possess such knowledge? She had only heard of the ape tribe constructing tree houses. Building houses from earth. If that were feasible, why was there not a single house on the beastman continent? Could it be that this little female was merely toying with them? Yet, looking at the leader of the hunting dog tribe, she seemed to genuinely believe it was not that she underestimated the little female. Rather, the notion seemed utterly absurd. How could she, a mere female, conceive of solutions to problems that had stumped so many beastmen? Surely, she must be extraordinarily clever. At this moment, she realized that females could indeed be quite useful. Moreover, this particular little female had an exceptionally good temperament. She did not even attempt to boss around her beast husband. Thus far, her impression of Qiqi was quite favorable. I'm just rambling. I don't know if it will work, Qiqi said, her words a jumble of nonsense. In any case, if it failed, the clan leader would not blame her. Instead, she would likely redouble her efforts in experimentation. Perhaps, even without her methods, the clan leader would manage to construct a house. Let us return to the beast den. I will show you our home. Qiqi decided. After making up her mind, Qiqi naturally lifted Qiqi and headed back towards the beast den. Shuri followed closely behind, dreaming of her future life. The strong adapt to their surroundings, while the weak wallow in self-pity. Shuri had never complained about her environment. She only sought to adapt. In her youth, her father often tossed her into the deep sea to battle sea beasts. After numerous pleas for mercy went unanswered, she learned to accept and confront those terrifying creatures. "All right," Shuri replied. Upon arriving at the entrance of the beast den, to be honest, it was also her first time witnessing a dwelling of beastmen on land. The stone cave was somewhat dim, exuding a slightly oppressive atmosphere. However, when compared to the beauty of the deep sea, it possessed its own unique charm. Truthfully, Shuri was quite eager to reside there. Once inside the beast den, everything was neatly arranged and impeccably clean, far from the disarray she had imagined, and was thus acceptable. The stone cave has 4 rooms available for habitation. Would you like to choose one? Or are any of them suitable? Koyu asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Although they had previously expanded the beast den, with only 4 beast husbands, they had not pursued further expansion. Now, it seemed a bit insufficient. "I will choose this one," Shuri said, having surveyed the surroundings and selecting the room adjacent to Qiqi. Koyu and Bai Yin exchanged glances, thinking the young one is quite bold. They could only hope to keep their distance, as being close would be excruciatingly torturous at night, unless the little female could enter her space. Otherwise, it would be sheer torment. "You have no objections, do you?" Shuri inquired, sensing the sudden stillness in the air, as if she had inadvertently touched upon a taboo. No, it's fine. You may choose freely." Koyu quickly waved her hand in response. "Very well," Shuri said, casting a dubious glance at the 2 beastmen before her, who were of similar height to her. Could it be that this room was undesirable? She speculated that the adjacent room was where the little female resided. Why did these individuals seem reluctant to be closer to her? Bai Yin would not offer any explanations. Such revelations were for Shuri to discern on her own. The village leader moved swiftly as soon as Qiqi had finished showing Shuri to her room. The clan leader approached her. "Qiqi, what materials are needed to construct a rammed earth house? I will send beastmen to gather them. Yellow earth and dry grass. This time we're building an earthen house." Qiqi did not believe that an earthen house could withstand a rainy season. After all, it was made from mud, which would be washed away by rainwater over time, and once damp, it might not stand firm. As for tiles, perhaps they could try firing them. With half a month and 300 individuals, much could be accomplished. Yellow mud was abundant, which was not difficult. The challenge lay in transporting enough water to mix the mud. And where could they find dry grass now? These were all pressing issues. Upon learning of the materials, the clan leader instructed others to begin the search. "Clan leader, what size house do you plan to build?" "We can first lay the foundation." Qiqi intended to establish the foundation before securing the necessary materials. "How do we do that?" The clan leader humbly sought guidance. "First, dig a trench as deep as your knees and fill it with stones, leveling it as much as possible." Something like that. In truth, laying a foundation was not particularly difficult. Given the beastmen's robust physiques, digging a trench that deep was a simple task. Following her instructions, the clan leader dispatched the beastmen to commence the work. Upon hearing that they could build a house, the beastmen were overjoyed, filled with enthusiasm. In reality, Qiqi had an abundance of dried rice straw at her space, but she was unsure how to retrieve it. Perhaps they could simply bring some from the rice fields? Indeed, the clan leader had previously harvested rice, which saved them the trouble of searching. "Clan leader, wait a moment. Do you remember the rice fields from earlier?" Qiqi called out to the departing clan leader just in time. "Remember what?" The clan leader looked puzzled. "Just retrieve the rice straw from there." Qiqi felt that they could start right away. "Oh, wouldn't that mean we could begin work today?" the clan leader exclaimed, his excitement evident as he slapped his thigh. Shuri was bewildered. "Rice fields? What is that?" Driven by curiosity, she followed the village leader's footsteps. Upon arriving at a lush green rice field, Shuri was utterly astonished. "What kind of plant is this? It looks like grass. What were the clan leaders doing here? Collecting dry grass. How did that relate to building a house?" The beastmen worked diligently, carrying bundles back to the tribe. Shuri, intrigued, tied a bundle herself and carried it back. She wished to see how the little female's concept of house construction would materialize. Upon returning to the tribe, many males were already fetching water to pour over the loosened yellow mud, trampling it down. They sought to remove as many stones as possible from the loosened yellow earth, adding water to soften it. The water ratio needed to be precise. It was akin to mixing flour. If it was too runny, they would add yellow mud, and if too dry, they would add water. Everyone was working fervently. When Qiqi saw Yi running to fetch dry grass, she sighed inwardly at his diligence. "Why are you off working?" Qiqi asked curiously, recalling that this male had arrived in a rather unstable emotional state earlier that day. "What work am I doing? I'm merely curious about how you intend to construct this house." Yi replied, "Tea won't be ready today. We still need to wait for the mud bricks to set." Qiqi, too, wished for the process to advance more swiftly. However, the house was merely in the experimental phase at present. If it could withstand the rainy season, she would not wish to go through the trouble of constructing a brick house. A simple dwelling would suffice for now, that if it could not endure the rainy season, she would certainly seek limestone to build a house. Additionally, glutinous rice. Perhaps she could check if the system could procure glutinous rice seeds, as they were crucial for increasing adhesion and were essential materials for constructing brick houses. Mud bricks? Yi was not entirely clear on that concept, but in due time, everything would be revealed. Rather than asking for a vague answer, Yi chose to observe for herself. As some beastmen had nearly finished trampling the mud, Qiqi instructed them to mix in the dry grass, ensuring it was uniform, and then place it into wooden molds to dry in the wind. These stone bricks would need to dry for at least 4 to 5 days under the blazing sun. Wouldn't they? Qiqi was not entirely certain. Yet she believed that this was indeed the correct approach. Once the mud bricks had solidified sufficiently, molds would no longer be necessary, and she would begin to layer the bricks using yellow clay. Currently, Qiqi was by the riverbank in search of the appropriate clay to craft the green tiles. This task, while seemingly straightforward, possessed its complexities. Conversely, it did not appear insurmountable either. Regarding the kiln, Qiqi had already conveyed her recollections to the tribal leader, urging him to find someone to construct one. The specifics of the construction and its success were now his responsibility. Whether for firing green bricks or tiles, the final phase of the process required water to be poured atop the kiln for cooling, while the raw clay forms needed to be placed in a shaded area to air dry. Hence, Qiqi chose a site near the river. The leader also arranged for the kiln to be erected not far from the riverbank for ease of water access. The initial production of green bricks was relatively simple. Yellow clay was to be sliced into sheets, placed atop specially crafted circular wooden bases, and moistened to be firmly pressed, followed by air drying. The circular clay forms were to be marked with several hidden lines so that once dried, each circle could be easily divided into 3 parts. Ideally, the wood used for these bases should be of similar volume, and the length of the tiles should be uniformly maintained. The process of making tiles was time-consuming, as many needed to be produced due to the requirement of demolding. Moreover, a single kiln could only fire a limited number of tiles at once. If they wished to complete the production before the rainy season, it seemed nearly impossible. Upon realizing this, the tribal leader fell into deep contemplation. After all, the orcs also needed to forage for food. Making it impractical to devote the entire day to tile production. Was it truly necessary to postpone until after the windy season? Village chief, every venture begins with difficulty. One must only be willing to persevere. Qiqi reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Persevere? Impossible. I can enlist the help of nearby tribes. The leader retorted earnestly. He would not rest easy until the tiles were completed before the onset of the rains. But, chief, constructing the brick kiln alone will take nearly half a month, Qiqi remarked, sensing the urgency of the matter. The 2-month-long rainy season posed significant challenges. The kiln could be built smaller, yet I cannot bear not seeing the finished product. The leader lamented that ignorance might have been preferable. Now that he was aware, not producing the tiles would be more painful than death. Why Qiqi resigned herself to his decisions. The methods have been outlined. The rest lay in the hands of the tribe to explore and discover. As the saying goes, every endeavor begins with difficulty. Yet, humans are inherently resilient. Once they recognize the potential for improvement in their lives, how could they possibly resign themselves to failure? Qiqi even pondered whether the hunting dog tribe might become the infrastructure army of the Orc continent, given that they were the first to engage in such endeavors. Qiqi possessed merely theoretical knowledge, with little practical experience to speak of, having only glimpsed the process through short videos. She never anticipated that her knowledge would prove useful so soon in her quest for comfort. She had inadvertently sacrificed many within her tribe. Though they only sacrificed their labor, Qiqi still felt adept at utilizing their strengths. As dusk approached, she thought it best to leave matters in the hands of the leader. Confident that they would seek her assistance should they encounter any challenges, Bai Yin, observing Qiqi's fascination, resolved to escort her home. Very well, we shall depart. Is it inappropriate? Qiqi felt a twinge of guilt. There is nothing amiss. You have shared your thoughts with the leader. Should he succeed, it would be a tremendous joy. Do not overthink it. Let us go, Bai Yin insisted, firmly leading her away. Qiqi, reassured by Bai Yan's words, felt at ease that, it shall be fine. If it can be accomplished, it benefits everyone. Shiyi was witnessing for the first time such unity within a tribe, thoroughly captivated. Now, as the small female prepared to depart, he felt a reluctance to follow. Is it not true that humans are social creatures? After interacting with the members of the tribe, Shiyi felt his emotions stabilize significantly. In the depths of the ocean, he often experienced feelings of oppression and solitude. Others feared his potential for sudden violence. Thus, they would avoid him, leaving him to hunt sea monsters alone to satiate his hunger. However, the orcs here did not seem to harbor fear of his unpredictable nature. Perhaps it was because they were unaware of his capacity for loss of control. A sense of discomfort settled in Shiyi's heart. And what of this small female? Was she not the least bit afraid of his red tear? How could she confront him so calmly? Questions swirled in Shiyi's mind. Upon returning to the orc den, Shiyi observed Ryu skillfully asking Qiqi for various ingredients to prepare a meal. A sight he had never encountered before. In the depths of the sea, fire could not be kindled. Both females and males subsisted on raw meat, with only a few females living on land. Merfolk who spent extended periods without water would develop skin conditions, becoming parched and unable to stray far from water sources. Now that Shiyi had gained insight into the hunting dog tribe, he felt immense satisfaction. Within the span of a mere half-day, he had integrated himself into the tribe. Following Ryu, he watched with childlike curiosity as he cooked. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the pot was utterly mesmerizing. This was the first time he had encountered such a delightful scent emanating from food that if he could only have a taste, he would be indifferent to whether he won the small female's favor. In the depths of the ocean, he felt lonely and isolated, shunned by all. Here, however, everyone seemed remarkably friendly. Shiyi truly cherished this place, and the small female. She was gentle, nothing like the previous small females he had encountered, who frequently berated their mates. Shiyi began to look forward to his life ahead. That evening, Ryu prepared a chicken rib soup, stir-fried meat slices, and smashed cucumbers. The cucumbers were from the seed gift pack rewarded by the childbirth system. Qiqi had long instructed the males to plant the seeds and harvest them. Now, they lacked for nothing regarding regular vegetables and had smashed a large basin of cucumbers. These items were solely for home use. And the males kept their lips sealed, ensuring no one spoke of it outside. Ryu had cooked 2 pots of stir-fried meat slices. Recently, the small female's appetite had grown, prompting him to prepare more to ensure she enjoyed her meal. The overpowering aroma filled everyone's nostrils as Shiyi anxiously awaited a morsel. He was shooed away by Ryu. Meanwhile, Qiqi was busy feeding the cubs. Her sole wish was for the cubs to grow quickly. Nursing was quite a hassle. Ryu returned home that night, just in time for dinner. The 5 of them gathered around the table to dine together. Everyone, please eat. Why are you staring blankly? Qiqi began first. Noticing their hesitation to pick up their chopsticks, feeling a bit puzzled that Lu, however, was scrutinizing the newcomer, Shiyi. Who is this? Why isn't the small female introducing him? Did she bring back another male from her outing today? Ryu found the food tasteless, despite it usually being delicious. Bai Yin and Ryu, seeing that Qiqi had barely touched her food, hesitated to indulge, choosing to eat slowly instead. Shiyi, observing their behavior, mirrored them, though his heart was screaming, "Oh, what have I been eating all this time?" This male named Ruyu is extraordinarily skilled at cooking. Yi silently praised Ruyu, who had now surpassed Qiqi in his esteem. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Ruyu from now on. "Qiqi, will you not introduce our new member?" Luyu's voice faltered, struggling to swallow. "This is Yi, the male from the merfolk tribe introduced by the leader. He is my second mate." Qiqi succinctly introduced. "I am Yi." He nodded towards Luu. The two individuals exchanged their names briefly, and then the conversation fell silent. When Luyu heard that the beast husband was brought in through a marriage alliance, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Now, there was another person competing with him for the affection of the little female. With a resigned sigh, he continued to eat, realizing that this was all part of protecting the little female from being snatched away by wandering beastmen. Once his taste buds returned, Luyu found himself eating with much greater speed. After finishing her meal, Qiqi seized Ruyu's hand and dragged her to the riverside for a bath. Tonight held significant plans. Ruyu felt a bit shy. It had been a long time since she had lain beside a little female, and she was not quite sure why she felt so excited. Qiqi was determined to try out the waterbed tonight. In the spatial realm, due to the presence of cubs, Qiqi preferred not to place the waterbed outside, as it would be difficult to explain. If the waterbed appeared within her space, she could concoct a story about her space being able to materialize different things based on her imagination. The wooden bed was not as comfortable, but it was passable. After taking a refreshing bath in the river, Ruyu and Qiqi returned. While they could have bathed within their space, Qiqi opted for the thrill of the riverbank. As twilight dimmed, they hurried back to the beast den before complete darkness enveloped the surroundings. The others obediently returned to their own dens to rest. It was evident that the little female favored Ruyu, and it was apparent that her health had already improved. To avoid disturbing their sleep, Qiqi took Ruyu directly into the spatial realm. "Little fox, I miss you so much," upon entering the space. Qiqi began her playful banter. I missed Qiqi too." Ruyu's face flushed crimson at her words. "What were you thinking?" Qiqi intended to tease him, knowing that Ruyu was the shyest of them all. "Isn't it obvious, Qiqi?" Ruyu pulled the little female into his embrace, expressing his longing with a hint of grievance. "What does Ruyu think?" Qiqi spoke softly, and Ruyu had never encountered such a little female. Raising his head, he gazed into her misty eyes, feeling particularly vulnerable. "Can't you sense it, Qiqi?" Ruyu looked at her with a pitiful expression. Why Qiqi thought, "The little fox has turned mischievous. I adore him even more." Although they had only shared one experience, he was indeed easy to tease. Whatever she said went unquestioned. Today she felt even fonder of the little fox. Her little fox was truly wonderful. He could cook, was handsome, and, alas, but tonight they had work to do. Suddenly, Qiqi became serious, and Ruyu snapped back to attention. "Qiqi, please give your orders. Go plant the crops, and I will reward you. Qiqi felt a surge of mischief. Her smile slightly cheeky. "All right, I will listen to Qiqi." Ruyu took a hoe and obediently headed off to the fields. As Qiqi emerged from the spatial realm, the dawn began to break. Everyone else was still asleep. Only she and Ruyu were awake, with Ruyu still curled up in bed. The cubs nestled in a corner of the bed, sleeping soundly. Qiqi sat at the edge of the bed, lost in thought about what to do today. The entertainment options in the beast world were woefully scarce, and she often found herself pondering what to engage in, especially since there were no tasks to complete in her space at the moment. However, there remained around 60 to 70 acres of land that had yet to be cultivated, and she was uncertain about what to plant. The growth rate of plants within her space was astonishingly rapid. She had already planted everything she could, even saving seeds. Moreover, the space she awakened had no remaining storage for plants that were not easy to preserve. Potatoes and sweet potatoes could be planted in moderation. Yet today marked the 7th day since Yin and the others went hunting. She could not drag them into the space to work. Perhaps she would accompany the harvest team outside for a while. Once Qiqi made her decision, she planned to take a brief rest. During this time, she consumed a shengzi di, and it was time to get back to work. There were still many items in the system store that remained locked. Last time, the birthing system rewarded her with 1060 points, combined with the initial reward of 1,000. totaling 2060. Blue tier rewards 30, green tier 50, yellow tier 100, red tier 150. She had only unlocked a few vegetable seeds, which she already possessed, but she desired fruit seeds. After all, it felt wasteful to utilize such a vast space solely for vegetables. The space seemed to possess magical properties, allowing vegetables to flourish regardless of the season. Qiqi did not intend to dwell on such trivial matters, considering she had already traversed into this fantastical realm. Why fret over minor details? Yet she was curious about how abilities worked in the beast world. Ruyu had awakened a wood-based ability, Bai Yin a fire-based one, and Luyu seemed to have awakened a wind-based power. What could these abilities accomplish? Would they simply enhance hunting prowess, having only been in the beast world for a few months? Even with some of the original owner's memories, Qiqi could not fully comprehend everything. The original owner had been confined by the tribe leader for 5 years, and many things had long been forgotten. Little female, are you awake? Time had just arrived in a new place, and he felt somewhat out of sorts and could see the slightest sound. He stirred awake. Qiqi was momentarily taken aback by the melodious, unfamiliar voice that resembled a clear spring. Then it dawned on her that she had accepted a new beast husband yesterday. Would you like something to eat? He inquired softly. It's fine. Once Ruyu is awake, he will go cook that. Why Qiqi had little faith in his culinary skills, considering he had just mentioned that Ruyu's cooking was delightful. He must not have tasted much cooked food. They eat cooked food here on the mainland? He asked, puzzled. I don't know, but I want to eat cooked food. I can't stomach our why Qiqi stated, unafraid of being perceived as finicky if conditions allowed. She certainly did not wish to compromise her preferences. The opinions of others mattered little. As long as she was content, that was sufficient. Moreover, in the beast world, no one was constantly scrutinizing her actions, critiquing her every move. Everyone had their own lives to attend to, only occasionally gossiping about new happenings in their spare time. Indeed, the little female was quite delicate. When I have time, I should learn to cook food from Ruyu as well. His response surprised Qiqi. After all, in her experience, cold-blooded creatures typically avoided fire. You can approach fire? Doesn't it bother you? Qiqi asked cautiously. Compared to fire, what I loathe more is eating raw, bloody food, he expressed, recalling the distasteful feeling that arose each time he consumed those bloody fish and meat from the depths of the ocean. However, he had no choice. Venturing on a land without fire, he couldn't join any tribe. No one would accept him. Thus, even if he longed for cooked food, he could only yearn for it in silence. Yesterday was his first encounter with cooked food. Even though it was his first attempt, the taste was exquisite. He wanted to possess this life skill and learn. Yes, raw meat does seem a bit terrifying. Why Qiqi nodded in agreement with his perspective. I can teach you. The recipes Ryu makes are all provided by me. Why Qiqi reclined on her side, propping her chin on her hand as she looked at him. Really? His dark, lifeless eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Why joke with you? Qiqi sat up, intending to teach him how to prepare food that if he enjoyed it, then let him learn. This way, there would be someone to assist Ruyu in the kitchen. Ruyu undoubtedly had a talent for culinary arts, but she was uncertain about this one. Can we start now? His voice brimmed with excitement as he eagerly sought Qiqi's approval. All right, let's go. Qiqi led him outside to the stone cave. She began to clear away the ash and pulled out the still, glowing charcoal, placing dry grass atop to aid in igniting the fire. Since the intention is to teach, let's begin by instructing him on how to kindle a fire in the beastly realm. The timber tends to be rather substantial. For instance, Ruyu and the others would simply burn the logs they collected, as the hearth is sufficiently large to accommodate them haphazardly. Consequently, after preparing dinner in the evening, the leftover firewood would be extinguished into charcoal by the ash, allowing for a flicker of flame to remain come morning. With a bit of caution, igniting a fire is not a daunting task. However, this may simply be a straightforward endeavor for Ruyu for me. It seems I have inadvertently extinguished it. Sure, Yes gaze dared not meet Qiqi's. It's all right. Once Bai Yin awakens, we shall have a spark. She reassured him. Why Qiqi, unfazed, felt no hunger yet, though Sure Ye's curiosity piqued her interest, prompting her to direct him. There is nothing that cannot be accomplished upon attempting. Becoming adept at something is merely a matter of practice. Why Qiqi saw no reason to be vexed over such trifles. if she were to become irate over every minor issue. Her frustration would surely reach an intolerable level. That aren't you upset that I messed it up? Yi cautiously inquired, wary of missing any flicker of emotion on her face. It's nothing. This is a trivial matter. Where did you gather that I am angry? Would you like me to feign anger for your amusement? Qiqi playfully teased him. That is a relief. Yi exhaled, feeling at ease. This little female is unlike any he has encountered before. You two are up bright and early, Yi remarked, having been roused by their conversation. Upon emerging, he found Yi engaged in cheerful banter with the little female. Last night, he had taken considerable time to mentally prepare himself for sleep, only to be met with an unexpected ambush from the small female and Yi first thing in the morning. Witnessing their jovial exchange stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Yu. During his month, he had devoted himself solely to caring for Bai Yin and the unborn child of the little female, scarcely able to indulge in any meat. Now, with the emergence of another bothersome male, he felt a deep-seated anguish he could not articulate. Upon seeing Yu, still bleary-eyed, Qiqi felt an uncharacteristic sense of guilt. He was indeed the most unfortunate, having consumed not a morsel of meat save for the night of their bonding. Typically, he was the busiest among them, as the tribe had few flying beastmen, of which he was one, tasked with several rounds of patrol each day. Thus, he lacked ample time to accompany her. And now, with the addition of another male, it was only natural for him to harbor some jealousy. Luu, you're awake. Qiqi beamed at him. As Yu met her smile, the resentment within him began to dissipate. The little female was rather delightful, though he recognized his own shortcomings in generosity. Lu's sensitivities ran deep, as he could have soared freely through the skies. Yet now, tethered by attachments, he found himself burdened with concern. The memories of that night lingered sweetly in his heart, yet for the sake of the little female's well-being, he dared not act recklessly. The little female was too precious for him to see her distressed, so he concealed all his feelings within. I had a light sleep, Yu replied succinctly. You still have patrol duty today. Is the tribe leader not granting you a day of rest? Qiqi felt a twinge of displeasure. Was the tribe leader attempting to exploit her? First, it was her. Now, it was her beast husband. He has always been this way before bonding, Yu said, approaching and affectionately ruffling the hair of the irked little female. Not be upset. The leader acts for the safety of our Luu viewed himself as a vital part of the tribe and held no ill will towards these matters. With Ryu by Qiqi's side, that was sufficient. They still needed to focus on their duties, primarily to eliminate any traces of rogue beastmen, lest they pose a threat to the little female's safety. Such a scenario would be an unworthy trade-off. I'm not upset. It's just that you haven't spent time with me in ages. Qiqi rose, gazing up at him. Since fairness could not be achieved, it must not be expressed. However, with Yi present, Qiqi refrained from any bold gestures. Then I shall request a day of rest from the tribe leader for tomorrow, Yu said, playfully tapping Qiqi's nose. He had long coveted her enticing lips. Yet with Yi's unwavering gaze upon him, he felt a twinge of shyness. Yi seemed to realize he had become an outsider, swiftly turning away and exiting. Did the little female truly consider the feelings of each beast husband? This was already quite commendable. Yi felt a wave of relief for having consented to the tribe leader's marriage arrangement. Perhaps the leader believed Yi still held some value, unwilling to part with other formidable red-tiered warriors while simultaneously casting him aside, a two birds with one stone situation. Yet Yi perceived this as a divine blessing. Entering such a family was a stroke of fortune in his life. Yi felt that within this household, even without vying for affection, the little female would still express concern for him. Her temperament was gentle. She never placed blame on anyone. This was Yi's summation after his time spent here. The once lonely heart began to pulsate with the promise of future happiness, and he felt he might once again experience joy. As Yi gazed at the sun slowly rising on the horizon, he seemed to glimpse a vision of his future. Qiqi, observing Yi's departure, shyly turned her attention to Yu. How could Yu withstand such a gaze from the little female? He found himself unable to resist and kissed her passionately for an extended duration. It was only when other sounds interrupted them that Lu Yu reluctantly released the little female from his embrace. "Are we having porridge for breakfast?" Ru Yu inquired, still somewhat dazed. He had expected to awaken to hold the little female, only to find she had risen earlier than him. In truth, Ru Yu had been awake for quite some time. However, considering that the little female had spent the night with him and usually accompanied him on outings, Lu Yu seldom lingered at home, preferring to remain in bed a little longer to catch up. Yet, as dawn had already broken and the pups in the corner of the bed were wriggling to relieve themselves, he could no longer feign sleep. It was time to rise and attend to his duties. That sounds good." Qiqi chuckled as she witnessed Ru Yu carrying 2 pups, finding it amusing that "I will tend to the pups first. It won't take long." Ru Yu hurriedly exited the den with the pups in his arms. This batch of pups was relatively easy to care for. They were well behaved, only making noise during the day, which was quite manageable. They required minimal oversight from Qiqi, merely needing her to allocate some time for nursing, making it a rather effortless endeavor. After giving birth, Qiqi's physique had undergone some changes, becoming more voluptuous. Perhaps it was due to the daily meals prepared by Ru Yu, who, when free, would experiment with various snacks at home. Qiqi's appetite had steadily increased, hardly ceasing to eat. Whenever she expressed a desire, Ru Yu would promptly oblige her with a meal. Thus, she had gained considerable weight in the memories of the original owner. The meat sent by the tribe leader was mostly undercooked, and abstaining from it was not an option. Consequently, the original owner was rather slender. Lu Yu held Qiqi close, watching Ru Yu busily attend to the pups. Feeling a twinge of envy towards Yin, he too longed for children of his own. Yet he recognized that the well-being of the little female took precedence. Such matters could not be rushed. After a tender moment with Qiqi, Lu Yu departed. He needed to go hunting to ensure they had enough to eat before attending to his other responsibilities. Qiqi watched as Lu Yu transformed into his beast form. Soaring into the distance, feeling a pang of envy, Lu Yu's physique was well-defined, likely due to the demands of flight. He bore no excess weight, his muscles lean and reminiscent of a dancer's lithe form. Coupled with his subtly sharp aura, Qiqi found herself quite taken with Lu Yu's attractiveness. Alas, he was often too busy. The last time they'd been together, she had just entered her 2nd month of pregnancy, her belly already beginning to swell, and he had endured a month of restraint for her sake. Sighing, Qiqi lamented the fact that such a wonderful beast husband had scarcely enjoyed a meal with her. It felt like a missed opportunity. "Qiqi, it's time to eat," Ru Yu called out after preparing their meal. Noticing Qiqi lost in thought. Coming. Qiqi turned her gaze toward Ru Yu. Qiqi, you are becoming increasingly fickle, falling for every handsome face that crosses your path. She scolded herself internally. Yet who could resist being captivated by so many attractive males? Certainly not her, in circumstances where it was permissible. She saw no issue with being a little capricious. Were she to indulge in infidelity under forbidden circumstances, she would surely scorn herself. "This morning, I prepared a savory porridge with minced meat and mustard greens for you." Ru Yu is well aware that the little female has a penchant for porridge and has diligently learned every recipe she could acquire. Qiqi, uncertain of when he would return, chattered incessantly beside Ru Yu. As for the fire, it was ultimately kindled by Yin in a casual manner, in a certain sense. One could argue that their roles were clearly delineated. Yu, could you possibly impart some culinary wisdom to me?" "Sure," he beseeched, noticing Ru Yu's indifference, his tone softening. Qiqi, savoring her porridge, nearly burst into laughter. The sight of one handsome man playfully vying for attention with another struck her as reminiscent of modern male-male relationships. In that fleeting moment, she mused that Qiqi and Ru Yu appeared quite compatible, entirely oblivious to the fact that both were her beastly husbands. Alas, the beast realm is rather dull. She had no desire to invest time in nurturing affections with other females. Thus she opted to let things unfold naturally. During her time in the modern world, Qiqi had also been somewhat reclusive, often venturing out only when thoroughly bundled up, as her female companions were reluctant to accompany her due to the frequent misfortunes they encountered on the road. Habits, once formed, do not change overnight. She could only allow herself to adapt gradually. After being called back from her last outing with Imran, the two had not crossed paths since that why Qiqi was unaware of Imran's whereabouts. Perhaps she had long since forgotten her, given that 2 months had elapsed. Observing the dynamic between Yi and Ruyu, she found it quite intriguing. Yet she understood that Yi merely wished to cling to Ruyu. Yearning for guidance in the culinary arts, I've already mentioned this. We shall discuss it tonight. Ruyu, somewhat exasperated by Yi's persistence, displayed a hint of annoyance. Very well, Yi replied sheepishly, falling silent. May I have some of this? Yi inquired, pointing at a large basin of porridge on the table. If you wish to eat, then by all means, no one is stopping you, Ruyu replied, scooping some into his own bowl and beginning to eat. In truth, he feared that should Yi master the art of cooking, the little female's attention might wane. Yet if he refrained from teaching, she would inevitably learn from others. Thus, he concluded it was better for him to instruct her himself. Yi's eyes sparkled as he mimicked Ruyu. Scooping up a bowl of porridge, the delightful flavors melded, the fragrance of rice intertwined with the essence of meat, enveloping his palate. Yi was enraptured. This was the sustenance befitting a beastman. Consuming raw meat daily had left him questioning existence itself. He realized that his descent into despair was surely a consequence of his isolation, compounded by the absence of delectable food. Now, he felt that he no longer required the little female's comfort. His emotions were stable, and culinary delights had mended his wounded spirit. Why Qiqi observed Yi with curiosity. The chieftain had mentioned that the 3 beastmen who might form a union with her were rather temperamental. Yet, observing Yi now, she found him rather endearing, with a touch of innocence. Was this what the village leader referred to as temperamental? Noticing Qiqi's inquisitive gaze, Yi tilted his head to regard her. Seemingly inquiring what was amiss, why Qiqi, momentarily entranced by his striking beauty, found herself momentarily speechless. Yi possessed a distinctly chiseled and refined visage, with deep blue eyes that exuded an air of aloofness. However, his light blue hair cascading softly over his shoulders mitigated that detachment. As he regarded Qiqi, his inherent adorableness shone through, and the stark contrast left her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. What is it? Yi asked, noticing the little female's unwavering gaze upon him, her silence prompting his inquiry. Oh, it's nothing, merely admiring the splendid weather today, Qiqi stammered, desperately seeking an excuse, mortified by her own behavior, almost drooling over a handsome man. Ruyu's grip on his chopsticks tightened, his knuckles paling. How infuriating that his little female had been captivated by Yi. A sense of being usurped washed over him. After all, he had only just arrived yesterday. The little female had never gazed at him in such a manner that, in a moment of jealousy, Ruyu's heart surged with envy. He was a red-tier beastman. He was a red-tier beastman. Repeating this mantra internally, he gradually regained his composure. In no matter. This month, the little female remained his. Having soothed himself, he was able to face Yi with equanimity. Today was indeed a splendid day, with not a cloud in the sky. Yi concurred as he gazed outside, appreciating the weather. This place was not akin to the depths of the ocean, where the sun's rays were oppressive, forcing one to seek refuge in the dim abyss. Moreover, there was little of interest to be found at sea. He had heard that the little female was to embark on a foraging expedition today, which excited him immensely. This was an experience he had yet to encounter. Yi felt that the mainland held a myriad of delights. The depths of the ocean felt utterly devoid of interest. He had traversed the waterways to arrive here, witnessing countless fascinating sights along the way. Yi envied and yearned for such experiences. He too wished to partake in them. Yet, as he walked alone, observing couples all around him, he felt a pang of loneliness. Now, however, he had someone to accompany him on this outing. His gaze shifted towards Qiqi, and joy bloomed within him. How had he never encountered this beastman before? He was strikingly handsome. Amongst the crowd, the little females were abuzz with chatter, all engrossed in discussions about Yi. They had heard that he was a red-tier beastman, come to form a union with our tribe's little female. Qiqi, a red-tier beastman. What kind of physique does Qiqi possess? Indeed, she initially chose 4 orange-tier husbands, and now she's taken on a red-tier one. Rumor has it. There are two more red-tier beasts on their way. Is she courting danger? A red-tier beastman must possess incredible strength. Did we not express similar sentiments when she selected her orange-tier husbands? Yet, look at her now, thriving. One little female remarked with a hint of envy, "How I wish I could choose an orange-tier husband." Yet, my encounters with blue-tier husbands have already pushed my limits. Selecting a yellow-tier would be a struggle, let alone an orange-tier. Higher-tier beastmen are not only more aesthetically pleasing, but also boast superior physiques, making hunting considerably easier. When they shift into their beast forms, they're also more imposing. In terms of hunting, larger beasts exert a dominating presence over smaller prey, while their ability to adapt their forms grants them both offensive and defensive advantages. Lower-tier beastmen lack these physical advantages, rendering them comparatively deficient in aspects like stamina and speed. Are all the females in your tribe so gossipy? Qiqi overheard the little female's whispers, feeling a twinge of irritation. Yet, as he glanced at the little female in his arms, her expression remained placid, seemingly unfazed by the gossip. Humans are inherently curious. Can you truly suppress your inquisitiveness? Qiqi's retort left Qiqi momentarily at a loss for words. That seems to be the case. He conceded with a nod, acknowledging the lesson learned that you had not participated in a hunt for quite some time. Thus, today he willingly made space for Bai Yin, joining him on the journey. Now, only the ever-curious Qiqi remained, accompanying Qiqi to partake in the foraging activity. The gossip of the little females would not cost him a morsel of meat. Throughout it all, his primary concern was the threat to his personal safety. Qiqi, however, was indifferent to their chatter, fearing only that their discussions might attract wandering beastmen. Qiqi had her own methods of self-preservation. Yet whether the tribe would fare well in her absence remained uncertain. Qiqi. A strange voice called from behind her, prompting Qiqi to instinctively turn around, taking Qiqi with him. "Who are you?" Qiqi questioned, regarding the unfamiliar female before her with curiosity. Yi ran from the rabbit tribe. Yi ran, sensing Qiqi's lack of recognition, grew anxious. She too had been sold, albeit voluntarily. The rabbit tribe was currently facing a significant crisis, necessitating ample resources to survive. Many wandering beastmen were fixated on the rabbit tribe, leaving the females in a state of panic, all seeking to escape. Yi Ran was among those fleeing. "I'm afraid, I don't recall." Qiqi replied candidly. In her mind, she held no memory of the yellow-haired, mixed-breed female before her. Perhaps the original owner of this body had succumbed to despair during her 5 years of confinement, gradually erasing her previous memories. Qiqi, what is this? Yi Ran gazed at Qiqi with a hint of disbelief, taken aback by her significant transformation. Previously, Qiqi was but a frail figure within the rabbit hunting tribe, her existence barely sustained by her parents, who could no longer provide for her. If this continued, not only would Qiqi perish, but the beast god continent would also lose another young female. It was not that the chieftain was unwilling to intervene. Rather, the sheer number of individuals within the rabbit hunting tribe made it impossible for him to manage. Moreover, the high rate of pregnancies among the females resulted in a lack of age stratification, leading to a burgeoning population that, without high-ranking beastmen for protection, fell prey to wandering beastmen. The rabbit clan's hunting abilities were woefully inadequate, relying solely on plant-based sustenance, where many females, lacking proper nutrition, succumbed in succession. Just like the former Qiqi, who, at the tender age of 5, was already skin and bones in such dire circumstances, sending her away seemed a preferable solution. Not only could it secure a high-ranking male, but also enhance the tribe's safety. The rabbit clan was characterized by its abundance of females, and sending some away could ensure their sustenance from other tribes, preventing untimely deaths in their youth. This resolution, while pragmatic, was one that Qiqi detested. It felt akin to treating individuals as mere commodities, devoid of autonomy. Even if there was a semblance of choice, the females of the beast god continent could not hunt independently. It appeared that separation from males invariably led to a dead end. These were the rules of this world, and Qiqi felt powerless to alter them. Despite the discomfort in her heart, she chose to accept the reality. What was this? I have been away from the tribe for so long. And due to unforeseen events, my memories of my time there have become hazy. Why Qiqi noted Yi Ran's persistent inquiry, eager to conclude the conversation. Is that so? Who might this be? Yi Ran showed no inclination to depart. Strangely, a wave of disdain washed over Yi Qiqi. I am Qiqi's beast husband. Sure Yi. Sure Yi. Noticing the discontent of the young female, hurriedly interjected. They're gathering over there. Let us proceed. Why Qiqi quickly echoed Sure Ye's words, urging them forward. What are you doing? Claiming to be someone's beast husband before even marking. How shameless. Yi Ran's unexpected comment from behind utterly disgusted Yi Qiqi. Sure Yi. Halt. Yi Qiqi was not inclined to swallow her pride. Yi Ran, what exactly do you intend to do? Rare anger flickered in Yi Qiqi's doe-like eyes. I have taken a liking to him, and wish for him to be my beast husband. Sure Yi, is it? I will treat him better than Yi Qiqi. Yi Ran declared with her chin held high, a triumphant expression on her face to her knowledge. This female had only just arrived. And comparing Yi Qiqi's petite frame to her own perfect figure, Yi Ran felt confident in her ability to steal Yi Qiqi's beast husband away. Just you? Yi Qiqi appraised her with a critical eye. Indeed, she was quite attractive, with a curvaceous figure. However, Yi Qiqi was not lacking in beauty herself, merely a bit shorter. Why Yi Qiqi had never felt inferior due to her height. After all, in modern times, her stature would be envied by many. You should consult the chieftain. Sure Ye's deep blue eyes were cold as ice. Not everyone could compare themselves to Yi Qiqi. Once he set his mind on something, he would not easily change it. If the chieftain were to demand he switch partners, he would surely lose his composure and frighten those fickle individuals. You. Yi Ran's eyes widened in shock as she watched her, Yi carry Yi Qiqi away. Though Yi Qiqi had intended to engage in a verbal sparring match, it had been quite some time since she had argued. Now, Sure Yi left her no room to retaliate. Humph. Do you think my mail is so easily snatched? I initially thought you were a fellow villager, and we could have a chat, only to discover you covet my female. Yi Qiqi leaned against Sure Ye's shoulder, turning back to shout at Yi Ran. This was truly intolerable. While it was common in the beast world for females to vie for partners, once a male was claimed, they could not be casually exchanged. Unless the female consented, any other female publicly challenging her would be seen as a provocation. In such circumstances, if a confrontation ensued, Yi Qiqi would be justified in her actions. What is this nonsense? Yi Qiqi felt as though she had stepped out without checking the calendar. Encountering such an absurd situation. How disappointing. Humph. So what if I have my eyes on him? I don't need him. Yi Ran felt justified. After all, within the rabbit clan, those who were not marked were merely prospective beast husbands still in the observation phase. She was merely expressing her thoughts. What was wrong with that? Yi Qiqi was not from this place and would not judge based on such notions. Furthermore, even without a marking, everyone in the tribe knew that Sure Yi had come to unite with Yi Qiqi. Yi Ran's actions were clearly a public attempt to steal him away. Hey, you newcomer, why are you bullying Yi Qiqi? And Ran, seeing that Yi Qiqi had not joined the gathering, approached, only to witness this scene unfold. Who is bullying her? Yi Ran felt quite wronged. You are openly trying to steal her mail, and that doesn't count as bullying. And Ran was utterly speechless. Such occurrences had never transpired in the hunting dog tribe. Everyone typically gathered to chat, and no female ever coveted another's designated beast husband. How had such a shameless beast arrived, sharing a name with her? Even in Ran felt a sense of misfortune. Yi Qiqi, noticing and Ran had stopped, hurried over, anxious for her friend's well-being. After all, Ran was the first female she had conversed with upon entering the beast world, and one could consider her friend. They're not marked, are they? Yi Ran glared at the four individuals before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Now, looking at the storm brewing in Sure Ye's eyes, she felt a twinge of fear. This male appeared handsome and gentle in Yi Qiqi's presence, yet his gaze towards her was anything but kind. The entire hunting dog tribe was aware that the Merfo clan had come to unite with Yi Qiqi. You are truly shameless. I truly did not know. Yi Ran stammered, feeling flustered. If that were the case, she had indeed attempted to steal Yi Qiqi's beast husband. Would she not be condemned by all? What is all this commotion about? The shaman, noticing 3 young females lingering and failing to gather, came to investigate. Shaman, she is trying to steal Qiqi's male, and Ran quickly explained the situation upon seeing the shaman. This was a young female she enjoyed spending time with, and she could not allow a newcomer to bully her. Chieftain, I did not. It is they who are unmarked. Yi Ran felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the chieftain. After all, she had just arrived in this tribe and lacked a male to rely on. She needed the chieftain to host a bonfire gathering. What if the chieftain formed a poor impression of her and chose not to hold it? Nevertheless, as a precious young female, the chieftain would surely not belittle her, but Yi Ran felt confident in this regard. Sure, he had only arrived yesterday, and Qiqi had provided methods for constructing houses. But at the time of Mark, everyone in the tribe knew that Sure Yi was Qiqi's male, and considering you had only just arrived, we will overlook it this time. The chieftain, called upon to mediate, was naturally biased. Qiqi's methods for building houses were genuinely feasible. Although lacking tiles, the forest was abundant with broad leaves. Stacking 3 layers might allow for some leakage. But if 3 layers were insufficient, one could try 10. Not to mention, Sure Yi was a red-tier beastman. Without Qiqi successfully conceiving and giving birth, there would be no red-tier beastmen residing in the hunting dog tribe. The chieftain could discern what was of greater importance for Yi Ran. She was merely a newcomer, and what she could contribute to the tribe remained uncertain. Thus, the chieftain's allegiance would naturally lean towards Qiqi. Understood. Yi Ran lowered her head. Recognizing that her impulsiveness had made her the subject of ridicule, she dared not speak further. Tonight, we shall hold a bonfire gathering. All tribe members are cordially invited to attend, as it is also a welcome for our newly arrived females and males. The chieftain, seizing the opportunity presented by the gathering of many, made a direct announcement. Coincidentally, all the males of the tribe had ventured out for a hunt today. With an abundant catch anticipated tonight, a lively atmosphere was assured. This brief interlude soon passed, and Qiqi joined the main group to gather in another location. The trees here were more lush, with berries visible in abundance. Upon encountering the berries, Qiqi suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to brew wine from the raspberries she had previously picked. The thought had entirely slipped her mind. Fortunately, a brick kiln had been established within the tribe, allowing her the opportunity to experiment with pottery. The sealing properties of ceramics were preferable. She always felt that stone was less suitable. Ceramics required a firing temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees to be properly finished. While the jars made from stone fell short of her expectations, Qiqi had come primarily to unwind, while also keeping an eye out for any mushrooms she could collect, with the towering trees around. She was curious if there might be wood-ear mushrooms nearby. Upon spotting an elm tree, her spirits lifted even further. In spring, the elm produces edible seeds, which, after they fall, give way to its leaves. Also consumable. Qiqi planned to find a small branch to transplant into her space. Given the growth rate in that realm, she would never lack for food. As a food blogger, she dabbled in various culinary delights. Elm seeds could be made into pancakes or mixed with rice to cook porridge, offering a variety of preparations with delightful flavors. The elm tree was famously known as a life-saving tree during years of disaster. A fact Qiqi had learned by chance, for its identification was remarkably straightforward. "Let us go and gather some leaves," Qiqi called to Sure Yi, indicating a branch still adorned with elm seeds, and began to pluck the seeds. "Hey, what is Qiqi doing with those leaves? Can they be eaten?" The onlookers were curious about her actions. Plucking leaves? Is that really a thing? Sure Yi was bewildered. Is this little female unable to find wild game for her beast husbands? "I should have gone hunting today," he lamented. "What are you pondering? Have you grown tired of meat and wish to change your palate? Do you eat meat every day?" Noticing Sure Yi's pensive demeanor, Qiqi couldn't help but give his arm a playful slap. "Oh," Sure Yi responded, a bit sheepishly. Now he understood, having thought otherwise. "Hurry up." Seeing him still unmoving, she poked him again. Only then did Sure Yi snap back to the present, mimicking Qiqi's actions in plucking leaves. "I never realized that people on the mainland consumed leaves." He mused, scratching his head. His anticipation for the taste of the leaves began to grow. "This is the seed of the elm, not the leaf. This is the actual leaf," Qiqi explained. initially intending to find wood ear mushrooms. She had stumbled upon something else, yet this was still a delightful find. Meanwhile, everyone around was foraging for berries, with Yi trailing closely behind Qiqi, assisting her in whatever she wished to collect. Experiencing a different way of life invigorated him, and he observed everything with childlike wonder, why Qiqi found his enthusiasm amusing. He resembled a child, unfamiliar with the world. She sensed that Yi was on the brink of losing control, likely due to some underlying psychological issue, as his curiosity about everything suggested he had never encountered such sights before. Watching him joyously pluck leaves, she felt an inexplicable fondness for this handsome fellow. Qiqi, Qiqi! The sudden call from Ning Shuang startled Qiqi, making her think she was imagining things. Turning around, she spotted Ning Shuang rushing toward her, anxiety visible on his face. Oh no, I completely forgot about him, she thought, suddenly feeling guilty. You're awake. Qiqi greeted him with a smile as she approached. Yes, I woke up to find the cubs all asleep. When I noticed you weren't around, I carried them out to look for you, Ning Shuang replied. Oblivious to any sense of disappointment, he had awakened an extraordinary ability, ensuring that the little female wouldn't have to worry about the heat of summer anymore. However, it was not the right time to discuss this matter. Qiqi glanced at the back basket he carried, where the cubs were nestled together, looking quite content. Yet, she was concerned about the tiger cubs potentially squashing the rabbit cubs, so she quickly took one out. Yi, seeing a fluffy cub for the first time, paused his actions and curiously observed Qiqi cradling the half-grown tiger cub. He felt an urge to touch it, but his hands were dirty, and the cub was immaculate, so he restrained himself. Once he returned, he would thoroughly study the fluffy little creatures. Having ascended to the yellow tier, Qiqi found it effortless to carry a tiger cub. The cub stood on the ground, nearly reaching her knees, with its front legs lifted, its head resting at her thigh. It was growing rapidly. At just half a month old, it had already reached such size. If it continued to grow at this rate, what would it be like by the time it turned 3? Are you sure carrying them won't crush them? Qiqi expressed her concern. No, they were all piled up like this in my belly, weren't they? Ning Shuang replied with a goofy smile, clearly delighted to see the little female. They were all piled up in your belly? Qiqi pondered this statement, realizing it made sense, considering the little rabbits were placed on top, and the basket appeared to be one he had just woven, quite large, requiring 2 people to fully encircle it. She wondered if carrying it was exhausting for him. Hehe, what shall we gather today? I'll take care of it. You just sit here with the cubs. No, I'll gather myself. You should focus on the cubs. Qiqi insisted, wanting to savor the little tiger cub. All right, fine, Ning Shuang conceded, still wishing to hold the little female. Upon noticing Yi standing beside her, Ning Shuang felt a pang of jealousy. This individual was taller, fairer, and more attractive than him, so it was only natural that the little female would favor him. It's just that I haven't been out in so long. Taking care of cubs, isn't something I'm keen on, Qiqi explained quickly, sensing Ning Shuang's disappointment. After all, she had come out today with a specific goal in mind for gathering, and she couldn't let the responsibility of the cubs interfere with her plans. Qiqi wandered beneath the trees, hoping to spot mushrooms like wood ears. She pushed aside the protruding leaves, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Yi, curious, mimicked her actions. Qiqi, look at this. What is it? Yi exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a green-headed mushroom on the ground. I'll take a look. Qiqi, thrilled by his discovery, leaned in closer. Upon realizing it was a larger version of the green-headed mushroom, her excitement soared. Quick, harvest it carefully. Don't damage it, Yi complied. Surveying the damp forest, Qiqi felt certain that today's yield would be plentiful. Both she and Yi immersed themselves in the joy of mushroom hunting. It wasn't until the gathering party prepared to return that Qiqi reluctantly joined them. In the interim, she had surreptitiously stowed away several green-headed mushrooms into her space stasis realm. Now, her basket was filled to the brim. Dinner was assured, but the chieftain had announced a bonfire gathering, which left Qiqi feeling somewhat conflicted. Yet, considering the lack of seasonings in the beast realm, she still intended to return home to prepare a meal. After satisfying her hunger, she could enjoy watching the festivities at the bonfire. where they would dance, or the new females would choose their beast husbands. Such gatherings were among the few forms of entertainment in the beast realm. Ning Shuang carried the cubs, Shiyi bore the mushrooms and elm seeds. While Qiqi walked ahead, she wished to stretch her legs and declined their offers of assistance. Upon returning home, Shiyi immediately set off for the river after depositing the mushrooms. Qiqi noticed his skin had grown rough, indicating he was dehydrated. When Shiyi returned, Ryu was already cooking. Caught between preparing food and cuddling the cubs, he opted for the latter. Qiqi, may I hold the cubs? One must first seek Qiqi's opinion. That's perfectly fine. I was just lamenting the lack of someone to accompany them. Upon learning of Shuri's interest in the cubs, Qiqi felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. The addition of another caretaker would certainly lighten her load. Without hesitation, Shuri picked up a tiger cub and began to play with it affectionately. They were merely infants, after all, and there was no cause for concern. As Shuri indulged, he felt no guilt whatsoever. The texture was delightful, so soft and fluffy. Moreover, they were remarkably well-behaved, making not a sound. In that moment, Shuri was utterly enchanted. What had he missed during those 20 years submerged in the depths of the ocean? Life on a mainland was undeniably the paradise he had longed for. You take care of them. I will teach Ryu how to cook. Qiqi was apprehensive that the cubs might frolic about and inadvertently leap into the fire. Shuri nodded obediently. Qiqi stepped outside to instruct Ryu on how to clean the green-headed mushrooms. Cut away the dirty parts, wash the rest thoroughly, and break them into small pieces. Is this correct? Ryu asked, demonstrating for Qiqi. Yes, that's right. Once all the mushrooms were cleaned, Qiqi directed Ryu to render oil from the pork belly. This pork belly was from the pig they had hunted previously. She had nearly forgotten about it, but finally remembered today. Having an abundance of ingredients could indeed be a burden. Add some oil to the pan, then the pork belly, to prevent it from sticking later. Qiqi continued to direct, and Ryu followed suit. The pork belly was cooked to a golden hue, and Qiqi reveled in her role as the chef. How wonderful it was not to have to cook herself. Qiqi mused. Perhaps all her luck from her past life had been spent on arriving in the beast world. Otherwise, how could she have never had a handsome man like this cooking for her before? With a silly grin, she was startled by Ning Shuang's embrace from behind. What are you doing? Qiqi turned, glaring at Ning Shuang. Oh, nothing. I just missed you, Qiqi. Ning Shuang pouted, his voice soft, his cherubic face making it difficult for Qiqi to refuse him. She allowed him to hold her. Ryu observed, unperturbed, continuing with his tasks. Did acting cute work on little females? Perhaps he would try it next time. Ryu, bring down the mushrooms. Stir-fry them. As Qiqi saw the oil from the pork belly nearly ready, she hastily called Ryu to add the vegetables. The mushrooms needed to be cooked longer to ensure they were thoroughly done before serving. Qiqi cautioned. Ryu nodded. Qiqi, tonight you should bond with Shuri. It's my fault. I should have had you two pair up yesterday. Ryu's voice was muffled, mixed with the sizzling sounds of the oil in the pan, making it somewhat difficult for Qiqi to hear. However, she grasped the essence of his words. Ryu, why do you say that? Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't his fault. She simply hadn't taken Shuri to carve his beast form in time. Ryu must have heard rumors upon returning to the tribe and felt guilty that, how well-behaved her little fox was, so understanding. While he was busy cooking, what was she doing? Allowing Ning Shuang to hold her. He must be feeling broken-hearted by now. Qiqi's mind raced with thoughts. How could she comfort her little fox? But Shuri had nearly been taken away today, and Ryu had suffered too. Ryu looked up, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes, ready to fall. It's all right. Don't be Qiqi, seeing the beauty in tears, couldn't bear it. She quickly wriggled free from Ning Shuang's embrace and patted Ryu's head. You are merely a female who has just arrived in the tribe, and Shuri is also new here. It's understandable that everyone is still figuring things out, so please don't blame yourself. Qiqi whispered soothingly. Ning Shuang pouted, feeling that Ryu was increasingly adept at attracting the attention of little females. Finding it dull, he turned to the inner room to join Shuri in playing with the cubs. Leaving space for the two. I won't compete. I can't win against Ryu, who is so clever. Besides, this month belongs to him. Let him have it. After this month dedicated to bonding with beast husbands, It'll be every man for himself. Ningxuang silently reassured himself. Ryue felt the little female's concern and visibly brightened. Heaven knows how distressed he had been upon hearing those male beastmen gossip today. Such a wonderful little female. Yet bullied by a newcomer, and to think they would try to usurp her protector, a red-tier beastman. He bore no ill will toward Shiyi. In fact, Shiyi was quite easy to get along with. He should be a bit more generous and learn from Baiyan. After all, he had only just managed to bond with a little female. Within a family, someone must contribute. Ryue had already made up his mind. Qiqi, I only felt upset because I thought you were being mistreated. I'm fine. Let Shiyi bond with you tonight. Ryue collected his thoughts and smiled at Qiqi. Why Qiqi felt dazzled by his smile. Her little fox truly was enchanting. Didn't he realize how captivating his face was? Qiqi felt somewhat distracted. Shiyi had only just arrived, and she didn't truly wish to rush things. However, after today's experiences, she felt the need to secure her bond with him for peace of mind. After all, who could predict what might happen a month from now? If she encountered danger tomorrow, and Shiyi wasn't her beast husband, would he still come to her rescue without hesitation? After deliberating in her heart, Qiqi decided to heed Ryue's advice. That night, they would bond. She was merely a selfish individual. Only when immersed in blooming flowers does one realize how difficult it is to maintain balance. Qiqi began to understand the plight of ancient emperors, burdened with the duty of being fair to their thousands of concubines. It was a daunting task. Some mushrooms lay scattered on the ground. And unable to resist, Qiqi picked them up to play with. Sigh? What should she do about her unease? She still found it difficult to approach bonding with Shiyi without reservations, feeling as if she owed something to her little fox. Observing Qiqi's distracted demeanor, Ryue sighed. The little female was indeed quite principled. Which family's female would only favor one beast husband for an entire month? Only she could be so naive and yet remain oblivious. However, Ryue did not wish to shatter her perception. This was also quite good. At the very least, the goal of peaceful cohabitation had been achieved. Ryue did not want to end up like some families in the tribe, who, despite being bonded, were forced into chaos and ultimately expelled from the tribe in a tragic fate. Ryue sensed Qiqi's inner turmoil. Perhaps she felt guilty towards him, as he absent-mindedly stirred the pot. He found himself at a loss for what to do. While it was wonderful to have a little female who cared for him, he truly did not want her to feel anxious about such matters. Qiqi, the food is ready. Let us eat quickly. Afterward, we need to head to the clearing in the tribe to prepare for the bonfire party. Ryue contemplated for a moment, deciding to let the little female take her course. He respected her decision that if she didn't want to, he wouldn't impose any psychological burden on her. Upon hearing this, Qiqi suddenly realized there was an event tonight. Oh dear, let me go and unwind a bit first. As for bonding, I'll let it happen naturally. The more she fretted, the more it would only trap her in an internal struggle. All right, tonight's bonfire party could also provide an opportunity for the shaman to carve their forms. Ryue thought for a moment and spoke up. That way, Shiyi would officially become Qiqi's prospective partner. As for when they would begin the bonding ceremony, it no longer mattered. Yeah, no worries. We can discuss it later. I've been craving this all day. Qiqi, utterly defenseless in the presence of handsome men, was equally powerless when it came to delicious food. She hoped Ryue had mastered the timing. She certainly did not wish to encounter a blue elf. Then let us go wash our hands and prepare to eat. As Ryue observed her companion's indifference, her heart lightened considerably. It was simply delightful that the young female was untroubled. After washing her hands, Qiqi settled at the table, eagerly awaiting her meal. Shiyi and Ningxuang arrived in response to the commotion. Ningxuang instinctively began washing the dishes, while Shiyi watched her work. Intending to acquire some practical skills, such tasks had been foreign to him in his previous tribe. He could only learn by observation. Meanwhile, Qiqi watched their bustling activities, content to remain idle. When the mushrooms were served, she wasted no time in taking a piece and savoring it. The exquisite flavor of the mushrooms melded with the savory aroma of the pork on her palate. Qiqi exclaimed in satisfaction, "Ryue, your cooking skills have truly improved." It's because Qiqi found such delicious ingredients. Ruyu replied, a hint of shyness evident as she scratched her head. Hearing Yi Qiqi's compliment, Yi mimicked her, placing a piece of mushroom in his mouth. The combination of meat and mushroom flavors made him feel he had made the right choice in coming to the hunting dog tribe. The food was delectable, the dishes delightful, and the people amiable. Shi's gaze toward Yi Qiqi sparkled with admiration. Feeling his intense gaze upon her made Yi Qiqi a bit uncomfortable. Just enjoy your meal without staring at me. It's rather embarrassing, she chided playfully, causing Shi's heart to race. She was truly wonderful, beautiful and kind-hearted, yet easily flustered. The smile danced at the corners of Shi's lips, reminiscent of a mesmerizing siren, and Yi Qiqi thought that if he were to hum a tune, she would utterly succumb. All her previous feelings of guilt vanished without a trace. What sweet troubles indeed. After a hearty meal, Yi Qiqi and the three beastmen set off with the younglings. Yi Qiqi cradled two small rabbits in her arms, while Shi had one nestled atop his head and held two tiger cubs in his hands. Ruyu carried one rabbit in one arm and a tiger cub in the other. Ning Shuang managed a tiger cub in each hand. Once they stepped beyond the confines of the beast den, all eyes were drawn to their quartet. Wow, it's been ages since we've seen younglings in the tribe. 1,210 of them. Yi Qiqi is truly impressive, murmured the crowd. Unfazed, Yi Qiqi strode forward. The tribe leader had devised a plan, allowing her to freely take the younglings out to play. Upon reaching the open space of the tribe, a tall bonfire had already been erected, with Bai Yin and Lu Yu assisting in the processing of the beasts. These would be the evening's feast, hence their presence to handle the preparations. Bai Yin, Lu Yu, Yi Qiqi called out as she approached, clutching the rabbits. Qiqi, slow down. Yi, noticing the young female's swift pace, felt compelled to quicken his own steps. However, remembering the rabbit perched atop his head, he refrained, only managing a verbal reminder. You watched the scene unfold with a smile, while Ning Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed a heartwarming sight, and as a participant, how could he not feel joy? Bai Yin and Lu Yu, seeing Yi Qiqi's exuberance, couldn't help but smile as well. It was heartwarming to know that the one they cherished also held them dear. What a pity you won't get to taste tonight's dishes. They are truly delectable. Yi Qiqi, drawing closer, found both men pausing their work, concerned that the blood from their prey might frighten her. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, go sit over there. We'll join you once we finish, Bai Yin instructed, his hands still stained with blood. All right, you all take your time. Yi Qiqi replied, her purpose merely to greet them, not to linger. Although it was challenging to maintain balance, it was essential to do so. Bai Yin and Lu Yu felt a sense of relief. The young female's affection for them was enough. You had already laid down a hide on the ground and placed the younglings upon it. They were curiously observing their surroundings, occasionally uttering soft babbling sounds. Yi Qiqi, witnessing this scene, felt utterly charmed. Many nearby young females gasped in delight, exclaiming, "Oh, these little creatures are so adorable. I wish I could have one." So, tigers are this cute when they are young? Their praises echoed, all directed toward the younglings and Yi Qiqi. Even those standing beside her basked in her reflected glory. Yi Qiqi, oblivious to the outside world, sat on the ground, fondling the tiger cubs. Their fluffy fur was irresistible, and she couldn't get enough. After a while of playful antics, Bai Yin and Lu Yu completed their tasks and joined them. Bai Yin, observing everyone cuddling the tiger cubs, found it amusing that if he transformed into his beast form, would Qiqi like him? As the bonfire celebration progressed, it was announced that this gathering was to welcome the newly arrived females, allowing them to select their male partners. The tribe leader's voice resonated from the elevated platform constructed of wood. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers, and Yi Qiqi was swept up in the jubilant atmosphere, joining in the chorus of excitement. The shaman led the dance atop the platform, and the beastmen below followed suit, singing ancient and mysterious tunes. Yi Qiqi struggled to keep up, merely joining the beastmen around the bonfire in a lively dance. Such feelings of joy were a rarity, at least for Yi Qiqi during her time in the beast realm. This was the first time she experienced such elation. After the beastmen danced and cheered, it was time for the females to choose their partners. Upon witnessing this, Qiqi realized she had been too conservative previously. This time, 10 males were to be selected, and she was utterly captivated. A total of 5 new females had arrived in the tribe, directly addressing the needs of over 50 single males, including 5 of the orange tier. The tribe leader, in high spirits, invited everyone to partake in the feast. The entire tribe was enveloped in laughter and joy. Halfway through the bonfire celebration, Lu Yu set off to patrol, and Qiqi, having enjoyed the festivities, decided to return home. There likely wouldn't be much fun remaining. She slipped away, and the others soon followed suit. After all, the roasted meat was not particularly appealing. Returning home to grill their own was far more enticing. Once back in the beast den, Qiqi took the lead in organizing a barbecue. The group began skewering meat. Though they had filled their stomachs at the bonfire, something felt amiss. Why Qiqi craved the flavors that only a night barbecue could provide, after ensuring the peacefully sleeping younglings were settled. The 6 of them gathered around the fire to begin grilling. "Hey, has the brick kiln in the tribe been completed yet?" Qiqi curiously inquired of Lu Yu, accustomed to being out and about. Was unfazed by surface-level information that it's nearly done, just a bit more IT should be operational by tomorrow. I wonder if the tribe leader will start using it right away. Lu believed the leader would be eager to fire up the kiln. After all, once a carrot was dangled before a donkey, it would not want to stop that. Why Qiqi had accurately gauged the leader's intentions, which is why she had voiced her thoughts to him. The survival of more females signified the tribe's strength, making it more advantageous for attracting even stronger males. The leader harbored ambitions. He was unwilling to settle for the tribe, merely being a small to medium-sized entity. Thus, he would agree to Bai Yan's proposal to discuss a marriage alliance with Qiqi. Now, nearly a month had passed since the arrival of the merfolk, and with the rainy season approaching, it was uncertain whether the remaining 2 would arrive. The journey was long and arduous, leaving the leader uncertain, why Qiqi felt even more apprehensive. 5 males were already more than she could handle. And the thought of 2 more was overwhelming that I don't know. But the earthen houses will likely be completed by tomorrow. I checked earlier, and the bricks should be ready to be unmolded. 3 days had passed since Qiqi suggested building houses, during which the leader had commissioned a significant number of mud bricks. Tomorrow, they would be ready to be unmolded, and he estimated that they could be completed in a single day. Indeed, the leader is always swift in his actions. Bai Yan echoed. Qiqi is indeed concerned that the earthen house may not withstand the rainy season. Otherwise, constructing one would not be such a challenge. The clan leader insists on building the earthen house to ascertain the truth of Qiqi's words. If they prove to be true, then after the rainy season, during the windy season, they can start constructing the earthen house, ensuring that the females will not be exposed to the cold winds in winter. Subsequently, during the windy season, they can fire tiles and erect the house directly. Ruyu, how do we prepare this seasoning? Shiyi genuinely approached Ruyu with the intent of learning to cook. Ruyu earnestly taught him how to do it. Shiyi was quick to grasp new skills. When he finally tasted the first skewer of meat he had grilled himself, he was so thrilled that he nearly leaped into the air. "This is truly marvelous. I have never had cooked food in the deep sea, and now I have made it myself." His exuberance elicited laughter from everyone around. "Not to worry, you will be able to enjoy it regularly in the future." Upon hearing this, Ryu understood why he was so eager to learn to cook on the mainland. As long as the clan leader had fire, the tribe could borrow embers. However, in the deep sea, it was indeed challenging to find a source of fire. Fire has always been a gift from the heavens. If a tribe lacked an ability user, they could only wait for heavenly fire to descend or exchange for embers with another tribe. Yet, exchanging embers with another tribe was no simple matter. IT typically required the tribe to provide a significant amount of food or offer a female on the verge of maturity, regardless of the trade. It represented a substantial loss for the tribe. Once everyone had their fill, they discreetly sought out places to sleep, leaving only Shiyi and Qiqi behind. Ryu followed suit. Why Qiqi realized that Ryu was resolutely determined to leave the night to her and Shiyi. After finishing the last skewer of grilled meat, Shiyi felt a lingering desire for more. Turning around, he noticed that only he and Qiqi remained. He was momentarily confused before realizing that Ryu had deliberately given them time alone. To be honest, Shiyi was satisfied with Qiqi. However, he felt utterly inexperienced when it came to matters between males and females, completely at a loss for how to proceed. The mere thought of it made his face flush. Qiqi had not anticipated that Yi was more innocent than anyone else. Even though she hadn't done anything, he was already blushing. Who could understand the situation? A handsome man, bare-chested, blushing in front of her. How could she possibly withstand it? The answer was that she could hardly endure it. Qiqi felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his arms, but remembering that she hadn't bathed today, she felt somewhat awkward and restrained herself. Yi, shall we go wash up by the river? Qiqi suggested, her face uncontrollably reddening. The two of them resembled novice cooks meeting for the first time, sharing a mutual sense of bewilderment. That moment, Yi truly confirmed that this little female was genuinely willing to accept him. His eyes sparkled with excitement, glowing brightly in the dim light of the stone cave. He now had a home and a little female. Could he perhaps even look forward to having offspring of his own someday? The thought filled Yi with exhilaration. "All right, I shall carry you," he declared, lifting Qiqi into his arms, not just cradling her in his arms, but embracing her like a princess. Qiqi tilted her head back, catching sight of Yi's distinct jawline. Bathed in moonlight, his crimson lips appeared even more alluring. Qiqi found herself completely entranced by him. Yi was truly handsome, more so than Ryu. She couldn't fathom how he cultivated such an enchanting, yet somewhat innocent aura. Who was he trying to captivate? Ah, it was me, Qiqi. Qiqi. How could I be so fortunate to enjoy this? As she mused, Qiqi felt as if she had thoroughly transformed. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yi gently set her down. The sight of the water made him feel as though he had returned to his mother's embrace, though it had been a long time since he had last seen her. He held a deep affection for water, but he leaped into the water, sending ripples splashing onto Qiqi's face, bringing a refreshing coolness on that sweltering summer evening. Qiqi watched as Yi morphed into his merfolk form, gracefully swimming in the water. Under the silvery moonlight, his fishtail reflected an otherworldly glow. Qiqi. Yi noticed Qiqi standing still, thinking she might be frightened. In the deep sea, they often said that their blue-green tails appeared menacing, easily mistaken for poisonous. Thus, most preferred males with white or solid-colored tails, leading him to feel rejected by his tribe. Yi, your tail is so beautiful, Qiqi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at him. When Yi transformed into his beast form, fin-like structures sprouted from his ears, and faint scales adorned his face, making his eyes appear more elongated and aggressive. His nails became sharp, and under the moonlight, his well-defined muscles were accentuated, exuding an inviting allure. Qiqi swallowed hard, marveling at how a king could attend court nestled in the embrace of a beauty. Such remarkable self-restraint. She stepped into the water, wishing to be closer to him. Yi, sensing her intentions, gradually moved in her direction. Under the night sky, with no other beastmen to disturb them, their movements echoed loudly in the tranquil darkness. The sound of rushing water tantalized Qiqi's eardrums. And as she entered the water, the heat on her face began to subside. Yi looked down at her, and the aggression in his gaze softened considerably. Qiqi, was what you said earlier true? Is my tail really beautiful? His heart raced. It was the first time a little female had complimented his tail. Did that mean Qiqi accepted him? She did not despise him? Of course, Qiqi replied, wrapping her arms around his waist. After transforming into his beast form, his voice became more distant and alluring, drawing one in irresistibly. Qiqi, thank you for acknowledging me. Yi sank down to meet her gaze, as if trying to discern whether she was lying. Yi, regardless of what you have experienced before, since I have decided to accept you, it is your character that I truly appreciate, Qiqi stated earnestly. Through her observations over the past 2 days, she found Yi's personality quite pleasant. He exhibited curiosity toward everything and displayed no signs of stress, interacting naturally with the other beastmen. Her acceptance of him was not solely based on his looks, but rather because he was inherently good-natured. Thank you, great beast god, for allowing me to encounter you. Yi gently embraced Qiqi. His voice filled with reverence. He felt like a drifting piece of duckweed upon the vast sea. Without the guidance of the beast god, how could he have found such a wonderful little female? Qiqi held her tighter, until Qiqi cried out, "Qiqi, that hurts." Realizing his fervor, Qiqi snapped back to reality and released her. "I'm sorry, I was just too overwhelmed," he said, retreating in a flustered manner. His gaze darting nervously to Qiqi. She regarded him with a hint of exasperation, as he resembled a startled little rabbit, sensitive, suspicious, and afraid of being rejected. "Qiqi, no one will abandon you in the future. But you must possess a strong heart, strong enough that no one can hurt you." Qiqi attempted to reason with him, "But a strong heart," Qiqi murmured, reflecting on her words. After a moment, he looked at Qiqi, his eyes shining with renewed brilliance. "Qiqi, I understand now, I understand," he exclaimed, breaking into a smile that Qiqi also smiled, relieved that he had come to terms with it. Otherwise, she genuinely feared he might succumb to darkness in places she could not see. What if he could not endure her affection for other beastmen and acted uncontrollably? That was not what Qiqi wished to see. "Qiqi, no one will abandon you in the future. But if your heart is not strong, you may be hurt by me, so I advise you to cultivate a resilient heart. This is also my selfish desire." Qiqi acknowledged her selfishness, but was this not also Qiqi's salvation? As Qiqi returned to Qiqi's side, he did not wait for her to speak. Instead, he leaned down and kissed her lips. "Qiqi, may we perform the bonding ceremony?" Qiqi gently kissed the corner of her lips, cautiously inquiring. Qiqi gazed at the questioning expression on his face. Devoid of any lust, her heart was inevitably stirred. "Qiqi, how pure you are, don't ask. For once the question is posed, I shall no longer wish to think that." Qiqi seized Qiqi's head and kissed him. "Such an innocent little mermaid. Do not run away." Hehe. Qiqi had never encountered such boldness. He was led by Qiqi's rhythm, his breath becoming erratic. The soft lips of the little female made him feel as if no amount of kissing could ever be sufficient. Observing Qiqi's handsome, yet somewhat bewildered countenance, Qiqi could not resist tousling his long hair, rendering it a delightful mess, which in turn bestowed upon him a wild charm. "Qiqi, has anyone ever complimented you on your good looks?" Qiqi teased, playfully toying with a strand of his hair. Qiqi, obediently dazed, gazed at her. "What does handsome mean?" As she caught sight of the sheen on the corners of Qiqi's lips. Qiqi found it difficult to avert her gaze. "It simply means that you are exceptionally attractive among males. It is a compliment, a praise of your prowess," and so forth. Looking into Qiqi's deep blue eyes, Qiqi saw her own blushing cheeks reflected within them. "No. Qiqi is the first to compliment me," Qiqi replied earnestly. "All right then, let us return," Qiqi suggested, feeling somewhat chilled now that she was nearly done washing. "Okay," a barely perceptible smile graced Qiqi's face. Qiqi, ever perceptive, noted the subtle curve at the corners of his lips. Upon reaching the shore, Qiqi retrieved a clean animal hide from her space to wrap herself in, allowing Qiqi to carry her back to the beast's den. Once inside, the faint sound of snoring reached Qiqi's ears, emanating from the young ones, who were fast asleep. There were also sounds of bodies shifting, causing her heartbeat to race. Were they all still awake? Was she being too reckless? Qiqi, too, felt a sense of discomfort, as if someone were peering at him from the corner of the wall, making him feel uneasy. This was even less comfortable than by the riverside. They cautiously laid down on the bed, both of them like quails, afraid to move. This strange thrill surged within Qiqi in the presence of her husband. Qiqi's cool hand brushed against her skin, igniting an unusual sensation. He tentatively caressed Qiqi's cheek, cradling her face before leaning in to kiss her. Everything felt so natural. Qiqi was lost in Qiqi's tenderness. Not wishing to disturb the other's slumber, she resolved to take Qiqi into her space. Qiqi was momentarily startled by the sudden brightness, his deep blue eyes filled with confusion as he looked at the reclining Qiqi. "Do not be afraid. This is my awakened ability," Qiqi comforted softly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Qiqi's face flushed, his eyes misty, as if on the verge of overflowing. She offered her crimson lips. Unable to resist taking a bite of Sure, he was like a delectable strawberry, leaving her wanting more, while Qiqi felt herself becoming increasingly mischievous. Sure trembled with excitement. Sure, do you regret it? It is Qiqi I do not regret, he replied. A rather informal separator. Ultimately, Qiqi, supporting her waist, felt like crying without tears. The red tear was indeed formidable. Qiqi mused internally, and oh wonder the young females outside feared the red tear. It was truly overwhelming. Had she not consumed the yellow tear's advancement potion, she might have very well perished here. This was Qiqi's assessment upon waking. The next day, she emerged from her space with the slumbering Sure. His forehead bore the imprint of Qiqi's beast form, symbolizing the successful completion of their bonding ceremony. Upon their exit, the day had fully dawned. This was Qiqi's first experience of stepping out into broad daylight after entering the space. Sure was feverish, indicative of the extraordinary events of the previous night, but why Qiqi, on the other hand, lay languidly on the bed, not at all inclined to move. Ryu noticed the stirrings. She called from the doorway, inquiring if Qiqi desired breakfast. Here I come, my little Ryu, Qiqi exclaimed, leaping into Ryu's embrace. Have you eaten? Qiqi looked up at him, noticing the absence of displeasure on his face. She exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Not yet. I was waiting for you, Yu, observing her slightly swollen lips, could not help but steal a kiss. The scent of other males lingered in the air. But now the little female clung to him. What about Sure? Ryu asked casually. He seemed to awaken, causing Qiqi's cheeks to flush as she dared not meet his gaze. This is a good thing. However, for the next couple of days, let us refrain from going out to avoid attracting the attention of wandering beastmen who might discover the red tear's unconsciousness within the tribe. All right, I shall heed Ryu's advice. Qiqi, feeling lethargic, leaned her weight against Ryu. Primarily, her legs felt weak. Ryu led her to the dining table, patiently serving her porridge. Breakfast consisted once again of meat porridge, but today Qiqi did not add any vegetables since she was not outside. Restricting her movements to the confines of the tribe, Qiqi decided to explore the progress of the mud brick houses. Today, the chieftain was set to commence construction, and she intended to observe. Unbeknownst to them, she would provide guidance. Ryu accompanied Qiqi to the site, where the bustling beastmen stirred excitement within her. Qiqi, what brings you here today? The chieftain, with keen eyes, spotted Qiqi and rushed over. I merely came out for a stroll. Have you begun laying the bricks? Qiqi replied with a smile. Indeed, they are deliberating on how to minimize gaps. The chieftain wore a troubled expression, pondering solutions. As before, we will soften the mud and use it as a binding agent. However, this time, we need not add grass, Qiqi stated candidly. Good, the chieftain exclaimed, seizing the solution and promptly instructing the beastmen below. Watching them stack the mud bricks layer by layer, Qiqi felt a sense of accomplishment for having participated, even if only indirectly. Although she had not physically engaged, her ideas had been well comprehended by the clever beastmen. The chieftain harbored no doubts, despite the immaturity of her suggestions. Nevertheless, it did not deter them from wanting to experiment. One could say the chieftain was genuinely devoted to this endeavor. The beastmen worked fervently, and even Ryu could not resist joining. NWY sunset. A mud brick house stood before everyone. Is this the house? It still lacks a roof. When will the tiles be ready? Will this endure the rainy season? Expectations and aspirations swirled within the crowd as they gathered around the house they had constructed. They rejoiced together, surrounding the building. Qiqi observed the entrance they had left, thinking, it's somewhat mediocre, but it will suffice. I shall teach them how to create doors later. This way, they can shield against the winter winds. Within the tribe, everyone was elated. The house had taken shape, and they awaited only the tiles. Chieftain, what is the progress of the tiles? Qiqi inquired with curiosity. We have already begun firing them. However, we are uncertain about the temperature, as we are still in the experimental phase. The patriarch gazed toward the horizon, momentarily sighing. Having methods is indeed a blessing, yet it is regrettably too late. With the rainy season fast approaching, a sense of worry clouded the village chief's mind. The kilns were all constructed not far from the riverbank, and if the rains came. It remained uncertain whether the brick kilns would withstand the deluge. Should the kilns be washed away, the efforts of the past few days would amount to nothing but a flicker of regret washed over the patriarch. However, having uncovered a semblance of a solution, he realized that should he wish to build again in the future, it would be significantly easier than now. Every endeavor begins with difficulty, yet perseverance and exploration ensure that no one remains stagnant. The patriarch held this truth close to his heart. Simultaneously, he held a deep admiration for Qiqi. Although this young female had been confined for 5 years, she bore no resentment towards her situation. Instead, she shared her insights with them, which was commendable. Had she remained silent, who would have imagined that the earth could be fashioned into homes in such a manner? Though the structures may not appear exceedingly sturdy, they were sufficient to the very least. During winter, watering the outer walls would cause them to freeze, providing a far more comfortable shelter than the drafty stone caves on the mountainside. The patriarch held great hopes for the construction of these houses. Thus, he did not hesitate to seek assistance from males during this critical period. The bachelors were eager to lend their support. After all, the skills acquired in building would enable them to win the hearts of any new females who might join the tribe in the future. They understood the significance of having proper shelter. Many tribes had chosen to settle with the monkey clan primarily for the winter refuge it offered, greatly increasing the survival rate of females. The patriarch dared not imagine what his tribe could become if they devised a means to weather the rainy season. His mind was already crafting grand visions. Observing the patriarch lost in thought, Qiqi refrained from disturbing him. The prospect of constructing houses within the tribe was favorable in her eyes, as living in the stone caves felt inconvenient. The cave was stifling and poorly ventilated. Sweltering in the summer with no breeze to alleviate the oppressive heat, the stench of sweat lingered incessantly. With her grievances unvoiced, she turned her thoughts toward the village chief. It was not that she was unwilling to create wooden houses. In the beastly world, there is little that could be done to cut wood into planks. The previous wooden beds were merely hollowed logs with smaller pieces of wood serving as the slats. Although sleeping on them was uncomfortable, it was a significant improvement over the stone beds, at least sparing her from waking up with aches. Now, with the opportunity to enhance her living conditions without lifting a finger. How delightful! Qiqi's mind buzzed with plans. Ultimately, her interests aligned with her own. Why not seize the moment? By suggesting to the patriarch that her ideas were immature and allowing him to explore. She was confident he would eventually express gratitude. Furthermore, he would not doubt her intentions, but rather feel remorse for confining the original owner of this body for 5 years, now striving for the tribe's betterment. As long as there were no formidable foes, Qiqi believed she would garner respect within the tribe. Thus, she felt content. Once the patriarch emerged from his reverie, Qiqi accompanied him to inspect the brick kiln. She marveled at the sight of hundreds of clay bricks meticulously stacked on the ground. Following her specific instructions, the diligent beastmen had constructed rudimentary shelters to shield the bricks from direct sunlight, draping numerous leaves above to create a cool shade below. Witnessing the remarkable progress made in such a short time left Qiqi in awe. She had intended to search for limestone over the past couple of days, but ended up accomplishing nothing. With the rainy season impending, she was uncertain whether the bricks had dried sufficiently. She vaguely recalled that the bricks needed to cure for about 10 days. However, the patriarch was anxious, having already fired a batch in the kiln. Qiqi could only offer her support, hoping for a success. Patriarch, while the bricks are indeed fired, we require a certain substance to bind them. Qiqi continued, voicing her thoughts. Ideally, she wanted the patriarch to undertake the search, ensuring her safety while also reaping the accolades. What is it? The patriarch's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at Qiqi. It is a type of white stone, not particularly hard. Previously, some beastmen in our tribe used it to construct stoves. When water was poured over it during cooking, it underwent a fascinating transformation, gradually smoothing its edges. I believe that white stone must have unexpected properties. Qiqi spun an elaborate tale, confident that as long as she convinced the patriarch, the specifics of their exploration of limestone would not be her concern. She spoke effortlessly, fabricating the narrative without hesitation. Ultimately, all blame could be placed on the old tribe, as the disparity between them was vast. Qiqi was convinced that the patriarch would not seek verification from the rabbit-hunting tribe regarding her claims. Were he to do so, it could reveal her motives to other tribes and highlight the value of the stone. Thus, she approached her deception with a touch of cunning. There truly is such a marvelous phenomenon. The patriarch found her assertions astonishing. This young female had observed the tribe's stove so keenly. Although it seemed improbable, her discoveries must hold some truth, as she could not possibly be lying. Without hesitation, the patriarch summoned the males to scour the back mountain for the white stone she had described. Limestone was indeed relatively abundant, and Qiqi felt confident that the patriarch would have a fair chance of success. However, once these stones were retrieved, how would they be processed? The patriarch found himself at an impasse. Perhaps we should build another kiln to fire them? Qiqi tentatively suggested. The patriarch slapped his thigh in realization. Yes, let us give it a try. What if it actually works? He grasped the significance of Qiqi's earlier words about firing and soaking. The patriarch believed that the single males, aside from hunting, were merely idling in their caves. It was far better for them to contribute to the tribe. Once the tribe became stronger, their chances of finding partners would also increase. Most of the individuals were eager to partake in this grand vision. Indeed, it seems that no matter the era, there will always be leaders who dangle enticing prospects before their workers, Qiqi mused, after accompanying the patriarch on a thorough inspection of their progress. Qiqi returned to the cave, feeling bored. Noticing Bai Yin and the others were present, she decided to draw them into her space to assist with work. The rice she had previously sown was now ripe for harvest. After this harvest, Qiqi did not plan to continue planting, as it was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Additionally, the space within her realm was nearing its limits, necessitating a pause on planting, but a few vegetables would suffice for the time being. Qiqi had already stockpiled enough food to last until the following spring, both rice and meat. However, the rice still required Bai Yin and the others to manually hull it. She wished for the creation of a stone mill or something similar. Qiqi contemplated the idea, or perhaps she could purchase one once her points accumulated sufficiently. She had already set her sights on one that when the opportunity arose, she planned to spend over 1,000 points on a rice grinding machine in the system's marketplace. Although it could only process 100 pounds of grain per day, it was far preferable to having Ryue and the others do it by hand. Tea present, she found no other use for her points. Aside from purchasing the 10-point milk-enhancing elixir, Qiqi has scarcely utilized her points. After giving birth once, she accrued over 2,000 points, yet has only spent a little less than 100. Currently, she possesses 1980 points, which is more than sufficient to acquire a machine. Observing the diligent figures of the beastmen toiling away, Qiqi feels an overwhelming sense of guilt as a capitalist. After all, they have only managed to take a single day off, yet each one is laboring tirelessly in the fields. Leaning on her hand for a moment, Qiqi recalls that she has yet to provide Shurya with the spirit spring water. She wonders whether the spring water would be beneficial for them. If so, that would be splendid. Why Qiqi plans to administer it to Shurya after stepping outside. Time flows quite swiftly within the space. Bai Yin and the others have been busy for quite a while, and with nearly half of the fields still unharvested, Qiqi believes she cannot allow them to continue working indefinitely. Otherwise, they will not take a break. Bai Yin, Luyu, Ning Shuang, Ruyu, it's time to clock out and have a meal. Qiqi decides to let them eat and rest before continuing. The four obediently set down their tasks and follow Qiqi outside the space to prepare their meal. Cooking can be done inside the space, but Qiqi finds it too cumbersome to move everything in, so she prefers to cook outside. Staying inside for extended periods can also affect their lifespan, as time passes normally. This is merely her speculation, unverified, yet it is indeed possible to accomplish certain tasks within. Resting inside and recovering strength is also a good choice. However, food cannot be stored in the area where time flows. Vegetables that can last 3 to 4 days outside spoil within a day inside the space, as if they have been kept outside for 4 to 5 days. Thus, Qiqi believes that 1 day outside equates to 4 days inside. A flow rate of 4 to 1. This is still manageable. After harvesting her rice twice, it has been precisely 4 months. Perhaps time within the space flows even faster than this ratio, without a clock or hourglass to measure accurately. Qiqi finds it hard to estimate. Nevertheless, all this is merely for reference. Once outside the space, aside from Ryu preparing food, the other three fixate their gazes on Qiqi, while Qiqi beams at them. Hehe, you all have worked hard today. She slowly makes her way towards the stone cave. Forget it. She should first deliver some spirit spring water to Shuri. As Qiqi moves, Bai Yin and the others follow her with their eyes. Upon realizing she is tending to Shurya, Lu Yu lets out a sigh and decides to accompany her. Shurya lies on the stone bed, his brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by unpalatable dreams, while Qiqi administers the spirit spring water. Moistening his lips, Lu observes Shurya, whose fair skin is now covered in a layer of gray mud. Qiqi, why don't you step outside? I'll help him wash up, Lu Yu suggests, frowning. After all, the little female prefers a clean male, and he can take care of Shurya for her. All right, thank you for your help. Qiqi kisses Lu Yu as a token of appreciation. Lu gazes at the little female's light peck, momentarily reluctant to let her go. She appears irresistibly alluring. Qiqi, I miss you so much. Lu Yu's voice, filled with affection and a hint of huskiness, lingers in her ears, causing her cheeks to flush. However, this month belongs to Ryu, and Qiqi muses that she cannot break the rules indiscriminately, especially since she has already begun to show that it's all right. A hug will suffice. Lu does not wait for her to refuse and pulls her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, remaining still. While Qiqi can feel his warm breath and slightly rapid heartbeat, a stark contrast to his usual sharp and intimidating demeanor. Lu, shall we go outside instead? Qiqi cautiously inquires. It wouldn't be ideal to go outside. Qiqi, take me into space, all right. Lu Yu has long been coveting Qiqi's space. Whenever she was with Ryu or Bai Yin, she would always enter, and even Shurya visited last night. Lu's heart feels imbalanced. Qiqi is showing favoritism. Upon hearing the husky tone in his voice, Qiqi feels a pang of guilt. I seem to have neglected Lu Yu and Ning Xuan. After all, during their turn, my belly had already begun to swell, so I rarely had a break for over a month. Now that Lu Yu has expressed his thoughts, Qiqi initially intends to refuse. However, considering how he silently cares for the young ones and patrols during the day, she finds it hard to decline. With a determined bite of her lip, she brings Lu Yu into the space. Ning Xuan and Bai Yin exchange glances. All right, the little female's heart is truly soft, and she has succumbed to Lu Yu's charm. If Ryu finds out, she would surely be furious. The two share a knowing look, their eyes reflecting helplessness. Indeed, a beastman for a month is quite a long time. The rules were established within the tribe. Having enjoyed their turn, they cannot break them. Moreover, Bai Yin knows he is the luckiest of them all, as he already has his own young one that he can afford to let others have their chance first. As Qiqi brings Lu Yu into the space, he immediately embraces her and kisses her fervently. Qiqi, you have no idea how much I miss you. I hardly see you during the day, and I feel like I'm going mad. After their kiss, Lu Yu pours out his heartache. Qiqi, initially feeling guilty about their secretive affection, now feels a surge of compassion upon hearing his words that you've worked hard. Qiqi wraps her arms around his slender waist, though her hands feel the solid muscle beneath. Today is yet another day of being ensnared by beauty. Lu Yu revels in the sensation of Qiqi nestled in his arms. It feels reassuring. The little female is soft and carries a comforting fragrance, making her embrace incredibly pleasant. Even without doing anything, simply holding her brings immense comfort. Well then, let us see if you still urge me to collect more beastmen in the future. Qiqi's hands mischievously scratch at Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu, feeling uncomfortable from her teasing, tightens his embrace around her. Startled by his reaction, Qiqi dares not move, surrendering herself to his hold. Lu looks down at the little female with glistening eyes. She truly stands apart from the others in the tribe. Most of the females from the hunting dog tribe possess an aggressive beauty, but Qiqi is different. Her face is an oval shape, with round, sparkling eyes, a petite and perky nose, and a small mouth. She exudes a vibrant and lively aura. As Lu Yu gazes at the fair-skinned little female, he cannot help but steal another kiss. Noticing her cheeks flush with color, Lu Yu finds it increasingly difficult to control himself. Qiqi eagerly reciprocates his kiss, and though Lu Yu kisses her until she feels weak all over, he refrains from going further, seemingly cautious. Qiqi. Lu Yu looks at her with pleading eyes. Qiqi's hand touches his warm cheek, the heat making her want to withdraw her hand, feeling the male's intense breath. Qiqi's face turns as red as a boiled shrimp. The warmth radiating from Lu Yu's skin makes her unable to meet his gaze. Yet, she cannot deny that Lu Yu's skin is truly exquisite. Qiqi, I apologize for my behavior. Lu Yu sighs, a wave of shyness washing over him. He cannot believe he is losing control. Surely the little female does not think him too frivolous. Seeing Lu Yu's discontented expression, Qiqi softly kisses the corner of his lips. All right, let us go eat. Don't overthink things. Qiqi shakes her slightly sore hands, her expression filled with helplessness. All right, I'll listen to you. Qiqi. Lu Yu was exceptionally obedient. As he was being pulled out of the space, Lu Yu was nearly done preparing the meal. Lu Yu autonomously fetched water to help he clean himself as they were about to dine. His movements were swift, resolutely ensuring that Qiqi's mealtime was not delayed. After the meal, everyone discreetly retreated to allow Lu Yu and Qiqi some time together. Lu Yu sensed the faint trace of Lu Yu's scent on the petite female, delicate yet pronounced in a specific area. Lu Yu seemed to grasp something, pursing his lips as he quietly gazed at Qiqi's hand. Qiqi, feeling as though she had been scalded, quickly withdrew her hand. Could it be? Were beastmen's senses so acute? She had just washed. Lu Yu's eyes darkened as he looked at Qiqi. Qiqi, is the food I prepared to your liking? It's delicious. I adore the meals you make, Lu Yu, Qiqi remarked, noticing that he appeared less than pleased, likely due to a tinge of jealousy. After all, this month belonged to him. Then please don't forget about me. All right, although I realize this sounds somewhat selfish, Lu Yu replied, lowering his head, feeling as though he had dimmed the Qiqi sighed inwardly, lamenting that while the beastmen were emotionally stable, there was one who was rather sensitive. Not that he was overly sensitive, but he often worried about being abandoned. What could she do? She would comfort him. After all, her heart was captured by him. Little fox, what nonsense are you babbling? How could I ever forget you? Or wish you away? It should be you forgetting me. Qiqi gently pinched Lu Yu's cheek, gazing into his eyes with sincere intent. Lu Yu, observing the way her lips moved, found himself at a loss for words. She had a remarkable talent for comforting others, yet somehow he found himself ensnared by her charm. I simply want one. Shoo. Lu Yu, I understand. With more beastmen in the picture, my attention may inevitably be divided. But I also need time to adapt, all right? Qiqi was aware of what he wished to express. Answers were never merely spoken. The answer spoken now could not withstand the test of time. And in the end, both of them would be entangled in this dilemma. The response he desired was now voiced, but as time went on, she could not guarantee her ability to meet those expectations. She would rather he not hold any anticipation from the start. Her words were clear, even somewhat heartless, yet inexplicably, Lu Yu felt a sense of balance within himself. He understood that the petite female could not provide answers to any of them. Thus, he found equilibrium. I understand now. Qiqi, I will not inquire further. Receiving such a response, Lu Yu found himself calming down. The petite female was so exceptional, she would undoubtedly attract more than just a handful of beastmen in the future. Thus, his current anxieties could lead him to lose himself. Lu Yu contemplated remaining by her side, even if he felt inadequate in her eyes. I am sorry, Qiqi said, noticing the hurt in his expression. Unable to refrain from apologizing. It is not your fault. Qiqi, you have done wonderfully. I am merely greedy. Wishing for more, Lu Yu gently enveloped Qiqi in his embrace. The petite female was indeed doing well. She would take care of her own insecurities. She was merely engaging in the same actions as all other females, and this was her first experience being someone else's female. She had truly done well. Lu Yu held Qiqi for a long while before finally releasing a long, as you understand. Qiqi, noticing Lu Yu's inadvertently revealed fluffy ears, could not resist and playfully pinched them. Qiqi, you mustn't touch here. carelessly did Ru's face turned a deep shade of red, and the earlier hint of sadness dissipated with that pinch. Oh no! He looked far too adorable. She couldn't help but touch him. And her legs felt somewhat weak. It seemed that even a proud individual like Ryu had to occasionally bow to her charms under the pressure of affection. Remember for next time. Ryu placed a kiss atop Qiqi's head and lay down, intending to sleep. She had surely been exhausted by Shihe the previous night. Ryu was well aware. Seeing Ryu not progressing to the next step as he had before left Qiqi momentarily astonished. Just as well, tonight, she didn't wish for anything more, preferring a quiet embrace to sleep, while Qiqi comfortably nestled against Ryu's chest, resting her head on his arm. Ryu could feel Qiqi's fatigue. She was clearly not as lively as before, prompting him to allow the petite female a day of rest. The red stage was indeed formidable, in terms of stamina and all other aspects. It was incomparable to the orange stage that Ryu understood this deeply to be able to sleep holding the petite female was already a great source of happiness. With his chin resting upon Qiqi's head, Ryu too drifted off to slumber. The following day, Qiqi awoke, brimming with eagerness to see if the chief's brick kiln had successfully produced bricks. Ryu was pulled along by her. Barely having time for breakfast, Qiqi excitedly perched upon Ryu's shoulders, peeking towards the kiln. It was still burning. Ryu, shall we return for a meal first? He suggested as he felt the warmth of her presence on his neck. Suddenly parched. Qiqi also realized something, belatedly noting the lack of undergarments in the beast world, sitting atop Ryu's neck without a care. Ryu, please set me down. Immersed in the primitive tribe, she felt overly integrated. Although she retained some habits, there were moments when Qiqi felt quite embarrassed. In the primitive tribe, there was no thread or needle, let alone clothing. Even the animal skins were merely draped around them. Males went bare-chested while females wrapped themselves entirely, constantly at risk of exposure. Qiqi had not felt this way before when she rarely ventured out, but now that she had, she began to notice many drawbacks. Alas, it seemed that improving life in the beast world would require continued effort. She covered her face. Ryu looked at the bashful petite female in his arms. Feeling elated, he led her towards the beast den to prepare breakfast for her. To Qiqi's surprise, upon returning to the den, she discovered a basket beside Ning Shuang, exuding a delightful fragrance. It contained honeycombs, devoid of any bees and neatly processed. Ning Shuang, upon seeing Qiqi, anxiously observed her, hoping for her praise for his efforts. In his mind, petite females adored sweets, so he had been searching for honeycombs in the forest these past few days. Today, upon finding one, he transformed into his beast form, collected most of the honeycomb, and left a few pieces for the bees, escaping just in time. The bees had pursued him for quite a while, but thankfully his robust beast form was thick-skinned and well-furred, preventing any stings. Ning Shuang, did you bring back this honey? Qiqi's excited voice echoed in Ning Shuang's ears, prompting him to smile in response. Yes, the petite females in the tribe love sweetness. So I want to find some for you. Ning Shuang scratched his head, appearing adorably earnest. Unable to resist, Qiqi playfully kissed his cheek. Ning Shuang's face visibly flushed. Hehe, I really like it. Qiqi gazed at the large basket of honey, pondering how many jars it would fill. If only there were a pottery jar. Stone jars felt somewhat unreliable. However, with no kiln available, they would have to make do for now. Hehe, we have work to do today. Ryu, bring the pot. Qiqi rubbed her hands together, calling for Ryu to fetch the pot. Ning Shuang had also borrowed bamboo from other beastmen to filter the honey. Watching Ryu wash his hands and cut the honeycomb into small pieces with a bone knife. Squeezing out the honey was undeniably a stress-relieving experience. Once Ryu had finished squeezing the honey and was about to discard the leftover bits, Qiqi quickly intervened. Wait, Ryu, keep those. I have a use for them. These remnants were valuable, perfect for making beeswax for storage. They could be transformed into lip balm to prevent skin from cracking in winter. With so many honeycombs, they could create a substantial piece of beeswax. What else can this be used for? Ryu didn't quite understand. Just finish processing the honey. Once you're done, I'll teach you how to make beeswax. Qiqi rested her chin on her hand. Continuing to watch Ryue as she squeezed honey tea that moment, Qiqi fervently wished for a glass jar to observe the honey slowly cascading into the container. The mere thought of it brought her a sense of healing. Ning Shuang was also assisting nearby. Feeling slightly hungry, Qiqi took a piece of honey and bit into it. The sweet, refreshing taste enveloped her mouth, yet she found it overwhelmingly sweet after just one bite and decided against consuming more directly, opting instead for a drink of water. Silently, she fed the remaining honey to Ning Shuang and finally feeling her hands liberated, she quietly watched the two of them extract honey. The honey was contained within a porcelain white stone jar, which appeared to be devoid of any impurities, resembling the finest mutton fat jade. If that were truly the case, using it to store honey seemed somewhat extravagant. Qiqi, what should we do with the remaining residue after extracting the honey? Ryue inquired, glancing at the half-filled frame of leftovers. Just throw it in the pot and boil it. I'll tell you the next step shortly, Qiqi replied, her excitement surging upon hearing that she would be directing the next phase. Ryue obediently complied. Now that it's boiling, what's next? Ryue awaited further instructions. Just a moment. Stir a bit to ensure everything dissolves thoroughly, Qiqi instructed. Following her command, Ryue stirred the pot, and soon the surface was adorned with cooling yellow beeswax. Qiqi, is this beeswax? Ryue asked, curiously gazing at the spatula. Yes, indeed. This can be used to make candles. We should head out to find some plant fibers before nightfall. I recall there are plenty by the riverside. Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning a future where the cave would no longer be shrouded in darkness at night. Candles? Plant fibers? Ryue appeared to be hearing these terms for the first time. Her curiosity piqued. Even when playing with the cubs, she paused to look at Qiqi with intrigue. Ahem, candles are things that can be lit. They produce less smoke compared to burning firewood, Qiqi attempted to explain. Though she wasn't quite sure how to articulate it, that you'll understand once we make them. All right. Not receiving the answer she desired, Ryue turned back to play with the cubs that why Qiqi sensed something was amiss. Had Yi awakened? Just one day had passed, and he was already up? Moreover, he was playing with the tiger cubs? Realizing this, Qiqi hurried inside to check on him. Yi, are you all right? Why did you wake up without a word? I'm fine. I just had a pleasant sleep, he replied shyly, casting a quick glance at Qiqi. Why Qiqi couldn't help but blush, fully aware of what he meant by pleasant. Did you awaken any special abilities? Qiqi asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I did. I believe my ability is water-based. Yi snapped his fingers, and water began to gather at his fingertips. Why Qiqi watched in fascination, intrigued by this new development. How do you collect it? She asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Another potential agricultural powerhouse. If he could irrigate the fields directly, it would save so much effort. However, with space currently at a premium, farming would have to be put on hold for now, a thought that left Qiqi feeling somewhat regretful. Sure, Yi snapped his fingers again. The water vanished from his fingertips. What a pity. It's not an attack-type ability, he said, a tinge of disappointment evident. Who says? Water can be quite powerful. Qiqi held a different perspective. Yi looked at her, eager for her response. If you can transform the water into spikes or water balls and launch them forcefully at your enemies. I refuse to believe they lack offensive capability. Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes lit up. I'll have to try it out in the forest. By the time Ryue had finished boiling the wax, it was already afternoon. With the sun beginning its descent toward the horizon, we should hurry and find some plant fibers. Also, Yi, let's test your ability outside. Qiqi decided swiftly, and everyone agreed without hesitation. Arriving at the riverside, Yi was the first to try his powers. Qiqi watched as his skill created a splash in the water. The splashing water soaked the grass along the bank. Though it seemed the impact was minimal, still not enough. The damage is too low, Yi remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened. Why don't you try transforming into your beast form? Qiqi suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Yi transformed, his face becoming even more enchanting. Qiqi, who had only glimpsed him in the moonlight before, gasped in awe, realizing just how striking he was, infinitely more stunning than in his human form. It was akin to the difference between full makeup and a bare face. Ha! Qiqi screamed internally. Ruyue and Ningxuang were equally mesmerized. What could they possibly compare to Shiyi? Just his face alone eclipsed theirs, making him resemble a fairy. With a flick of his tail, a massive spray of water shot forth, toppling a nearby tree. Qiqi stood there, utterly dumbfounded. The power of his beast form, truly so much greater? Upon witnessing the strength of his tail, Shiyi finally exhaled in relief. Phew, that's a relief. The power is decent, but it's limited. The strength only doubles in the water. After testing the power of his ability, he transformed back into his human form and quietly approached Qiqi. "Shall we go find the plant fibers?" he asked, feeling a bit bashful under the gaze of the three starry-eyed individuals. Oh, sure. Qiqi finally snapped back to reality, nodding as she walked forward, still somewhat dazed by his handsomeness. "How do you find me?" Shiyi leaned closer to Qiqi, eager for her praise. "Fabulous. Simply magnificent." Qiqi gave him a thumbs up. Shiyi didn't quite understand her words, but could tell she was complimenting him. Observing his pleased demeanor, she noted how he seemed much more confident now than when he first arrived at the tribe. And she felt quite pleased with that. Shiyi had successfully assimilated into their group. At least now he was confident enough to seek compliments. Not far from the riverbank, patches of plant fibers could be seen. Qiqi instructed them to gather some before returning to the cave. "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Ruyue asked, as was her custom. "Tonight, let us have honey-glazed roasted meat. It's been ages since we had roasted meat." "And I miss it," Qiqi replied. Previously, she had refrained from roasting meat due to the lack of seasoning. Now that they had some, she intended to make the most of it. "First, let us marinate the meat. And later we can roast it. Just a regular marinade will suffice. We can brush it with honey once it's cooked." After giving her instructions, Qiqi took the plant fibers aside to extract the wicks. Shiyi followed her closely like a little tail, mimicking her actions and demonstrating remarkable learning ability. Extracting the wick from the plant fibers was not particularly challenging. Watching Ruyue marinate the meat, Qiqi directed Shiyi to start a fire, intending to make a candle first. Inside the cave, there happened to be a bamboo tube for blowing air. Since they often got burned, they had prepared several. She grabbed one to use for the candle. After measuring the wick, she placed the bamboo tube in position, tying one end of the wick to a small branch and carefully placing it in the center of the tube to keep it stable. Once prepared, she went to check on Shiyi, who had been struggling to start a fire for quite some time. You need to start with some dry grass. Once that's lit, add some smaller twigs. And when those catch fire, you can add the larger logs that if you just throw in the big logs, it won't catch fire, Qiqi explained, feeling a bit helpless watching Shiyi. "Oh well. He has never made a fire before. It's normal he wouldn't know." Shiyi nodded, following her advice, and indeed, it was much easier. "It's so simple," he murmured, having spent the last 2 days perplexed about how to rekindle the fire with only charcoal left. "Yes, with the right method, it's bound to be easier." Qiqi couldn't help but poke his head, finding his cluelessness amusing. "Set the pot up, and then fetch a wooden bowl with a handle," she instructed. Qiqi continued to direct, and Shiyi obediently complied. Qiqi scooped some water from the water jar and placed it in the pot. After Shiyi brought a bowl, Qiqi instructed him to break off a piece of beeswax and place it in a small bowl to wait for it to melt in the water bath. The melting point of beeswax is generally around 60 degrees, so melting in a water bath is entirely feasible. The fire blazed vigorously, and the water in the pot quickly came to a boil, causing the beeswax in the bowl to melt rapidly. Be careful taking the wooden bowl out. Don't burn yourself, and then pour it in here. Qiqi continued to direct, and seeing the situation, Shiyi directly utilized his water manipulation ability to lift the wooden bowl out. Qiqi praised him for his intelligence, and a hint of pride appeared on Shiyi's face, as expected of him. Holding onto the handle of the wooden bowl, Shiyi poured the contents into the bamboo tube that Qiqi had indicated earlier. Dividing the bamboo tube in half, he poured into 2 tubes. "All right, now we just wait for it to solidify. Turn up the heat to create some charcoal. Later, we'll have roasted meat." Qiqi's tone was laced with excitement, and they all looked forward to the honey-glazed roasted meat she had mentioned. Ruyue, aware of Qiqi's desire for roasted meat, specifically selected tender cuts of meat that wouldn't be tough when cooked. A large basin was prepared, just waiting for the right time to roast and enjoy. Lu Yu and Bai Yan returned, just before nightfall. Why Qiqi rushed to the cave entrance to greet them. You're back. Have you eaten? Tonight, we're having roasted meat. Qiqi's eyes sparkled with joy. And Lu Yu and Bai Yin looked at her with affectionate smiles. Good. After a long day of hard work, returning home to be greeted by the little female was simply delightful. You had been eating cooked food with Qiqi for a month. And now he too had become a fan of it. Moreover, Lu Yu discovered that the rice grown in the little female's space effectively enhanced satiety. Now he could have a bowl of porridge in the morning and not feel the need to eat much raw meat afterward, as his stomach was already full. Qiqi, are you cooking rice tonight? I want to eat. Lu unreserved directly asked. If you want to eat, then cook. The fire's just right. Go wash the rice, with a grand gesture. Qiqi brought out the rice they had previously husked in the beast cave. After washing it, they could add the appropriate amount of water and put it on to cook. Shiyi took the initiative to assist. Wait, Shiyi, put that down. Let Ryu show you how to measure the rice. Why Qiqi was concerned that Shiyi might not measure correctly, and it would be awkward if the result was neither porridge nor rice. Shiyi could only look to Ryu for help. Ryu smiled as he approached. Taking out the rice measuring cylinder, Qiqi had instructed him to use. Ryu had already grasped how much rice the family needed. Although Qiqi's space yielded a substantial harvest, it was still insufficient for their 5-person household, as each had an astonishing appetite. It seemed they would have to cultivate more land. The rice took a long time to mature. About 2 months. Why Qiqi pondered silently, unaware that the others were about to be drafted again, cheerfully preparing the ingredients for the evening. Shiyi had also been earnestly learning to cook, as he enjoyed cooked food. After having tasted it once, he found it unforgettable. Waking up today, he felt particularly hungry and wanted to ask Ryu to cook more rice, but Ryu firmly refused. The reason was that Ryu suspected Qiqi would primarily focus on roasted meat tonight, and the rice would likely not be consumed in large quantities. That if too much was cooked, it would go to waste. He was adamant about not wasting food. Seeing Ryu's refusal, Shiyi had no choice but to relent. It's fine, we can just eat more meat later. The main roasting officer, Ryu, took his position, ready to start grilling. Qiqi's hand fell from above, and both Shiyi and Ryu began to skewer the meat using sharpened branches. The meat, thinly sliced and elongated by Ryu, was easy to cook thoroughly. Once cooked, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and after being brushed with honey, it took on a vibrant hue. Qiqi was the first to dig in, devouring one skewer after another. Shiyi diligently followed Ryu's lead in grilling, reassured by the fact that there was still plenty left to eat. There was no way they could finish all of it. After perfecting his grilling technique, he planned to eat more. Shiyi often felt that his grilled meat didn't taste as good as Ryu's, always falling short in timing, either undercooked or overcooked. All the meat he grilled ended up in Ryu's stomach. Bai Yin, on the other hand, grilled his own. His skills were comparable to Shiyi's, but he simply couldn't replicate the flavor that Ryu achieved. Ning Shuang also grilled for himself, but he would occasionally playfully ask Qiqi for a skewer of Ryu's grilled meat. Ryu's grilled meat was delicious, and he wanted to indulge. Everyone shot him glances, their eyes sharp, as he seemed to be competing with the little female for food. What a spectacle! Ning Shuang realized this was inappropriate, and after a couple of playful requests, he no longer dared to ask Qiqi. Instead, his gaze shifted to Shiyi. Shiyi, I want to eat the meat you grilled. Ning Shuang elongated his tone deliberately, nearly causing Shiyi to drop the skewered meat. Speak properly. Shiyi, unable to tolerate it, could only admonish Ning Shuang to straighten his behavior. Ning Shuang took the skewer Shiyi offered, his face lighting up with joy. All right, he glanced at Lu Yu, sensing a hint of guilt in his gaze, but food was food. No need to feel awkward. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with him and prepared a few skewers for himself. He wanted to grill several skewers to enjoy with rice, as simply eating meat would not satisfy his hunger. Without a barbecue rack, they were all grilling their skewers by hand. Why Qiqi noticed that a layer of skin had formed on Shiyi's hands. Shiyi, your hands are blistering. Be careful. Seeing the concern in Qiqi's eyes, Shiyi nodded. It's fine. Qiqi, I've awakened my water abilities. I'll just circulate them a bit later. Just don't hurt yourself. Qiqi remained quite worried. Injuries here would mean relying on the shaman, and she didn't know any herbal remedies that would be troublesome if he fell ill later. All right. Qiqi smiled at Qiqi and continued tending to his skewered meat. I'm almost full. You all keep it up? As Qiqi glanced at the sky, now completely dark, and then at the large basin of uncooked meat remaining, she felt a headache coming on. She had been feeling quite tired lately. She wondered if it was due to being pregnant. That Luu, sitting next to Qiqi, noticed her eyelids beginning to droop and picked her up, placing her on the bed to let her sleep. Sleep first. You don't have to wait for us. Luu's voice was gentle, and Qiqi nodded, her eyelids drooping as she fell asleep instantly. Qiqi is asleep. Let us keep our voices down. After Liu stepped out, he informed the others. I feel like Qiqi has been sleeping a lot lately. Yu furrowed his brow, a bit concerned. Is everything all right? She must be tired from going out today. Qiqi thought little of it. Yes, it should be fine. Yu recalled how excited Qiqi had been earlier. In the afternoon, she had even helped to extract honey, saying it was a way to relieve stress. Ryu didn't quite understand, but it was possible she had genuinely worn herself out. After realizing this, Ryu decided not to dwell on it any longer. Once the 5 of them finished eating, they each returned to their stone caves to sleep. Ryu cautiously climbed onto Qiqi's bed, settling beside her, in her drowsy state. Qiqi sensed warmth and instinctively nestled closer to Ryu. Ryu, feeling stiff, allowed her to snuggle into his embrace. After a while, once the heat in his abdomen subsided, he relaxed and held Qiqi as they slept. She still carried the sweet scent of honey. Fragrant and delightful, Qiqi was awakened by the warmth, opening her eyes to see a bare chest and Ryu's peaceful sleeping face. She swallowed hard. One of her legs was draped across Ryu's abdomen, and he seemed unfazed. Just as she was about to stealthily shift away, she found herself pressed down by Ryu. Awake? Ryu's voice was a bit hoarse. He had restrained himself all night, surprised that the little female was so restless in her sleep, even moving her hands around. Qiqi's face flushed crimson. Waking up to see her sleeping position was quite embarrassing. Sigh. She and T intended for this to happen, but she had dreamt of some unmentionable things last night, and somehow it carried over into reality. Are you hungry? Ryu suppressed his desires to avoid startling Qiqi. Not yet. I'm still a bit sleepy. I want to sleep a little longer. Qiqi gently nudged Ryu, signaling him to keep his distance as the heat was unbearable. However, Ryu was reluctant to comply, tightening his embrace even more. Oh dear. Aren't you feeling the heat? Qiqi exclaimed upon noticing his lack of awareness. Last night, you seemed unfazed by it. Why is it bothering you this morning? Ryu's voice grew increasingly hoarse, and Qiqi sensed the shift, her body stiffening in response. What mischief had she wrought the night before? It was no longer a matter of wanting to sleep. It was whether she could sleep at all. I am not. The drowsiness that had enveloped Qiqi vanished, yet she found herself drawn to Ryu's exquisite features, her eyes darting playfully. Ugh, she called out, her tone slightly strained, causing him to freeze momentarily. Ryu's kiss soon followed, igniting a spark of mischief in her. Such a little vixen, teasing him so early in the morning. How infuriating. Ryu found it impossible to maintain his composure around Qiqi. A mere flick of her finger was enough to leave him entranced. Her lips, indeed, tasted as sweet as he had imagined, reminiscent of honey. Noticing her reluctance, Ryu's tongue boldly sought entry in her mouth, conquering her defenses. Qiqi responded passively, wrapping her arms around his neck, her gaze becoming hazy. Ryu's kisses trailed toward her earlobe. Qiqi, you are growing more wicked by the day, he murmured, his breath tickling her ear, provoking a shiver from her. She tightened her grip around his neck, playfully biting at his throat. Little fox, we are quite alike. After their passionate exchange, Qiqi felt a pang of hunger, interrupting his intent for another round. I am hungry, she stated, prompting Ryu to snap back to reality, but I shall prepare some porridge for you. He quickly donned his animal skin skirt and headed out. Qiqi, this morning, I visited the brick kiln, and the chief said it will be ready by this evening. The excited voice of Shirya approached from a distance. Upon hearing this, Qiqi's spirits lifted. It seemed the chief had successfully fired the kiln. It had been nearly 10 days since she had shared the method with him, and he had worked quite swiftly. Shall we go and have a look tonight? Qiqi asked, her eyes sparkling. Shurya could clearly sense the thick atmosphere of flirtation surrounding her, his gaze darkening slightly. "Yes, I will accompany you," he replied, shaking off his earlier melancholy with a smile. "All right." Qiqi attempted to tighten her animal skin skirt, but her hands felt weak and uncooperative. Observing this, Shurya stepped forward to assist her. The cool touch of his hands brought her a sense of comfort. Another rather dull day awaited. Qiqi gazed at the bright sunny sky outside, anticipating the rainy season ahead, and she longed to indulge in some adventures. However, both Ryue and Shurya were opposed to her plans. Leaving her confined within the tribe, "Let us head into the space. I want to be needed for any work there," she mused, feeling quite useless as the beastmen rushed to take on tasks. Leaving her feeling like a lazy fish. "It's been ages since I had river shrimp. How about we catch some today?" Qiqi's eyes lit up as she looked at Shurya. Hesitant, he glanced at Ryu, who nodded in agreement, prompting Shurya to follow suit. Unable to contain her excitement, Qiqi burst into laughter. Arriving by the riverbank, she spotted plump fish swimming about, her mouth watering at the sight. It had been too long since she had enjoyed fish. She craved a spicy boiled fish dish. Yet, no one was around to catch them. Noticing Qiqi's longing gaze fixed on the fish, Shurya seemed to understand her desire. "Do you wish to eat spiny fish?" he suddenly asked, startling Qiqi from her reverie. "I want to, but I can't catch them." She hesitated, her eyes glued to the lively fish. "If you wish, I shall catch them for you." Shurya found her eagerness adorable and couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. "Really?" Qiqi exclaimed, her eyes shining with delight. She had forgotten that he was once a creature of the water. Catching fish shouldn't be too difficult for him, right? Without answering, Shurya dove into the water. In mere seconds, he re-emerged, tossing several plump fish onto the bank. Each one appeared to weigh around 10 pounds. Qiqi had never encountered fish of such size before, only witnessing them in aquariums. These fish resembled rofis, adorned with a row of sharp spines along their backs. A careless encounter would surely result in pain. Qiqi instinctively stepped back, wary of their flailing bodies. The sheer size of the fish was daunting. She estimated that her 2 palms wouldn't even match their width. Once Shurya emerged, his animal skin still damp, he exuded an aura of raw masculinity. Water coursed down his muscles, glistening in the light. "Ahem, perhaps you should change into a dry animal skin, lest you catch a chill," Qiqi suggested, quickly averting her gaze. Unable to resist, Shurya chuckled, covering his mouth with his hand. Why does the little vixen oscillate between being so serious and so bold? Quite the unpredictable creature. Using his abilities, Shurya expelled the water from his body, emerging completely D-R-Y.is. "It's so hard to believe in my abilities," he teased, walking over to ruffle Qiqi's hair once more. Qiqi turned to see the dry Shurya, momentarily astonished. So, this was how abilities worked. How wonderful. "Do you still wish to catch shrimp?" Ryue approached with a playful smile. "Let's return and prepare spicy boiled fish." "I'm quite tempted," Qiqi admitted, feeling a bit sheepish for returning so soon. "Well, as long as Qiqi is happy," Ryue replied, gathering vines from a nearby tree to string together the fish Shurya had caught. Watching him carry a string of fish effortlessly made Qiqi yearn to try it herself. However, Ryue firmly declined. "Qiqi, these spiny fish are still alive. If they struggle, they could injure you," glancing at the fish's spines. Qiqi felt a twinge of fear and reluctantly followed along. Back in the beast den, Ryue began preparing the fish while Qiqi stood by, unsure of what to do as she couldn't assist. Ryue worked swiftly, scraping off the scales before filleting the fish. In no time, 6 fish were transformed into a large bowl of fillets. With so much to cook, Shurya decided to prepare 3 pots. After they finished cooking, they would enjoy lunch together. As for Bai Yin and Lu Yuning, they were not part of the plan. First, he marinated the fish with scallions, ginger, and garlic, mixing it well for 5 minutes. With no rice wine on hand, Qiqi relied on the most basic ingredients for flavor. After rinsing the fish with clean water, she added chicken essence and MSG, mixing it thoroughly. Lacking vegetable oil, she decided to keep it simple for now. Once Ryue completed the previous steps, Qiqi guided him through the next. Now, heat the oil, adding chili peppers, minced garlic, and ginger. Once fragrant, introduce soy sauce and oyster sauce, sprinkling in some chili powder to create a rich red oil. She hesitated regarding the absence of dabanjiang, unsure how to proceed without it. After all, this was Ryue's first time cooking as the oil began to redden. She instructed Ryue to add water. Inside the cave, everyone began coughing from the overwhelming aroma. After a prolonged fit, Ryue looked at Qiqi with teary eyes. Add MSG and chicken essence, then some vinegar for extra flavor. And finally, toss in the fish bones. After completing all these tasks, Qiqi finally remembered to take out the vegetables that she would eat later. After a moment contemplation, she opted for baby bok choy, even though she had a yearning for soybean sprouts. However, lacking soybean seeds meant she could not grow the sprouts and had to settle for the bok choy instead, gazing at the fresh and vibrant greens. Qiqi felt an uncontrollable salivation, almost overwhelmed with the desire to take a bite right then and there. Once she had washed the bok choy, she instructed Ryue to place it in the pot. Keeping a watchful eye on the heat, when it appeared nearly cooked, she asked Ryue to first remove the fish bones and bok choy to serve as a base. Now it was time to add the fish slices, which would firm up before being gently stirred. Ryue complied diligently. As she observed the bubbling red broth in the pot, Qiqi's mouth watered uncontrollably. Of course, Shurya beside her was no different. The two of them stared intently at the pot, eagerly anticipating their first taste. The fish slices were now cooked. What next? Noting the two of them swallowing hard, Ryue asked helplessly. Just pour out, Qiqi replied while she busied herself washing the bowls and chopsticks, eager for the meal to commence. By the time Shurya came to his senses, Qiqi had already washed up and was seated properly at the table. Observing her impatient demeanor, Ryue felt a swell of happiness. It seemed that the meal she had prepared was quite to the little female's liking, which implied a fondness for herself. This thought filled Ryue with a sense of satisfaction. Why Qiqi, disregarding the heat, picked up a slice of fish and placed it in her bowl, blowing on it to cool it down, wishing it would cool quickly so she could enjoy it. Following her example, Shurya also picked up a slice of fish and blew on it. After cautiously testing the temperature and finding it bearable, Qiqi took a bite. The spicy and fragrant flavor exploded in her mouth, causing her to squint her eyes in satisfaction. The fish was tender and silky, sliding down her throat almost without the need to chew. Perhaps due to the absence of starch in the marination, it lacked that melt-in-your-mouth quality. Nevertheless, it had been a long time since she had tasted something like this, and experiencing it now felt delightful. Shurya joined in shortly after. Wow, this is delicious, and there are no bones. It was Shurya's first realization that the spines of spiny creatures could also be minimal. Previously, during their time in the deep sea, he rarely consumed such small spiny creatures due to their scant meat and numerous spines. Now it seemed that was not entirely the case. Ryue was the last to partake. Despite having accompanied Qiqi for so long and prepared a considerable amount of delicacies, it was still his first encounter with something so spicy, and he found the flavor quite pleasant. The three of them finished an enormous bowl of fish. Why Qiqi's belly was so full she lay sprawled on the bed in the beast den, utterly unwilling to move. What a satisfying meal. After her belly had settled somewhat, Qiqi decided to take a stroll to aid digestion. Ryue and Shurya followed closely behind her. Their leisurely walk brought them to the riverbank, where Qiqi found herself inexplicably drawn towards the brick and tile kilns. She wondered if they had begun firing. Shurya mentioned it would be in the evening, but Qiqi suspected that given the chief's impatient nature, he would likely take action before noon had even passed. Upon reaching the riverbank, Qiqi observed the beastmen busily transporting materials. As she approached, she discovered they were moving bricks. Seeing the bright red bricks, Qiqi realized that the chief's experiment had been successful. "Chief, didn't you say the kiln would be opened in the late afternoon?" Spotting the chief overseeing the operation not far away, she hurried over to engage him in conversation. "The kiln has cooled down sufficiently, and since I saw they had nothing to do, I let them open it." The chief replied with a smile as he looked at Qiqi. "We need to test these bricks to see if they are successful." As she spoke, Qiqi picked up a brick and struck it against a stone, that if her strength did not break the brick, it would indicate that it had sufficient hardness. The brick clinked against the stone and broke into two pieces, proving to be a bit harder than mud. Wow, You have quite a bit of strength. The chief remarked, somewhat surprised. Today, I tried to break a male's arm, but I couldn't. He was a green-tier beastman. The chief admitted candidly, "Ah, I see, huh?" Qiqi responded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then let us soak it in water. If it doesn't dissolve, it should be a success. In an effort to compensate, Qiqi suggested another testing method. Yes, soak it today and check tomorrow. The chief nodded in agreement. The bricks are out? What about the tiles? The tiles will also be ready today. Let me take you to see them. The chief beamed with pride as Qiqi followed him. Witnessing the dark blue tiles on the ground, feeling a sense of wonder. The chief had indeed produced them. The only uncertainty was whether there would be enough tiles to cover the roof of that house. These tiles are relatively brittle, the chief admitted. They break easily upon bending. In that case, we should make some wooden frames that can adequately support these tiles, Qiqi suggested, outlining how the tiles should be arranged and the approximate design of the wooden frames, prompting the chief to find someone to execute the plan. Some skilled males were already utilizing stone axes to cut the wood into appropriately sized pieces, although it would take considerable time. 2 days later, the chief invited Qiqi to inspect the completed roof. Accompanying him, Qiqi beheld the yellow earthen house before her, feeling reminiscent of the 1980s and 90s when mud brick houses were prevalent. To think that in the beast world, this was the first house she had encountered. In that moment, Qiqi felt a wave of nostalgia. Chief, I must say, your efficiency is truly remarkable. These matters pertain to the survival of the little females through winter. I naturally had to act swiftly, the chief replied, a glimmer of satisfaction shining in his eyes. I've checked inside. Aside from being a bit dark, everything else is quite satisfactory. In the future, if conditions allow, we can lay down flat stones inside to effectively block some moisture, Qiqi proposed further. Very well, we could discuss this later, the chief responded, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the completed house. Qiqi, your mind is truly sharp. The chief's praise was abundant, for without Qiqi's guidance, he would never have been able to construct a house. No need for formality. Just help me build one when the time comes, Qiqi said without hesitation, making her request known. A trivial matter, the chief chuckled. Had it not been for wanting to test if this house could withstand a rainy season, I would have built it for you immediately. Haha, let us get through the rainy season first. Future houses probably shouldn't be built here. After all, the rainy season could trigger flash floods. It's best to build on a hillside with rocky terrain. Qiqi expressed her concerns about flooding and landslides. However, considering there were no evident cliffs and the trees were lush, the likelihood of a landslide seemed minimal. All right, I'll heed your advice. The chief was resolute in his agreement. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Qiqi stated. Go on, I'll have some males send over some fruits for you. The chief generously offered, feeling grateful and unsure how else to express his thanks to Qiqi. All right, I shall not refuse. Qiqi waved her hand and led Shura and Ryua back on the way. They encountered Luu. Are you ready to wrap up? Qiqi remarked, realizing she hadn't seen him for several days. He hadn't even been present during dinner. Not yet. These past few days, I've been preparing for the rainy season, coordinating with the chief to set up some defenses against wandering beastmen. Luu replied with a smile, and oh worries, you all head back first. I estimate I'll be busy for another day or two. All right, just be careful, Qiqi advised. Rest assured, Luu ruffled her hair affectionately. Okay, then we shall return now. Qiqi joyfully dashed forward, while Luu's gaze followed her until her figure vanished from sight, before he resumed his work. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the rainy season arrived. Within a mere fortnight, Qiqi's belly swelled like a balloon. Upon learning of her pregnancy, the shaman promptly set aside her tasks and braved the rain to visit her. With her slender waist supporting a prominent belly, she appeared strikingly vulnerable, as if her skin might rupture under the pressure. The shaman instructed her to lie down for a thorough examination, and only after confirming the well-being of both mother and child did she breathe a sigh of relief. Qiqi, please take care of yourself. Frequent pregnancies can harm your health, the shaman admonished, casting a serious glance at the orcs surrounding them. I am aware of my limits, Qiqi replied, her heart warmed by the shaman's concern. She had anticipated inquiries about methods in this tribe, which lacked offspring, yet was surprised by the shaman's emphasis on her health. Your belly is considerably larger than with your previous pregnancy. Rest well and refrain from unnecessary exertion. I worry for your fragile skin, the shaman observed, noting the thinness of Qiqi's abdomen, as if it might burst at any moment. The 5 orcs gathered around. Qiqi listened to the shaman's words. Their eyes filled with compassion. This little female has it so hard, one murmured. You all mustn't take advantage of Qiqi. Her gentle nature makes her susceptible to your whims, the shaman chided, glancing at the handsome orcs with a hint of exasperation. Despite the tribe's lack of children, the shaman understood the importance of sustainable growth, that a little female could bear more than 5 offspring. But with consecutive pregnancies, her health was at risk, limiting her future potential. The shaman discerned that these attractive orcs might easily persuade her to comply with their desires. However, this little female truly had a high fertility rate, explaining why many tribes sought her out. The shaman contemplated a plan. With the rabbit-hunting tribe currently in disarray, perhaps she should discuss with the chieftain about bringing back a couple more females? Understood, the 5 orcs replied in unison. The shaman's expression turned complex as she looked at Qiqi. Qiqi, lying on the bed, felt her face flush. This pregnancy seemed larger, perhaps due to the bear cub within, and she feared her belly might burst. Yet, with the item she desired available in the system's shop, she was determined to carry the child. The shaman's concerns were trivial to her. After giving birth, she could simply consume a recovery pill and restore her health to its previous state, without worry of any lasting damage. However, this pregnancy was indeed challenging. She had been experiencing morning sickness, and in recent days, Rui had been creatively preparing meals for her. Yet, she could only manage small portions of cold dishes, enduring a great deal of discomfort. At 1.5 months into this pregnancy, Qiqi felt a twinge of anxiety about her growing belly. System, will my belly explode? She mentally queried. Rest assured, host, it will not. This pregnancy is likely to result in a premature delivery. By normal calculations, you're already 2 months along, which explains the size, the system reassured her. This explanation eased her mind somewhat. That's acceptable. If necessary, I can refrain from entering my own space in the future. After all, time flows differently there, affecting both gestation and real-world timelines. She pondered whether the awakening of a female's abilities was something specific. Now that the rainy season has begun, if you experience any discomfort, come directly to the shaman's cave to find me. The shaman instructed before departing. Bai Yin and the others watched her leave, uncertain about how to proceed. How is it possible that she became pregnant so easily? I haven't seen any other little females in the tribe with such ease of conception. They murmured, their eyes fixated on Qiqi's belly. Could it be a bear cub this time? Otherwise, how could her belly be so large? Ning Shuang expressed concern. Qiqi, this is all my fault, he lamented, devoid of the joy of impending fatherhood, his eyes filled with panic. Can Qiqi, being so small, bear a bear cub? What if there's a difficult birth? He recalled instances of females in the tribe who had perished during childbirth, unable to be saved by the shaman. Ning Shuang was consumed by fear that why Qiqi couldn't disclose her secret about the system to them. But their worry for her brought her some comfort. And as long as the child was not a slave, she felt content. It's fine. My ability to conceive indicates the beast goddess favor upon me. She fabricated a comforting lie. Though her words relieved them, they remained closely gathered around her bedside, their concern evident. Are you all so idle? If you have nothing to do, go into the space and help me. Qiqi said, feeling uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny. I'll stay with you. Qiqi, I've nearly finished my tasks, Ryu said, gazing at her with concern, having worked hard to help the little female gain a bit of weight. Ryu was distressed to see Qiqi's cheeks appearing slightly sunken again. It seems I must strive even harder to develop new dishes. With the onset of the rainy season, everyone remained inside the cave, and she planned to enlist them as taste testers for her new recipes. Why Qiqi looked at Ryu helplessly. Isn't this a bit boring for you? Watching me like this? Not at all. Qiqi is so beautiful. I can never get enough of looking at her. They chimed, surrounding her bed and making her feel increasingly self-conscious. Are you truly not bored? Then come help me shell some wheat. Qiqi suggested with a sly smile, attempting to rise. But Shuri swiftly scooped her up. The mention of work seemed to lighten their spirits. She needed to find some tasks to distract them. Otherwise, their constant gaze made her feel a bit awkward, did I assure you. I'm perfectly fine. It's just that my belly is a bit larger. Perhaps the little ones are developing well, and it won't grow much larger after this. She reassured them while shelling the unhulled rice. While their concern was well-intentioned, excessive worry could become bothersome. They mumbled distractedly, their eyes flitting between the rice and Qiqi. Initially, she felt uncomfortable under their gaze, but she gradually grew accustomed to it, deciding to let them be. If they didn't care for her, wouldn't her efforts in bearing the children be in vain? But it wasn't entirely in vain, as she was in the same boat as the system. If she didn't bear children, her fate would be dire. System, how long can the energy from the last pregnancy sustain you? Qiqi was curious, realizing that constantly giving birth was not sustainable and could hinder her enjoyment of her orc husbands. The rainy season in the beast realm truly lived up to its name, with rain falling almost incessantly. Qiqi wondered whether this weather was predetermined. Was it always destined to rain for such an extended period? Resting her chin on her hand, she sat at the entrance of the beast cave, observing the rain and the steadfast houses that stood unaffected. Once the chieftain completed the roofing, Qiqi had him find someone to secure the tiles, either with flatter stones or bricks, whichever was feasible. The chieftain praised her thoughtfulness, having not considered this aspect. Now, a month into the rainy season, Qiqi, due to her pregnancy, had just begun to find some relief from morning sickness, only to begin suffering from leg cramps during sleep again. When would this ailment ever improve? She dared not linger in bed for too long, opting instead to descend into the beast den for a stroll. When fatigue set in, she would sit by the entrance, gazing at the downpour outside. Qiqi found herself puzzled as to why she could sit there for such a long time, watching the torrential rain and feeling a tinge of boredom. Ruyu was devising ways to prepare food for her, but with limited ingredients, the dishes remained monotonous. In fact, the condiments were dwindling rapidly. Qiqi sighed, wishing for soybean seeds to arrive soon, so she could experiment with making soy sauce. Since arriving in this beastly realm, she had hardly engaged in any labor. Her fingers were delicate, and her nails had been polished to a rounded perfection by Ruyu, looking particularly appealing. Qiqi mused that aside from the discomfort of pregnancy, she felt quite indifferent about everything else. Although the living conditions were rather poor, there was no immediate solution to improve them. With rain pouring down, the clay could not dry, rendering any attempts at productivity futile. They could only wait for the rainy season to pass. Qiqi contemplated that once the rainy season ended, the experienced beastmen would work with significantly greater efficiency. If the kiln remained intact, it could be put to use immediately. She estimated that within a month, they could begin constructing houses. However, the materials were not yet prepared. She had rice, but had not even caught a glimpse of glutinous rice seeds. The system's marketplace required a whopping 6,000 points for redemption. Qiqi sighed again, feeling a bit disheartened. Potatoes. Could she perhaps request glutinous rice seeds for this childbirth? Just a few would suffice? She resolved to converse directly with the system. It had yet to respond to her last inquiry about how long it could endure. The entire system felt as though it had been rendered mute. Host. No problem at all, the system assured, regarding her request as trivial. Such an eager host wishing to give birth would have her needs accommodated as much as possible. Apart from the request for a house, it could provide nearly everything else. After all, a house was fundamentally unsuitable for existence in the beast realm. However, the host proposition for the beastmen within the tribe to undertake the construction was indeed reasonable, even though the timeline for development had been advanced. Whether or not the host was present, the evolution of this world would progress naturally. Hence, the system was unperturbed by the heavenly laws discovering its actions. That was why it did not impede Qiqi. Had it done so at that moment, the main system would likely have bypassed this minor interface to administer punitive electric shocks to the host. Qiqi was elated. In reality, 2 months had passed, which meant that she had likely been in this realm for 2.5 months, given her frequent comings and goings from the space. With the addition of time, she no longer needed to repeatedly fetch water for irrigation, greatly enhancing efficiency. During the rainy season, the male beastmen's appetites tended to diminish somewhat. Yet they all entered Yi Qiqi's space to work, making it no different from summer, and their appetites seemed to have increased. As Qiqi sighed for the third time, Lu Yu could no longer contain himself. Qiqi, what troubles you? Why do you keep sighing? Lu Yu feared that she was upset with their lack of restraint. I am just bored. There's nothing to do, she replied, contemplating that the tiger cubs seemed to have grown more restless. Bai Yin, Yu, why don't you transform into your beast form so I can pet you? Lu Yu's expression darkened. The little female did not seem to like his beast form. Lu Yu, you're the most handsome. No arguments allowed. Hehe. Qiqi tried to placate her increasingly agitated partner. Will you transform? My beast form is too large. Bai Yin shook his body slightly. In beast form. He was more sensitive. How could he allow the little female to touch him? Bai Yin had seen the little female play with his cubs, who were still not grown, and while they were accustomed to the petting, being touched himself was another matter. He feared losing control. That Yu swallowed hard. Let us not. I can't. The two exchanged a glance. Pretending they had not heard that Qiqi, in a moment of whimsy, did not genuinely expect them to act on her suggestion. Sigh. She leaned against Lu Yu. How much longer do you think this rainy season will last? I'm starting to feel moldy. Qiqi suspected her morning sickness was exacerbated by the unpleasant odors within the beast den, with the rain preventing them from venturing out and the dampness making it difficult to manage the cubs' mess. It was quite a hassle. The beast pelts used for the cubs could not be washed. They could only be dried by fire, which left them with an odd smell. Qiqi had no better solutions. She had yet to discover a method for weaving cloth. Otherwise, she would have made a few diapers for the cubs and perhaps some small undergarments for herself. Life in the beast realm was characterized by a lack of clothing and food. And coupled with her pregnancy, Qiqi's sense of smell had become acutely sensitive. Thus, she had been experiencing morning sickness since the onset of the rainy season. Now, she had barely adapted, yet still felt discomfort. A month and a half had passed, leaving roughly half the time remaining. Lu observed Qiqi's pallid complexion, unable to conceal his concern. The little female was truly suffering. Furthermore, her belly appeared alarmingly large. The bee-skin skirt that once enveloped her could no longer contain her, forcing her to split it into two parts, one half for her upper body and the other for her lower body. In truth, during the rainy season, she need not wrap herself at all, but the little female was reluctant, claiming she was unaccustomed to it, prompting Lu Yu to craft a feathered skirt for her. It was fashioned from the down he shed regularly. The thread was made from the fur that Ru Yu and Bai Yin had twisted together. The two had recently been shedding, on the day they transformed into their beast forms. They were caught by Qiqi, who had touched their entire beings, and upon seeing the pile of fur, she was inspired to make yarn. Though it seemed somewhat improbable, she managed to create something that looked quite nice. Wearing their fur, Qiqi found it amusing. For the first time, she appreciated having a few furry beast husbands. The idea of spinning yarn came to her on a whim, primarily due to the abundance of fur that would otherwise go to waste. In modern times, she had raised a dog that shed similarly in the summer. The collected fur was spun into yarn, which she used to knit two rather hideous scarves for them. Primarily, Qiqi's skills were lacking, resulting in a bumpy finish. Lu watched as Qiqi's face lit up with a smile, unable to contain his own laughter. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Strange, why are Ru Yu and Bai Yin ignoring me? Qiqi propped her chin on her hand, glancing towards the darkened stone cave behind her, feeling a bit puzzled. Usually, when she called for them, they would come right away. Lu, do you think they might be scared? Qiqi tilted her head, unexpectedly locking eyes with Lu Yu's glass-like gaze. The affection in his eyes seemed to overflow, threatening to engulf Qiqi. Ha. They probably got frightened last time you petted them. After all, they can hardly handle being touched all over in their beast forms. They had even less control over their bodies. Lu Yu noticed the little female's eagerness, feeling somewhat resigned. She had a fondness for fuzzy things, which made it difficult for Bai Yin and the others. They were both unable to resist, and yet were provoked by the little female's playful teasing. How could they endure it? Ah, is that so? I had no idea that Qiqi felt an unexpected chill run down her back. Did that mean she had been flirting with danger the last time? Haha, Qiqi, are you scared? Lu Yu observed her reaction, noting her apparent fear. These matters would certainly need to be disclosed to her. Otherwise, her lack of decorum would inevitably lead to a day when Bai Yin and the others could no longer control themselves. And she might end up frightened. Not at all. Why Qiqi inched closer to Lu Yu, the chill in her back gradually fading. I just feel like something is watching me. Why Qiqi frowned, sensing something creeping up from beneath her feet, as if a venomous snake had its gaze fixed upon her. But with the rain falling, how could any creature be active outside? Was she beginning to overthink due to her pregnancy? Qiqi could not help but wonder. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, but he did not perceive anything unusual. Should we ask Shi? He suggested uncertainly. Perhaps it had been too long since they patrolled to drive away those wild beasts. They likely ventured into the tribe's territory. Lu's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of trepidation regarding the wandering beastmen. Unlike ordinary creatures, they were unperturbed by the prospect of illness. The rainy season marked their most opportune moment for an assault. Previously, the tribe had endured attacks during this very season. However, to prevent Qiqi from worrying, he had referred to them merely as wild beasts. Wild beasts lack consciousness, making it simple to invade and kill. Yet the wandering beastmen were a different matter entirely. They would employ any means necessary to abduct the young females within the tribe. Furthermore, the recent influx of young females into the hunting hound tribe heightened the risk of them being spotted during their return journey. If such a situation were to arise, it would become quite problematic. Noticing the gravity of Lu Yu's demeanor, Qiqi felt a swell of anxiety, especially as he invoked Shuri's name. Do not put yourself in harm's way. If it comes to it, I will retreat into the space, she said, her worry evident as she gazed at Lu Yu. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Lu Yu placed a tender kiss on her forehead and ushered her into the inner chamber. Shuri, accompany me outside to investigate whether any wild beasts have infiltrated the tribe. Acknowledging Lu Yu's serious expression, Shuri understood the situation was far from simple, but he rose, casting a glance at Qiqi, and pressed his lips together. Qiqi, should anything seem amiss, take Ryue and retreat into the space. It's prudent to have someone for support. Knowing that Qiqi was nearing her time to give birth, Shuri calculated that the altered flow of time within the space would necessitate leaving one person behind. Understood. Just be cautious and avoid injury, Qiqi implored, her heart racing at the solemnity of their exchange. Bai Yin, having overheard their conversation, stepped forward alongside Ning Shuang. Perhaps it would be wise to leave someone skilled in combat by Qiqi's side. Ryue was aware of his own limitations. While he was not adept in battle, he could swiftly relay messages. Should Shuri and the others struggle, he could seek out the tribe leader to mobilize assistance. Then let Ning Shuang remain, while Ryue accompanies us outside. Lu swiftly issued his command. His seasoned instincts honed from countless aerial observations now manifesting in an aura of sharp authority. They moved with remarkable speed, leaving behind only Ning Shuang and Qiqi in the beast den. Seeking a semblance of security, Qiqi edged closer to Ning Shuang. Do you think they will be all right? Do not fret. They will be fine. Shuri is of the red tier, Ning Shuang reassured her. Moreover, he has awakened an ability, and with the rain falling, conditions are favorable for him. You needn't worry. Sensing the distress in the young female, Ning Shuang endeavored to comfort her. If wandering beastmen approach, douse them with water. I have awakened an ice ability that can immobilize them, he whispered softly in Qiqi's ear. Qiqi nodded, acknowledging his words. Had she not ascended to the yellow tier, she might not have even heard his whispers amidst the rain's cacophony. Outside, the beastmen would not discern the faintest details above the sound of the downpour. After Ning Shuang's instructions, silence enveloped the beast den, occasionally interrupted by the distant sounds of conflict, which did little to assuage Qiqi's anxiety. Until Bai Yin and the others returned, her heart remained in a state of tension. As time dragged on, Qiqi felt as though she were trapped in a boiling cauldron, the minutes stretching agonizingly. Ning Shuang, do you hear anything? She asked repeatedly, her voice tinged with urgency. Not yet, Ning Shuang replied, though he had indeed heard the sound of wailing, which bore an unsettling resemblance to Shuri's voice. Uncertain of the assailant's identity and their ability to injure Shuri, he deemed it inappropriate to venture outside, opting instead to shield Qiqi's ears, hoping to dull her hearing and alleviate her worry. Very well, then they should be fine. Although Qiqi spoke with a semblance of calm, her growing unease was unmistakable. Ning Shuang, why are you covering my ears? She exclaimed, brushing aside his hand, clearly hearing the wails beneath the rain. The intruders are not wild beasts, are they? She asked, grasping Ning Shuang's hand in a panic. They are, Ning Shuang admitted, recognizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, lest Qiqi venture out of curiosity. Qiqi steadied herself. Understanding that there was little she could do if she were to leave, she carried the burden of life within her. If Yi and the others were unable to handle the situation, Ning Shuang's departure would yield little assistance. That it became clear to her that her most critical role was to remain behind and not become an additional complication. Now that Qiqi comprehended the gravity of the situation, she felt an odd sense of calm wash over her. Let us not separate. Should anyone enter, we will retreat into the space immediately. She clung tightly to her unborn child and Ning Shuang, fearing that if she were to enter the space and give birth without a midwife, it could prove perilous. In an instant, the circumstances had turned complex and unbearable. Why must it be at this moment? Qiqi seethed internally. Ning Shuang, perceiving her anxiety, enveloped her in his embrace, minimizing his words to avoid attracting the attention of the wandering beastmen outside. That why Qiqi nestled against him, her ears attuned to the sounds beyond. A resounding roar echoed, accompanied by the enchanting song of a siren, alternating in a haunting rhythm. Why Qiqi's heart ached with apprehension, and Ning Shuang attempted to cover her ears several times, only to have her evade him. Observing her distress, Ning Shuang felt a pang of sorrow. As darkness enveloped the sky. Just as Qiqi feared Ryue and the others might not return, movement stirred at the entrance. Ning Shuang positioned himself protectively behind Qiqi, his gaze fixed on the entrance. The hides that had previously concealed Qiqi had been removed, granting a clear view of the entrance. Upon seeing Bai Yin carrying Yi back, with Lu Yu appearing somewhat disheveled, a wave of panic washed over him. He instinctively straightened, fearing that Qiqi might see Yi's injuries and become despondent that you've returned. Are you unharmed? His inquiries serve as a balm for Qiqi's anxious heart. No major issues, just some minor injuries. Ryue has gone to fetch the healer, Bai Yin responded weakly, laying Yi upon the stone bed, panting heavily. Today, an unawakened red-tier wandering beastman attempted to seize the young females and food within the tribe, but has been dealt with. Bai Yin conveyed the news without mention of the dangers faced. Why Qiqi rose from the bed, her silence betraying her turmoil as she approached the adjacent stone chamber. The sight of Yi's pallid face and furrowed brow twisted her heart in anguish. That a deep gash marred Yi's chest, oozing a murky green blood. She questioned whether the healer possessed the knowledge to treat a siren. Qiqi was already perusing the system shop, seeking the efficacy of recovery pills. Recovery pills were designed to heal all postnatal wounds and possess hemostatic properties. For a fleeting moment, disappointment coursed through her. They could only treat postnatal injuries, implying ineffectiveness against other external wounds. Nevertheless, Qiqi still purchased one, hoping it would at least stem the bleeding. She offered Yi the spirit spring water. She concealed the pill in her palm, dissolving it to administer to him. She hoped it would provide some relief for his injuries. How could Yi sustain such grave wounds? Qiqi's voice trembled with emotion. Although her time with Yi had been brief, witnessing his suffering stirred an overwhelming sorrow within her. Yi had to transform into his beast form to chant, yet the tribe lacked water, rendering him immobile. Bai Yin, observing the young female's distress, recognized his own helplessness. What of Lu Yu? Qiqi's gaze fell upon Lu Yu's drooping arm, and she could no longer contain her tears as they cascaded down her cheeks. She chastised herself for crying, yet the anguish was insurmountable. He had been well just hours before. I am fine. Do not weep. The healer's skills are exceptional, Lu Yu reassured her, unable to bear her distress. Were it not for his drenched state, he would have embraced her. Ning Shuang remained silent, diligently tending to the fire to prepare hot water. Bai Yin hung his head, speechless, in the presence of the red tear. He realized just how insignificant he truly was. The orange tear companions who had come with the red tear had all been defeated by Yi's abilities. However, That crimson feline was an extraordinarily agile creature, unmatched in speed by any other. When everyone found themselves at a loss, Qiqi transformed directly into an orc, chanting to exert control over the feline. Yet the creature was of the same rank as Qiqi and stood as a formidable predator in the food chain, possessing a degree of bloodline suppression. Consequently, control was not fully established, and instead, Qiqi suffered an injury at its paws. Had Lu Yu not intervened to shield Qiqi from this assault, it is likely that Qiqi would have sustained far graver injuries than mere lacerations to the chest. The creature might have even pierced his heart. Qiqi, sensing the feline's approach, became alert at the last moment, but his reaction was too slow. Although the water arrow inflicted significant harm upon the feline, it did not claim its life. Ultimately, it was Bai Yin and Ru Yu who delivered the finishing blows. Qiqi persevered and cleared the battlefield, only to succumb to unconsciousness afterward. Bai Yin supported him as he began to collapse, while Ru Yu, understanding the situation, sought out the shaman. Lu returned, clutching his injured arm. With the situation under control, the invading rogue orcs had been entirely exterminated, eliminating any lingering threats. After Qiqi grasped the full sequence of events, the shaman finally arrived. He first examined Qiqi's wounds. Bathed in the shaman's radiant white light, Qiqi was meticulously assessed. Thankfully, he appeared to be relatively unscathed. His bleeding had ceased, and his recovery ability was notably robust. He had merely exhausted his powers and fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Upon hearing the shaman's diagnosis, Qiqi felt a portion of her anxiety dissipate. Lu, let me take a look at your arm. The shaman observed Lu Yu's drooping limb with a serious expression. Lu was enveloped in the shaman's white light for an extended period, during which the shaman did not withdraw. Your arm's bone is shattered. It will require time to heal. Let me assist you in realigning it, the shaman sighed, setting about mending Lu Yu's injury. Lu pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The sound of crack echoed, stirring a pang of discomfort in Qiqi's heart. All done. For the next 2 months, try to limit your movements. Fortunately, you haven't damaged any tendons, otherwise your arm would have been rendered useless. The shaman reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, indicating that the injury was not overly serious. Thank you, shaman. Would you like to stay for a meal? Ning Shuang, who had just finished preparing food, quickly invited him, aware of the shaman's significant assistance. No, you are warriors of the tribe. The chieftain will be grateful for your deeds. Please rest well, the shaman replied, firmly declining the invitation. During the rainy season, no one could venture out. Every morsel counted, and he dared not impose keep an eye on a young female over the next few days. She may be traumatized and could bleed. If anything arises, do not hesitate to seek me out, the shaman cautioned before striding away into the curtain of rain, his box in hand. Seeing this, Ru Yu hurriedly followed. Concern for the shaman's safety after the battle with the rogue orcs that a tribe without a shaman is akin to a house lacking its cornerstone. Such a state is untenable. Why Qiqi let out a sigh of relief, grateful that both individuals seemed to have escaped serious harm. She had never witnessed the shaman's diagnostic methods before, but knowing that both were unharmed brought her comfort. With the most pressing concerns alleviated, Qiqi finally felt the tightness in her chest begin to ease. Her body felt soft and pliable, akin to a noodle. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she experienced waves of dizziness. Bai Yin, noticing something amiss, rushed over to steady her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Ning Shuang, please carry Qiqi to bed. I will handle these trivial matters, Bai Yin instructed, his own state unfit for the task. Qiqi was now beset by a buzzing in her head, feeling nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. Ning Shuang promptly scooped her up and carried her back to her den, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. Qiqi, it's all over now. Do not be afraid. Ning Shuang's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, calming Qiqi's unease at why Qiqi had never before experienced such turmoil. Having been born into a prosperous nation, she lived through its golden age. However, a car accident had led her to a different reality, where she spent over 2 decades living like a mouse. Often harassed, before despair drove her to plunge into a river, only to inadvertently bind herself to a system that transported her to the beast world. She yearned for love and care, which is why she chose to bind with the system and remain here, naively hoping for a chance at something better. Her own frailty compelled her to select those who could protect her, leading her to choose the 4 strongest and most handsome beast husbands. She had approached her choices with a sense of fatalism, never anticipating that these orcs would offer such pure and sincere affection. Qiqi acknowledged her selfishness and laziness. Yet, in an era where females were inherently weaker, she found it utterly impossible to venture out to hunt and grow stronger, often under vigilant supervision to prevent any missteps. This love, while heavy, was a stark contrast to her longing for freedom. However, in a world fraught with peril and scarcity, possessing 5 devoted beast husbands who ensured her needs were met was already a significant blessing. Still, she despised her own lack of strength, as her husbands fought bravely. She could do nothing but retreat to her den, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. Her worries proved futile. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Qiqi found herself momentarily lost and helpless. Oh, the cubs, sensing her distress, crawled over from the far side of the bed, their tongues gently licking the tears from her face, as if to console her. Startled by the sensation, Qiqi opened her eyes to find the cubs before her, and her heart began to settle. Roar, the tiger cub, now 2 months old and sturdy, tilted its head in confusion, seemingly bewildered as to why its mother wept. Qiqi was charmed by the sight. Hastily wiping away her tears, the previous haze of confusion lifted entirely. She had to admit that sometimes the innocence of a cub could heal one's troubled heart. Embracing the tiger cub, Qiqi took a deep breath. No more self-pity for her. This world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest, as long as one was alive. Infinite possibilities remained. Who among humans goes unscathed? After a mental reset, Qiqi felt her burdens lighten considerably. It seemed imperative for her to seek opportunities to grow stronger. Her gaze fell upon the system's red potion. If there were no rewards for bearing offspring, she would have to accumulate points to purchase it herself. At 2,000 points per vial, the prospect of becoming stronger was worth any cost in her eyes. However, it required a staggering 6,000 points to acquire. The system had seemingly calculated this threshold long ago, compelling her to bear children to earn those points. Such a feeling of being manipulated was uncomfortable, yet was it not also a form of empowerment? As long as she could grow stronger. What was the burden of childbirth? With a sigh, Qiqi cradled the sturdy tiger cub, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts that Qiqi, do not worry. The orange-tiered orcs recover swiftly, especially since we have awakened our powers. That Lu entered, observing Qiqi's vacant expression, as if she were ensnared in a web of self-reproach. There is no need for sorrow. Being outmatched and sustaining injuries is a normal part of life. In previous rainy seasons, the battles were far more brutal than this, that we did not wish for you to bear this knowledge. All dangers are met with us, standing at the forefront. Lu's gentle voice offered solace to Qiqi's troubled heart. She recognized her immaturity and instability. She often resorted to avoidance or relentless self-blame in the face of adversity. Perhaps she should adopt a more open-minded perspective. I simply failed to exert control. Seeing you all injured fills me with panic. Qiqi seemed to have discovered an outlet for her emotions as she wrapped her arms around Lu Yujin's lean waist, resting her head gently upon his chest. Lu Yu, using his good arm, tenderly encircled her, and they sat in tranquil silence. The rhythmic thumping of a strong heartbeat brought her a profound sense of comfort, after the tribe nearly suffered a devastating loss of formidable warriors. The chieftain resumed organizing patrols among the orcs. Due to their significant contributions, Qiqi was not enlisted into the patrols within the orc in recent days. Her morning sickness had lessened, though she was plagued by excessive drowsiness. Both Ryu and Lu Yu were concerned for Qiqi, unwilling to return to their own den during their rest periods. Instead, they remained by her bedside, vigilant against any sudden onset of distress. Qiqi yearned to reassure them, but given her own precarious condition, any attempts to comfort them felt futile. She was unable to control her overwhelming fatigue. Shuri awakened shortly before Qiqi's distress began. The moment he regained consciousness, he rushed to her side to ensure her safety. Upon seeing the small female, heavily pregnant and furrowing her brow in discomfort. His heart ached. "You're awake?" Ru exclaimed with joy upon noticing Shuri. This meant the little female need not worry so much anymore. His awakening signified her genuine safety, validating the care he had provided over the past few days. "Yes," Shuri replied, his voice slightly weak. Having gone days without food, he felt a gnawing hunger. Is there anything to eat?" Upon hearing this, Ru quickly rose, intending to prepare something for Shuri. "There is food. Just rest for a moment. If Qiqi feels unwell, call for us immediately." After giving his instructions, Ru hurried to cook porridge. After all, Qiqi had specifically mentioned that convalescing individuals should consume porridge. Shuri had ensured the tribe's safety by eliminating the rogue or from the Red Order. In this beastly world, strength was the norm, and Ru bore no grievances regarding this. Shuri was deserving of such protection. Ru prepared a meat porridge, diligently mashing the rice before cooking it. The enticing aroma soon filled the orc den, intensifying Shuri's hunger. When Ru announced that it was ready to eat, Shuri, ignoring the heat, hastily poured the porridge into his mouth. Ru, watching in trepidation, feared he would scald himself and quickly grasped his hand. "Wait a moment. Let it cool down, or blow on it. If you injure yourself and die from the porridge I made, Qiqi might resent me for eternity." Shuri, with his deep blue eyes, turned to Ru and obediently set down the bowl, picking up a wooden spoon to sip the porridge instead. "Fine, to ease the worry of the little female, I'll take my time." Only then did Ru feel reassured and turned attention to Qiqi. Shuri, appearing ravenous, found the porridge not overly mushy but perfectly cooked. He cared little, as long as it was warm and edible. After finishing the porridge, a warm sensation enveloped him, akin to basking in sunlight, dispelling the chill that had lingered from his injuries. Ru had added ginger to the porridge to ward off the cold. Shuri felt a tingling sensation in his chest as he glanced at the scabbed wound, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Without Luyu's timely intervention, he would surely have perished. The realization quickened his heartbeat. Fortuitously, he had encountered family willing to protect him. Shuri had never before experienced such a rapid heartbeat. The bonds of camaraderie among the orcs in this small household were sentiments he had never known. For the first time in his life, he felt the warmth of concern from others. Perhaps, in the past, his lack of perceived value had led to his isolation. Here, he could contribute and earn the respect of those around him. And it felt utterly delightful. He willingly embraced the responsibility of safeguarding this home. As evening fell, Qiqi awoke, feeling a painful tightening in her abdomen. Ru, stationed by her bedside, immediately noticed and called for Ning Shuang, hastily transforming into his beast form to rush to the shaman. Ning Shuang, Luyu, Bai Yin, and Shuri quickly gathered around Qiqi upon hearing she was in labor. Seeing Shuri, Qiqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Shuri, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Observing the small female drenched in sweat and in pain yet still concerned for him filled Shuri's heart with warmth, as if it were submerged in sweet syrup. "I'm fine, don't worry. The wound has healed. It will be better once the scab falls off." Shuri squeezed Qiqi's hand to reassure her. Seeing him well, Qiqi returned a smile, but the subsequent contraction left her pale and breathless. "Please, two of you go fetch water and prepare food. Ning Shuang, stay here with me. And Shuri, you should rest." Qiqi had to devise a way to disperse the gathering. She was certain that this child was Ning Shuang and Ruyu's. So she assigned tasks directly. Shuri nodded and stepped outside, while Bai Yin and Luyu wisely took their leave to attend to their duties, leaving Ning Shuang nervously holding Qiqi's hand. The shaman arrived, having come atop Ruyu, drenched from the rain. Ruyu quickly provided him with a clean hide to change into. The shaman acted swiftly and efficiently, not wasting any time. However, it had been some time since Qiqi first felt the pain in her abdomen. She had already broken her water and was now in her beast form, preparing to give birth. "Your little female has gained weight. Her beast form is larger than before," the shaman remarked, astonished at the sight of the white rabbit lying on the bed. The 3-meter-long bed was largely occupied by her form, which had grown by nearly a third. "It seems so," both Ruyu and Ning Shuang replied, uncertain as they had never witnessed a beast form expand. "Unless it's a rank advancement, We've never seen a female's beast form grow larger, unless it was due to proper care. Qiqi's heart raced at the shaman's surprise. Hadn't the system said outsiders wouldn't notice? She hadn't anticipated her beast form would grow. It was never like this before. After a female reaches maturity and mates, some beast forms might indeed increase slightly in size. The shaman did not dwell on this too extensively. Regardless, this little female was exceptional. When Qiqi first came of age, she appeared rather frail, but she looks much healthier now, Ruyu stated proudly. The little female relished his culinary creations, thus his contributions were the most significant. The shaman meticulously examined Qiqi's condition. Given that she was having multiple births, the labor would take some time. You should go prepare porridge to ensure the little female has energy when the time comes. The shaman instructed with care to we're on it. Don't worry, Bai Yin replied hastily, eager to reassure the shaman of their reliability. Then that will suffice. The shaman nodded approvingly, while Qiqi could faintly sense the tightening and relaxing of her abdomen. However, the shaman noted that her cervix had not yet dilated, so they would need to wait a bit longer. The tribe's defenses were relatively stable, with orc patrols deterring rogue intrusions, with no immediate concerns. The shaman patiently awaited Qiqi's complete dilation. Time seemed to pass more swiftly than last time. After approximately 2 hours, Qiqi began to labor. Push, this one is larger. It might be a bit challenging. The shaman observed the first one was indeed large, his expression turning serious. Qiqi clenched her jaw, employing the shaman's techniques to bear down. She could feel the ripping pain, and despite having taken a pain relief pill, the sensation remained. Qiqi's fur became drenched in sweat, while Ruyu and Ning Shuang used hides to wipe her down, but it was of little help. The head is out. Keep going, upon the shaman's arrival. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. He urged Qiqi to summon her strength, for she was already feeling a touch of fatigue. Having just awakened and without nourishment, she had exerted herself. If she did not hasten to deliver this offspring, it was likely she would suffocate. With gritted teeth, Qiqi persevered. The host successfully birthed her 11th progeny, a genetically mutated male, snowy white bear. Silver tier, rewarded with X500 points, X1 red tier potion, and X3 bags of random fruit seeds. IT emerged, a plump white bear cub, and the shaman was even more elated than Qiqi herself, for the cub appeared adorably rotund, though it had nearly cost its mother her life. Ning Shuang and Ruyu sighed in relief upon witnessing the successful birth of Qiqi's child. The host then delivered her 12th progeny, a female beast form, brown bear. Green tier rewarded with X80 points, X20 packs of tissues, and X5 packs of disposable care pads. The host subsequently birthed her 15th progeny, a male beast form, white fox. Red tier rewarded with X200 points, X50 young silkworms, X1 bag of mulberry seeds, and X1 silkworm rearing guide. The host then welcomed her 17th cub, a genetically mutated male, five-tailed white fox. Silver tier, rewarded with X500 points, X1 secret of kiln firing. An X1 red tier potion. Congratulations to the host for successfully delivering 7 cubs in total, 3 females and 4 males, including 2 silver tier, 2 red tier, and 3 green tier, comprising 3 bear beastmen and 4 fox beastmen. Rewards have been distributed. Please check at your convenience. The system is about to upgrade. Beep. Qiqi lay exhausted upon the bed, feeling a strange novelty in the rewards, yet utterly fatigued. Despite having eaten midway, it did little to replenish her energy. After delivering her offspring, she strained to nurse them, then discreetly consumed a recovery elixir. Ultimately, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. After ensuring the cubs were marked, and seeing that Qiqi had not suffered excessive bleeding or discomfort, the shaman departed with a sense of relief. Ning Shuang and Ruyu remained to tend to the cubs and assist Qiqi with her wounds. Observing Qiqi, transformed in her beast form and resting on the bed, both women felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Glancing at the cubs nursing vigorously, a wave of satisfaction washed over them. In that moment, a conflict arose within their hearts. They exchanged a resigned glance. The shaman had grown immune to the shocks brought on by Qiqi, a litter of 10, a litter of 7. Previously, he would not have dared to contemplate such numbers. In his eyes, a tribe's female producing 3 offspring at once was considered prolific. Thus, the magnitude of Qiqi's achievement was astonishing. Moreover, those 7 cubs appeared robust, and even though they were smaller in size, they seemed quite healthy. Perhaps this litter might survive entirely, and the quick delivery of the female cub indicated that she had not been harmed and could conceive again. At last, the shaman felt truly reassured. Why, Qiqi awoke in the dead of night to a tranquil cave, illuminated only by the candle she had previously crafted. As she beheld the 7 neatly arranged cubs beside her. She could not resist reaching out to touch them. One bear cub was white, while the others were brown. The white cub was noticeably larger than its siblings, explaining the difficulty she had endured during its birth. After surveying her progeny, she turned her attention to the rewards in her system backpack. The system was upgrading, and it remained uncertain when it would complete. This time, she had amassed 3,000 points for the upgrade, and the next would require 6,000. The quality of this litter far surpassed the last, with 2 silver tier cubs, a surprise that Qiqi had not anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the enhancement of her constitution. Would she be able to find female for the silver tier cubs in the future? This concern weighed heavily on her mind. However, it ultimately depended on the cubs themselves. If she bore more, she might struggle to keep track of all of them. The red tier potion would elevate her status to red tier upon consumption, with some discomfort but no side effects. The silkworm rearing guide contained instructions on how to rear silkworms. The secret of kiln firing included methods for constructing kilns along with various formulas and images of materials needed for firing bricks. Rest assured, employed the written language of the beast world. These 3 items were of particular interest to Qiqi, and upon reading their descriptions, her spirits lifted significantly. These were precisely what she needed. Rearing silkworms in her space would undoubtedly be swift. Soon, she would have clothing to wear and no longer need to drape herself in animal hides. Qiqi was so eager to begin planting that she could hardly restrain herself, but reason triumphed over impulse. There was no need to rush. Time was on her side. The flow rate of her space was still impressive, so she decided to rest peacefully for now, gazing at her slumbering cubs and the figure of Ruyu curled up by her bedside. Qiqi felt a profound sense of contentment, the very least. She was safe, and her beast husband remained concerned for her, but as for their living conditions, they could work together to create a better environment. These illustrated manuals presented in the language and imagery of the beast world would be rationalized by the system, allowing Qiqi to feel at ease. Once the rainy season passed, she would present the illustrated manuals to the chieftain, claiming they were her creations to alleviate her boredom during the rains. If the chieftain could successfully construct the bricks, it would be a tremendous boon. She understood enough about building to experiment a few times and surely succeed. The pressing matter now was how to explain this to the chieftain, as she felt her reasoning was rather flimsy. The night stretched on interminably, and as Qiqi pondered, she eventually drifted back to sleep, only to be roused the next day by her cubs nudging her awake. She had no choice but to rise and feed them. The disposable care pads were meant to prevent the cubs from soiling everywhere. She would need to find a way to introduce them to Ruyu and the others later. That's why Qiqi contemplated whether to disclose the existence of her system to them. Could they be trusted? Although they had nearly risked their lives to protect her, she found it hard to overcome her internal conflict. Perhaps a small fib would suffice. The commotion of the cubs also stirred Ruyu from his slumber. Seeing Qiqi nursing on the bed, he inquired what she desired to eat. "How about some meat porridge?" Qiqi replied, hastily naming a dish without much thought. "All right, you've worked hard." Qiqi. Placed a gentle kiss atop her head before departing the cave to prepare the porridge. After nursing the cubs, an epiphany struck Qiqi. Previously, Ruyu had explained that the female's abilities were designed for birthing cubs, and since she had awakened a space of her own, could she not tell them that the space produced items after giving birth? Yes, that would do. With a solution in mind, Qiqi felt a weight lift from her heart. She was the type to fixate on a thought once it entered her mind, and now that she had a resolution, everything felt easier. She transferred all her belongings into her small space and finally felt completely at ease. After completing these tasks and nursing, Ruyu returned to embrace her and lead her to a meal. Restored to her human form, Qiqi felt a warm sensation within her. Nestled in Ruyu's embrace, she felt safe. Yi sat at the table, eyes fixed intently on Qiqi in Ruyu's arms. "Are you all right?" Qiqi inquired, noticing Qiqi's pallor and lack of energy, uncertainty lacing his voice. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. Qiqi responded, surprised that he was concerned for her smile brightening. Then you should eat more today. I'll eat less, Qiqi said, handing her a generously filled bowl of porridge. Staring at the bowl, which was larger than her own face, Qiqi struggled to maintain her composure. You should eat more, she insisted. You go ahead and eat. If you can't finish it, you can give it to me, Qiqi replied nonchalantly, resting his chin in his hand. With two handsome men watching her eat, Qiqi suddenly felt an unwelcome psychological burden. Qiqi, the chieftain, said that after the rainy season, they will begin kiln firing bricks, and we will be the first to have a house built. Ruyu could not contain his excitement as he shared the news. Then the little female will finally have a home. How wonderful. Is that so? We will be the first. Qiqi asked, her heart fluttering at the prospect. Qiqi was somewhat taken aback, but recalling the cheerful figure of the shaman as they departed that day, her surprise diminished. Let the clan leader build for others first. We shall proceed slowly to... In truth, Qiqi harbored a hint of selfishness. The initial houses, constructed by novices, might not be well built, while those erected later could be of superior quality. However, the windy season lasts merely 3 months. If delayed, she might find herself without a home. Reflecting on this, Qiqi felt she was being rather ungrateful. Why? Ruyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. The cubs are still small. It would be inconvenient to move them, I suppose, Qiqi admitted, and her words rang true. That makes sense, but with the 5 of us, it should be manageable. You need not worry. Ruyu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Well then, you all can arrange accordingly. Qiqi decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. She recalled the mud brick house they had previously built, still standing resiliently in the rain, and thought that constructing a brick house should pose no significant challenge. Qiqi thought of the glutinous rice seeds obtained from the birth of a green tear child yesterday, and glanced at Ruyu. Let's gather some strong hands to get to work, and aim to plant the glutinous rice before the rainy season concludes. It is an essential material that our Yu was quietly sipping porridge, utterly unaware that she had caught Qiqi's attention. Once the porridge was finished, Qiqi summoned the 5 individuals. Yi and Lu Yu were still injured, so she chose not to involve them in the labor, opting instead to have them care for the cubs while she took Ning Shuang, Bai Yin, and Ruyu to the fields. Our Yu gazed at the long unseen space with fondness, realizing it had been quite some time since she had engaged in physical activity. Now, she was ready to contribute. The 3 of them rolled up their sleeves and got to work, while Qiqi remained inside the small house, contemplating how to perform convincingly. Look, what is this? Qiqi silently rehearsed in her mind. Would this appear too contrived? Come quickly and see. The house has gained so many new items. Qiqi ultimately chose to feign ignorance and express surprise at the revelation. What? Ning Shuang, the most curious among them, hurried over to investigate upon hearing that many new items had appeared. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot. I can discern some information upon touching them. Qiqi replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others curiously peered into the house at the various items. Inside, there are seeds and insects. We must manage them well. Qiqi conveyed her thoughts. Ruyu, you may need to work a bit harder. These insects require a specific type of leaf for nourishment. Could you use your wood-type abilities to cultivate some trees? Qiqi intended to raise the silkworms first, at least to make herself some undergarments, for she was quite concerned about potential exposure, which could be rather embarrassing, but it's not too laborious. My abilities can't just sit idle, and using them will help me become more adept. Ruyu remarked. Following the recent battle, he realized he merely possessed abilities but lacked proficiency. Engaging in combat with Bai Yin and the others highlighted his shortcomings. Poor control over his powers caused disconnection, rendering him unable to manipulate the trees. Had he been able to control the beastmen, Qiqi would not have been injured. Thus, cultivating plants within Qiqi's space using wood abilities was an excellent way to enhance his skill. Ruyu was determined to grow stronger, so he did not mind the effort. All right, but rewards are still necessary, Qiqi said, planting a kiss on Ruyu's cheek before beginning to search for seeds. Prioritize the mulberry seeds. Here, these are all mulberry seeds. Take them and plant them across 5 plots. Qiqi handed over a kilogram of seeds. 0.5 acres of mulberry should suffice for the silkworms. Right? Fearing she might be too conservative, she checked the silkworm raising guide and found no reference material, leaving her with no choice but to set the book aside. Are you? Plan a couple more plots. Haha. Just to be safe, better to be prepared. If it's still insufficient, we may have to move them out of the space. With a sense of assurance, Qiqi decided not to overthink it. After all, there would invariably be a solution. 0.7 acres of mulberry should be ample to nurture many silkworms. Seeing how anxious Qiqi was about the insects, Ryu couldn't help but ask, Qiqi, what are these insects for? Are they really that important? These silkworms will spin silk. Their silk is non-toxic and can be woven into clothing, much like the garments made from your hair last time. Is it really that marvelous? Ryu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but indeed, Qiqi was still unfamiliar with weaving, but she hoped to craft a silk blanket before winter arrived, which seemed feasible. She wished the system could provide her with a method for weaving. Otherwise, she would have to resort to improvisation. The intricacies of silkworm rearing were numerous, and she wondered if the silkworms of this beastly world would be larger than their modern counterparts. If they were larger, the cocoons would likely be easier to manage. If they were the same size as in modern times, it would indeed be a busy endeavor. Fortunately, there remained a month and a half until the windy season. If the flow rate outside compared to the space was 1:4, then the silkworms would mature in just 10 days. This meant she would need to enter the space every half day to replace their trays. However, she lacked trays at present. With a sigh of resignation, Qiqi decided to search the system's store. Ding! System upgrade successful. More products are now available for the host. The system's notification tone was perfectly timed. Qiqi selected several silkworm trays and made a purchase. They were not particularly expensive. These everyday handmade items cost only 2 points each. With a wave of her hand, she bought 20 and stacked them in a corner. From now on, she would surely have something to occupy herself with. These mundane, non-dangerous tasks should keep her busy, for during the rainy season, being confined to the beast den without the ability to venture outside would drive her to madness. Calculating the time, Qiqi prepared to go out to nurse the cubs, eager to test whether Yin and the others could remain within the space. After exchanging greetings with them, she promptly vanished from the space. Seeing that Yin and the others did not follow her out, Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. They had food in the space, but the cubs outside were clamoring for milk. Qiqi had only emerged upon hearing the faint cries. Indeed, upon her exit, Yi was anxiously cradling a cub, attempting to soothe it as it nuzzled against his chest. Qiqi found the scene amusing, but suppressed her laughter. They were contributing to her care of the cubs, and though they deserved recognition, she decided to hold back her peculiar sense of humor. Let me take over. You rest for a while. Qiqi took the cub from Yi's arms and transformed into her beast form to nurse. The cubs, sensing her presence, rushed towards her eagerly for milk. Fortunately, in her beast form, there was ample space. Otherwise, the cubs would likely have fought over milk before they even opened their eyes. The first batch of tiger cubs had reached 3 months of age, and upon catching a whiff of milk, they began to cry at the entrance of the den. Yi hurried off to prepare meat porridge for them. Qiqi had weaned the first batch of cubs when they were about a month old, and they adapted well, swiftly accepting the meat porridge. Yi and Liu lacked experience in caring for cubs, which made them appear flustered. Qiqi chose not to intervene. They needed to learn. She had resolved to have each beastman father a litter, ensuring no favoritism, and once balance was achieved, she would adapt accordingly. By the way, system, how long can you sustain this pregnancy? Answer me. You can't keep avoiding it. Qiqi intended to devise a rest plan. Constantly being pregnant was quite uncomfortable. The host can sustain these for pregnancies for a total of 3 months. The system replied honestly that it was not the type to skimp on points. It was quite forthright. All right, so it seems 1,000 points can sustain a month? Qiqi speculated uncertainly. That is approximately accurate. Keep it up. The system encouraged her to an exemplary system. It could only urge Qiqi to continue having children, as it required data on offspring from this realm, thus putting the host in a bit of a bind. The system silently apologized to Qiqi. 3 months is acceptable. I should be able to rest for a month without issue. Correct? Qiqi inquired with uncertainty. In light of the limited time available, it is not advisable for the host to rest, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. The system, after all, is not solely focused on data collection. It too desires to accumulate points. However, it cannot bring itself to deceive Qiqi, and thus resorts to employing a few clever tricks to encourage the host to bear more children. Moreover, once the host meets the performance criteria, there will be a year-end bonus for both the system and the host, creating a win-win scenario that IT is confident that the host, upon learning this, will not hold it accountable. The system feels somewhat apprehensive. After this upgrade, it has developed a sense of morality, no longer merely the cold, unfeeling entity it once was. Very well, Qiqi conceded with a hint of regret. It seems that even a moment of idleness is beyond her reach. Now that the infrastructure has just begun to show promise, should she falter, would it not render her efforts futile? Not only would she waste her hard work, but her excellent beast husbands would also lose their little female companion. What if they spiraled out of control in the future? No, she must diligently accumulate points to prepare for what lies ahead, why Qiqi resolved firmly. Upon sensing her determination, the system discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had managed to keep the host engaged. IT hoped that the year-end bonus would arrive swiftly, as it currently ranked first. The system silently prayed that the host would not be surpassed. However, the year-end bonus is an exceptionally generous reward, and it believes the host should be informed of this. Host, if you bear many children, you may qualify for the coveted MVP title at year-end settlement, which offers substantial points as a reward. You might want to put in some effort. The system decided to share this information with Qiqi. Upon hearing this, Qiqi squinted her eyes in curiosity. Just how substantial could the reward be? I am not one for empty promises. Host, preliminary estimates suggest that you will receive no less than 5,000 points. How does that sound? The system revealed an insider scoop. Yet, that is merely the beginning. Additional rewards that could aid the host in establishing infrastructure in the beast realm will also be provided. After all, these are the host's dreams, and the system is determined to assist. 5,000! Qiqi exclaimed, her eyes widening. This meant that upon receiving the 5,000 points, she would gain an additional 5 months of life. This is excellent. She is all in. Let me think it over. Though she outwardly maintained her composure, her mind was already racing with calculations. Without further ado, she decided to set aside the matter of this seemingly empty promise. Upon entering the space, the mulberry trees had already been planted, and they had begun sowing glutinous rice. Given that glutinous rice is cultivated in a manner akin to that of rice, they had soaked it in spiritual spring water for quite some time, making it the perfect moment for planting. Watching her diligent beast husbands sow the seeds, Qiqi felt as though they were becoming mere tools for her agricultural endeavors. Nonetheless, this sense of authority, where one need not labor, was rather enjoyable, albeit a tad unsettling. That why Qiqi organized the seeds within the small wooden cabin, categorically arranging them. Although the cabin appeared modest, it actually spanned approximately 60 square meters, featuring a 20 square meter room, 2 storage rooms of about 15 square meters each, a 5 square meter restroom, and a 5 square meter kitchen. The kitchen contained only a rudimentary stove. Beyond that, it was bare. However, with Qiqi's ascension to the yellow tier, the storage space had doubled in size, and the previously stored meat had diminished somewhat, leaving it feeling a bit sparse. Observing her hard-working ore companions, Qiqi resolved to take some practical action. She would venture outside to fetch porridge for them, allowing them a moment's respite. The abundant energy from Ru Yu was continuously flowing, and she could see a verdant shade where Ru Yu stood from afar. It must be said that the little fox executed tasks with remarkable speed and efficiency. Emerging from a space with a large pot of porridge, Qiqi called them to eat. Ning Shuang was the quickest to respond, having been ravenous for quite some time. However, noticing that Bai Yin and Ru Yu appeared unfazed by hunger, he hesitated to voice his own. Now that Qiqi had announced mealtime, he had justification to dash over in his beast form to indulge. In that moment, Qiqi felt as though she had returned to her school days, racing to the cafeteria after class, a feeling she had not experienced in quite some time. She looked at Ning Shuang, both amused and exasperated. Next time you're hungry, just say so. Don't wait for me to call you. Otherwise, you'll be the only one suffering from hunger, Qiqi advised with care. All right, Qiqi will also eat. Ning Shuang nodded in agreement. Are you and Bai Yin arrived a bit later, washing their hands before leisurely enjoying their meal, displaying no sense of urgency whatsoever. Bai Yin, with the demeanor of an aristocratic young master, always took his time eating, exuding an air of elegance. You appear to be a perfectly ordinary individual. Ning Shuang, on the other hand, exhibited a ravenous appetite. Even after feeling full, he would continue to serve himself more until he could eat no more. During the rainy season, Ning Shuang visibly gained weight, his muscles having softened considerably, rendering him somewhat plump. Qiqi observed his face, finding him increasingly adorable, and often felt compelled to pinch his cheeks, as for Bai Yin and Ruyu. They were more vigilant about their physique, maintaining their previous appearances. After their meal, the trio proposed to resume their work, and Qiqi acquiesced. If you're tired, feel free to rest inside. Don't overexert yourselves. I am feeling a bit drowsy and will step outside. If anything arises, just call my name. I'll be able to hear you. Qiqi's eyelids grew heavy, likely a result of spending too long within the space. Then we'll accompany you outside, Bai Yin suggested, slightly concerned, opting not to continue working. They did not want the little female to encounter any dangers outside, unable to come in and protect her promptly. All right, you all should rest as well. Spending such an extensive time in the space equates to a full day there, Qiqi said, grasping the hands of the three as they exited the space together. The moment they emerged, exhaustion washed over her, and she collapsed onto the bed, drifting off to sleep. The three exchanged glances, realizing that the little female's health remained quite fragile. Next time, let us aim to do less. They mused. Covering Qiqi with a blanket, they tidied up their belongings before preparing for bed themselves. After a brief period of slumber, a beastman arrived to report that the wolf tribe's envoy had arrived, requesting Qiqi to receive them. Yi, upon hearing this, became enraged. In this reign, you expect the little female to go greet them? They are here for a marriage alliance. Do they intend to murder her instead? Qiqi has just given birth and cannot be exposed to the rain. Did you not inform them? In a fit of anger, Yi chastised the messenger beastman thoroughly. His long dormant temper flared up once more. Leaving him momentarily bewildered, I'll accompany you. I will explain the situation, Liu offered, stepping forward. Though Yi's wound had scabbed, the scab had yet to fall off, making exposure to the rain a risky endeavor due to his internal injuries. Now is the most suitable time for Liu to go. Very well. Let us depart. I sense that the wolf tribe's young man may possess a rather volatile temperament. The guiding beastman expressed concern. Naturally, anyone brave enough to travel in this weather must possess exceptional abilities. It is only natural that they harbor some resentment, Liu reasoned, understanding the young man's agitation. If he were to patrol under such conditions, even he would be irritable, let alone journeying under the rain. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, Liu beheld a striking beastman with delicate features and flowing white hair. His waist-length hair was disheveled, and his narrow eyes burned with fury. His prominent nose flared as he seemed to be assessing something nearby. Typically, such behavior indicates the presence of something approaching. However, it remained unclear whether he was reacting to Liu or something else entirely. Suppressing his curiosity, Liu smiled warmly. Greetings, I am Liu, the second beast husband of Qiqi. She is currently recovering from childbirth and is unable to greet you in person. The wolf tribe's envoy, Dan, displayed little expression. Let us return. I will introduce you to the members of my household. Thank you. You may leave now. Liu turned to the orc leading the way and gestured for him to return. The orc fled as if in panic. Indeed, the red-tier orc exuded an air of intimidation. Throughout their journey, it was likely he had slain numerous stray beasts, leaving him enveloped in a palpable aura of menace. Why is it just you out here? Dan inquired, somewhat displeased. Today is a special circumstance. One of our members is injured, and a few are on patrol, just settling down. Liu, wary of revealing Qiqi's spatial abilities, hastily concocted an excuse to placate him. Your tribe is quite strict. Even in the rain, you maintain patrols. Fortunately, you are here on watch. Otherwise, if I had wandered in unannounced, I would surely have been mistaken for a stray beast and beaten senseless. Dan patted his chest, still feeling shaken. Luu, upon hearing this, was taken aback. A figure that appeared so formidable nonetheless seemed a tad childlike. Previously, red-tier stray orcs invaded the tribe, and without patrols, the chieftain would not feel secure. Luu briefly explained. Are there truly red-tier stray orcs now? How terrifying! Dan, having been away for quite some time, found the mention of red-tier stray orcs rather novel. If only he had arrived sooner and not spent his time slaying stray orcs along the way. He could have engaged in a skirmish here. Indeed, it is somewhat frightening. We nearly perished, Luu remarked matter-of-factly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. So, you have slain red-tier orcs? Dan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the aloof Luu, admiration shimmering in his clear gaze. However, judging by Luu's composure, he must be a red-tier himself. Dan mused, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Luu, having spent an extended period in the company of She, had long since grown desensitized to the pressure of red-tier beings. Moreover, having awakened his own abilities, the intimidation of red-tier orcs had diminished considerably for him. Yes, it was another who did the slaying. Not I will introduce you later to— Oh, splendid. If that is the case, my mood has brightened considerably, Dan exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, utterly devoid of any semblance to a red-tier being. After all, in Luu's mind, red-tier orcs were typically characterized by a more composed demeanor. Upon reaching the beast den, Dan began to shed his beast pelts, standing there unclothed and somewhat flustered as he looked at Luu. I lost my beast pelts during the scuffles on my way here. Could you lend me one? Luu's lips twitched, barely restraining himself from cursing the unfortunate child. Here you go. Luu turned and entered his dwelling, retrieving a beast pelt to toss to him. Thank you. Although Dan appeared a bit awkward, he was a polite child, Luu pondered. His intellect did not seem akin to that of a wolf. Yet the wolf tribe should not be easily deceived. What step had gone awry? Do you require prey? I just hunted a beast outside the tribe, Dan asked earnestly. We have sufficient prey. Dry your hair first. You must be weary from the journey, Luu said, patting Dan on the shoulder before leading She out to introduce him. This is the 5th beast husband from the merfolk tribe. I am She. Welcome. She extended a hand in friendship upon seeing Dan. This was to be Qiqi's formidable beast husband. Judging by his demeanor, he was quite skilled in combat. I am Dan. Where do I rank? Dan inquired, curiosity piqued about his position. You are ranked 6th. There have been no updates from the Bay Crocodile. 6th? That is quite good. It sounds pleasant that Dan thought little of it. After all, he had come to the Union, not to curry favor with any female. Primarily, he had heard this place was more liberal, and the females were easy to get along with, prompting his direct arrival. The chieftain was eager for his arrival, so everything proceeded smoothly. Well, are you hungry after your journey? Would you like something to eat? She asked, a bit anxious. As it was his first time serving food to an outsider, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Would Dan enjoy the porridge he had cooked? She now possessed the mindset of a chef, hoping for compliments on his culinary skills. What is there to eat? Dan questioned, noticing the absence of fresh beast meat within the dwelling. Looking puzzled at She. Since we arrived, we've been eating cooked food with the females. Would you care to try? She quickly guided him, noticing Dan had not considered the cooked food. Cooked food? Isn't that only for females? Am I worthy? Dan expressed disbelief, astonished at how accommodating the tribe's females were. Yes, Qiqi permits it, She said, eyes sparkling with hope. Then I certainly want to taste what cooked food is like. Dan's eyes lit up, seemingly speaking volumes with his gaze. She oddly perceived his eagerness. That's freshly made. You can try it, but be cautious. It's hot, he warned as Dan's hand plunged directly into the pot in that instant. She could already envision him jumping up and shaking his hand in distress. Ouch! That hurts! Dan's voice rang out with remarkable clarity, awakening Qiqi. Dazed, Qiqi heard the commotion outside and felt bewildered. Why was there a stranger's voice echoing in the beast den? I was just about to warn you it was hot. Are you all right? She expressed guilt upon seeing his injury, but I'm fine. I'm a robust male. This little pain is nothing. Dan shook his hand, initially reluctant to tend to it, but was pulled by Lu Yu to the rain curtain to cool it off. Cool it down. Otherwise, you might get blisters. Jidan was momentarily confused. Was that how it worked? Qiqi emerged, witnessing the adorably comical scene unfold. What are you two doing? She inquired, her gaze shifting between the two. Did I wake you, Qiqi? Lu Yu turned. Somewhat apologetic. Has someone arrived at home? Qiqi felt utterly fatigued, her head swimming. So, this is the female I am to bond with. Jidan observed Qiqi, leaning in to inhale her scent. Qiqi instinctively took a step back. Is he the one for the union? Hello, little female. I am Jidan from the wolf tribe. Here for the union. Jidan. Qiqi was bewildered. How could someone so handsome have such a name? Indeed, Jidan. He assumed she could not read, so he etched the characters in the dirt with his finger. From his scrawled letters, Qiqi barely discerned the name Jidan. All right, perhaps I misinterpreted. Yet if he intended to use a reduplicated name, that would be quite challenging. GG. Dan. Surely, neither was particularly suitable. Indeed, two character names were better suited for full names. Qiqi stifled a chuckle within. I am Qiqi. You appear quite lovely, unlike the females in our tribe. Jidan expressed his approval with a smile that a little female like her seemed worth flattering. Haha, is that so? Qiqi tilted her head, intrigued by him. Indeed, you cannot imagine. The females in our tribe are quite fierce. Entirely unlike your demeanor, Jidan spoke. He became increasingly animated. They treated males with disdain, often resorting to violence. For those males seeking union, it was even worse. They hardly acknowledged them. She grew increasingly anxious as he listened. No, dude, just compliment her. It's enough. Why divulge how females behave in your tribe? What if she learns bad habits? Who would be responsible then? She couldn't help but nudged Jidan with his elbow. Jidan turned to she, seemingly questioning what was wrong. Stop talking. Ahem. Qiqi does not wish to hear that. She felt somewhat guilty. Enough. My head is spinning. I need to rest. Qiqi, already leaning against the wall, seemed to have exhausted herself from spending too much time in the space without rest. Awoken from her slumber, she felt unwell. Then you should rest first. I shall keep quiet. Jidan observed the pale-faced female before him with concern. She appeared so frail. Yet, with 4 orange teeth and 1 red tear. Should she not be healthy and robust? Qiqi, lacking the energy for further conversation, responded before staggering towards the bed. Falling asleep almost instantly, Jidan watched the entire scene, profoundly shocked. How exhausted must she be? Surely, these beings wouldn't mistreat the little female, would they? Wasn't it said she had just given birth? How could such a thing occur? The thought unsettled Jidan. Would these beasts bully the little female? At times, Shuri inexplicably sensed the hostility emanating from Jidan, momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend the reason behind it. By the way, is your hand all right? Does it still hurt? Unable to restrain his curiosity upon noticing Jidan's reddened hand, he inquired. It seems to hurt a bit. Hissing, Jidan replied, belatedly realizing the discomfort as he shook his paw. Don't you all eat cooked food with your hands here? Why is it so hot? Jidan recalled that in his own tribe, the females also consumed their meals with their hands. No, Qiqi is rather particular about hygiene. She has her own utensils. Upon hearing this, Shuri fell into contemplation. When he arrived, everyone behaved similarly, and he naturally assumed it was the norm. It wasn't until Jidan's arrival that he recognized how different this little female was. All right, then. Jidan scratched his head, deciding not to dwell on these matters as long as he understood. However, washing his paw with rainwater seemed to alleviate the pain somewhat. After a while, when the sensation of pain had nearly dissipated, Jidan began to inquire about how to use utensils. He had completely forgotten his earlier concerns. Shuri earnestly taught him. While Lu Yu quietly enjoyed his meal, he found Jidan somewhat foolish. Yet he learned quickly, so it couldn't be classified as foolishness. In any case, there was an indescribable feeling in the Qiqi awoke in the middle of the night, roused by the nudging of her cubs, and rose to feed them. Afterward, she felt utterly famished. Fortunately, Shuri had kept the porridge warm, fearing that Qiqi would awaken to find nothing to eat. Now that she was up, it was the perfect time to dine. Jidan, unable to sleep due to excitement on his first day, had been engaging Qiqi in conversation, and before they knew it, it was already midnight, seeing the two of them chatting happily. Qiqi concluded that the new member was quite easy to get along with. Qiqi, come eat the meat porridge. Noticing Qiqi had emerged, Qiqi hurried to serve her. Aren't you going to rest? You still have injuries. Why? Qiqi looked at the scar on Qiqi's chest, her eyes glimmering with concern. It's fine. I slept a lot during those 2 days of injury. And I still feel a bit exhilarated, Qiqi replied, shaking his head. In truth, he had learned many fascinating stories about the prairies while chatting with Jidan, instilling in him a longing to discover even more. He was already a bit enthralled. Is that so? Qiqi regarded Qiqi with skepticism. Absolutely not. Qiqi and Jidan had been chatting all night. Lu Yu's voice of grievance rang out, drawing everyone's attention to him. They were discussing matters of the prairie. I was awakened by their noise long ago, Lu Yu lamented, his face drawn in despair as he emerged from the beast den. He had worked tirelessly that day, collapsing into bed, but it seemed he had barely slept before noises invaded his ears. He could no longer endure it, yet he feared the new member might think he was unwelcoming. So he lay in bed, pretending to sleep. Now that the little female was out, he felt compelled to speak up. I traveled for 2 months without anyone to converse with, and now that I finally have someone to talk to, I have lost track of time. Upon hearing Lu Yu's complaint, Jidan suddenly realized it was already late into the night. Back in his tribe, no one had ever shown interest in listening to his chatter. They found him bothersome. Now, having finally found someone who engaged with him, it was only natural that he would lose track of time, but he quickly apologized, expressing his feelings, lest he be deemed too talkative and driven away. An exhausting prospect indeed. While Qiqi consumed her porridge, she occasionally offered her thoughts. This is Lu Yu, the 4th beast husband of the fox tribe. Qiqi seized the quiet moment to introduce. I am Jidan, of the wolf tribe. Jidan smiled as he extended his hand. The beast husbands of the little female are all quite handsome, and she is beautiful as well. Lu appeared somewhat fatigued. Having not slept well and having worked tirelessly in the space all day, his abilities drained, he now felt somewhat unanchored. Like a specter, he drifted to fetch a bowl of porridge. His movements were fluid and devoid of hesitation, leaving Jidan envious. Such a harmonious family atmosphere was rare to find. He felt grateful to the chief who had once disregarded him. If he ever had the opportunity to meet again, he would certainly hunt a herbivore to repay the tribe for sending him out. Jidan was thoroughly satisfied with his family, primarily due to the gentle nature of the little female. The following day, Jidan was awakened by noise that he felt as though he had not slept so soundly in ages. It was a truly unprecedented experience. Qiqi, you can actually do this now. Qiqi gazed at him with sparkling eyes. It's all thanks to Lu Yu's excellent teaching. Qiqi felt buoyed by the praise that Lu Yu didn't teach him anything. He merely observed and learned on the side. Ning Shuang muttered quietly. Hey, seeing you so envious, would you like to learn as well? Lu Yu chuckled teasingly as he nudged Ning Shuang's elbow. Lu Yu. Ning Shuang nearly leaped up to strike him. Lu Yu laughed as he edged closer to Qiqi. Qiqi, protect me. Ning Shuang is so fierce. Qiqi turned her head, and in an instant, Ning Shuang, who had appeared intimidating, now wore a beaming smile as he looked at her. Qiqi, don't listen to him. I'm clearly very gentle. Ning Shuang said with a smile that I'm clearly very gentle. Lu Yu mimicked in a slower tone, imitating Ning Shuang, which elicited laughter from everyone. Jidan couldn't help but join in the laughter. They truly were delightful companions. He turned to see Bai Yin, who sat nearby, watching their playful antics with an air of casualness. How wonderful it was. This was not a home with a rigid hierarchy that stifled him. Jidan, you're awake. Come, eat something. Qiqi, catching sight of Jidan standing there, quickly beckoned him to eat. Jidan was momentarily stunned. He had planned to go out to hunt later. What are you dawdling for? Come on, Qiqi called out with a smile. Seeing his dazed expression, Jidan was unsure how he ended up seated at the table, but he found himself inexplicably enjoying the porridge that Qiqi had prepared that morning. Wait a minute, even though both of us slept late last night, how did Qiqi manage to wake up so early? He even cooked porridge. Jidan pondered, bewildered by how this was accomplished. Is it delicious? Yi looked at Ji Dan with anticipation. Delicious. Ji Dan offered the highest praise. Cooked food was truly delightful. Oh my. The raw meat he had eaten before was bloody and pungent. Now, savoring the fragrant porridge prepared by someone else, he felt an unparalleled sense of happiness. Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes lit up immediately. How wonderful it was to receive such absolute affirmation. It felt exhilarating. After discovering his value in cooking, Yi was irrevocably drawn deeper into this path. Once the lively chatter subsided and everyone had finished eating, Qiqi took the recuperated Lu Yu, Ning Shuang, and Bai Yin to the space to work. Despite having only slept outside for one night, it felt as if 2 days had passed in the space. Yi Lu Yu, please keep an eye on Ji Dan while I'm out. Qiqi instructed. She was actually contemplating that once Yi's turn was over, he would be free. However, now that Ji Dan had arrived, it would logically be his turn for the next month. Yet, since Lu Yu had no children yet, she pondered whether to conceive with him first before having Yi's, and then perhaps bond with Ji Dan afterward. Why Qiqi was torn. There were too many beast husbands to manage. Ji Dan was a newcomer, and moreover, he had arrived during the rainy season. Sigh. She decided to let nature take its course. The more she thought about it, the more her head throbbed. After leading Bai Yin and the others into the space, Qiqi eagerly rushed to check on her silkworms. Silkworms, there have been slight changes today. TOB on the safe side. Qiqi divided them into trays, placing 25 in each and adding mulberry leaves. The leaves she had used yesterday were produced by Lu Yu's nurturing, and they were nearly finished. Why Qiqi needed to change the trays and clean them. After all, these would become her future clothing and bedding. So they must be well protected. Had she not discovered the hemp, she would have considered planting some. The system shops sold weaving machines, but they were rather expensive, 2,000 points, which was more costly than the rice milling machine. Her current points were insufficient. Why Qiqi found herself in a quandary, debating whether to buy the rice milling machine or the weaving machine. As winter approached, if she did not weave some clothes and fill them with cotton, she might very well freeze to death. The rice grain beastmen are capable of peeling, yet the loom remains beyond her current capabilities to create. Thus, the loom holds greater significance. After coming to this resolution, Qiqi decided to complete the rearing of this batch of silkworms before embarking on another cycle and purchasing a loom. The lifespan of a silkworm spans 3 months, and within the confines of her space. She can harvest them approximately once a month, though it requires considerable patience. Perhaps once the silkworms multiply, she could initiate a silkworm rearing initiative within the tribe. With more hands, the work would become lighter, and ultimately, this would free her own hands in the future. It seems to be a sound plan. She hopes to successfully nurture these 50 silkworms. Otherwise, she would have to wait for the system's rewards or accumulate 6,000 points to redeem in the system's marketplace. Surely, she is not so inept as to fail at raising silkworms, is she? Qiqi, go take a break. You've been busy all day yesterday. We can handle the silkworms, Ning Shuang assured her, having approached from behind. Confidently patting his chest, I want to try it myself first. Qiqi replied, feeling somewhat conflicted, as she had been idle for too long. Aren't you afraid of these soft little worms? Ning Shuang exclaimed in shock. Wasn't it the case that the little females in the tribe were most frightened of such squishy creatures? You want to rear them yourself? Well, that's, all right. Qiqi mused, recalling her childhood when she had eaten cicada pupae. During summer nights, after the rain, she would accompany her father with a flashlight to hunt for cicada pupae in the pine forest, which they would fry up and savor. Delicious, though she would inevitably break out in hives from overeating. She was not particularly averse to insects. Rather, her greatest fear lay with snakes. Qiqi, you truly are unlike the other little females in the tribe. You are so brave, Ning Shuang remarked, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Qiqi felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. No, this has nothing to do with bravery, she responded with a tactical sigh. Ning Shuang, sensing that he had inadvertently touched a nerve, felt her mood shift. Muah. Qiqi quickly pecked a kiss on his cheek, noticing his glum expression. After all, their perspectives differed. In his eyes, she would always be the delicate little female who feared insects. These notions would need gradual alteration until they became commonplace. After being kissed, Ning Shuang stood there, dazed and smiling foolishly. What a simpleton! Qiqi couldn't help but laugh along. They were truly easy to please and genuinely cared for her. Qiqi, you should really go rest. You've been busy all day yesterday. Please take a good break today, Ning Shuang urged, completely disregarding the two who were diligently working, striving to make his presence felt before Qiqi, with the number of beastmen vying for Qiqi's attention increasing. He felt the need to step up his game, lest she forget him in the future. All right, you all rest too, but you must take a bath before lying down, Qiqi warned. Okay, we understand. Qiqi, you go on now. Don't tire yourself out, Ning Shuang replied enthusiastically. Why Qiqi was indeed a bit weary, and without hesitation, she stepped out of her space to rest. Where did the little female go just now? Upon her exit, Ji Dan inquired about her whereabouts. Where did the little female go? Ji Dan asked again, his curiosity piqued. The little female was just feeding the young, Shirya cleverly interjected, his mind racing. Cough, Shirya. Qiqi couldn't suppress her laughter. Nearly choking. There was no need for concealment. She could tell Ji Dan was fond of this place, so his awareness of it was not a problem. You can't fool me. I just checked on the cubs. They are indeed adorable. Ji Dan looked at Shirya with a hint of disdain. Noting that the absence of the four scents within the beast den was a glaring issue, Shirya's expression stiffened. Next time. I'll strive to be more truthful. Qiqi couldn't help but chuckle. They were both quite amusing. They are really delightful, Luyu noted, observing that the household had become livelier since Ji Dan's arrival. I brought them into the space, Qiqi explained, regaining her composure. Space? Ji Dan was slightly puzzled. The little female has awakened a space that can accommodate others, Luyu clarified, sensing that Ji Dan was misinterpreting something. Is it really that magical? Ji Dan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, you can even grow things there. When you visited yesterday, they were busy working all day inside. Luyu continued, eager to clarify any misconceptions. Ah, I see, Ji Dan exclaimed, realizing he had assumed they fought with the little female. Were you wondering why they slept so soundly during the day? Shirya connected Ji Dan's expression with his earlier hostility. Exactly, Ji Dan admitted nonchalantly. May I see your space? Ji Dan inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. You could grow things? What can you grow? Only after forming a bond. Previously, Qiqi and Ryu tried, but without a bond. It was not possible, Luyu replied casually, propping his chin on his hand. Oh, that's a bit disappointing, Ji Dan remarked, looking at Luyu. For some reason, he felt as though Luyu was showing off. Shirya just finished his month. You'll be next in line, Qiqi stated, initially reluctant to share such matters openly, feeling slightly awkward. Does your tribe strictly adhere to the rules? Ji Dan was taken aback. Shirya and Luyu nodded in unison that Ji Dan felt as though his worldview had been shaken. In his tribe, little females did not abide by such rules. They would lavish affection on whoever they fancied, leaving some beastmen abandoned in the corners, ultimately succumbing to depression or becoming consumed by jealousy, leading to their expulsion from the tribe. Thus, Ji Dan viewed matters with great clarity. He had no desire to center his life around a little female. Yet now he considered the possibility of giving it a try. Qiqi remained silent, pondering whether there were indeed those who disregarded the rules. It seemed plausible. Little females who defied the norms were rarely challenged. Having lived in a modern world, she had always been a law-abiding citizen and believed that following the rules was only natural. Her mindset was still rooted in her previous life. However, based on Ji Dan's reaction, perhaps that was not entirely a negative thing. Your tribe is truly remarkable, Ji Dan expressed sincerely. Not only could the males partake of the food meant for the little females, but even the little females were considerate. Ji Dan felt gratitude towards his brother, who had pushed him into this union against his will. His brother was missing out on a delightful opportunity. It seemed he ought to return home and pay a proper visit to him during the new year. Indeed, the beast world also celebrated the new year. During this time, males could return to the tribe to reconnect with their kin, though heavy snowfall often prevented such journeys. Yet Ji Dan believed it would not be unreasonable to make a short trip back. After all, he wanted to see his brother's haughty face again, which he found quite amusing. Ji Dan and his brother were polar opposites. His brother was the stoic type, quietly achieving great things, while he was boisterous and prone to mischief. Thus, the tribe favored his elder brother over him, in light of the union. With the little female's character still ambiguous, their mother, reluctant to part with her capable eldest son, had thrust Dan into the spotlight. This was merely one reason. The other stemmed from Dan's father's lack of favor, as he was often marginalized at home. His father was an orange-tier beastman, and his mother could not endure the intensity of an orange-tier. Hence, she rarely drew close to him, though his father was quite resilient, managing to conceive Dan after 2 attempts with his mother. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to his father's, and the scent on him confirmed his lineage, leading everyone to eventually accept him as his father's child. In his youth, Dan witnessed his father toiling the most while receiving the least affection, yet he bore no resentment. Dan could not endure the disparity, which is why he was reluctant to enter into this union, and even considered evading it. He believed that since the little female enjoyed his support, she ought to reciprocate. Otherwise, wouldn't he be happier alone? The mother is concerned that the elder brother might be hurt here due to the favoritism shown towards the younger female. Is it not likely that he will be affected, just because he is the child of an uncherished beastman? The mother's bias is utterly boundless. Jiden disapproves of her mother's partiality. She is continuously accepting beastmen, simply because she is the most capable of bearing children within the tribe. Males flock to her, yet she never stays with any beastman for more than a month. Suddenly, Jiden realizes that having spoken about this to the younger female, she might also face similar treatment in return, but a pang of regret strikes her. No wonder, back then, she had nudged herself with her elbow, thinking she was merely being playful. Jiden, late to realize the implications, finds it too late now. The younger female has undoubtedly absorbed her words and seems to be contemplating them. Regret fills Jiden's heart. Sigh. Why can't he learn to be a bit more composed like his elder brother? Well, it seems tomorrow night will mark the beginning to why Qiqi merely desires an extra pair of hands to help. Jiden appears so lively. Surely, he will work swiftly, right? So they shall commence tomorrow. Jiden is genuinely astonished. Was he the younger female, just recovering from childbirth yesterday? Could be too soon. However, upon reflection, it is certain that someone must tend to the younger female at night. Moreover, if he doesn't go, he might not know when his own month will come around. What if the younger female forgets him, and he loses his chance? As Jiden gazes at the delicate younger female before him, she appears even more rounded than many other females, likely due to her recent delivery. Unable to resist, Jiden swallows hard. He admits that the younger female possesses undeniable charm. Qiqi feels uneasy under Jiden's unwavering gaze. He truly lacks restraint. Qiqi, now that the rainy season preparations are over, what are your plans? Shirya observes Qiqi's discomfort and hastily shifts the topic to spare the younger female any embarrassment. He has noticed that his own younger female is rather sensitive and some matters should not be overly discussed at. Well, I do have some plans. I want to have the people in the tribe help us build brick houses. I've already envisioned the layout, aiming for a larger structure. Otherwise, if we have many cubs, it will be cramped. Qiqi speaks of this. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. She now eagerly anticipates the new house. Regardless of its construction quality, she has faith in the beastmen's craftsmanship. Just that morning, the mud hut had collapsed, yet it had surprisingly lasted 2 months before succumbing. The rain has been quite heavy. Although the foundation was laid with stones, the outcome remains less than ideal. Fortunately, she now possesses glutinous rice seeds, which she has planted. After the rainy season, once the bricks are fired, they should be on their way to constructing a house. You can build houses? Jiden is once again astounded. Could it be that this tribe truly harbors hidden talents? How is it possible that they can even construct houses? It's not us. It's the beastmen within the tribe who will build. If you need assistance, feel free to approach our tribal leader for a discussion. Luu sees this as a splendid opportunity to promote the tribe and directly addresses Jiden, hoping he will take it to heart. However, this year, it is highly likely that the construction will be done solely by their tribe, as the beastmen are only just learning the craft. Throughout, Luu refrains from mentioning that it was Qiqi who provided this method. He observes Jaiden's exuberance and worries that if he accidentally lets something slip, the younger female might find herself in a precarious situation. All right then, Jaiden is about to express that if this is the case, he will return to the tribe after the rainy season to relay this news to the leader, thus achieving some merit. Luu genuinely exclaims, panting, causing Jaiden to feel momentarily elated for nothing. Take your time. Qiqi pats Jaiden's arm.it is a challenge. Given his height, he towers over everyone. Qiqi had barely managed to reach Shuria's shoulder, but with Jaiden, she can only pat his shoulder blade. For some reason, the mere thought of this scene makes Qiqi want to laugh. Alas, height is a hard limitation. Among the younger females she has seen, the shortest stands over 1 meter 80, while she herself is only 1 meter 75. Height is a concern. Her beast form has grown larger. Why can't her actual height gain another 2 centimeters? Height will forever remain Qiqi's limit. Back in the modern world, she was merely 1 meter 59, just 1 centimeter shy, yet they wouldn't grant her that elusive 1 meter 60. Now, she finds herself among the shortest of the group. Qiqi is utterly speechless, gazing skyward. Oh well, it's fine. After all, I am one of them now. They can wait. You won't be able to escape from your tribe? Jaiden chuckles, indifferent to the matter. That works. Seeing Jaiden's nonchalance brings Qiqi some comfort. His heart is quite expansive. Yet, will I truly be by your side tomorrow night? Can we become mates? But you just given birth. Jaiden finds himself torn between agreeing and hesitating. It's all right. If you're not ready so soon, we can wait a while. Qiqi notices his awkwardness and decides not to rush him. It's better to let him think it over first. Then, I'll accompany you and help take care of the cubs. Jaiden swallows hard, his eagerness getting the better of him as he agrees. No problem. Qiqi offers him a gentle smile that if there is nothing else, I shall rest now. I've been feeling a bit fatigued these past few days. Go ahead, Qiqi. What would you like to eat for lunch? Shuria's chest scar has yet to heal completely. Qiqi watches him work diligently and feels a twinge of guilt. Just boil something simple. My appetite hasn't been great lately. After speaking, Qiqi turns to fuss over the cubs before collapsing into sleep. She had spent far too long in the space yesterday, and her energy has yet to recover. It seems she needs an hourglass. Otherwise, she would lose track of how long she has been in the space. Hey, Shuria, do you have any gossip from the merfolk? Jaiden is restless. During the rainy season, he cannot hunt, and his pent-up energy has nowhere to go, leaving him genuinely bored. Shuria pauses, contemplating that, in truth, the greatest gossip concerning the merfolk is himself. However, he is reluctant to share. Speaking of past events brings him discomfort. I'm not quite sure. I don't pay much attention to the outside world. Shuria can only fabricate an excuse that, what a pity. Then I should hasten to become mates with Qiqi. This rainy season is truly dull. If Jaiden were in beast form right now, he would probably be sulking on the ground. The rainy season is indeed monotonous. He wonders how other beastmen pass the time during this season. Surely, they cannot bully the younger females every day, right? That simply wouldn't do. The younger females must consent. Jaiden feels somewhat troubled. Don't. Let the younger female rest for a few days. Can't you see she is exhausted? Luu genuinely fears that Jaiden lacks restraint. I know. Don't treat me like I'm some sort of criminal. Jaiden shoots Luu an annoyed glance that he is already feeling irritable, and Luu's reminders only serve to exacerbate his mood. He yearns to go out and fight. Staying in the beast den is incredibly dull. However, he has no clean beast skins left. Had he known, he would have set out earlier, thus avoiding this predicament. Jaiden gazes despondently at the yellow-brown water flowing before him. When will the rain cease? He has only been here a day, yet he feels an itch all over, yearning to transform into beast form and roll on the ground, to disrupt everything within the stone den. He is on the verge of losing control over his claws. Hey, what's wrong? Shuria notices Jaiden's hands fidgeting unconsciously, as though he is about to strike. My hands are itching. Jaiden's expression is pained, his heart feeling heavy. This damn bloodline, it's truly vexing. Do you wish to go out? I can lend you some clean beast skins. Shuria, observing Jaiden's odd demeanor, knows he must be longing to go outside. Previously, Jaiden had mentioned losing his beast skins while traveling. So he must be worrying about that. Shurya thoughtfully concocts a reason for Jiden Dada. Really? Can you lend them to me now? I'll return double later. Jiden's spirits lift at Shurya's words. This is excellent. It saves him from damaging things within the beast den that he wouldn't want the younger female to think of him as a destructive force. That would be counterproductive. He hasn't even become the younger female's mate yet. If she were to disdain him, would he then have to leave this place? To be honest, considering this possibility makes him feel a bit reluctant. Perhaps he should just go out and hunt beasts instead. That way, he wouldn't be driven to destroy things at home. Sure, but you must promise me not to get hurt. I don't want the younger female to worry. Shurya reminds him, for if anything were to happen, wouldn't Qiqi hold him accountable? After all, he is the one who encouraged Jiden to go out. Shurya begins to regret his impulsive suggestion, realizing he must take responsibility. Even if Jiden were to get injured, it wouldn't be his fault. However, he would still bear some responsibility and could be reproached by Qiqi. Shurya wants to dissuade Jiden from going out, but struggles to find the right words. His face flushing red in the process. Shurya, are you concerned for me? Jiden hesitated, his face flushed with anxiety, and upon recalling the words that followed, he felt a sense of concern emanating from the other. He replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Alas, I am not particularly eager to venture out. Returning soaked would necessitate kindling a fire to dry my hair, which is rather thick and takes time to dry, given the dampness of the weather. Perhaps it's best to forego it altogether. After contemplating, Jiden ultimately resolved to stay put. Transforming into a beast form without drying off could lead to an unpleasant odor over time, and prolonged exposure might even result in a runny nose. The thought seemed bothersome, so he contained the primal energy surging within him, opting to remain in the beast den. Fine, it's up to you. Shurya breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he would need to think carefully before speaking in the future. Once words were spoken, they could not be taken back. Jiden's gaze fell upon the wound on Shurya's chest, and it appeared quite painful. Yet he was still assisting in cooking. How admirable! Wasn't Shurya supposed to be less capable than his brother? He could cook, fight, maintain a good temper, show concern for others, and engage in conversation. The more Jiden pondered, the more he appreciated Shurya's qualities. When you have time, you should teach me how to cook. And when you don't feel like it, I can take over, Jiden said, draping an arm around Shurya's shoulder, exuding a camaraderie akin to brothers. Well, that's fine, but please let go of me. You're pulling on my wound. Shurya replied. Though he was not truly hurt, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Jiden hastily released him. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. I thought you were healing fine. Jiden's face was filled with panic, fearing that he might inadvertently cause Shurya a second injury, which would make him a transgressor. It's nothing, just a little sore, Shurya said, his expression somewhat unnatural as he quickly turned his face away to mask his embarrassment. Then that's acceptable, Jiden smiled foolishly, resting his chin on his hand while observing Shurya. Are you from the Merman clan? Aren't legendary merfolk supposed to be aloof? Why do you seem so different? His temperament is so gentle, and his thoughts so meticulous. With such excellence, he must surely have many females pursuing him in the sea. Yet why was he brought here for a union? Could it be he was the less favored one in his family? Did you only learn to cook after coming here? Jiden inquired curiously. Yes, I learned to cook after arriving here. I learned from Ryue, whose cooking is exquisite. Shurya nodded, genuinely envious of Ryue's culinary skills. Wow, really? But I've noticed you've been the one cooking these past few days. Jiden scratched his head, eager to understand the situation. These past couple of days, I've been busy with work. But now that I have time, I cook I do like to find something to do too. How about I teach you how to make porridge? The young females need to eat at noon. Shurya suggested tentatively. Sure, that sounds great. Jiden felt enthusiastic as he had never cooked before. Often, the clan leader would ask him to roast meat for a certain young female, but he always ended up undercooking it. After that, the clan leader never requested his help again. Though there was a hint of intention behind it, he truly lacked the patience to cater to a young female who already had so many suitors and was quite haughty. He had his own thoughts and did not wish to be dictated to by others in choosing a mate. Jiden had already contemplated that if the young females here proved difficult to interact with, he would become a wandering beastman, engaging in battles and exploring the outside world, that if he happened to die, so be it. He did not wish to lead an unhappy life. However, contrary to his expectations, it seemed the beast god favored him, as both the young female and her mate appeared quite pleasant, prompting Dan to consider staying and giving it a try. Sure, he calculated the time. It seemed about right, so he led Dan to prepare the porridge. Dan could start a fire, and he was the one who ignited it. This is rice. We typically make porridge by removing its outer shell, then grinding the grains, rinsing them, and placing them in the pot until the water boils. Sure, ye instructed Dan meticulously. This seems quite easy, Dan mused, but his curiosity piqued at how they discovered this grass seed was edible. It was Qiqi who informed us. She mentioned her tribe is vegetarian. Oh, I see. Our clan also attempted to eat this grass seed before, but the shell was too hard, so they never tried again. Dan had never considered there could be such a method to shell it. Once opened, the white grains inside were revealed, sparking excitement within him. Perhaps he understood what he was meant to do. Do you all shell them as you eat? Yes, sure, you replied, gazing at Dan with a look of confusion. Is there any more than this bag? I can help shell them in advance. Dan sought to find something to occupy himself and alleviate the boredom. Sure, he was taken aback, not expecting Dan to make such a request. Usually, they lacked the patience to shell these seeds, as they found it too tedious to peel something the size of fingertip. But the taste was delightful when consumed. Wasn't that rather dull? Dan was thoroughly engrossed, and before long, he had shelled an entire basin's worth. His speed was astonishing, leaving Yi feeling somewhat inferior. Observing from the side, was also amazed. Yi, being a merman, did not possess particularly sharp fins, making the task quite laborious for him. However, Dan found it effortless. Becoming increasingly enthusiastic about the task, admired his determination. Doesn't your claw hurt? Liu could no longer contain his curiosity and asked directly. My claws are just a bit itchy. I'm sharpening them. Dan replied with a cheerful grin. The itchiness has vanished, and now I feel comfortable. Let me switch claws and continue. This truly was a delightful endeavor. Dan was so engrossed that he eventually ran out of containers to hold the shelled grains. Reluctantly setting down his transformed claws, fell silent upon hearing his response. Qiqi awoke naturally from her slumber, only to open her eyes and find Dan staring at her intently, nearly giving her a fright. What are you doing? You scared me half to death? Qiqi clutched her chest, taking a few deep breaths to calm herself. Who would understand, waking up to another pair of eyes staring at you, even if they belong to a handsome figure, is still quite startling? I didn't mean to. Please don't be angry. Dan quickly waved his hand in apology. It's all right, just don't do that next time. It frightens me, Qiqi said with a wry smile. Dan nodded eagerly. You need something from me? Qiqi asked, puzzled. Yes, I wish to ask if you have any rice left. I want to shell as I've been rather bored these past few days. Dan said, looking at Qiqi with anticipation. Qiqi hadn't expected Dan to wait by her bedside until she woke up for this. It was clear he was not one to sit idle. From now on, she would not hold back. How much do you want? I'll get you some. If that is not enough, I have more. With Dan's enthusiasm, Qiqi did not wish to dampen his spirits. This way, she wouldn't have to purchase a rice shelling machine, saving her some points. Today was indeed a fortunate day. Great! Dan saw that Qiqi bore no ill will and boldly shouted again, startling her once more. Well, Dan was amiable, albeit a bit too exuberant. Qiqi retrieved the rice and, while at it, purchased several bags from the system store for Dan to use. Otherwise, there would be no place to store the shelled grains. It was best to store them in bags. The cost for the bags was minimal, and 10 bags only required 1 point. So Qiqi generously bought 100. Dan stared in astonishment at the neatly stacked bags that filled an entire wall. No one had ever informed him there were so many. Now he had something to do. Dan approached the task of shelling the rice as if it were a new toy, diligently working away at the grains. After watching him for a while, Qiqi sighed. Yet another diligent and hard-working child. Dan, are you of the wolf beast type? Qiqi remarked, feeling that he didn't quite resemble a wolf. At times, he seemed more akin to a husky. Qiqi, I'm not a pure-blood wolf, but I do possess wolf lineage, so I suppose that counts? Dan hadn't anticipated that the young female would see through his disguise so easily. That is quite all right. Why Qiqi was surprised that Dan openly admitted he was not of pure wolf lineage. But what did it matter? He is of the red tier, and that is sufficient. While Dan was occupied with work, he had already gone to play with the cubs. As the tiger cubs grew, they became less inclined to let him pet them. Thus, he set his sights on the largest bear cub, which had not yet reached a month old. It was truly delightful to touch, and the bear cub was so well behaved, offering no resistance whatsoever. Over the past few days, its fur had fluffed up, making it even more irresistible to caress. Why Qiqi noticed this. She understood all too well the irresistible allure of such fluffiness. Qiqi, aren't Bai Yin and the others coming out to eat? It's already afternoon. Liu Yu called out, seeing that Qiqi and Yi were so engrossed in playing with the cubs that they seemed to have forgotten him. I'll go find him right now. Qiqi replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ahem, it wasn't intentional. She would certainly remember next time. As Qiqi slipped into the space, Ning Shuang and Yu Bai Yin were still fervently working. The mulberry trees had fully grown, and one even bore fruit. Why Qiqi joyfully rushed over to take a look. How did you coax the trees into bearing mulberries? Unable to contain her excitement, she plucked one to taste. The moment it touched her tongue, a sweet and sour burst of juice exploded in her mouth. It had been a long time since she had savored fruit, and her eyes sparkled with delight. You should have one too, Qiqi said, handing another to Yu. Delicious, Yu laughed, causing Qiqi's face to bloom with a faint blush. Turning her head, she picked a few more. Ning Shuang, try this. It's from the trees Yu coaxed into bearing fruit, Qiqi said cheerfully as she offered it to him. This is my first time tasting such a fruit. It's quite delightful. Ning Shuang chuckled, continuing with his tasks. With the seeds nearly sown, he would soon finish his work. Finally, Qiqi made her way to the farthest side where Bai Yin was still sowing glutinous rice. Once he completed this task, they would only need to wait for it to mature. The next step would involve the more complex process of sericulture, which required careful attention. Bai Yin, try this, Qiqi offered, extending a mulberry towards him. Bai Yin opened his mouth, ready for her to feed him. Previously, he would have never dared to imagine being fed by a little female, but having spent time together, he had learned to accept it calmly. The little female was also considerate of their well-being. How wonderful. After spending a little time in the space, Qiqi waited until they had all completed their work before leading them out to eat. I feel like I could devour an entire herbivore, Ning Shuang exclaimed, truly famished. Yi and Dan have made porridge. You all should join us. Upon exiting the space, Qiqi was struck by a wave of hunger. It was puzzling. It felt like she had only been inside for a short while. Though she found it strange, she did not dwell on it and joined them for a meal. The 7 of them sat around the newly crafted stone table, which felt a bit cramped. However, the rainy season would soon pass, and they could build a larger home. That's why Qiqi envisioned their future dwelling in her mind, unaware that everyone's gaze was fixed upon her. When she finally noticed, she looked at them with curiosity. What is wrong? Qiqi asked, slightly puzzled by their attention. Qiqi, are you in heat? Yi asked, somewhat uncertain. When a little female was in heat, she exuded a distinct fragrance. However, since she had just given birth, it shouldn't be the case. The group was collectively perplexed at why Qiqi was confused as well. Was she really in heat? That seemed unlikely. But where was this scent coming from? Dan sniffed the air and found that the fragrance did not originate from within the cave. It seemed to drift in from outside. How strange. Should I go take a look? Bai Yin suggested. Feeling uncertain, they had not reacted strongly to the scent. After forming a pair bond, one could only detect the heat of their own partner, yet the current situation clearly fell off. Could it be the commotion caused by the wandering beastmen again? Indeed, as the rainy season was drawing to a close, they likely had exhausted their stored food. As Bai Yin sensed something amiss, everyone became alert, shielding Qiqi behind them. The last time those wandering beastmen had come, they were utterly defeated. It was likely that this time, a new group had arrived. Seeing everyone on high alert, Qiqi looked to Yi's wound. It had not yet healed. It had only been a few days. Were there wandering beastmen approaching again? It seemed that the tribe truly needed to develop rapidly, to construct houses and build walls for at least a semblance of safety. It appeared she needed to plant more glutinous rice. Lime was likely easy to find, but only her space could cultivate glutinous rice. Tomorrow, she would have EU coax more glutinous rice to grow, striving to plant as much as possible before the rainy season ended, and then complete the houses and walls during the windy season. Qiqi, stay with the cubs. If anything goes awry, just hide in the space that will assess the situation outside, Yin instructed, sensing the gravity of the situation. Okay, just be careful, Qiqi replied, refraining from saying much more. Without any fighting capability, it was safer for her to stay hidden, lest she become a burden. Be cautious. Qiqi first gathered the cubs into her space. Sure, Yi, you have injuries, so stay with Qiqi. If any danger arises, protect her, Yin instructed before heading out with Lu Yu. Ji's Dan followed closely behind, eager for a fight. Sure, Yi remained, but an inexplicable unease settled in his heart, prompting him to shift into his beast form, ready for battle. Qiqi was not in the mood to admire anything beautiful. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her. This time, it seemed unlikely to be simple. Qiqi, if anything happens, don't worry about us. Just hide in the space and prioritize your safety, all right? Sure, Yi urged, fearing that Qiqi might do something reckless. That I understand. A 1TB reckless, Qiqi nodded. With so many cubs in her space, if anything happened to her, they would likely starve. The flow of time in her space was different from the outside. The rainy season was not only arduous but also perilous. Qiqi had long grown weary of life during this season. However, there was no alternative. The rules of this world were unyielding, and no one could easily break them. The law of the jungle was starkly evident here. The wandering beastmen, who could hunt outside, risked entering the tribe to plunder food. Their motives were not solely to steal, but also to take a couple of little females amidst the chaos. Most of them were desperate and at their wits' end. They sought to fight for their future, having long since lost any rationale. The sounds of battle erupted outside, Qiqi huddled deep within the beast den, straining to listen to the commotion, with Sure Yi guarding her. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming drowsiness, and her eyelids began to droop. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. Although Sure Yi sensed something was amiss, he could not resist the force that overcame him. Once he succumbed to slumber, a ripple passed through the air. A figure with green hair, adorned in a dress made of leaves, materialized. He gazed intently at Qiqi. Truly, she is the healthiest female. Look at her complexion. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. Ha ha. His eerie laughter echoed within the den. The sounds of battle persisted outside, yet he shed his leafy attire, advancing toward her. This little female must belong to him. After forming a pair bond, everything would be irrevocable. His eyes glinted with fervor as he leaned closer, preparing to make his move when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he saw the once sleeping little female now clutching something that had pierced through his ribcage. How could this be? He was of the red tier and had awakened his powers. How could this little female bypass his defenses? Dark green blood splattered onto Qiqi, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. She had taken a life. How could this be? The man, incredulous, pointed at Qiqi, exclaiming that she was no ordinary female. Realizing that stabbing his heart had not killed him, she dealt him a few more blows. The man had no intention of harming Qiqi. Instead, he covered his wounds and fled, after sustaining his injuries. The strange fragrance vanished, and when Sure Yi regained consciousness, he saw Qiqi pursuing someone with a knife. Leaving him utterly petrified, he hurried to catch up, but alas, the moment the man exited, he transformed into a beast and burrowed into the ground to escape. It turned out to be a plant-type beastman. Sure Yi gazed in disbelief at the direction in which the man had fled. A plant-type. Qiqi frowned. Plant-type beastmen are exceedingly rare. They are born with a unique ability, either possessing an intoxicating aroma or carrying toxins. If they wish to kill, they could do so without a trace, Sure Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Qiqi felt a twinge of regret. Had she known it would lead to such a series of events, perhaps she would have acted differently. Yet she could not accept being coerced. Why not simply discuss matters with the chieftain? Given their rarity, they were likely to be solitary beings, weren't they? Qiqi's hands continued to tremble. It was a close call. She could have been abducted. Qiqi also felt a pang of fear. It was a near miss for the little female, and he realized he was still not strong enough. He pulled Qiqi into his embrace, seeking to dispel her fear that "I'm sorry, Qiqi," he said, his voice trembling with realization. "It's all right, Qiqi. You are a red tear, having come from the ocean. It's your first encounter with a plant-type beastman. So, you need not blame yourself. Our tribe's safety measures are simply insufficient." Qiqi recalled that the chieftain had arranged for beastmen to patrol. How could such an incident occur today? Qiqi fell silent. Holding Qiqi tightly, fearful for her safety, the tremendous roar reverberated through the air, causing Qiqi to feel as though the cave was trembling, akin to an earthquake. Was the enemy this formidable? She looked anxiously toward the cave entrance, where dark green blood was being washed away by the rain. The aura seemed to belong to Ning Shuang. Qiqi's heart sank. He recognized that roar. Had Ning Shuang undergone a reversion? Qiqi was astonished. For the last time, Ning Shuang had stayed behind to protect Qiqi and did not engage in battle. Yet he never anticipated that he would revert. What level of power did Ning Shuang possess now? The force of that roar did not seem like something a mere orange tear could unleash. Reversion. Qiqi found it difficult to digest the implications of this term. Reversion refers to the enhancement of one's bloodline, indicating a rise in power. It has been ages since pure bloodlines have emerged among beastmen, as interbreeding has diluted their lineage, making true bloodline enhancement only possible through later awakenings. Qiqi spoke with a tone of envy. Ning Shuang would likely become the strongest within the tribe from now on. Upon learning of Ning Shuang's newfound strength, Qiqi felt a measure of relief. She hoped no one would be harmed this time. The battle concluded swiftly. After about an hour, Ning Shuang and his 4 companions returned, drenched. Phew! Thankfully, there were only 10 orange-tier beastmen, and we dealt with them all. Ning Shuang sighed with relief, only to notice Qiqi nestled in Qiqi's embrace, her face pale. What happened to Qiqi? Ning Shuang inquired, concern etched on his face as he approached swiftly. Why is there the scent of an unfamiliar beastman? He questioned Qiqi, his expression turning grave. It was a plant beastman. He emitted a strange fragrance. The scent we first detected was his, and both Qiqi and I were rendered unconscious by it. Qiqi explained, unsure of how to articulate her experience. After all, she had been awakened by the system and had directly purchased a dagger from the system's marketplace to injure the intruder. A plant-type beastman, Bai Yin and the others exclaimed in unison, astonished. It had been nearly 20 years since a plant beastman had entered their awareness, and to encounter one now was unexpected. These rogue beastmen were truly cunning to enlist the help of a plant type. Dan paced angrily within the cave, feeling frustrated after having sought out a fight only to return with news of a near-home invasion. This is intolerable. I must go out and confront him, Dan declared, attempting to rush out of the beast cave. You would be wasting your efforts. He burrowed into the ground and escaped, Qiqi said, pulling him back to prevent him from rushing out alone into potential danger. Burrowed? What kind of beastman can burrow? Aren't they plant-type? Dan expressed his confusion. I don't know, Qiqi replied, feeling a sense of shame. He had been rendered unconscious, and it was the little female who had scared off the beastman. Qiqi did not wish to relive the incident or dwell on it any further. How infuriating. Why are there so many issues within your tribe? In my tribe, we would never encounter such matters. Dan voiced his indignation. Previously, even during the rainy season, we faced little threat. Qiqi hesitated, recalling that his tribe resided beneath the water's surface. During the rainy season, few beastmen dared invade their territory. Aside from the snake tribe posing a slight threat, they faced no significant dangers. Occasional backflows would disrupt their normal lives, but these lasted only briefly, making it relatively manageable. Little did they know that the land was fraught with troubles. And encountering such a niche beastman was beyond anyone's expectations. I believe he will return. We must remain vigilant, Qiqi thought with trepidation. Had she not had the system, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to consume the red tear potion. Otherwise, she would remain defenseless against such dangers. She could not hide in the space every time danger approached. That would mean spending her entire life in hiding. Qiqi was determined to grow stronger. She had noticed that as her power increased, the offspring she bore were of more stable tiers, and she had not encountered any rabbits this time. Perhaps the purity of her bloodline had improved. She was unsure and would need to investigate further in time. Fortunately, no one was injured in this battle. Ning Shuang, you've done well to keep your abilities hidden. You've reverted, and yet you remain so low profile. Ning Shuang surprised Liu Yu the most, as he single-handedly faced 3 orange tiers, gaining the upper hand. Even Jidan, a red tier, struggled against 3 opponents without falling behind. They had nearly sustained injuries while facing 2, and the most unfortunate was Ru Yu, whose combat prowess was not particularly strong, yet he managed to hold off 2 orange tier beastmen. The battle had been fraught with tension, but ultimately without casualties. The 10 orange tier beastmen were merely a handful of the foes they faced, while many yellow and green tier beastmen invaded other caves. The high tier beastmen encountered were engaged in fierce combat. The patrolling beastmen had been rendered unconscious by the plant-type beastman in a corner, prompting the chieftain to send someone to investigate. The losses sustained by the tribe were relatively minimal. However, the chieftain recognized the urgent need to strengthen the tribe swiftly. Otherwise, the situation in winter would likely become even more dire. They could not afford to sit idly by. As customary, the chieftain came to express gratitude to Qiqi and the other beastmen of the cave, had it not been for their contributions. The tribe would have faced severe losses. Jidan, Ning Shuang, Baiyin, Liu Yu, thank you for resisting the rogue beastmen on behalf of the tribe. I have brought some beast skins as a token of appreciation. Please do not take offense, the chieftain said politely, and everyone refrained from directly confronting him. Thank you, but it seems our patrolling beastmen were rather careless. Weren't they? Bai Yin remarked with a frown, expressing his dissatisfaction. It appeared that an extraordinary beastman had arrived. Upon awakening, the patrolling beastmen reported being enchanted by a strange fragrance that resembled the scent of a female in heat, and since they were single beastmen, they had not been vigilant. The chieftain, acknowledging this, felt a pang of shame. Alas, what could he possibly do? Despite all precautions, there are far too many orcs with extraordinary abilities, and he desires to protect the inhabitants of the tribe. However, the number of capable individuals within the tribe is woefully insufficient for effective deployment. It seems that after the rainy season, we must expedite the construction of our shelters. Qiqi pondered for a moment. Although the fortifications may not appear robust, if wandering orcs approach, at least they won't be confined solely within the caves, too frightened to venture outside. If the tribe consisted entirely of 2-story dwellings, they could at least observe the battlefield from the windows on the 2nd floor, thus avoiding a passive stance. Living in a single row, with the caves perched atop cliffs, the population density is alarmingly high, and the cliff faces serve as unmistakable landmarks visible from afar. The chieftain, after a moment's contemplation, readily grasped the situation. He, too, was tormented by anxiety, feeling for the first time that this rainy season was particularly arduous. Even his old bones felt as though they were rusting, faced with significant challenges yet unable to act, and having endured 2 consecutive attacks from wandering orcs. Was it not a blatant act of bullying against their obscure tribe? Would they dare confront larger tribes like the Bay Crocodile or the Wolf Clan? You all should rest. I won't trouble you any further, the chieftain thought, burdened by his own concerns, rendering him unable to express gratitude. As long as the sentiment was conveyed, they all understood. Following the recent attack, the chieftain had lost a considerable amount of hair. Observing the weary figure of the chieftain, Bai Yin felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps we should assign someone to patrol outside from now on. Otherwise, there are hardly any orange tier orcs available for such duties within the tribe. Chieftain, there remains approximately a month. In just these few days, 2 groups of wandering orcs have already arrived, and it is likely that more will follow. Starting tomorrow, let us send 1 orc from our cave to participate in the patrol. As for the quota, we shall decide internally, Bai Yin mused, resolved to ensure the utmost safety of the young females. That truly advisable. The chieftain turned back in surprise, but upon reflecting on their contributions, he hesitated to impose further burdens upon them. Chieftain, it is settled. Then did Liu confirmed his willingness to join the patrol. Before the rainy season, he had always taken on the responsibility of patrolling without incident. even in the presence of wandering orcs. They would think twice before confronting a flying orc. His arm, though not yet fully healed, did not hinder his ability to fly.luu. Is your arm better? What are you thinking? Qiqi remarked with irritation. Despite understanding their concern for her, she felt it unwise to patrol while still recovering, especially in the rain. What if lingering ailments arose? Luyu looked back at Qiqi, his heart warmed by her care. Qiqi, I know you worry about me, but I am far more concerned for your safety. His sincerity struck a chord within Qiqi, causing her eyes to well with tears. All right, I will go. Dan, unable to contain himself at the sight of the two, interjected. It seemed as though they were shirking their responsibilities, sending an injured individual out on patrol. The momentary somber atmosphere was dispelled by Dan's words, and the tears Qiqi had prepared to shed were held back. Focus on resting. Nurturing your health is of utmost importance, Ning Shuang said, patting Luyu on the shoulder. Indeed, you two should rest first. Luyu nodded in agreement. Let us hold Luyu accountable. Out there fighting while injured, Dan provocatively glared at Luyu, seizing the opportunity to tease him about his previous sour demeanor. See, I have caught you off guard now. Yes, Qiqi, reprimand him. Shi joined in, realizing that Luyu appeared unaffected as he rushed outside, mistakenly believing he had fully recovered. Well then, you all continue your discussion. I shall take my leave. The chieftain, sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, decided to withdraw. It was clear he could no longer remain, as continuing would only invite trouble upon himself. Whether they chose to join or not became inconsequential. As the chieftain departed, the tense atmosphere among the others relaxed significantly. There was a rationale behind their actions, hoping that the chieftain would remember their goodwill and prioritize them in future matters. Qiqi, your tears flow so easily, Dan exclaimed, astonished. In that moment, he felt his heart ache, realizing the young female had nearly cried. Luu, too, felt deeply moved, his heart nearly shattering at the sight of her reddened eyes. Though he understood it was a performance, the young female's concern was genuine. Well, that is that. Let us hope the chieftain considers us favorably when the time comes for him to assist with our housing. May he do so with diligence. Qiqi composed herself, unwilling to dwell further on the matter. Let us eat. We barely finished our meal earlier, and I'm still hungry. Qiqi's tense demeanor finally dissipated, revealing her overwhelming sense of emptiness and hunger. Her hands began to tremble. Alas, there's no avoiding it. The adrenaline from earlier masked the pain, but now that it has subsided, I feel utterly drained. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. Fortunately, the quality of the knife purchased from the system was commendable. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. The stone table was soon crowded with people, the faint scent of grass in the air serving as a reminder of their recent ordeal. They had fought to protect the young female, who had nearly been abducted by wandering orcs, potentially facing humiliation. This incident served as a wake-up call. Moving forward, they must continually enhance their strength. After finishing their meal, Qiqi found an excuse to retreat into her space. She intended to use the red tier potion. Before entering, she released the cubs, ensuring they were well fed before proceeding. Having ascended to orange tier some time ago, she felt ready to attempt a transition to red tier, though the system assured her that the advancement bore no side effects. She had experienced considerable pain when consuming the orange tier potion. Previously, Point 1 could not fully trust the system's words. If this time the red tier potion caused her excruciating agony, she would be at a loss for words. Thus, it was more prudent to prepare within her space. Should she have children in the future, she could provide the red tier potions to Bai Yin and the others, sparing herself the need to continuously accept new orc partners. Overwhelmed by the number of individuals, she felt the burden of organization weigh heavily upon her. Managing 6 was already sufficient to give her a headache, and an increase would surely drive her to madness. Once inside the space, Qiqi immediately retrieved the red tier potion awarded by the system. Gazing at the dark red liquid within the vial, she felt a tinge of fear. However, recalling her expenditure of 500 points on the dagger earlier, a wave of regret washed over her. Why must she be so hard on herself regarding points? Removing the cork, pinching her nose, she tilted her head back and swallowed it in one go. There was no discernible taste, Yet Qiqi always felt that medicine carried a hint of bitterness or odd flavor, an internal struggle she could not overcome. Even if there was none, she remained convinced there would be. Qiqi distinctly felt the potion coursing through her, a warm current within her body. Yet soon, she sensed her form being shattered and reassembled, a sensation all too familiar. This time, it was even more painful than the previous experience with the orange tear potion. Uncertain of how long she endured, her consciousness began to blur. Unbeknownst to her, outside, the orc partners were in a frantic state, believing she had grown angry. They were at a loss for what to do, as only with her permission could they enter her space. Earlier, she had merely mentioned stepping into the space, only to vanish from the bed without a trace. Having left no instructions, they now found themselves in a predicament. As half a day had already passed, although she had already fed the cubs before entering, they were now hungry again, crawling around and crying out. With no other options, Ryu decided to cook some porridge, gently blowing on the rice soup to cool it down before feeding them slowly. Fortunately, the hungry cubs were not picky eaters, and they consumed the thick rice soup without hesitation. Only then did Ryu truly feel a sense of relief. She couldn't help but wonder where the little female had gone within the space, as she had been absent for quite some time. Had it not been for her knowledge that the space posed no danger, she would have been quite anxious by now. Why Qiqi took a considerable amount of time to recover her senses. Upon rising, she noticed her body was covered in a dark hue, prompting her to quickly fetch a bucket of water to cleanse herself. After advancing to the red tier, she felt her strength had significantly increased, and her physical condition had improved by more than one level. When she first arrived, she would breathe heavily after just a few steps, but now lifting a bucket of water felt as light as a feather. With her current physical condition, she felt quite formidable. Once Qiqi had tidied herself up, she sensed that the original space had expanded. The spring had also grown considerably, and the ground had become much larger. If this development continued, she felt that her space could accommodate some small animals. However, the creatures of the beast world were known for their volatile temperaments and were difficult to domesticate, so she decided to abandon that notion in the absence of a precise timer within the space. Qiqi had no idea how long she had spent inside. After a quick inspection and finding nothing particularly noteworthy, she hurriedly exited to avoid causing unnecessary concern. The moment she emerged, everyone visibly relaxed, relieved that she was unharmed. "Why are you all gathered here?" Qiqi asked, surprised to see a circle of people surrounding her. She realized that the sky outside had darkened. Had it not been for the candles lit inside the beast den, it would have been impossible to see a hand in front of her face. "Qiqi, why does it feel like your aura has strengthened?" Bai Yan's perception was the most acute. He sensed a subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from Qiqi, akin to the tiered pressure radiated by Jidan and Shiyi. Could it be that Qiqi had also ascended to the red tier? This outrageous thought took root in Bai Yan's mind, causing him to lose his composure. How could the little female possibly have advanced to the red tier? Qiqi had not anticipated Bai Yan's keen sensitivity. She found herself torn about whether to reveal the truth. "I sensed some unusual activity in the space, which prompted me to enter, but I didn't expect to faint upon entry. Aside from some changes within the space, I didn't feel anything else." Ultimately, Qiqi could only attribute her experience to the space itself, in the beastman continent. It was widely believed that a little female awakening her abilities was a gift from the beast god. By steering the conversation in that direction, she could avoid excessive explanations, allowing them to concoct their own conclusions. Qiqi had no intention of clarifying matters too explicitly. She preferred to let them speculate. Could it be that the beast god had manifested to bestow blessings? After all, Qiqi had given birth to 7 children this time, and without her beast form, did it imply that the quality of this litter surpassed the previous one? Perhaps this was the reason for the continuous changes within Qiqi's space. Shiyi found this notion rather plausible. Similar occurrences had been noted in the tribe before. Qiqi was not an isolated case, which allowed him to theorize in this manner. There are indeed little females in our tribe who experience such changes after giving birth that it could be an ability or some form of transformation. Jidan also remarked, affirming that this was not an isolated incident. Now, Bai Yin, Ning Shuang, Lu Yu, and Ryu felt reassured. They had been transported to the hunting dog tribe during their childhood, where such cases were absent. As long as it was not something extraordinary, they needn't worry about inadvertently leaking information that could endanger Qiqi. If there were indeed risks, Qiqi would be facing silver tier or even long-lost gold tier beastmen, and they would be powerless to assist her. It was crucial that Qiqi's uniqueness remain confidential. It was sufficient for the few of them to be aware, and there was no need to inform the tribe leader, as it would serve no purpose. Luu believed it best for them to keep this matter to themselves. The little female was too exceptional, and they felt incapable of protecting her, which was not a favorable situation. Understood. Got it. The responses varied, yet everyone understood the gravity of the situation. My body has recovered. Tonight, I'll bond with Dan, Qiqi decisively declared. She was unwilling to endure any further complications and preferred to secure what was already within her grasp. Since she was to bond, she might as well conceive again tonight. Qiqi felt that conceiving 2 litters simultaneously would be too exhausting. It would be wiser to bear one first and then wait a month to conceive again, making the process a bit easier. In order to extend her lifespan and for the sake of the system's year-end MVP, she needed to make an effort, didn't she? Dan was somewhat taken aback. Surprised by the little female's sudden shift, could he admit he was unprepared for this? Now, it was not Qiqi who was flustered, but the inexperienced Wolf. It really that soon? Dan stammered. Though he managed to voice his thoughts, it? Sure, Yi regarded Dan curiously. Weren't they the ones who said he was on the verge of losing control, prompting his arrival? He certainly didn't seem like it now. Yin also sensed something was amiss. Well, originally my brother was supposed to come, but for various reasons I was sent instead. I don't even know how to explain this, Dan stuttered. They would inevitably learn about this matter sooner or later. But since he had yet to bond with the little female, would they not rush to the wolf tribe to seek an explanation? He felt helpless. After all, the tribe leader was reluctant to part with Yin. It wasn't as if he had initiated this. The little female's husbands were just too perceptive, immediately picking up on the situation. He also blamed himself for being inept, unsure of how to face the little female. If only he had sought advice from those males in the tribe earlier, he wouldn't be in such an awkward position now. Dan had initially thought he would not be staying, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow, and worries. We're all family now. Qiqi dismissed any concerns about those sordid matters. As long as there were no subsequent troubles, she would welcome Dan. After all, he was a red-tier beastman, the highest rank she could currently interact with. Thus, she deemed bloodlines irrelevant, and considering Dan's amiable character, he was a lively and engaging presence, for what he implied. His brother was on the verge of losing control, suggesting an unpredictable temperament. She had no intention of placating him, so she felt pleased that Dan had arrived. She preferred to avoid complications and was unsure how to manage certain interpersonal relationships. At times, she recognized her imperfections, yet she also needed time to gradually change. Didn't she? Everyone has flaws, and Qiqi's strength lay in her ability to acknowledge her mistakes and reflect on them. Really? Dan gazed in Qiqi's direction, feeling a sense of admiration. Although the little female only reached his chest, he perceived her as remarkably imposing. She did not disdain his bloodline and was not angered by the fact that her husband had been replaced. Indeed, however, your tribe leader is rather frivolous. If we were to demand an explanation, it shouldn't be considered unreasonable, right? Qiqi mused. During the union, the tribe leader had explicitly stated that if offspring were born, one must be returned to their original tribe for nurturing. Qiqi had a fondness for cubs only when they were silent and fluffy. Once they grew up, she might not be able to handle them. After all, at her current rate, she could easily have 3 to 4 litters a year, with each litter comprising 10 cubs, resulting in 40 offspring annually. Contemplating this, Qiqi felt a twinge of fear. Just imagine dozens of children calling her mother in unison. No. Even the thought sent shivers down her spine. It seemed she would need to establish a kindergarten within the tribe to make things a bit easier for herself. Not unreasonable at all. Dan shook his head, indicating that it was entirely normal. Anyone would be displeased in such a situation. After all, he was the least pleased among them. Only the tribe leaders would be delighted. But once they learned the truth, their joy would undoubtedly shift to discontent, and he looked forward to that day. So, tonight we bond. Qiqi offered Ji Dan no chance to evade the topic. As a female, her words had reached this point, and if Ji Dan still hesitated, he would truly be cowardly. Yes, Qiqi, I have no objections. Ji Dan felt slightly bashful. Thus, it was settled. Once Qiqi had finalized her decision, the others discreetly withdrew, leaving only Ji Dan and Qiqi. Ji Dan grew increasingly flustered, uncertain of where to place his hands as he faced Qiqi's penetrating gaze. His eyes darted about, desperately searching for a place to anchor himself. But his attention wandered uncontrollably to Ji Dan. Look at me, Qiqi commanded, noticing his evident anxiety. Leaving her momentarily unsure of how to commence, he tilted his head upward, unable to reach her level. Upon hearing her instruction, Ji Dan lowered his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes collided unexpectedly, and he fought to suppress the urge to avert his gaze. Qiqi, I'm a bit nervous. Ultimately, Ji Dan closed his eyes. Then let us sit down and take a moment to calm ourselves, Qiqi suggested, gently taking his hand and leading him to the edge of the bed. She extinguished the flickering candle, and at that moment, Ji Dan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet the next second, he found his lips silenced by something soft. That instant, his mind felt as if it had exploded into a kaleidoscope of colors. Indescribable yet dazzling. This. A kiss from the little female. Unable to resist, he instinctively licked Qiqi's lips. In that moment, Ji Dan felt as though a switch had been flipped within him, awakening a natural instinct to reciprocate the little female's affection. Qiqi was taken aback by his reaction, and soon her body succumbed to an overwhelming urge, plunging her into a state of blissful surrender. Ji Dan couldn't recall how the coupling ceremony concluded. It felt surreal, as if he had lost himself entirely in the experience. As he gazed at the brightening cave, a wave of shyness enveloped him. Did everyone hear what transpired last night? Such a wild display of passion. It seemed incredible to him. He had never imagined being unable to control himself in such a manner. Watching the little female, who had drifted into slumber, Ji Dan felt a heavy drowsiness settle over him. He sensed an exhilarating energy coursing through him. He had successfully bonded with the little female. A sense of tranquility enveloped him, and he drifted into a contented sleep. How wonderful it was to finally have someone to care for in his family. Ryue, sporting a pair of dark circles under her eyes, trudged to the stove. Ji Dan, damn it, just when I thought I could get some sleep, he has to go and couple up. It's been a whole night. Bai Yin emerged from the shadows, equally weary, and the two exchanged a knowing. Rai smiled. It appeared that ascending to the red tier truly enhanced their abilities. The little female had indeed become more formidable. After preparing porridge, Ryue returned to catch up on her sleep. Meanwhile, Qiqi, in a hazy state, managed to feed the cubs before succumbing to deep slumber once more. When she awoke again, Ji Dan had been moved away, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thank goodness she had awakened. She feared being pulled into another round with Ji Dan. Qiqi. Luyu gazed at her with longing. Qiqi, unable to resist the sight of his innocent, yearning face, asked coyly, "What's wrong?" "Well, since Ji Dan is coupled up today, should we perhaps indulge in a fertility elixir tonight? He's the second beast husband. After all, it would make sense for Ji Dan's offspring to exist without his. It's nothing. Just wanted to hold you." The sharpness that usually characterized Luyu's demeanor softened, revealing the vulnerability of an abandoned puppy. How could one resist? Qiqi approached the bed and leaped into his embrace. All right. Although her body still bore Ji Dan's scent, the warmth of the little female's embrace soothed him entirely. It had been ages since he had held her, and he couldn't help but lift his head. Qiqi felt the shift in him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Unable to contain himself, Luyu leaned down and kissed her lips. Typically, the little female's eyes radiated calmness and distance. But he understood her feelings now. However, she appeared different, as if she were waiting for him. Recognizing this signal, Luyu could no longer hold back. He had to act upon the little female's unspoken invitation. Just as Ryue had begun to doze off, the commotion jolted her awake. She stared at the dark stone walls of the cave, feeling that these past few days had been particularly grueling. Yet, the little female had treated him well. During his designated month, he had been able to communicate with her almost seamlessly, unlike Luyu, who had only managed to connect once in all this time. He reminded himself to be grateful. Eventually, whether out of newfound clarity or sheer exhaustion, he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Yin had already set out on patrol by morning, returning only in the afternoon. Upon seeing Qiqi sipping porridge, he felt a wave of relief. Qiqi appeared spirited. He couldn't tell if it was due to her enhanced red-tier constitution or if she had simply rested a little before engaging in prolonged activity. Yet her inner turmoil remained unresolved. Could ascending to the red tier have side effects? System, why do I feel so restless after ascending to the red tier? Qiqi directly inquired the system, eager for answers. Host, the rarity of females in the beast god continent having ranks is due to a historical balance between genders disrupted millennia ago. However, it is certain that once a female gains abilities and ranks, they become exceedingly volatile, requiring specific means to alleviate this agitation. The system's voice dwindled as it spoke. It wasn't the fault of the red tier potion, but rather a product of ancient circumstances on the continent. It's not fair to place blame on it, is it? Qiqi felt as if she had been deceived, wondering why the system hadn't mentioned this when distributing potions. Was it because she hadn't asked? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, feeling as though her previously composed self had vanished without a trace. Surely there must be a solution. Qiqi refused to believe there was no remedy. Otherwise, the existence of females would have ceased to exist. System, do you know of any solutions? She recognized that her unstable temper could lead to impulsive actions, resulting in irreparable consequences, something she wished to avoid. Host, you've already experienced this remedy. It's akin to coupling. Now that you are a high-tier female, you and the male serve as mutual sources of comfort for one another. The system concluded its explanation. Falling into silence, it felt as if it had said nothing at all. She sought a lasting solution, yet this was all it could offer. Aren't there any potions or remedies? Not at this moment. Host. We will relay your concerns to the main system and provide you with a response shortly. Very well, I suppose I'll let it go. Qiqi discreetly surveyed the male beast within the cave, contemplating that this method might not be entirely unfeasible. Had she truly transformed into a shameless flirt? What an odd development. She couldn't shake the feeling that the system was deliberately leading her in this direction. However, without evidence, her only option was to seek solace from the males. In an unusual turn of events, Qiqi found herself rendered speechless. Qiqi, what troubles you? Ning Shuang inquired, unable to resist asking as he observed her furrowed brow. It's nothing, just some minor issues, she replied, casting her gaze toward him, eager to ask a question. Go ahead. Qiqi, Ning Shuang responded, feeling somewhat apprehensive about her inquiry. Could it be about the patrol? Has your bloodline returned to its ancestral roots? What tier are you now? Qiqi realized she had never inquired about Ning Shuang's rank and was curious. Yes, my bloodline has returned. I should now be at the red tier, he confirmed. Though he hesitated, lacking a measuring stone to ascertain his level definitively, he didn't want to mislead her and cause her unnecessary excitement. Then what is your special ability? Qiqi was genuinely curious, as he had never showcased it in her presence. That my ability is likely ice-based, as he spoke. A layer of frost formed on his hand. Impressive. That would make you a formidable ally in battle. Especially paired with Yi. You'd be an unstoppable force. Qiqi mused, convinced that Ning Shuang and Yi together would be a match made in combat heaven. That should work, although I haven't tested it. Perhaps after the rainy season, I could go out with him for some practical experience? Ning Shuang inquired uncertainly. You all should be vigilant. Did not the clan leader mention that the winter would be tumultuous? It will be prudent for you to familiarize yourselves with your abilities during this windy season, so that we may avoid being caught off guard in winter. As for me, you need not worry. Qiqi paused momentarily. I have also ascended to the red tier and possess certain self-defense skills. You need only to take care of yourselves. Lacking grand strategies, Qiqi could only arrange matters according to her current capabilities. Qiqi, why not seek out a couple more beastmen to accompany you? How can we allow such a young female to face these dangers alone? Ning Shuang's perspective had always been to protect the young females. It unsettled him that the very person he sought to protect expressed a desire for independence. Despite their formidable strength, the young female's words seemed to convey a lack of trust if that were the case. Then perhaps she should indeed find a few more beastmen for her protection that might restore her sense of security. It was evident that they had erred this time, and the plant-type beastman would likely return. The young female was probably concerned about this as well, that a sense of guilt washed over Ning Shuang. They were still not strong enough, and once that thought took root, it could not be easily dismissed. For now, they would prepare for the worst. Qiqi had initially intended to express her thoughts more eloquently, but considering that they might not comprehend, she opted for straightforwardness. Qiqi, I understand, Ning Shuang replied, lowering his head in contemplation. Forget those worries for now. Are you all free today? Please come inside and help me plant glutinous rice. Qiqi's gaze shifted to Ruyu, who understood her intentions without needing words that he was supportive of whatever Qiqi decided. He had no authority to make decisions for her, but he could certainly offer his support. Very well, Ruyu responded first. Let us proceed. Ning Shuang followed suit, although Lu Yu wished to join them. Qiqi declined his offer, reminding him that he was still recovering from his injuries. Having just returned from patrol, Baiyan also did not allow him to enter. Thus, Qiqi led Ruyu and Ning Shuang inside. In truth, there was not much work to be done. The primary task was for Ruyu to expedite the growth of the glutinous rice, ensuring it ripened more quickly, so that the mature rice could be used for sowing. With limited seeds available, this was their only option. Otherwise, after the rainy season, they would lack sufficient glutinous rice to serve as a binding agent for construction. Unfamiliar with the composition of cement, she could only rely on glutinous rice. She never anticipated that she would find herself in such a primitive society. Qiqi felt that her knowledge was woefully inadequate. Fortunately, her passion for short videos had previously led her to wonder how ancient civilizations erected such grand structures while climbing the Great Wall. She had also pondered how palaces managed to withstand the test of time for millennia. She had learned that clever ancient builders mixed clay, sand, and slaked lime in specific proportions, then added glutinous rice juice to create mortar for construction. However, Qiqi only knew the raw materials and not the precise mixtures for how to adjust the proportions that would require gradual experimentation. She planned to start with a ratio of 4:3, 3 for the clay, sand, and lime mixture. Each ratio would be used to build a wall, and ultimately, they would determine which was the most durable. Now, however, they were running short on glutinous rice in the future with all the houses that needed to be built. Surely they could not rely solely on her for glutinous rice, could they? Frankly, in this beastly world, Qiqi was at a loss as to what to exchange. Rice was consumable, yet she only desired a sturdy house. However, the thought of selflessly offering to others left her feeling somewhat selfish. Construct brick houses. Glutinous rice was essential. Otherwise, they would have to discover how to make cement. With a sigh, Qiqi reflected on the arduous journey of developing the tribe. Had she known, she would have had the tribe experiment with rammed earth construction. Now that the rainy season was almost over, pondering such matters seemed futile. She could only discuss them with the clan leader after the rains. Alternatively, they might consider using wooden mortise and tenon structures for construction, but that would require the clan leader to send beastmen to explore the possibilities. During the windy season, everyone would need to dedicate a month to stockpiling food. Otherwise, they risked starvation during the long winter. Moreover, in this beastly realm, without iron tools, they could only use stone axes or bone knives, or their own claws. To accomplish tasks, it took an extensive amount of time to fell a tree with a stone axe. And against sturdier trees, it might take 2 axes or more to succeed. Thus, building houses with wood was no simple feat. How had the inhabitants of the monkey tribe managed to construct their homes in the trees? Perhaps the clan leader could seek their advice? Qiqi brainstormed ways to establish houses and walls, ensuring a degree of security for everyone, rather than remaining in a state of passive defense. If all members of the tribe resided in houses, could they not also construct something akin to city walls? If the walls were sufficiently high, the necessary patrol range could be significantly reduced. From what Lu Yu had described, current patrols merely circled the perimeter to detect any unfamiliar beastmen. With so many inhabitants in the tribe, and given the rain, how could one rely solely on scent to ascertain if rogue beastmen had infiltrated? Such aimless patrolling bore little fruit. Thus, Qiqi concluded that constructing a city wall would indeed be safer. Even if beastmen could scale walls, what if they stationed a beastman every 5 meters? In that case, houses could be built close to the cliff, reducing the distance that needed to be defended. The more Qiqi contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. What to do? The rainy season had yet to pass. Yet she was already eager to take action. Just envisioning these plans filled her with excitement. Observing the silkworms still feasting on mulberry leaves, she had to quell her enthusiasm and replace their feeding trays. Imagined scenarios were but illusions. It was wise to focus on tangible tasks for the time being. The silkworms were her priority. After completing her tasks, the sky had darkened slightly, while Qiqi enjoyed the spicy water-boiled meat slices prepared by Sure. It was delightful. She had not indulged in spicy food for a long time, as she had refrained from eating it while nursing. Today, after a casual mention, the system had assured her that the young ones of the beast world were not so fragile, which had given her the courage to indulge. The sensation of spiciness enveloped her, bringing a sense of comfort. Feeling both physically and mentally rejuvenated, Qiqi finished her dinner, caressed the young ones, and promptly retired for the night. The rainy season was indeed arduous, and she could sense a dampness in the air as she slept, reminiscent of mildew from a prolonged absence of sunlight. Ultimately, should the airflow in her space differ from the outside? Qiqi contemplated simply sleeping in the space altogether. Time swiftly passed amid her daily toil. The moment Qiqi beheld the clear sky, she nearly burst into tears of joy. Ah, I have finally seen the sun again. She disregarded the muddy ground and rushed outside to bask in the sunlight. 3 months. A full 3 months. At last, she had awaited this long-lost sunshine. The warmth of the sun enveloped her, and Qiqi felt as though she had been revived. However, glancing down at her mud-stained shoes, she found herself both amused and exasperated. Qiqi, why are you running so fast? Why not wait for us? Jidan followed closely behind, his expression one of concern. The young female appeared to be pregnant again. Her belly no longer as flat as before, lending her a rounder appearance. Her recklessness was indeed worrisome. Why Qiqi instinctively hopped onto Jidan's shoulders, instinctively keeping her legs together to avoid any potential embarrassment. Where do you wish to go, Qiqi? Jidan sensed her eagerness and knew she had something in mind. I want to search for mushrooms in the forest. Qiqi relished this particular aspect of the post-rain period. Surely, after such a prolonged downpour, the forest could not possibly be devoid of mushrooms. She intended to check the chicken nest she had previously marked to see if any mushrooms had sprouted. Although they had preserved the chicken nesting materials, they had nearly consumed all of it. Today, she was determined to find new ones, as whether for soup or stir-fry, they would be delectable. Sounds great. Upon hearing the mention of mushroom foraging, Jidan was instantly filled with excitement, as it was an activity he found immensely enjoyable. Both individuals prepared to set off, while the others leisurely followed behind. Jidan was truly insufferable, having stolen a march on him. The honest Ning Shuang openly expressed her dissatisfaction. It's fine. After all, it's his day. She conceded. Bai Yin, however, was indifferent. As an elder of the tribe, he was certain to participate in the collective hunting on the first day after the rainy season. The time spent with the young female was best left to them. Bai Yin felt a profound sense of mental stability at that moment. Both Lu Yu and Ning Shuang were also set to join the tribe's collective hunt. Lu Yu had been granted a 2-month leave by the chieftain. Although his hand had healed, he was not inclined to re-engage with work just yet, with the harvest of glutinous rice underway. He planned to enjoy a few days of leisure, assisting the young female with her tasks instead. Today, the weather was splendid, and he decided to accompany her outdoors to prevent any mishaps. Shurye's chest wound had just scabbed over, leaving behind a ghastly scar, and the chieftain had not assigned him any duties. Thus, he too found himself with plenty of free time, intending to join Qiqi in gathering some trinkets. He relished the opportunity to forage, hoping to familiarize himself with various plants alongside Qiqi. This way, if he encountered them in the future, he could easily collect them without troubling the young female. Qiqi perched atop Jidan's shoulders, feeling secure as he walked steadily. Were it not for the muddy terrain, she would have preferred to walk on her own, as Ji Dan's pace was rather slow. Yi and Lu Yu, both carrying woven baskets, soon caught up, while Ji Dan continued his leisurely stroll. That Ji Dan, hurry up, we might miss out. Qiqi couldn't help but urge him. That won't do. You're not alone now. You must tread carefully, Ji Dan replied, leaving Yi and Lu Yu momentarily speechless. Wait, is Qiqi expecting again? This is utterly absurd. The time between pregnancies is almost non-existent. Isn't she exhausted? Perhaps she is, but the piercing gazes of Lu Yu and Yi were directed squarely at Ji Dan. Ever since Ji Dan had awakened, he had been dragging Qiqi into all sorts of mischief, resulting in her becoming pregnant once more. Sensing their hostility, Ji Dan shrugged it off, confident that the young female was carrying his offspring. Let them envy. However, once the young female was with child, certain activities would have to cease, and he would need to protect her diligently if he had to slow down. So be it. Her safety was paramount. Ultimately, Qiqi's protests went unheard, and the four of them slowly made their way to the destination, taking nearly half an hour, when it had previously taken only about 20 minutes. Yet Qiqi soon found herself without time to dwell on such trivial matters, as it was the first day following the rainy season. The tribe had not managed to organize a foraging party, resulting in a scarcity of foragers today. Moreover, the post-rain forest yielded little fruit. Typically, foraging activities were organized about half a month after the rainy season had passed. During the rainy season, the tribe's focus remained predominantly on hunting. Having scarcely ventured out to hunt during the rains, the tribe's food supplies were dwindling. Lu and Yi carefully surveyed their surroundings, ensuring there were no blood-sucking insects or other creatures present. Before Ji Dan finally set Qiqi down, his caution was almost excessive, yet provided her with a profound sense of security, alleviating her concerns about potential pests. This whole nest, I shall gather it all, Qiqi exclaimed, using a stick to clear the underbrush, revealing a patch of chicken mushrooms that stood tall. Ji Dan attempted to pluck them immediately, but Qiqi swiftly halted him. Wait, dig around the base a little before pulling them out. Ji Dan, witnessing this method of mushroom foraging for the first time, felt a rush of excitement. However, he accidentally severed the mushroom with his claws, causing Qiqi's heart to sink. Oh dear, you clumsy oaf, let me do it, Yi interjected, pulling Ji Dan away from the mushroom patch. Ji Dan felt a tinge of grievance. It was his first time. After all, Yi had become quite intolerable. Nevertheless, after observing Yi's technique, Ji Dan gained some insight. It's all right. I'll do better next time. Qiqi, gazing upon the four plump white mushrooms, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Let us move on to the next spot, she exclaimed excitedly. Oh, and let us check the piles of dead leaves we pass by. Qiqi noticed Yi moving towards the next location without paying any mind to the grass and protruding leaf piles, causing her to feel a bit anxious. Huh, why not? Ji Dan queried, not comprehending, and he roughly shoved a branch into the underbrush. His dismay, Qiqi laid eyes upon the remains of a mushroom. What a calamity! Why did I come out with Ji Dan? He is nothing short of a destroyer. This is the second time. Qiqi's heart ached. Ji Dan, can you please be more gentle? She implored, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. It's just a mushroom, Ji Dan exclaimed. Next time, I'll be more careful. Qiqi, don't be mad. Initially, Ji Dan had thought it was merely a simple mushroom, but upon reflection, he realized that it must hold significance to the young female, warranting her strong reaction. It was likely either delicious or immensely useful. He hastily changed his tone, apologizing to Qiqi to salvage his image. There won't be a next time. You need to be cautious now. Qiqi, sitting upon his shoulders, found it easy to poke his head. Ji Dan's head bobbed amusingly, and Liu could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. Bursting into laughter, Yi joined in, chuckling heartily. Yi, what are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Ji Dan bristled at Qiqi's rebuke, for he genuinely had erred due to his carelessness. However, he was incensed by the laughter of the two. What were they laughing at? Had they never made mistakes? How infuriating! Liu continued to chuckle. Why don't you scold him? Yi shrugged innocently. Dan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yu, thinking him quite serious that I clearly saw you laughing. Don't try to shift the blame onto Lu Yu. If he weren't carrying Qiqi, Dan would have surely given Yi a couple of punches. Huh. Lu Yu could no longer contain himself, erupting in laughter. Yi merely shrugged, resigned to the situation, that he wouldn't deceive Dan. For this fellow took matters seriously and was not easily fooled. If he were to lie, Dan would undoubtedly discover the truth and retaliate. With his obstinate nature, Yi deemed it unwise to take such a risk. As Dan witnessed Lu Yu's laughter, he too succumbed to amusement. Yi was of a similar standing, and while he dared to challenge him, he could not match Lu Yu's stature. After all, he had saved Yi's life, and there was a possibility that he might need Lu Yu's assistance in the future. Better not to offend him. Yi appeared more amiable, whereas Lu Yu's usual aloofness softened his features, making him rather pleasant to behold when he smiled. Dan found his thoughts peculiar, but could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Regardless, he decided to focus on foraging the mushrooms first, while Qiqi observed their interaction with amusement. Such a scene had not unfolded prior to Dan's arrival. The nest of mushrooms, with the exception of the 2 that had been ruined, yielded 3 intact mushrooms, which Dan successfully harvested. Along the way, Yi and Lu Yu cautiously rummaged through piles of leaves, discovering both the green mushroom and the milk-cap mushroom. Much to their delight, as their baskets neared capacity, Dan suggested they return. Qiqi rallied them to form a circle around her, surreptitiously stashing some mushrooms into her storage space. Let's keep searching. We can process them back home later. We should gather as many as we can. Otherwise, they'll just go to waste. Some mushrooms are best harvested today. Waiting until tomorrow might spoil them. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered into the area where they had previously foraged elm seeds. Qiqi recalled her earlier intent to search for wood ear mushrooms. After 3 months of rain, she wondered if they would find any today. She did not harbor high hopes, as they had failed to locate any last time. Yet, she felt content with today as harvest and merely wished to try her luck. As they strolled a little further, Qiqi caught a glimpse of a color out of the corner of her eye. Upon closer inspection, she beheld the wood ear mushrooms she had been longing for, flourishing upon a decayed tree. This area was densely populated with elm trees. Surely, there couldn't be any toxic trees among them, could there? Qiqi contemplated within herself. Lu Yu, look over there. It's wood ear mushrooms. She called out loudly to the 2 individuals in the distance, gesturing for them to come over with their baskets to gather the mushrooms. Dan scrutinized the brownish plants on the tree. Is this really wood ear? What is it used for? It doesn't seem edible, he remarked, even going so far as to pluck a couple of them down to examine closely. Oh, these are edible. They could be used in salads or stir-fried with meat, Qiqi revealed without hesitation. Really? I thought they had some other magical use. They do look a bit dark and dirty, Dan mused. Considering how some females would be unwilling to eat something so unappealing in color, he had seen some outrageous females who even turned their noses up at orcs with darker skin. Why is it that just because they have darker skin, they're looked down upon? After all, everyone has their own struggles, especially those who hunt in the wild. Who doesn't get a little dirty? Unbeknownst to Qiqi, the prospect of wood ear mushrooms had become a point of contention for Dan. She was already thinking about how delightful it would be to consume them. Once we finish picking this tree, we should have about 40 to 50 pounds. If we dry them, we could just take some out to eat whenever we want. How wonderful! Just as she reached out to pick some, Dan halted her. After the rain, the decayed tree might harbor insects. Let us handle this. Dan carefully set Qiqi down and turned to begin harvesting by the time Lu Yu arrived. He had already gathered most of the lower-hanging mushrooms and wrapped them in broad leaves. He worked swiftly. You quietly picked the higher ones. It took a while to gather all the wood ears from this one tree. But now Qiqi felt thoroughly satisfied. She had contemplated picking more, but in the wilderness, one could never be too cautious. There might be a lurking stray orc in some corner, so it was best to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. Sometimes one must learn to be content to avoid trouble, Qiqi reminded herself. Even if she wished to pick more, she would have to return to the orc den first. This moment, she truly felt no desire for adventure. Moreover, There was a plant-type orc lurking in the shadows, watching them intently. Who knew if he might appear nearby? All right, let us head back, Qiqi called out as she saw they were nearly finished. Sure Yi, Lu Yu, and Ji Dan exchanged glances and decided it was time to go. After all, it was unwise for a female to use her abilities in public. If outsiders caught wind of it, it could lead to dire consequences. Understood, they replied in unison. Upon returning to the tribe, many curious eyes were drawn to their baskets. Upon seeing the green mushrooms, whispers ensued. Goodness, did Qiqi's mate indulge in her whims again? They dared to pick even the blue mushrooms? Qiqi remained unfazed, determined not to give up until she had seen the blue sprites. Until then, everything was mere speculation that if she did see them, she would certainly recognize them as undercooked, as she was confident in her ability to distinguish these mushrooms. Back at home, Qiqi began directing Sure Yi on how to handle the mushrooms. While Ji Dan mischievously interfered, it was more accurate to say he was being a nuisance, often crushing the mushrooms in his clumsy attempts. Each time he damaged them, he would glance furtively at Qiqi. She paid him no mind, thinking that if he didn't receive any food tonight, he would surely learn his lesson. However, Lu Yu interjected, addressing Ji Dan. Could you please be more careful? If you crush them, how will we eat them? We might as well deduct your portion tonight. It was undeniable that Ji Dan, upon hearing Lu Yu's warning about missing out on dinner, finally restrained his claws. He had been doing it on purpose. Finding joy in squishing the round, green mushrooms as a means of stress relief, but the prospect of missing out on a meal subdued his mischief. Sighing, he lamented that he didn't intend to be troublesome. His claws seemed to have a mind of their own, always wanting to poke at something. This little episode quickly passed, and after Ji Dan ceased his antics, the work progressed swiftly. While foraging for mushrooms was a joy, processing them proved somewhat tedious. They had to carefully remove the muddy parts and wash them thoroughly. Ji Dan had gathered the most, and after returning, Qiqi instructed them to set aside a portion for dinner that night, while the rest could be dried under the midday sun. Ji Dan complied. Just as they finished, the tribe leader approached. Qiqi, those brick kilns are still intact. Would you like to check how they're shaping the bricks? The tribe leader was concerned about missing any steps. Knowing that Qiqi was the first to propose such an endeavor and likely possessed some knowledge about it, she was essentially the cornerstone of this initiative, so the tribe leader naturally valued her input. During the rainy season, they had encountered 2 bands of stray orcs, and the tribe leader recalled that it was the small female who had injured the red-tier orc and then escaped. Otherwise, with the plant-type orc's abilities, the hunting dog tribe would likely have faced grave danger. Sounds good. I was getting a bit bored after finishing the work. Qiqi nodded, and Ji Dan, sensing her enthusiasm, lifted her up to follow the tribe leader. Oh, tribe leader, let me grab a few things first. Please wait outside for me. Why Qiqi thought it wise to share the secret of the kiln firing with the tribe leader, providing them with a clearer understanding. This is something I worked on out of boredom during the rainy season. Can you make sense of it? The secret of the kiln firing was a reward Qiqi had received during her second childbirth. It detailed how to fire bricks and tile, how to build kilns. This beastskin book would surely serve as an alternative weapon to aid the tribe's development. The tribe leader flipped through a couple of pages, feeling an excitement swell within him. This is a marvelous find. I can understand it. I didn't expect you to know how to read. The tribe leader was thrilled. Moreover, it was the shaman who had bestowed the ability to read upon her. How did you manage this? The tribe leader nearly seized Qiqi's arm in excitement, eager to know her secret. I often dream about these things at night, and if I feel they are useful, I simply draw them out. As for the writing, I truly don't understand it. Qiqi explained. The tribe leader examined the crooked letters on the beast's skin, now convinced that she had indeed drawn them. After all, the shaman script was not so haphazard. Seeing that the tribe leader believed her, Qiqi let out a sigh of relief. The system's rewarded beastskin manuscript was undoubtedly neat and tidy, and not so thick. This one was a mere imitation. By deliberately writing poorly, she could claim that it was something she had dreamt of, lending her statement some credibility. She had no desire to become a shaman or to draw too much attention to herself. All she wanted was a comfortable home. Oh, benevolent beast god, forgive my little fibs. The beast god had manifested. Tonight, a ritual to honor the beast god would be held. The tribe leader, filled with excitement, almost appeared frantic as he rushed away. Qiqi watched his retreating figure, puzzled, glancing at Lu. Why you'd this truly a sign from the beast god? Of course it is. We should attend tonight's ceremony, Lu remarked, gently ruffling Qiqi's hair. Initially, she had planned to accompany the village leader to observe the orcs shaping the bricks, but now she pondered whether it was still a good idea. If not, she could simply return to the den to spend time with the cubs. Hehe. Her bear cub had grown a bit and had opened its eyes. They could now engage in simple interactions. Why Qiqi adored this chubby little bear it was round and solid, with fluffy fur. It truly tugged at her heartstrings. Why Qiqi was indeed partial. She cherished what she loved, but did not neglect those who treated her well. While the little fox was also charming, it could not compare to the bear cub's cuteness. Qiqi scooped up the bear cub and snuggled it tightly. It's so soft and comforting to hold. Observing her delight, Shiyi felt a twinge of envy. He too wanted to pet it. Lu, witnessing this, could no longer suppress his laughter. The eagle had looked rather ungainly when it first hatched, and he was certain Qiqi would not have liked it. Just the thought of being disliked from birth made Lu reluctant to have children of his own. In contrast, Dan curiously watched Qiqi interact with the cubs. Did she have a fondness for fluffy cubs? Would she feel the same about their own future offspring? Watching this scene, Dan hoped that their children would also be cherished by Qiqi. After a brief moment of cuddling the cubs, the tribe leader sought out Qiqi once more. Qiqi, you must attend tonight. The shaman has stated that he must seek the blessing of the beast god for you. The clan leader reiterated earnestly. Tonight for sure. Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she had not ventured out at night for quite some time. Indeed, in this era, she found herself quite nostalgic for the last bonfire gathering, which had been a rare source of entertainment. Tonight, she mused, would surely offer a different experience. Why Qiqi had already begun to anticipate the evening's events. Qiqi, the preparations for Dan's month are complete. Have you arranged the duty roster? It seemed that Lu was somewhat concerned that if Qiqi did not organize the shifts, they would not be able to unilaterally decide to accompany her. Should her legs cramp again in the night, there would be no one to offer her a massage. Why don't you all follow the order? Qiqi admitted she was uncertain about what to do. With the need to tend to the cubs in the evening, perhaps two individuals could share the duty. That way, one could care for the cubs while the other looked after her. Shiyi observed Qiqi playing with a bear cub. His heart lightened by the sight. It felt right to have two people. Having just one by her side seemed insufficient. Why Qiqi gazed at Shiyi in surprise, not expecting him to be so considerate. Then let us proceed, as Shiyi suggested. Why Qiqi was indifferent. After all, she called the shots regarding certain matters. Having more individuals to care for the cubs was certainly beneficial, allowing her to rest peacefully. Qiqi, shall we visit the shaman? Dan pondered the matter of the little female's pregnancy. The previous rainy season could be overlooked, but now that the rainy season had concluded, it was time to consult the shaman. Wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Qiqi agreed that it was indeed time for a visit. Although she had no pressing concerns, it would be wise to check in. The shaman loomed large in her esteem, and she believed in his medical skills. Let us go then. There is nothing else on our agenda. Why Qiqi's current pregnancy mirrored her first in that the early stages presented no significant sensations. She wondered how the later stages would unfold. However, with Shiyi and Ruyu's culinary skills having improved remarkably, she found herself able to eat and sleep well, without any considerable discomfort. Dan